Eternal Life Chapter 49 to Chapter 74. 5 Hell's Royal Cauldron, Mirage Formation. With a thought, clouds of mist burst out of Feng Han's body. The mist was strange and colorful, and it filled the entire bronze hall. Feng Han, the witch, and Long Xian were all covered. All traces of them turned into illusions, like a mirage. This was another formation in the 5 Hell's Royal Cauldron, called the Mirage Formation. It was a maze formation used to cover the cauldron. After all, this was the Black Turtle Palace of the 10,000 Return Immortal Island. If he cultivated here, there would definitely be spies. Now, it was necessary to activate the formation to cover his body. Feng Han was certain that Hai Shan had some Dharma talisman in the hall that could spy on them. Now that the Mirage Formation was activated, Hai Shan's spying talisman could only see clouds of mist. Other than that, he could not see anything. The 5 Hells Royal Cauldron was a supreme-grade treasure. It gathered the 5 Hells Sky Demon King's life's energy and blood to refine it. Of the 999 array formations, each array formation had its own function. Feng Han had figured out a few ways to use it, as well as the tricks of the array. At the very least, he had more or less figured out the 5 Fire Divine Thunder array, the Spatial Teleportation array, and the Mirage array. He began to practice and use them. The rest of the formations had yet to be explored. Completely familiarizing oneself with this supreme-grade artifact, using it to the point of perfection, and using it to the point of perfection, required a great deal of magic power and also required a very long time. The experience of using formations would be of great help to him when he broke through to the celestial realm in the future. It was also a kind of accumulation. Some of the formations could not be activated by his Dharma power, which was equivalent to 2,000 galloping horses. But now, he was only using them to refine his body. He only needed a little function and did not need much Dharma power. Whoosh, 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 Feng Han gathered the Wood Emperor's true chi in his palm and slapped around. The herbs stored in the crystal vats were sucked up by his true chi and flew into the air. Then, they turned into powder and entered his sleeve. Finally, they arrived at the 5 Hells King Cauldron on the Acheron map. After absorbing the herbs, the house-sized 5 Hells King Cauldron flew out of the Acheron map and was placed in the center of the copper hall. Fortunately, this copper hall was very tall and spacious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit this Emperor Cauldron Pill Furnace. This was also the reason why the island master of Suicide Island did not bring this cauldron with him wherever he went. It was too inconvenient to carry around. He also did not have a Dao artifact like Feng Han, the Acheron map, which had a self-proclaimed spatial dimension that could store a large number of items. After putting all the herbs into the King Cauldron, Feng Han also jumped in. 10,000 rivers and mountains. Long Xian's dharmic power was divided into 7 parts and flew into the 7 jellyfishes that had become spirits. The jellyfishes resisted fiercely, but they couldn't withstand the power of a divine realm expert. They exploded one after another. 7 translucent water curtains flew around Long Xian's body and turned into water chains that circled around her. After doing this, she also jumped into the pill furnace. Herbs crush. Feng Han did not pay attention to Long Xian's cultivation. After the massive amount of herbs flew into the King Cauldron, they were placed in front of a screen. Then, a ray of light shot out from the screen. All the herbs that were shone on by the light were crushed into powder. This was a small crushing array. After channeling Dharma power, it could crush herbs, ores, and even metal into powder. The crushing demonic light that shot out was originally a demonic path abhijna, a variant of the great crushing demonic technique. However, it was perfect to crush herbs now. This crushing demonic light could even be used against enemies. This small demonic formation could not be seen in normal pill furnaces. Normal pill furnaces only had true fire. When it came into contact with hard ores, it would melt them first. When it went overboard, it would lose a portion of its medicinal properties. However, when the crushing array was used to crush the herbs, the medicinal properties would not change at all. This ensured that the herbs could be used to the maximum. This was the brilliance of the 5 Hells Pill Furnace. The fine details depended on one's skill. Refining array. Purify. After seeing many herbs being crushed, Feng Han did not hesitate. He channeled his Dharma power and activated another small array. Then, a whirlwind came out of the screen and swept up the powder. It kept spinning until it reached its limit. A strong flame shot out from the screen again and immediately melted all the powder into a stream of air. Streaks of dense, medicinal energy rolled in the air, leaving piles of medicinal dregs on the ground. Good. Refining herbs is so fast. It saved me a lot of effort. Feng Han was very happy when he saw the refining array separating the herbs from the dregs and refining them into the purest medicinal qi. The most important step in refining pills was to refine the herbs and leave the dregs behind. Normal pill furnaces used water to boil them. It was a waste of time. If the control of the fire was not good, it would be wasted. Usually, to purify a pile of herbs, it would take a few days and nights without sleep. 7 days and 7 nights was a minimum. There were even 49 days and 81 days. Therefore, refining pills was a hard job. It was time-consuming and exhausting. Now, the refining array in the 5 Hells King cauldron was able to purify the herbs in an instant and turn them into pure medicinal qi. This saved a lot of time and energy. If Feng Han still used his own pill furnace, he would not be able to purify such a huge amount of herbs in less than 3 months. He would also have to be careful and not make any mistakes. This showed the significance of the pill furnace to cultivation. A huge amount of medicinal herbs turned into billowing medicinal fumes. Feng Han shook his body and took off all his clothes, revealing his perfect figure. Although Long Xian was also cultivating in the pill furnace, the space in the pill furnace was separated by a screen and formed a small room. She would not be seen by the other party. Refining the body with flames. Entering the body with medicinal qi. After Feng Han took off his clothes, the rolling medicinal qi, the lunar earth dragon earthworm, the 1,000-year-old gold and silver pangolin, and other medicinal powers were forcibly pulled into the countless pores all over his body by his genuine qi. His body seemed to have grown 2 feet in an instant. Then, the 5-fire divine thunder array was also activated. But this time, the flames were not fierce. Instead, threads of orange flames gently wrapped around Feng Han, as if they were covering him with a flame silk robe. This flame was called soft fire and was the magic of the 5-fire divine thunder array. Although the flames were not fierce, when they wrapped around his body, Feng Han still felt incomparable pain. He could even hear the sizzling sound of his skin being burned. This soft fire was very gentle, but also very deadly. But fortunately, Feng Han had qi protecting his body and medicinal qi surging out of his pores. When it came into contact with the flames, it immediately changed. This dense medicinal qi, under the tempering of the gentle flames, gradually merged into Feng Han's skin. Every inch of his flesh, bones, and organs turned his blood into a special dark gold color. It was like earth, yet not earth, and had the fragrance of the earth. The herbs that he had obtained from the Black Tortoise Palace were all spiritual items that grew from the earth. Now, they had all been refined and absorbed into his body. Combined with his immense vitality, Feng Han's Yama's golden body finally began to transform and advance to a higher level. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. Without hesitation, he madly followed the training method of the Yama golden body. He circulated his blood, changed the squirming of his organs, and changed the various secretions in his body. This caused his entire body to transform into a more stable state. Beneath his skin, the membrane was even stronger. The explosive power of his body, the impact of his blood, and the beating of his heart were once again increased. At the same time, Feng Han even felt that he was standing on a vast expanse of earth. The earth beneath his feet extended endlessly into the void. He felt that his body was the center. It was as if a tree had grown roots that were deeply rooted in the earth. No power could push him down. No wonder, no wonder. Earth is the center. Earth can grow trees. Earth can contain water. 5 gold mines can grow in the earth. In the depths of the earth, there are magma flames. Earth contains all things. A feeling of enlightenment rose from the depths of his heart. Feng Han's mind was incomparably clear. He felt as if his feet had become the roots of a tree, constantly absorbing nutrients from the earth. With a casual breath, origin energy surged into his mind, fusing with his spirit and becoming magic power. Crack crack. His magic power was constantly increasing. His body was also strengthening step by step. The essence energy produced by his body caused the Wood Emperor's true energy to sharpen and become more condensed. Strands of Wood Emperor's true energy seemed to be crystallizing. Originally, when he cultivated the Yama golden body, it conflicted with the Wood Emperor's true energy. Every time he cultivated, he had to endure the pain of chi deviation. But now, he understood the meaning of earth. When his spirit changed, so did his magic power. After breaking through a bottleneck, from now on, he would no longer have to fear chi deviation. Trees originally grew on the earth. Cultivating the Yama golden body was originally to provide origin energy for the Wood Emperor's true energy. The two complemented each other. How could they conflict and cause chi deviation? I finally understood the true meaning of Xitigarbha. From now on, the Wood Emperor's true energy will nourish my body. And the Yama golden body will provide origin energy for the Wood Emperor's true energy to assist in cultivation. The two complemented each other. Feng Han felt that his Wood Emperor's true energy was constantly crystallizing. He knew that this was because his true energy had reached a state of saturation and was moving step by step towards Xianxia. Logically speaking, he still needed to cultivate for several years to reach saturation. But now, the Yama golden body had reached a new level and was integrated with the Wood Emperor's true energy. This saved him several years of hard work. Although he did not cultivate Xianxia, his true energy had reached the level of large success and was even more powerful. Feng Han felt that his magic power had increased by a lot. Bang! Feng Han's body trembled. The flames and medicinal energy were all retracted into his body. Then, he punched out. Woo 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 woo, it sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. In this punch, the friction between his body and the air actually produced white air waves. Boom 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 boom. I'm so powerful just by relying on my physical body and not using true energy? The strength of my physical body is so strong now. My fist is equivalent to a flying sword. It's just that I can't fly. Feng Han looked at his body with pleasant surprise. His current physical body had the strength of at least 80 or 90 fierce horses. It was close to 20 times that of an ordinary divine transformation expert. He even felt that if someone tried to assassinate him with a flying sword, he could break it with a single punch without using any true energy. The body was very fragile. Even if it was a divine ability secret realm expert, his body was still very fragile. If in a fight, his spiritual power was scattered by the enemy and he lost his protection, almost any small injury could be fatal. He could even fall from the sky to his death. However, once a Deva realm expert cultivated to the 5th level of the divine ability realm, they could set up all sorts of formations within their body. Their physical body would be very strong. Cultivators before the 5th level of the divine ability realm had to protect their own bodies. Once one's body was injured, one's cultivation would come to an end. Even one's magic power would slowly weaken and decline. In the end, one's body and vital energy would both dry up, and one would die. Of course, there were some secret techniques that could strengthen one's physical body. It complemented one's magic power and true energy. If one's cultivation speed increased, they would have more chances to cultivate to the Deva realm and increase their lifespan by 800 years. These disciples were all secret inheritances of their sects and were outstanding individuals. Feng Han was one of them. As the number 1 demonic sect, Acheron's direct disciple, the demon emperor's successor, he cultivated the Yama golden body, a powerful body tempering secret technique. Now, Feng Han knew just how strong his body was. If someone used a spirit artifact level flying sword to kill him, even if they scattered his magic power, they still wouldn't be able to cut through his skin. Even if he fell from the sky, he wouldn't fall to his death by relying on his powerful body. Now, he could break a flying sword with his bare hands. Even a powerful top-grade spirit artifact like the sonic demon saber wouldn't be able to kill him. If it was a treasure artifact, it would be able to cut through his body and cause him a fatal injury. Of course, if he fought with others, he still had to use his magic power and true energy. His physical body wasn't very useful. This was because no matter how tyrannical his physical strength was, he couldn't lift himself up. He also couldn't fly, so his flexibility was very low. Now, the biggest advantage was that his body was strong, and his cultivation speed was much faster. His magic power accumulated very quickly, and it recovered very quickly as well. The Wood Emperor's true qi was starting to crystallize, and there were signs of it condensing into Gang qi. This was a good thing. In terms of combat power and magic power, Fang Han had improved a lot compared to before. He checked all of his vitals and imprinted them in his mind, observing everything down to the tiniest detail. To truly condense Taoist Gang qi, I still need to raise my mental strength to a higher level and understand the meaning of the word gang. I'm still lacking something. Fang Han felt that his Wood Emperor's true qi that was starting to crystallize seemed to be lacking something. He still couldn't condense qi into Gang qi. Taoist true qi, Taoist Gang qi. Although there was only a difference of one word between the two, the difference in quality was like heaven and earth. The lethality of Gang qi was much greater than that of true qi. A little bit of Gang qi could destroy a large amount of true qi. Moreover, after condensing Gang qi, one's magic power would skyrocket. An ordinary cultivator at the second level of the divine power realm had a strength of between 300 horses and 600 horses. However, a cultivator at the third level of the origin aura realm had a strength of between 1,000 and 3,000, although Fang Han's magic power was equivalent to more than 2,000 horses. If he met a cultivator at the Gang qi realm, he would still be at a disadvantage without any magic treasures. This was because the difference in quality between true qi and Gang qi was too great. To suppress 2,000 horsepower of Gang qi, one would need at least 5,000 horsepower of true qi. It was also because of this that Fang Han, Long Xian, Yan, and the power of the supreme-grade precious weapon, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, and the special power of the Forgotten Love Water were unable to defeat Yao Dian of the Tai Gate. They could only escape. They killed the Suicide Island Master because he was ambushed and heavily injured. Infinite Water True Qi. Just as Fang Han was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed that on the other side of the cauldron, there were ripples of light. A gush of mercury-like genuine qi was spreading out. It was heavy and soothing, and the faint rumbling of waves could be heard. It was so powerful that it made it hard for people to breathe. Fang Han knew that this was Long Xian's true qi. The Yin-Yang longevity pill's effects are truly extraordinary. You've condensed true qi so quickly. Fang Han knew that Long Xian's ability to condense true qi so quickly was partly due to the effect of the 7 jellyfish, but mostly due to the medicinal power of the Yin-Yang longevity pill in her body. This pill didn't have no effect after raising one's cultivation to the divine power realm. There was still a lot of medicinal power that would manifest itself in future cultivation. It was just like his 9 orifices Jin Dan. Not bad, I finally condensed true qi. I originally thought that I only had a 60% chance of success, but I didn't expect to stimulate the residual medicinal power of the Yin-Yang longevity pill in my body and break through the bottleneck. The screen moved, and Long Xian walked out. Even my body has become much more condensed. Fang Han, your body may not be as strong as mine now. Ah. Fang Han, how can your body's aura be so strong? Long Xian walked out from behind the screen and was taken aback. She could feel the aura from Fang Han's body. It was shockingly strong. She stood in front of him and listened to his breathing. She felt as if she would be blown away if he breathed too heavily. Fang Han had already put on his clothes. I've also cultivated for a while, and just so happened to have a breakthrough. Although I didn't manage to condense Taoist Gang qi, my body has been tempered. Fang Han smiled. Out of the cauldron. I'll retract the Mirage formation. This time, we'll have a good fight with the disciples of the Tai Gate. There's killing intent in your words. Long Xian saw that although Fang Han was smiling, there was an undisguised cruelty in his aura. She knew that he wanted to kill the arrogant and despotic disciples of the Tai Gate. In fact, she also wanted to kill them, but she didn't dare to act on it. In fact, which divine ability realm expert was the type to swallow humiliation? We can't kill the disciples of the Tai Gate, or it'll be a disaster. Moreover, if we work together, we can at most fight to a draw with Yao Dian. It'll be extremely difficult to kill him. If the 3 true disciples work together, we'll still have to run. Yao Dian had already reached the Yin-Yang realm. After all, Fang Han and Long Xian were 2 realms below him. The first time they fought, Yao Dian had been careless and didn't use any Dharma treasures, relying solely on the Heavenly Lion technique. Now that he was prepared, it would be extremely difficult to win, let alone kill him. If he had any powerful Dharma treasures, he would still be the one to lose. I just want to kill with a borrowed knife. Feng Han clenched his fists. You're talking about the demon marshal? Long Xian exclaimed. A man can't get rich without a windfall, and a horse can't get fat without feeding at night. Isn't Hua Tiandu trying to curry favor with the Tai Gate? I'm going to do the exact opposite. Feng Han jumped out of the Five Hells Royal Cauldron. But as he jumped out, he took a deep look at the fragment of the world tree. He couldn't refine this fragment at all. He could only leave it in the cauldron and let the shattered devil light slowly shine on it. He hoped that one day, he would be able to refine it and activate the wood spirit chi in it. When he absorbed it, his Dharma powers would definitely increase again. The witch and Long Xian also followed him out of the cauldron. Feng Han slowly put away the Mirage Chi formation. In the process, the Five Hells Royal Cauldron was also stored in the Acheron map. It was watertight. The Ascension Gate is indeed the Ascension Gate. With the Mirage Chi, even I can't see what they're cultivating. That strange piece of wood, I wonder if it's a good material? At this moment, in a secret place in the Xian Turtle Pavilion, Hai Shan was looking at a mirror. The mirror showed the scene in the fine bronze hall. A cloud of Mirage Chi slowly disappeared, revealing Feng Han and the other two. Actually, everything in the fine bronze hall was under his observation. But from beginning to end, he only saw the Mirage Chi appear. After a few hours, the Mirage Chi disappeared. He didn't see anything else. The herbs were also gone. It was obvious that they had been cultivated. Senior brother, what should we do? We waited for a few hours in vain and didn't see anything. Next to Hai Shan was an inner disciple of the Wangui Immortal Island. You guys go and inform the three from the Tai Gate. Just say that you found the disciples of the Ascension Gate. They'll definitely reward you for this news. I also want to see how the battle between the disciples of the Tai Gate and the Ascension Gate is going. Hai Shan rubbed his fingers. Brother Hai Shan, we've finished cultivating. Thank you for your gift. Feng Han said to the fine bronze hall as a farewell. He pushed open the door and flew out with the witch and Long Xian. After flying out of the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the three of them flew towards the surface of the sea. Not long after, they flew away from the harbor and arrived at the boundless blue waves. The sea market continent was also far away and finally disappeared from the surface of the sea. While they were flying, three sword lights suddenly flew towards them from behind, creating a huge shockwave. They were very fast, like meteors chasing after the moon. They arrogantly flew over Feng Han and the other two's heads and stopped in front of him. It was Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen. The three of you, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hand over the Five Hells Royal Cauldron and surrender. I'll leave you with dignity. I'll just bring you back to the Ascension Gate and hand you over to Hua Tiandu. You used a vicious demonic treasure to injure me, so I'll let you go this time. Yao Dian looked at Feng Han and said arrogantly. If you still want to resist, then I'll at least cripple your abilities and turn you into mortals. I'll demote you all to mortals. Xia Yu shook his head and spoke in an arrogant tone. It's useless to struggle. Your realms are far inferior to ours. The Taoist techniques of the Ascension Gate are far inferior to those of the Tai Gate. If I get serious, I can break any of your techniques and treasures with one hand. Yu Fen sneered, his tone even more unkind. If you don't believe me, you can use that demonic treasure of yours. See if it can do anything to us. You. Feng Han stood on the spot, his expression uncertain. The Tai Gate is powerful, but don't forget that I have someone behind me. Hua Tiandu is powerful in the Ascension Gate, but senior apprentice sister Feng Qingxue behind me can also contend with him. If you continue to be so unreasonable, senior apprentice sister Feng Qingxue will settle the score with you. Feng Han's voice was very loud as he spoke. It was almost as if he used the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, and it spread across the sea. Humph. Who does Feng Qingxue think she is? She's hooked up with a demonic sect disciple. She's dirty, and you dare use her to threaten us? My Tai Gate is the #1 sect in the world. We control the universe and reign supreme over the immortal Tao. Even Hua Tiandu has to give us some leeway. Yao Dian laughed loudly. Is that so? A voice came from the sky, and then a rain of light turned into heavenly flowers that fell down. In the midst of the auspicious qi, a young man appeared. It was the demon marshal, Xianxia. Chapter 10, Demonic Madness Life Reduction Pill. This was the second time Feng Han saw the demon marshal. The last time he saw him in the oceanic desert, he was just an outer disciple in the physical body realm. His cultivation was pitifully low. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster in the secular world, he was still at the bottom of the immortal Tao. He had no right to speak at all. But now, he was at the second level of the divine ability realm, the true Qi realm. However, the higher his cultivation, the clearer Feng Han could feel the monstrous demonic Qi on the demon marshal's body. When the demon marshal descended, he felt as if a black demonic sun had completely covered the sun in the sky, and the earth had sunk into endless darkness. This was a purely spiritual feeling. The outside environment had not changed at all. It was still sunny, and the rain of flowers was in full bloom. What a terrifying demonic art. That day, I talked back to him in front of Feng Qingxue. That was because I was ignorant and fearless. Sure enough, the more you know, the more you fear. Feng Han felt the aura of the demon marshal descending and thought that if he had his current cultivation, he might not have dared to talk back to him. The higher his cultivation, the more he could feel the terror of the other party. The Tai Gate is worthy of being called the Tai Gate. What an arrogant tone. Rumor has it that the Tai Gate's mission is to establish merit for the cultivators of heaven and earth. The cultivators of heaven and earth must act according to your merit system. If they don't, a heavenly tribulation will immediately descend. Destroy both his soul and body? Demon Commander Xianxia slowly descended, as if he was the ruler of the world. Looking at the three successor disciples of Greater One sect, his face was full of ridicule. Xianxia, I know you're in the Myriad Returns Market, and I know you're in the Mystic Turtle Pavilion. I also know that you've recently become famous in the demonic Tao and have cultivated a few divine arts. However, the Tai Gate has always been at odds with the demonic Tao. We won't compromise in the slightest. In the Myriad Returns Market, we gave the Myriad Returns Immortal Island some face. Now that we're outside, we naturally have to exterminate demons. Yao Dian's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw the demon marshal descend. Since you're standing up for these disciples of the Ascension Gate, you should be prepared to bear the consequences, Xiaoyu said. Actually, we've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. Do you know how much your head is worth in the Tai Gate? 30 million merit points for a Tao artifact. Yufan closed his eyes. When the three true disciples of the Tai Gate saw the demon marshal appear, they didn't panic at all. Instead, they seemed to have a card up their sleeves. They acted as if they were going to exterminate demons, which made Feng Han feel uneasy. It was as if he had miscalculated something. I originally wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife, but why aren't these three true disciples afraid at all? Logically speaking, the demon marshal's cultivation was far above theirs. He was an expert who had cultivated to the sky realm at the very least, or perhaps even higher. I've fought with Yao Dian before. Although I'm not his match, he can't possibly be the demon marshal's match either. Why are they still speaking like this? What exactly are they relying on? Feng Han felt the need to reconsider. Exterminating demons? The demon marshal's eyes were sharp. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed. You disrespected Feng Qingxue. I originally intended to punish you a little by cutting off one of your arms and feeding it to my demon god. But you actually want to exterminate demons? It seems that I'll have to kill all of you, extract your souls, and banish you to the 9 underworlds, never to rise again. Let's see who will never rise again. Yao Dian fiercely interrupted the demon marshal's words. The milky white aura bones on his body emerged. The heavenly lion aura was incomparably dense. It rushed to the sky and condensed into a few dozen acres of white clouds. Above the white clouds, a heavenly lion looked down on all living beings. It opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed color, and huge waves rose on the sea. Crackle! Crackle! The surrounding void was sealed by the heavenly lion aura. How can he be so strong? Yao Dian cultivated to the yin-yang realm, and his strongest magic power was only 5,000 to 8,000 galloping horses. But now, it's more than 40,000. Feng Han was shocked. Even Long Xian's expression changed. Yao Dian's magic power skyrocketed. It increased by 5 to 6 times. If Yao Dian had such powerful magic power back then, with 10,000 galloping horses, Feng Han wouldn't have had a chance to escape. He would have been beaten to death. The imperial cauldron was taken away. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 more explosions were heard. The heavenly gates above the heads of the other 2 disciples of the Tai Gate, Xia Yu and Yu Fen, also let out 2 explosions. Violent aura surged into the sky. The heavenly gates opened, and power surged. The aura above each person's head rushed out like 10,000 galloping horses. It was the real 10,000 galloping horses. Because their aura was indeed 10,000 horses worth of strength. Each person's Taoist aura could pull 30,000 ferocious horses. Their aura was also connected by the milky white heavenly lion aura. It was obvious that they were taught by the same master. Their true chi complemented each other, and when they connected, they complemented each other. Demonic life reduction pill. After the demon marshal saw it, he didn't move. He allowed the aura to seal him and said, the secret pill of the Tai Gate. Although it contains violent primal chi and can temporarily increase one's magic power by 5 to 10 times, it is very harmful to the human body. After consuming it, one's lifespan will be reduced by 100 years. Looks like you're really prepared. You're willing to reduce your lifespan by 100 years to deal with me. You came specifically for me. Against these 2 disciples of the Ascension Gate, you don't need to risk your life like this. As long as I kill you, the sex rewards and merits will be enough to restore my lifespan and improve my cultivation. These 2 trash from the Ascension Gate are nothing. I can capture them with my bare hands. Do I need to risk my life? Yao Dian laughed. A demonic life reduction pill takes 10 years to refine. It's much more valuable than a bejeweled weapon. Demon Marshal. If you can make us waste such a divine pill, you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Let me borrow your head. Attack. The other 2, Xia Yu and Yu Fen, suddenly roared. A series of Taoist aura surged over with earth-shattering momentum. Not only did it enveloping Tianqing, but it also enveloped Feng Han and Wich Long Xian. Not good. Quickly enter the imperial cauldron. Feng Han saw that the situation was not good. Milky white aura chi filled the sky and the ground, pressing down on him from all directions. Especially within the aura chi, there was the sound of a lion's roar. It was even more terrifying than his 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. This was how powerful Taoist aura chi was. It could even contain sound. If Feng Han had mastered the Wood Emperor's aura chi, he would be able to integrate the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon into his aura chi. It would be even more powerful. Now that the 3 of them joined forces, their strength was more than 100,000 horsepower. If he did not use his Dharma treasures to block, Feng Han knew that the 3 of them would be smashed into meat paste. Looks like I underestimated the disciples of the Tai Gate. The moment he flew into the imperial cauldron and entered it, Feng Han knew what was going on. The earth-shattering aura chi pressed down on the 5 hells imperial cauldron. It was as if it wanted to smash this supreme-grade precious item of the Sky Demon King into a metal pancake. After Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen, the 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate had consumed the demonic life reduction elixir, their Dharma powers had increased tremendously. They were more than 100,000 horsepower, and the impact was unstoppable. It was unstoppable, and there was no way to resist. Of course, only the disciples of the Tai Gate would be so crazy, extravagant, and waste their lifespan. If it was an ordinary true disciple of the Ascension Gate, such as Song Baizi, even if they had such a secret elixir, after consuming it, their lifespan would be depleted, their bodies would be destroyed, and they would die. Even if they did not die, they would become white-haired and senile, unable to cultivate anymore. As for the 3 of them, Feng Han had felt at first glance that their bodies were very strong, and that they had cultivated some kind of secret body tempering technique. Moreover, they had consumed an elixir that increased their lifespan. Although losing 100 years of lifespan was huge, it was not fatal. Compared to the great merit of killing the demon marshal, this risk was worth it. As for Feng Han and the other 2, they were nothing in the eyes of the 3 true disciples. They could easily crush them to death. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Although Feng Han, Long Xian, and the witch had escaped quickly and hid in the imperial cauldron. It was not safe. The powerful aura chi continued to attack and even invaded the imperial cauldron's array. The lion's roar seeped into the imperial cauldron and shook the witch and Long Xian until their dharma powers were about to dissipate. They had no choice but to sit in the imperial cauldron and protect their minds from collapsing. Feng Han tried several times to activate Wang Ding's space teleportation formation to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, Wang Ding seemed to be frozen in the Gang Qi. He was stuck in a quagmire and could not get out. Even when he used the 5-fire divine thunder, the balls of fire would be completely dispersed upon contact with the aura. They did not even explode. As for Feng Han's wood sovereign true qi, when it came into contact with the aura, his body went numb and his mind felt like it was about to explode. He was no match for it. Looking out from the imperial cauldron, one could see aura qi everywhere. It was like an iron plate pressing down on them, seeping in like a spirit snake and corroding the array around the imperial cauldron. The array around the imperial cauldron of 5 hells was gradually being corroded by the aura qi. Feng Han could not resist at all because the difference in strength was too great. It was like defending a city, relying on the geographical advantage. A few thousand people could defend against an army of 10,000. But against an army of 100,000, it would be impossible to defend. If this continued, the imperial cauldron would be taken away by the enemy sooner or later. Yan, what do we do? This is an extremely dangerous moment. The enemy is much stronger than us. We can only defend and not attack. Let's see how the battle between the demon marshal and them turns out. Acheron's true energy, rotting immortal grand magic. At that moment, Yan brought out his true ability. A mighty stream of yellow water vapor emerged from his body and formed bubbles. The bubbles were like poisonous gas in a swamp, capable of corroding everything. These true chi bubbles rushed into the several large arrays that had been invaded. As soon as they came into contact with the heavenly lion astral energy, the astral energy was immediately corroded. It was no longer pure white and was stained with large patches of dirt. It was as if a large amount of soy sauce had been sprinkled on top of white snow. What divine ability is this? The decaying immortal technique. Feng Han watched as Yan Wen's technique corroded his opponent's earth energy and was impressed. This rotting immortal grand magic is a method of using true energy. Once you reach the celestial realm, you can practice many divine abilities and learn the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Once you absorb the Oblivion Water, you can use the rotting immortal grand magic. Yan's voice was a little breathless. Clearly, he had expended too much true energy. But I can't hold on for much longer. Calm down and wait for an opportunity. Once there's an opportunity, we'll charge out and escape again. Okay. Feng Han calmed down. In the air, the battle between the 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate and the demon marshal was in full swing. Senior brother, my aura seems to have been tainted. I can't refine the imperial cauldron of 5 hells for now, Xiaoyu said to Yao Dian. We're like a turtle in a jar. We can't hold on for long. Gather your aura and prepare a few treasures to kill the demon marshal. We can't let him escape this time. If we can't kill him, we won't get any compensation. We've lost 100 years of our lifespan. Moreover, our bodies have been destroyed, and our minds have been corroded by the demonic frenzy pill. We won't be able to reach the celestial realm anymore. Do you think you can kill me by giving up 100 years of your lifespan? I have to say that you're too naive. Prepare to die. When the 3 true disciples released their aura, the demon marshal remained motionless. A white bone Saraira emerged from the back of his head, forming bone lotuses that completely blocked the aura. No matter how powerful the Sky Lion's aura was, it could not penetrate him at all. His first move was a white demonic light. When he took a step forward, a huge bone lotus appeared under his feet. Demonic chi filled the sky and forcefully separated the aura. With a punch, 3 white bone demon gods formed and pounced on the 3. Roar! 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 The 3 ferocious white bone demon gods separated the aura and roared ferociously. In just a few moments, they were in front of Yao Dian, Yu Fen, and Xiaoyu. Connate white bone theurgy. Seeing the white bone demon gods pouncing on them, Yao Dian knew that they were extraordinary. They were formed from connate white bone aura and had melted countless sky demon earth demons. Their demonic nature was endless. Once they pounced on them, they would be devoured without any chance to retaliate. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a pentagon-shaped Dharma treasure appeared on his body. It spun with whooshing sounds, and countless sparks flew as it spun. It was a bejeweled weapon. This was his Dharma treasure, the golden crystal wheel. Almost every true disciple of the Tai Gate had a bejeweled weapon. Even most of the inner disciples had one, but it was not as shabby as the Ascension Gate. After all, the number one Taoist gate in the world had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, Xiaoyu and Yufan also took out their bejeweled weapons. One of them was a white jade bottle. 6 flying daggers flew out of the bottle, shining faintly. These 6 flying daggers had small wings, eyes, and noses. They were like spiritual objects. Dense killing intent burst out from the flying daggers, chilling one's heart. 6 Aura Soul Annihilation Flying Dagger Array. As Xiaoyu roared, the 6 flying daggers flapped their wings, surpassing the speed of sound. A beam of light slashed out. It instantly tore the white bone demon god apart. The 6 flying daggers were all bejeweled weapons. This kind of dagger array was similar to the 7 kills sword array. His white jade bottle was similar to the 7 kills gourd, but it was even more powerful. The vast universe needs to be rebuilt. Wind and thunder rise from the heavy earth. Wind and thunder flag. Behind Yufan, a large flag rose up. On this flag, there were wind and cloud talismans everywhere, as well as balls of lightning. With a shake, a large tornado surrounded by muffled thunder shot out, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Bam! 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 The 3 white bone demon gods were shattered by the powerful Dharma treasure. The 3 Dharma treasures also flew towards the demon marshal in response to Tianqing. Great Dharma treasure. When the demon marshal saw the Dharma treasures flying towards him, his expression turned solemn. He chanted, "Cataclysm." As he uttered the 3 words, he tapped his finger. The connate white bone chi in his body vibrated with a strange rhythm. It was as if it was adjusted to the frequency of the heavens and earth, resonating with it. Immediately, wherever his finger touched, be it the heavenly lion chi or the Dharma treasures, they were all shattered. The first to receive a destructive blow were the 6 soul-extinguishing flying daggers. When his finger touched them, the 6 flying daggers instantly disintegrated. The array within them also collapsed and dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. Cataclysm. You actually mastered the cataclysm. Yao Dian roared crazily. Let's go. This demon cannot be subdued. Xiaoyu roared when he saw the demon marshal use the cataclysm. Good chance. At this moment, Feng Han felt that his opportunity had finally arrived. He activated the spatial manipulation array again. The imperial cauldron sank, breaking through the chi and sinking to the bottom of the sea. What kind of demonic technique is the prodigious art of annihilation? How is it so powerful? Even a precious weapon was shattered in one hit. Seizing the opportunity to sink to the bottom of the sea, Feng Han was still in a state of shock. He was deeply fearful and wary of the demon marshal's abhijna. Wherever the other party's prodigious art of annihilation went, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. This is an extremely high-level abhijna of the demonic sect. It's extremely difficult to master. But once it's mastered, it'll destroy everything. Chi and mana will immediately disintegrate upon contact. It's rumored that it's a boundless abhijna used by the ancient god Sky Demon to shatter the void and destroy the world. If it's cultivated to the highest level, it can be used to destroy a spacetime and reshape the earth, water, fire, and wind, changing the world. But the demon marshal hasn't cultivated to this level yet. I wonder how his fathering Xiantian is. But we have to leave quickly before the demon marshal takes the opportunity to use the prodigious art of annihilation on me. Then we'll be finished. Although the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron won't be shattered, our mana will definitely be scattered and will fall into his hands. Yan Di quickly communicated with Feng Han telepathically. Emperor Huangquan was known as the #1 demon emperor back then. Does he know the prodigious art of annihilation? Of course he does, but I don't. Emperor Huangquan knows 99 major abhijna and countless minor abhijna. I only know 36 abhijna. The prodigious art of annihilation isn't among my abhijna. I do know a little about the shattering demonic technique that's slightly inferior to the prodigious art of annihilation. The prodigious art of annihilation is so powerful. It should consume a lot of mana, right? Of course. Every time it's used, it consumes a huge amount of mana and even shortens one's lifespan. Even if the demon marshal has a long lifespan and vigorous mana, it shouldn't be easy for him to use it continuously. Let's not care so much. Let's go. Let them fight to the death. It's best if both sides are injured. While the two were communicating telepathically, Feng Han had already activated the spatial teleportation formation and escaped from the bottom of the sea, leaving the battlefield and running far away. At that moment, Yao Dian, Yu Fen, Xia Yu, the three air disciples were fighting against the demon marshal. Vast amounts of astral energy rampaged about and magic treasures flew about chaotically. Wave after wave of shockwaves transformed the surface of the ocean within a radius of several tens of li into a world of chaos. Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen, the three true disciples, had already thought of retreating when they saw the demon commander use the apocalyptic art of obliteration. However, instead of retreating, they advanced and used their strongest attacks. Tai Thunderbolt Seed. The three of them raised their hands and simultaneously shot out 3 bean-sized pills that glowed with purple light. They were mixed in with the strong heavenly lion's aura and were not conspicuous at all. However, these 3 pills exploded before they could even get close to the demon marshal. Rumble. Rumble, the sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. Millions of kilograms of seawater flew high into the sky and transformed into mushroom-shaped balls. Purple flames were burning in the water. Within the radius of tens of miles, all the fishes in the sea were blown up. Countless fishes, whale sharks, sea snakes and jellyfish were blown up into the sky, and their dead bodies fell down like raindrops. The surface of the sea was filled with the remains of fishes. With such power, even an island would be destroyed in an instant. If Feng Han was still at the center of the explosion, he would have fainted even with the protection of the Imperial Cauldron. You actually have Tai Thunderbolt Seed. The demon marshal's slightly angry voice came from the center of the explosion. A powerful chi pushed out, pushing away the purple flames and water vapor after the explosion. The white bone lotus under his feet was shaken to the point of cracking. Many cracks appeared on the innate white bone aura protecting his body. Clearly, this shock had consumed a lot of his yuan qi. Let's go. At this moment, Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen gathered their yuan qi and condensed it together. The three of them became one. Several Dharma treasures revolved around them as they flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. It was almost 6 to 7 times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Trying to run? Heaven and earth crumbling spell. The demon marshal didn't give chase. He just pointed into the distance. The prodigious art of annihilation was released. Instantly, the protective Dharma treasures on the three of them shattered. Even the light of their Dharma robes was shattered. The protective flying swords on their bodies were also reduced to dust. The three of them spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they were struck by lightning. Their Dharma treasures were scattered, and they fell into the sea. However, the moment the three of them fell into the sea, a golden light shone from their bodies again. It was as if a talisman was burning. After the talisman burned, the three of them immediately recovered their spirits. Their Dharma treasure surged as they broke through the air again. This time, they really escaped from the demon marshal's sight and disappeared. A resurrection talisman? The Tai Gate does have some tricks up its sleeves. However, rumor has it that the resurrection talisman consumes one's lifespan and destroys one's blood essence. First, you consumed the demonic life reduction pill. Then, you were hit by my prodigious art of annihilation. Then, you used the resurrection talisman. Even if you escape, you will be crippled. I can't be bothered to kill such small fries. When the demon marshal saw this, he didn't give chase. He only smiled lightly and turned into a white light that shot into the sky. After more than an hour, in an unknown barren sea region, a golden light descended and landed on a deserted island. Then, 3 exhausted people appeared. Pfft! Yao Dian spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Xia Yu and Yu Fen's faces were as pale as paper, and they almost vomited blood. All three of them were heavily injured. After landing on the deserted island, they had no energy left. That demon marshal won't chase after us, will he? He won't. We used the Heaven Escape talisman the entire time. Moreover, we were so fast and set up so many bewildering formations. If he can still chase after us, then we can only count ourselves unlucky. However, he won't dare to do anything to us. After all, we are disciples of the Tai Gate. Write a heavenly Tao edict with blood. Say that we were heavily injured by the demon marshal. Gather all the disciples of the Tai Gate on the sea and surround the demon marshal. Yao Dian roared. All right. Yufan took out something that looked like an imperial edict and wrote lines of words on it with his blood. Should we gather people to chase after the three from the Ascension Gate? No, we are heavily injured. It is embarrassing. Just say that the demon marshal is alone. Don't mention the three disciples from the Ascension Gate at all. Pretend that nothing happened. Just say that we encountered the demon marshal on the sea and that the demon marshal attacked us. Attack us? We were caught off guard and were heavily injured. Yao Dian said darkly, as for the three from the Ascension Gate, wait until we recover. We will slowly settle the score with them and make them wish they were dead. And Fang Qingxue from the Ascension Gate. She must die. These people all have demonic nature. They will definitely enter the demonic path and harm the world. Killing them will be a great merit. As he spoke, Yao Dian took out a bottle of pills and swallowed a few of them. He circulated his blood qi to dissolve them. He had to forcefully recover his spirit. After Yufan finished writing the edict, he shouted, by the will of the heavens, Tai's edict says. Disciples Yufan, Yao Dian, and Xia Yu encountered the demon marshal on the sea and were ambushed by him with the apocalypse art. They were heavily injured and are in grave danger. All disciples of the Tai Gate, receive the edict and come to their rescue. All disciples of the Immortal Tao sect, receive the edict and kill the demon marshal. With a forceful shake, the edict burst into flames and turned to ashes. The flames of the edict turned into many characters that rushed into the sky and disappeared, as though they had merged with the heavens and earth. This was the heavenly Tao edict that the direct disciples of the Tai Gate used in times of great danger. After the edict burned, the disciples of the Tai Gate who also had an edict on them would sense it and immediately fly to their rescue. Some immortal Tao sects that were related to the Tai Gate also had such edicts. This imperial edict was an incredible treasure to begin with. Each direct disciple of the Tai Gate could only have one in their lifetime. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not burn it. They would only burn the heavenly Tao edict in times of life and death. That bastard Fang Han from the Ascension Gate. He's like a dog. He actually caused us so much trouble and wasted the heavenly Tao edict. If I don't make them wish they were dead, how can I take this lying down? After burning the heavenly Tao edict, Yufan rested for a long time before he regained some of his vitality and vigor. That's right. With the heavenly Tao edict, we are a lot safer. I'm sure there will be people coming soon. Xia Yu's expression was ferocious as well. I've never suffered such a huge loss before. The demon marshal is one thing, but those three dogs from the Ascension sect, even if they die 100 times, they won't be able to make up for their mistakes. Is that so? You want me to die 100 times in the future? At this moment, a voice gently emerged from the surface of the sea. A cyan shadow flew out from the sea. He quickly landed on the deserted island and flew not far from the trio. This green figure was Fang Han. Fang Han, it's you. Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yufan all turned pale with fright. Yao Dian clenched his teeth and grinned viciously. How did you follow us? I know demonic arts, and demonic schools have tracking techniques. Of course I can find you. Fang Han gritted his teeth. Now you're like a lamp without oil. Even if you have some peerless divine ability, you won't be a match for me. Let's see how you kill me 100 times in the future. What do you think you're doing? Yufan shouted. Don't tell me you want to deal with us? We're disciples of the Tai Gate. If you dare, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. You'll be a traitor to the Tao of immortality for all eternity. If I don't deal with you, are you going to deal with me after you recover? You're going to make me wish I was dead. Thank goodness you didn't mention me when you issued the Tai talisman. It was the demon marshal who killed you. What does that have to do with me? Fang Han took a step forward, gathering true energy. Don't you dare. Xiaoyu leapt to her feet. We're disciples of the Tai Gate. Die. Fang Han pushed his Wood Empress true energy to the limit and launched himself forward. Time to go all out. Yao Dian, Xiaoyu, and Yufan attacked with all their might, but their injuries were too severe. Fang Han scattered their heavenly lion stellar energy. Their bodies were sent flying. Fang Han rushed forward and punched out 3 times. His fists were even more powerful than flying swords. Killing people with his fists was better than killing with his flying swords. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The heads of the 3 disciples of the Tai Gate were crushed by Fang Han's fists. Fang Han grabbed the corpses and threw them into the sea. At the same time, he sent out true energy to erase all traces. The 5 Hells King cauldron floated in the depths of the sea, moving in a streamlined fashion. Although it was as big as a house, it moved very smoothly, quickly, and without making a sound. At this time, they were already at the bottom of the sea. Ordinary divine ability realm cultivators couldn't go down because the water pressure at the depth of 1,000 feet was so great that even Daoist Gangchi couldn't withstand it. Only those who had cultivated to the celestial realm could come and go at the bottom of 1,000 feet. However, with Long Xian controlling the 5 Hells King cauldron, it was very easy and safe. Long Xian had cultivated the myriad aqua true energy, so she had a natural affinity with water. Therefore, using her true energy to control the 5 Hells King cauldron to bring out the best in the water. Fang Han came down. Float up and take a look. Inside the cauldron, one of the screens flickered with azure light. It was Fang Han's Wood Empress true energy. Long Xian hurriedly drove the cauldron to float up. When she saw Fang Han diving down, she slapped the screen, sending out a beam of light that pulled Fang Han down. Fang Han, what did you do just now? Long Xian saw that Fang Han had returned to the cauldron. His body was drenched. Obviously, because of the pressure from the water, his true energy could not protect his body and his clothes were soaked by the water vapor. Before he cultivated Daoist stellar energy, his true energy was still very weak. Nothing. I just went out to see how the battle between the demon marshal and the 3 disciples of the Tai Gate was going. Fang Han said without batting an eyelid. He had just gone out alone and killed 3 greater one sect successor disciples who were on the verge of death. He knew that he had already caused a great disaster. It was best if this matter was not exposed, but once it was exposed, there would be no place for him in this world. This time, it was not like when he talked back to Hua Tiandu. At most, he talked back. This time, he killed people, and they were true disciples. Even the true inheritors of sects like the Ascension sect and the Wangui Immortal Island were all precious. Whoever killed them, the sect leader and elders of the sect would have to fight with the murderer. Not to mention the true disciples of the Tai Gate. The number 1 sect of the Immortal Tao. Even the death of an outer sect disciple was a big deal. Fang Han knew very well that it would not be long before the deaths of Yao Dian, Xiaoyu, and Yufan, the 3 true disciples, would shake the entire Daoist and Immortal Tao world. Although the 3 disciples did not mention him in the talismans and put all the blame on the demon marshal, it would still be dangerous if a war between the immortals and demons was really started. However, although Fang Han knew the danger, he was not afraid. He was going to risk it all. In any case, if he could not defeat Hua Tiandu in 10 years, he would die without a doubt. Since he only had 10 years to live, he might as well go crazy. Moreover, if he did not kill Yao Dian and the other 2, it might not even be 10 years. In 2 or 3 years, the 3 of them would make his life worse than death. Apart from death, there is no great calamity. I am not afraid. If there is a great calamity, then so be it. Fang Han swore in his heart. However, he did not reveal anything to Long Xian. Such a big matter would not benefit Long Xian. He had already hidden the corpses of the 3 in the Acheron map. He would slowly deal with them in the future. How was the battle? Long Xian did not doubt Fang Han. In fact, even if Fang Han told her, she would not believe that Fang Han would kill Yao Dian and the other 2. Because this was not something they could bear. Even Hua Tiandu would not dare to kill them, unless it was an expert of the immortal secret realm. The demon emperors, and the supreme of the immortal Tao. I did not see clearly and was afraid of being discovered, so I hurried back. Fan Han said, Yao Dian and the other two are not a match for the demon marshal. It is very likely that they were killed by the demon marshal. That is impossible. Even if the demon marshal crippled their mystiques, he would not kill them. After all, they are the true disciples of the Tai Gate. Unless we want to start a war between the immortals and demons, we have to be careful. Yao Dian and the other two will not let us go. Long Xian shook her head. Is that so? We can go to the returning void now. We have enough pills, and with the protection of the imperial cauldron, you have cultivated your qi. The danger is much lower. When we come out of the returning void, if we can find 1 or 2 ancient treasures, we will be much stronger than before. You won't be afraid of Yao Dian and the others if your strength increases, Fan Han said calmly. Yes, I've just finished condensing my true qi, so I need a long time to recuperate. In this deep sea, I need to recuperate and absorb the water qi. Long Xian nodded. She turned the screen and hid herself, going into seclusion to cultivate. Fan Han also hid behind the screen and sat cross-legged. His consciousness entered the Acheron map. TSK. Fan Han, you are really willing to be cut to pieces. You dare to pull the emperor down from his horse. You even dare to kill the true disciples of the Tai Gate. Even I am a little scared now. On the Acheron River, there were 3 corpses with their heads smashed. They were Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were still the all-powerful disciples of the number 1 immortal Tao sect. They could beat up and kill whoever they wanted, bully whoever they found pleasing to the eye. Now, however, they had become lifeless corpses. The reason why he brought the corpses here was firstly for the Dharma treasures on the corpses, and secondly as a precaution. He knew that the big sects of the immortal Tao had the ability to revive the dead. Bai Haichan had asked him to keep the corpses for the Gemini Gate sect master to revive them. Now that the corpses were gone, how could they be revived? Yan Zhang looked at the 3 corpses and felt uneasy and worried. Killing the true disciples of other sects was still acceptable, but killing the true disciples of the Tai Gate was unimaginable. Who did not know that the Tai Gate had always been the heavenly Tao? Tyrannical and tyrannical. It had always been him killing others, others could not kill him. Back when the Acheron evil sect was powerful, they were also deeply afraid of the Tai Gate. The Tai Gate is a big sect. It is 10 times stronger than the Ascension Gate. It has abundant resources. The true disciples are extremely wealthy. A man cannot be rich without a windfall, and a horse cannot be fat without night grass. No matter how poor these 3 disciples were, they were still 100 times richer than the Suicide Island master. Now, all their Dharma treasures and pills are mine. Fan Han laughed and used his true qi to pick up the corpses and strip them of their clothes. Their clothes were already in tatters. They were originally Dharma robes, but they were destroyed by the demon marshal's apocalypse art. Even the array inside was broken and could not be repaired. After stripping them, Fan Han shook his head and threw them into the Acheron River. After the Dharma robes were broken, the materials were also good materials. After Fan Han made preparations, he let the 10 Azura swallow them and fuse them into their shells, making their shells even stronger. He did not find a single flying sword on the corpses of Yao Dian and the others. They were all scattered by the apocalypse art. Even the 3 extremely powerful Dharma robes, the golden crystal wheel, the pristine jade bottle, and the wind and thunder flag were only left with some wreckage. The apocalypse art was actually so fierce and fierce. Fan Han could not help but click his tongue. Could it be that I am so unlucky? Killing 3 greater one sect's true inheriting disciples, he didn't get anything? If I had known, I would not have killed them. Fan Han sighed inwardly at his bad luck. Suddenly, an extremely small item on the corpses of the 3 caught his eye. It was a small brocade pouch in their undergarments. Each of them had a brocade pouch the size of a palm. It was black and white and embroidered with 2 yin and yang fishes. Obscure mana fluctuations emanated from the brocade pouch. It seemed to be a good treasure. 100 treasures pouch. The 100 treasures pouches of the Tai Gate disciples. Yan saw the 3 palm-sized Inyang brocade pouches and could not help but exclaim, 3,000 years ago, the people of the Tai Gate said that they would equip their disciples with 100 treasures pouches. However, they did not have a material called the void crystal stone, so it was difficult to refine. Who would have thought that they would finally succeed after 3,000 years? This 100 treasures pouch has a certain amount of space inside. Although it is far inferior to the Acheron map, it is still a magic treasure with a void of its own. However, it is not a Dao treasure and has no other function. It can only store items. So the pills and treasures of these 3 people are all in the 100 treasures pouches? Feng Han laughed loudly and opened the 100 treasures pouches one by one. The Tai Gate is indeed a big business. They even have something like a 100 treasures pouch. This way, I won't have to worry about carrying them when I go out to pick herbs. It saves me a lot of trouble. Feng Han opened the 100 treasures pouch and sighed. His heart was filled with anticipation. The 300 treasure pouches were not easy to open. There were many fine Dharma powers entwined around them, and they were very delicate. If they were opened by brute force, Feng Han was sure that the 100 treasure pouches would be destroyed immediately, and the things inside would be crushed into powder when the space shattered. The power of space shattering was unimaginable. Apart from Dao artifacts that could withstand it, even a supreme-grade precious artifact like the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron would be destroyed. Feng Han knew this very well in myriad worlds. Although his current cultivation was far from being able to touch upon the changes in space. Space and time were ever-changing laws of heaven and earth. Those in the divine ability secret realm could not touch upon them. Only experts in the longevity secret realm could comprehend their mysteries. However, Feng Han did not use brute force to destroy the 100 treasures pouches. This was because he had the water of oblivion, which was specialized in invading all kinds of magic and cleansing spiritual imprints. With a surge of true qi, he drew some of the water of oblivion and poured it over the 100 treasures pouches. Instantly, there was a sizzling sound. All 3 pouches were opened. Feng Han hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan them one by one. This space isn't that big. The first 100 treasures pouch that he scanned with his spiritual sense was taken from Yao Dian. Yao Dian was the one with the strongest magic power and the highest cultivation level among the 3 core disciples. He definitely had more magic treasures than the others. This was because Feng Han wanted to plunder his 100 treasures pouch first. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, the space inside the 100 treasures pouch was not that big. It was even smaller than the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. It was equivalent to a small stable. It could probably house 5 or 6 horses. It would be a stretch to put a Blackwater kingsnake in there. However, this kind of space was enough to store important items. The first thing that entered his eyes were 2 large gourds as tall as a person. One was yellow and the other was green. They were not made of metal, but of wood. They seemed to have grown out of the gourd vines. Although there were no gourds of this size in the mortal world, Feng Han was not surprised. There were all kinds of strange things in the immortal Dao. Needless to say, it was definitely used to store medicinal pills. I wonder what kind of pills the disciples of the Tai Gate take. Feng Han thought as he sent out his true qi and absorbed it into the yellow-skinned gourd. Immediately, he realized that the yellow-skinned gourd was filled with water and not pills. A drop of water was drawn out by Feng Han. It had 6 different colors and was constantly flowing. A biting cold yang qi was transmitted from the water. When Feng Han's Wood Emperor's true qi came into contact with the drop of water, the yang qi fused with it. Immediately, he felt that his Dharma power had changed. His true qi became more agile and ethereal, and he could direct it at will. He was even closer to cultivating Daoist's gang qi. What holy water is this? It actually has the effect of condensing true qi and increasing magical power? Feng Han immediately knew that this water was not the water of the mortal world. This is 6 solar holy water. Yan's mind also entered the 100 treasures pouch. When he saw the yellow-skinned gourd of holy water, he immediately told Feng Han. There was a hint of regret in his voice. 6 solar holy water? Is that pure yang water? If you consume it, will you be able to increase your Dharma power? Will you be able to recover the strength you were at in the past? Fang Han's heart was pounding. Yan shook his head and sighed. What a pity. This is 6 solar holy water, not 9 solar holy water. In heaven and earth, there are 9 types of spiritual energy that leak out from the immortal world. If you cultivate to the secret realm of longevity, you can absorb these 9 types of spiritual energy and turn them into pure water, which is 9 solar holy water. Anyone who cultivates to the secret realm of longevity doesn't need to consume the food of mortals. They use their Dharma power to absorb the spiritual energy that leaks out from the immortal world to nourish themselves. That's why they have incredible divine abilities and boundless Dharma power. All magic treasures that were refined with 9 solar holy water would become pure yang. They would become extremely pure and powerful. I'm the equivalent of an expert in the secret realm of longevity, so no matter what I eat, my Dharma power won't increase. I have to absorb 9 solar holy water from magical treasures that are pure yang. Experts in the secret realm of longevity need to absorb the spiritual energy that leaks out from the immortal world to increase their Dharma power? Fang Han asked, gaining a deeper understanding of the secret realm of longevity. That's right. One of the most important realms in the secret realm of longevity is to comprehend the immortal world gate. When a divine ability reaches the 10th level, it's the final moment of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. If you comprehend the immortal world gate, you'll enter the secret realm of longevity. Once you reach the 10th level, you'll become an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. Once you enter the secret realm of longevity, ordinary pills won't be of much help. It's like an expert in the secret realm of divine abilities. Ordinary rice and meat have too many impurities. What's the point of eating them? Then this 6 solar holy water won't be of any use to you? Fang Han felt it was a pity. The stronger Yan was, the safer it would be for him. Every time this artifact spirit's Dharma power increased by a lot. They were both in the true Qi realm. Yan could easily defeat Fang Han. After all, he had more experience. Moreover, as Yan grew stronger, the Acheron map's various wonders would be truly unlocked. It would become a true Tao treasure. Unlike now, it was just a tool for storing items. It was useless against enemies and couldn't even compare to the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. It's useless, but it'll be very useful to you. It can help you condense your true energy, improve your constitution, and even melt some treasures. Oh right. Soak the wood shavings of the world tree in this 6 solar holy water. See if you can find any clues. Furthermore, if Long Xian could refine the 6 solar holy water, her infinite water genuine energy would be able to advance further. I can see that this woman has the bloodline of a true dragon. She seems to be a human dragon. A human dragon? Fang Han asked. The primordial dragon tribe are all experts in the secret realm of longevity. After they mate with humans, their descendants are called human dragons. In the mortal world, there are some emperors who are human dragons. That's why they're called true dragons son of heaven. Yan ignored the 6 solar holy water and opened another green-skinned gourd. Inside the green gourd were pills. Each pill was the size of a longan fruit and was a translucent azure color. At the center of each pill was the image of an infant. Good pill. This is a real pill. The Yuanying pill of the Tai Gate. This kind of medicinal pill was the real top grade. It's much better than the vitality enhancement pill, fasting pill, and life extension gene pill. The 10 immortal sects, the 7 demonic sects, and the 5 demonic sects all have their own nourishing pills. The Yuanying pill of the Tai Gate is second to none. There are 1,000 Yuanying pills in this gourd. Take them in the future. They'll be very beneficial to your cultivation. As for the rest, you can give them to your disciples to win their hearts. You can also use them to feed Asuras. Yan was full of praise for the Yuanying pill. It could be seen that Acheron's Gate's blood pill and Heaven Drop pill couldn't be compared to the Yuanying pill. The astral condensation pill of the Gemini Gate is also very miraculous. It's not inferior to the Yuanying pill. Fang Han said. The astral condensation pill isn't a nourishing pill. It's a magical pill. It's very difficult to refine. It seems that I'll have to teach you some knowledge about refining pills. Pills are usually divided into 5 grades: human, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal. Each grade of pill is further divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and peerless. Most pills that are consumed are of the human grade. For example, the Vitality Enhancement Pill, Life Extension Pill, Fasting Pill. However, the Yuanying Pill is a peerless mortal grade pill. The Fasting Pill is of the low grade. It's usually consumed to nourish one's body. It's called a human pill. The Astral Condensation Pill is a spirit pill. It's one realm higher than the human pill. It's very difficult to refine. As for the Jiazi Divine Pill that Hua Tiandu gave me last time, it can increase one's lifespan by 60 years. It's an earth-grade pill. It's of very high quality. As Feng Han listened, he gradually understood. What kind of pills are the Yin Yang Longevity Pill and the 9 Orifices Jin Dan? It's a heaven-grade pill. It can increase one's lifespan, temper one's body, and strengthen one's dermic powers. It's all there is to it. Heaven-grade pills are very precious. It often takes 100 years to refine one. Only the experts of the longevity secret realm can afford to waste time. There's so much knowledge in pills. It's so detailed. No wonder our Ascension Gate has 2 nourishing pills, the Fasting Pill and the Vitality Enhancement Pill. Among them, the Fasting Pill's effect is slightly inferior to the Vitality Enhancement Pill. It seems that the Vitality Enhancement Pill is a middle-grade human-grade pill. Feng Han said, the various worlds don't describe it in such detail. They only list the various pill formulas, the nature of the herbs, and the temperature of the refinement. All kinds of methods. When you reach the heaven realm, you'll be able to truly refine spirit tools and all kinds of pills. The Ascension Gate's elders will definitely teach you the specific classification methods. What kind of pill is the Demonic Madness Life Reduction Pill? If I can get my hands on one, it'll be useful in times of desperation. Feng Han suddenly thought of the pill that Yao Dian and the others had eaten, which had greatly increased their dermic powers. That's a peerless earth-grade pill. How could there be a second one? The Tai Gate's disciples carry one with them, and it's also used in times of desperation. Yan shook his head and looked around. He didn't find a second pill, but he did find a treasure. It was a white lion, the size of a fist. He didn't know what it was carved from, but it was very lifelike. There were many talismans on this white lion's body. There were also lines of mnemonic chants. It was actually the cultivation method of the heavenly lion art. Another divine art. Although Feng Han couldn't learn it now, after reaching the heaven realm, he could cultivate all kinds of divine arts. Moreover, he found that this white lion contained a vast amount of dermic powers, but there weren't any formations within it. Clearly, it wasn't even a spirit tool. In Yao Dian's 100 treasures pouch, there was a yellow-skinned gourd of 6 solar holy water, a green-skinned gourd of Yuanying pill, and the cultivation method of the heavenly lion art. Apart from that, the 100 treasures pouch was empty. It was pitifully poor. It seems that this person's dermic treasures were all destroyed by the prodigious obliteration art. What a pity. If I had known that there would be such a small harvest, I wouldn't have killed him. Feng Han checked the other 200 treasures pouches. There were even fewer treasures than Yao Dian's. There was only a gourd of Yuanying pill and a white lion sculpture. There wasn't even any 6 solar holy water. The 6 solar holy water and Yuanying pill were both good things. However, such a small harvest definitely wasn't worth killing a Tai Gate disciple. You obtained the life essence of these 3 people and refined the 3 heavenly lions. Is this the crystallization of their blood and sweat? Do you still think it's not enough? Each of these 3 heavenly lions has the energy of 2,000 fierce horses. Although you can't fuse them and turn them into your own dermic powers, you can refine them into external incarnations. The strength of these 3 heavenly lions isn't inferior to any treasured tool, Yen said. Life dermic treasures? Feng Han was taken aback. He looked at the 3 heavenly lions again. Feng Han could clearly sense the vast amount of dermic powers contained within the 3 white heavenly lions. The dermic powers of each of them weren't inferior to his. Moreover, they were all made of energy, which was much more condensed than his own true qi. However, the dermic powers contained within them couldn't be absorbed. If he forcefully absorbed them, his true qi would clash and he would explode. It was even more impossible to use the grafting technique. The only use for these 3 white heavenly lions was to wait until he cultivated to the heaven realm. Then, he could set up a formation and refine it into a dermic treasure. It was also very powerful. However, now that Yen said that he could refine an external incarnation, it would be very useful. How do I refine an external incarnation? Fang Han asked hurriedly. These 3 white heavenly lions aren't any treasures. However, they are more precious than treasures. These 3 Tai Gate disciples collected all kinds of treasures and infused their blood essence, heavenly lion energy, and life essence into them. They cultivated these life dermic treasures day and night. They waited until they reached the heaven realm to refine these 3 white heavenly lions into their true forms, their bodies of flesh and blood. Then, they could transfer their lives. If their bodies died, they could be resurrected on these 3 white heavenly lions and become a heavenly lion. This cultivation method is a secret of the Tai Gate. It's called the 2 Hearts Divine Technique. Now, this life dermic treasure is yours. All you need to do is wash it with the water of oblivion for a while. I will teach you a small puppet art and you can refine an external incarnation. After you reach the heaven realm, you can cultivate the heavenly lion great art and you will have 3 more lives. After others kill your body, you will still have 3 lion lives. Small puppet art? Is this a divine ability? But before I reach the heaven realm, I can't learn other divine abilities. The small puppet art is not a divine ability. It's a method to use one's mind. The Tai Gate's 2 Hearts Divine Technique is also a method to use one's mind. With a thought, Yanchen imparted the small puppet art to Fang Han. Fang Han pondered for a moment and accepted the imparting of the small puppet art. Then, he threw the 3 white heavenly lions into the Acheron River. An invisible mind bombarded the 3 heavenly lions. Instantly, the 3 heavenly lions seemed to come alive. The talismans and cultivation techniques on their bodies were hidden and connected with Fang Han's mind. Instantly, Fang Han learned the cultivation technique of the heavenly lion great art. Roar! 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 The 3 heavenly lions roared and long snow-white fur grew on their bodies. They grew in size and looked majestic, showing the demeanor of a king. When they roared, the wind and clouds changed color and the mountains and rivers shook. The sound waves of the lion's roar were not inferior to the 8 notes of heavenly dragon. The 3 huge lions showed their might. Fang Han used the small puppet art and tried his best to cultivate the 3 lions into an avatar. After a long time, the 3 huge lions turned into white heavenly lion energy and wrapped around Fang Han's body. On Fang Han's arms and abdomen, a white lion tattoo was formed. Fang Han could feel that the 3 tattoos were very powerful, even surpassing his own dermic powers. However, tattoos were tattoos and not a part of his body. He was not worried about the conflict between his earth energy and the Wood Emperor's true chi. The 3 lion tattoos were equivalent to wearing 3 sets of clothes. However, each of the 3 lion tattoos was equivalent to a great expert who had cultivated earth energy to the earth energy realm. When released, they were even more powerful than Fang Han himself. As a result, Fang Han's battle prowess increased by more than 3 times. This was especially true for Yao Dian's natal lion magic treasure, which had the strength of 3,000 fierce horses. As for Xiaoyu and Yufan, it was slightly weaker, only about 2,000. However, Fang Han's dermic powers were also about 2,000, and this was the result of transferring the Blackwater Kingsnake's dermic powers. Because Yao Dian's cultivation was the highest, at the Yin-Yang realm, his natal heavenly lion was more agile. The white lion tattoo resided on Fang Han's abdomen. Now, Fang Han had 4 tattoos on his body. His arms were lions, his abdomen was also lions, and his back and chest was an Acheron map. After taking off his clothes, he looked extremely powerful. The 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate had painstakingly cultivated their natal heavenly lion, which would be their second life in the future. Just like that, Fang Han had cultivated it into an avatar. It could be said that Yao Dian, Yu Fen, and Xia Yu had wasted more than half of their cultivation time on the 3 lions. This was much more powerful than the 3 treasures. Obtaining these 3 tattoos is no different from obtaining 3 great experts of the Aura realm. Moreover, they are loyal and will fight wherever I command. They are more useful than 10 Azuras. Killing 3 true disciples and obtaining the benefits of this natal heavenly lion is enough. Feng Han was satisfied. Although his cultivation did not directly increase, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. Now, with the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron and the power of the 3 Lion Tattoos, he could probably fight evenly against people 2 or 3 realms higher than him. However, against someone like the Demon Marshal, under the prodigious art of annihilation, he could only wait to die. Even if Fang Xianxia is provoked by Qing Wei and wants to cause trouble for me, I'm afraid she won't be able to. However, I can't use this Heavenly Lion tattoo easily, otherwise. Feng Han knew that this Heavenly Lion avatar could not be used easily. It was best not to expose it, and he had to kill anyone who saw it. Otherwise, the news of him killing the 3 true disciples would be leaked. I'm still thinking about the shard of the world tree. If I can dissolve it, the wood chi within will be the best nourishment for you to cultivate the wood emperor technique. Even the Emperor Huangquan didn't get such a thing back then. Yan Di was still thinking about the shard of the world tree. He felt that the shard was the most precious treasure. Alright. Increasing my strength is the most important thing. Feng Han knew that he had to cultivate Daoist Qi aura as soon as possible, and then comprehend Yin and Yang, understand the divinity, and cultivate to the 5th level of the divinity. That would be the greatest improvement. To be honest, if he cultivated to the divinity realm, even if the news of him killing the true disciples of the Tai Gate was leaked, the Ascension Gate would very likely cover it for him. As he spoke, Feng Han carried a gourd of 6 solar holy water and came before the shard of the world tree. On the deserted island where Feng Han killed and robbed, an earth-shattering change had already occurred. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 2 hours after Feng Han killed Zhao Dian, Yu Fan, and Xia Yu, a beam of golden light suddenly shot over from the deserted island. It stopped in the air above the island and kept circling. Within the beam of golden light was a middle-aged scholar. His face was dignified, and his aura surged like the tide. However, he was in perfect harmony with the heavens and earth. He was a divinity realm expert at the 5th level of the divinity realm. Junior brother Yao, junior brother Xia, and junior brother Yu sent out a heavenly Dao talisman for urgent help. According to the talisman, they should be on this deserted island. Why are they nowhere to be seen? Where are they? Where did they go? They should not be able to fly with such heavy injuries. This middle-aged scholar was the true disciple of the Tai Gate, perfected Changchun. He cultivated the Tai Gate's grand technique, Changchun's immortal art. It was extremely powerful. There was an unwritten rule in the immortal Dao sect. Experts who had cultivated to the divinity realm could be addressed as perfected ones. Senior brother. We received the request for help and rushed over. At this moment, astral energy and true chi flew in from all directions in the sky. A total of 7 Taoists appeared. They were all dressed in Taoist robes with the 8 trigrams and were typical true disciples of the Tai Gate. Among them, 2 were experts who had cultivated to the astral energy realm, while the other 5 were experts who had cultivated to the true chi realm. In the Tai Gate, the divine ability secret realm was not a true disciple. They had to go through a lot of training and accumulate merit before they could be taught the divine ability. Only after they had cultivated to the true chi realm could they be considered true disciples. For example, Zhang Wei had cultivated the divine ability, but he was still an inner disciple and could not learn the divine ability. In this aspect, they did not learn from other immortal Dao sects. The divine ability secret realm was a treasure. It could be seen that the Tai Gate was a giant in the immortal Dao, a true giant. Good. You 7 of the Yin River have also received the talisman, right? Perfected Changchun nodded and looked at his 7 fellow disciples. Senior brother, the 7 of us are on the sea, collecting the essence of the Kuwei water to cultivate the divine ability and nourish our bodies. When we received the talisman from Yao Dian and the other 2 senior brothers, we immediately rushed over. Where are the 3 senior brothers? The 7 disciples answered. The Yin River 7 cultivated the Yin River grand art of the Tai Gate, which was also a type of water-type divine ability. I didn't see anyone. Perfected Changchun said. They couldn't have been killed, right? One of the Yin River 7 disciples said, bandits run rampant on the sea, and some rogue cultivators are extremely vicious. If they encountered the 3 injured senior brothers, I'm afraid, it could have been that demon marshal who killed them. Humph. Who in this world dares to attack the disciples of the Tai Gate? I dare say that even the god-slaying bandit, ranked first among the 40 bandits, would not dare to kill a true disciple of the Tai Gate. Perfected Changchun shouted. While he was shouting, suddenly, 5 golden lights flew over from afar. Each of the golden lights rubbed against the atmosphere, creating a long tail of fire, causing huge waves on the sea. Seeing the 5 golden lights, Perfected Changchun hurriedly said, Perfected Dafeng, Perfected Kuan Yuan, Perfected Canli, Perfected Fushou, and Perfected Lu Ming. You all rushed over. Perfected Changchun, did you also receive the talisman? We also received the talisman from our 3 junior brothers to save our lives. We put down a cauldron of pills and rushed over. That damned demon marshal. How dare he attack the disciples of the Tai Gate? His life is coming to an end. The 5 perfected persons flew to the deserted island, their faces solemn. These 5 people were all celestial realm experts, existences at the same level as Perfected Changchun. They did not call each other senior brothers or junior brothers, but directly called each other by their names. In an instant, 6 celestial realm experts appeared. The strength of the Tai Gate was truly terrifying. However, things were not over yet. In the next few hours, disciples of the Tai Gate flew over one after another. Among them, there were disciples who had not cultivated divine powers but had powerful flying artifacts. There were also disciples who were not true disciples but had cultivated to the first level of the divine power's secret realm, such as the inner disciples Zhang Wei and Qing Wei, who also flew over. Such a big incident had happened in the South Sea. In almost half a day, the news spread to all regions and corners at a rapid speed. At night, there were more and more disciples of the Tai Gate on the deserted island, as well as some rogue cultivators, including the elders of the Wangui Immortal Island. The Tai Gate is actually so strong. Look at those outer disciples, they're all very strong. As expected of the number 1 immortal Tao Gate in the world. Fang Qingwei whispered to Yi Tiannan in the crowd. That's right. In the past few days, we've been trying to curry favor with Zhang Wei and got a few yuanying pills from him. After taking them, I can feel my body recuperating a lot. The Tai Gate's yuanying pill is incomparable to the fasting pill and the essence pill. If I can take the yuanying pill regularly, I'll be able to step into the divine realm in less than 3 years. At that time, I'll be able to take my revenge. I'll fight with that Fang Han on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Yi Nantian nodded. The yuanying pill is really a good pill. Unfortunately, our relationship with the Tai Gate is a bit shallow. This time, the Tai Gate actually sent so many disciples, and there are even 6 Sky Realm experts. As long as we can please them, they'll give us a lot of yuanying pills. Our chances of cultivating to the divine realm will be much higher. Yuan Jiankong was also on this deserted island. Their spirit artifact robes couldn't fly fast and they couldn't stay in the air for too long, so they landed on the island to rest. As for the inner disciples of the Tai Gate, they still didn't come down. Their spirit artifacts were full of magic power and were all top quality. At this time, there were 400 to 500 inner disciples of the Tai Gate. Among them, the weakest was a divine transformation realm expert with a body that was more than 10 horses. As for the true disciples, there were 30 to 40 of them. Among them were Enlightened Master Changchun, Enlightened Master Dafeng, Enlightened Master Kuan Yuan, Enlightened Master Canli, Enlightened Master Fushou, and Enlightened Master Lu Ming. The 6 Sky Realm experts were naturally the backbone of the group. If the 6 perfected beings joined forces, they could wipe out the thousands of itinerant cultivators in the entire South Sea. Many of the major sects of the Fiend sect and Demon Dao were even trembling in fear and vigilance. They were afraid that they would kill their way to their door and slay demons and devils. If a Sky Human stage expert were to establish his or her own sect, although the sect he or she founded would not be able to become a Leviathan like the Immortal Dao sect or Demon sect, it would still be able to establish an illustrious reputation amongst the loose cultivator sections. That was because Sky Human stage experts had a very long lifespan, at least 800 years. Additionally, they could also refine spirit artifacts to strengthen their disciples. Senior Brother Wei is here. We, the disciples of Tai Gate, welcome him together. At this moment, another true disciple of the Tai Gate flew over from the horizon. As soon as he flew over, he opened his mouth and spoke in a voice that sounded like an imperial edict. When the 6 spiritual masters heard this, they hurriedly cupped their hands and said in a loud and clear voice, "Welcome, Senior Martial Brother Soul." At the same time, hundreds of inner court disciples and 30 to 40 direct disciples also shouted, "Welcome Senior Brother Soul." Suddenly, the huge sound wave blew away many of the dark clouds in the sky, revealing the bright and beautiful starlight. This sound reached thousands of miles away. This kind of grandeur was 1,000 times grander than when the officials in the mortal world shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Qing Wei, Yuan Jiankong, Yi Nantian, and Xiaoshi, who had a grudge against Feng Han, were all shocked and their faces turned ashen. They saw thousands of cultivators shouting in unison. Suddenly, there was a burst of music coming from the sky. 99 women flew out, playing flutes and musical instruments. After that, 99 handsome men flew out, holding banners in their hands. Then, 9 golden flood dragons, each as big as the dark water kingsnake, slowly arrived, pulling a huge throne. The 9 golden flood dragons were majestic. They flew in the sky with steady steps, slow and majestic. When they came down from the sky, everyone felt a huge pressure. A Taoist was sitting on the huge throne, meditating with his eyes closed. He was motionless, as if the god of heaven had descended to the world to inspect the mountains and rivers. 4-clawed golden flood dragon. It's the dark water kingsnake. Sky-devouring python. Blue-blooded flying dragon. Frost dragon. It's also known as the ancient serpent. The power of that golden flood dragon is enough to wipe us out. Now, 9 golden flood dragons are pulling a carriage for someone. Qing Wei was shocked and murmured to herself. Silence. This is a great master among the true disciples of the Tai Gate. He's as powerful as Senior Brother Hua Tiandu. The disciples of the Greater One sect, the most outstanding great experts, have been bestowed with the word One in their names. There is the only One, the righteous One, the unique One, the void One. They are all people who have cultivated to the level of Jindan seed, or have attained the heaven and earth Dharma form, or even people who have defied the heavens and changed their fate. They will also be the main opponent of Senior Brother Hua Tiandu in the Assembly of Immortals a few years later. Yi Nanshan's eyes were also filled with envy. If I can have such power, I can kill Feng Han and avenge my father. Xiaoshi smiled bitterly. His face was ferocious. It's too grand. Some rogue cultivators were also trembling. The 9 golden flood dragons that were as powerful as the black water king snake pulled the throne. They descended halfway and stopped in the air. The Taoist Senior Brother Soul who was sitting among them opened his eyes. In an instant, everyone felt like they were looking at themselves. The 6 Taoist masters quickly flew up. Senior Brother Soul, we received the order and rushed here. However, we found that the 3 junior brothers had disappeared. We sent people to look for them everywhere, but we couldn't find them. No need to look. The 3 junior brothers have been killed. When I came to this deserted island, I felt a strong resentment and death aura. It was left behind by the 3 junior brothers. What? Demon Marshal, how dare you? You dare to kill the disciples of the Tai Gate. The Khanate demon sect will be destroyed because of this. Taoist Changchun was furious. For this matter, we must first capture the demon marshal and ask him about the situation. If he really killed the 3 junior brothers of the Tai Gate, then he can't escape death. Even Xianxia can't save him. If he didn't kill them, but someone else framed him, then we must investigate thoroughly. We must get to the bottom of this. The ostentatious Senior Brother Soul spoke slowly, but each of his words had a magical power that shook people's hearts. It was as if everything that came out of his mouth was the truth. Listen up. Immediately notify all the sects and send out the heavenly Tao kill order. Hunt down the demon marshal. I will return to the sect and discuss with the other senior brothers and elders. We will prepare to besiege the Khanate demon sect and forcing Xiantian to hand over the demon marshal. This time, if the Khanate demon sect doesn't give us an explanation, the Tai Gate will definitely destroy the entire demon sect. After he finished speaking, the Senior Brother Soul waved his hand. The flood dragon pulled the throne up into the sky and disappeared. Yes. All the disciples of the Tai Gate said in unison. Disciples, send out the heavenly Tao kill order. Send it to all the sects and clans. Rogue cultivators, the 9 gates of immortality. The 6 spiritual masters roared. Their voices spread far and wide. This seemed to mark the beginning of a bloody war between the immortal and demon sects. Feng Han naturally didn't know that such a huge change had occurred. He was currently soaking the 6 solar holy water in the 5 hells royal cauldron to transform the wood fragment of the world tree. The world tree was in the distant primordial era. It was said to be the center of heaven and earth. A single tree grew directly into the immortal world. Yan, who had lived for thousands of years, had never seen such a mythical object. Yan had always been curious about this wood fragment. He had never stopped studying it. However, after studying it for so long, he had used all kinds of abilities to refine it, divide it, and extract it, but none of them had any effect. He couldn't get any success. This thing was like a terrifyingly sturdy rock. Water, fire, wind, and thunder could crush, corrode, and decompose it. None of them could do anything to it. Yan knew that even if the demon marshal used the grandiose annihilation art, he wouldn't be able to destroy this fragment of the world tree. However, when Feng Han dripped the 6 solar holy water on it, an unexpected change occurred to the fragment. The 6 solar holy water was a pure water created by experts with powerful abilities. They gathered the 6 types of yang qi between heaven and earth. The 6 types of yang qi were yang qi, lesser yang qi, profound yang qi, fierce yang qi, righteous yang qi, and brilliant yang qi. The 6 types of yang qi turned into holy water. It could cleanse one's mind and nourish one's flesh and blood. When cultivating, fusing a drop of holy water into one's magic power would make one's true qi even more condensed, increasing one's cultivation speed. Of the 3 disciples of the Tai Gate, only Yao Dian had a gourd. As for Yu Fen, Xia Yu didn't even have one. From this, one could see how precious it was. Now, when the holy water dripped onto the world tree's wood shavings, waves of 6 yang qi were absorbed. This piece of wood actually showed a trace of vitality. That's right, it was vitality. It was as if a withered tree was rejuvenated. Feng Han could even see a tiny green bud on the palm-sized fragment. It seemed to have sprouted. As soon as the tiny bud sprouted, a powerful wave of wood qi surged out like a tidal wave. He instantly felt as if he was in a sea of green, and there were trees everywhere. The world had become a tree. This wood qi is enough to refine my Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill to an unprecedented level. After absorbing the wood qi from the world tree, refining Dao qi will be a piece of cake. Feng Han hurriedly circulated his magic power, wanting to absorb the wood qi from the world tree into his own Wood Emperor true qi. Then, he would be able to refine Dao qi and reach the 3rd level of the divine ability realm, origin aura realm. The cultivation of the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill was to absorb all kinds of wood qi between heaven and earth and refine it with magic power. It was ever-changing and could be combined at will. It was extremely powerful. However, the world tree was the first divine tree between heaven and earth. It was at the center of heaven and earth and connected to the immortal realm. Ever since it was cut off by the ancient Almighty, it had disappeared from the world. Those who cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill could not absorb the wood qi from this tree. The wood qi from the world tree was inconceivable and had all kinds of almighty powers. Feng Han was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. When Feng Han's Wood Emperor true qi came into contact with the wood qi from the world tree, not only did it not absorb the slightest bit, but it was also sucked in by the world tree. His true qi was like a flood that was sucked away. The bud from the fragment was like a demon. It was absorbing his true qi. Oh no! How could this be? Feng Han was shocked. He quickly cut off his true qi and hid it in his mind. Only then did he manage to stop the world tree fragment from absorbing his true qi greedily. This time, not only did he fail to absorb the wood qi, but he also lost his true qi. Feng Han estimated that it would take him a month to recover the true qi he lost. His battle with Hua Tiandu was only 10 years away. Now, a year had passed. He could not afford to waste a single day. Now that he had lost a month's worth of true qi, his cultivation had regressed. He was so distressed that he wanted nothing more than to kick the world tree fragment away, pluck the bud, and crush it. Damn it! Feng Han's face was as gloomy as water. Don't regret it. This is a good thing. I know what's going on. Yan looked pensive. How is this a good thing? I've already refined my true qi to the point of crystallization. I'm only one step away from comprehending the word energy. Now that I've been messed up, I'm afraid I'll be delayed for a long time. You also know that the situation is getting more and more difficult. Fang Han calmed down and stared at the world tree fragment. I used the water of oblivion to wash away the filth it had accumulated for billions of years. Then, you used the 6 solar holy water to give it life and make it bloom. This is the best gift the heavens have given you. If you nourish it with the Wood Emperor's true qi every day, it will gradually release its potential. Finally, it will completely transform into a sapling. It will be able to absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world. When the time comes, it will merge with your magic power and your strength will grow like never before. Yen said excitedly, right now, it hasn't grown into a sapling. Its functions are incomplete and it needs your nourishment. It's like a mortal feeding a tiger cub. At first, it needs you to feed it milk. When it fully matures, it will roar in the forest and become the king of all beasts. If it really grows into a sapling of the world tree under your nourishment, then you will possess the number 1 divine tree in the immemorial era. In the future, you can even use it to become an immortal. This is also a magical treasure. When it fully matures, even the Acheron map will not be able to compare. This is also one of the great hopes of defeating Hua Tiandu. Fang Han listened to Yan's excited voice and looked at the budding fragment. He felt that it indeed contained a majestic power. However, it had not fully matured. It needed him to consume his true qi to stimulate its potential. In that case, I will also work a little harder. Every day, I will inject the Wood Emperor's true qi into it. I hope it can truly grow into a sapling and be used by me. From then on, Fang Han began to cultivate arduously. Every day, he would condense the Wood Emperor's true qi in the 5-Hell King Cauldron and temper his magic power. The King Cauldron was completely controlled by the Great Azure Witch. It moved under the sea and floated towards the returning void. Fortunately, Fang Han killed the Suicide Island Master and obtained 3,000 life-extending Jing Dan. He also obtained 3 gourds of Yuanying pill. There were enough pills. It wouldn't be a problem even if he ate them for 3 to 5 years. The life-extending Jing Dan was a high-grade mortal-grade pill. It was even better than the essence pill. After the witch took it, her magic power increased extremely quickly. As for Fang Han, after eating the Yuanying pill, his magic power also increased rapidly. However, he had to feed the world tree sprout, a huge monster that devoured magic power and true qi. Every day, 99% of his magic power and true qi would be devoured, so his cultivation progress was not that great. Occasionally, when the King Cauldron floated to some deserted islands or uninhabited continents, Fang Han would also come out and use the Azure Emperor's Wood Emperor technique to absorb the spiritual qi of the trees on the islands. It was already the time between spring and summer. It was the time when plants and trees were lush. In addition, the humid climate of the sea was more suitable for the growth of plants and trees in the tropics. Some uninhabited islands for tens of thousands of years were verdant and lush. The spiritual qi of plants and trees was unimaginably dense. There were even some rare trees that grew there. For example, silver tuah wood, clear tongue wood, agarwood, 5-color wood, 3-light wood, true ironwood, and so on and so forth. Fang Han did not reject them and absorbed them all. Every time he used the Azure Emperor's Wood Emperor technique, everywhere he went, the vitality of the trees, flowers, and even the moss were all absorbed. Some of the greenery withered and became incomparably desolate. In more than a month's time, who knew how many islands were devoid of vitality because of him? The roots of the plants that had multiplied for tens of thousands of years were broken. At least 3,000 to 5,000 ancient trees were absorbed by him and turned into the Wood Emperor's true qi. And he used the Wood Emperor's true qi to feed the world tree sprout. This cultivation could be said to have been done day and night. Fortunately, Fang Han's body had now cultivated the Yama golden body and comprehended the true meaning of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The strength of his muscles was comparable to a flying sword, so he could withstand it. During these days of cultivation, although he did not increase his magic power, nor did he cultivate his true qi into Gang qi to improve his realm, he had condensed his true qi into a purer form. He also had a deeper understanding of the Wood Emperor technique. Originally, his progress was too fast. Most of the condensing of his true qi was due to the effect of the heavenly wood divine needle, which allowed him to cultivate it in just 3 months. He did not understand some of the changes of his true qi, so his foundation was not stable. But now, because most of his true qi was absorbed by the world tree sprout, his progress slowed down, and he stopped to comprehend the true meaning of wood. He had truly reached the acme of perfection in the use of his true qi. Some parts that he did not use well in the past were laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. He also began to feel lucky that he did not break through gain qi early. Otherwise, his foundation would be even more unstable. It would be even more difficult for him to comprehend the 4th level of the abhijna, the transformation of yin and yang, and the 5th level of the celestial being. The first 3 levels of the abhijna, magic power, true qi, and gain qi, could be broken through with the help of treasures and spiritual qi. But the 4th level of the yin-yang realm and the 5th level of the celestial being realm had to be comprehended. They could not be achieved with treasures and large amounts of spiritual qi. Although he couldn't absorb any of the world tree's spirit energy, he gradually began to understand the vast and majestic nature of the world tree. The experience he gained from it caused his wood emperor's true energy to change. The world tree's sprout had also grown a bit, and seemed to be on the verge of growing into a sapling. Feng Han knew that once the sprout grew leaves and roots, it would be fully formed. It would no longer need his true qi to feed it, and would be able to unleash incredible power. He was slowly growing it. On this day, Feng Han was cultivating in the cauldron when he sensed that he was getting closer to an island. At the same time, he smelled a trace of noble wood qi. He quickly flew out of the cauldron and rose to the surface of the sea. He saw an enormous island off in the distance. The island was filled with spiritual qi, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. There were 1,000-year-old trees growing on the island, and they towered proudly into the clouds. Each and every one of them exuded a precious aura. Each and every one of them was a rare Phoebe Xianxia tree. Nice. I found a forest of Phoebe Xianxia trees. Each one of them is at least 1,500 years old, and is a good material for building palaces in the mortal world. Wood qi is noble, and I haven't seen it on any of the other islands. If I absorb the Phoebe Xianxia trees, I'll be able to refine my wood empress true qi even more. Feng Han was overjoyed when he saw the golden silk Phoebe, an ancient tree that was close to 2,000 years old. He quickly flew over and activated the wood emperor skill. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared on his body, like a dragon sucking in water, and swept downward. Bang! 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 One Phoebe Xianxia tree after another exploded and turned into rotten wood. Massive amounts of spiritual qi were sucked away. What gall! How dare you cause trouble on the 49 islands surrounding Ladies Immortal's cave and destroy my Phoebe Xianxia trees? If you're a disciple from an immortal Tao sect, then we can negotiate. But if you're from the Tao of Devils, then don't blame us for being rude. It was at this moment that a few young men and women flew up from the island and shouted when they saw Feng Han. Feng Han looked over and realized that none of them were in the divine ability secret realm. They were all in the fleshly body realm, but they were wearing spirit-grade dermic robes and flying swords. He didn't take it to heart. Lady? How come I've never heard of such a cultivator? The 7 devil emperors of the devil school, Emperor Huangquan, Emperor Xiantian, Emperor Bustling Dust, Emperor Bloodshadow, Emperor Tianjue, Emperor Spectre, and Emperor Wildlands. There's no such person as Lady. Lady is an ancient heaven-born god spirit. Compared to the 7 devil emperors, he has long since ascended to the immortal world. Lady's Immortal's cave is the reincarnation of the Lightning Empress. She obtained Lady's decree and built the 49 islands. The reincarnation of the Lightning Empress? Feng Han was taken aback. Feng Han, have you noticed the martial arts movements of these people? It's the martial arts of the Ascension Gate. Yan suddenly said darkly. That's right, the movements of these people are all from the Ascension Gate. Some of them are trained in the dragon form flying tiger steps, some of them are trained in the flying spirit soft bone body, some of them are trained in the pine crane longevity fist, some of them seem to have trained in the gentian spirit technique, black hole breathing technique, heaven and earth grand spirit chi. There are a few of them whose cultivation is not bad, they have already become spirits, and are able to enter the mountain river list. After being reminded by Yen, Feng Han started to observe carefully. and realized that the few young men and women were indeed trained in the Ascension Gate, and their cultivation was not bad. Some of them had even become spirits. Become spirits meant that the body had reached the peak of the God transformation realm, and gradually trained the mind, and condensed the spirit. Although they were not able to transform the spirit into power, but they were able to use the spirit to confuse others, and create all sorts of illusions, and pressure. Regardless of whether it was a human or a spirit beast, once they reached this stage, they would not be far from attaining a divine ability. Such people, among the inner disciples of the Ascension Gate, if they relied on their cultivation and did not rely on treasures, they would be able to compete for a position in the mountain river list. Hurry up and speak, who are you? If you don't speak, we will activate the talisman, gather everyone, and use the formation to capture you. Don't look at how high your cultivation is, but you are unable to contend against the people from the 49 Islands Lady Cave. Furthermore, the 49 Islands Lady Cave is a famous sect in the Southern Sea, and has connections with a few of the big immortal sects. Don't make a mistake. One of the young men saw that Feng Han did not reply for a long time, and gave him a few glances, and shouted fiercely. These few people had good eyesight, and could tell that Feng Han was not someone to be trifled with, so they did not use force, and remained cautious, as they had reason. Humph! What Lady Talisman decree, what reincarnation of the Lightning Mother? 49 Islands Lady Cave, let me ask you, why are the martial arts on your body from the Ascension Gate? Feng Han suddenly raised his voice. Humph! Our Lady Immortal's cave is the reincarnation of the Lightning Mother. Right now, she's cultivating her divine ability at the Ascension Gate. She's a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. Once she's done with her divine ability, she'll return and establish the Lady Immortal's cave. She'll be ranked alongside the 10 great Taoist gates and become the 11th Immortal Tao Gate. What? The reincarnation of the Goddess of Lightning, cultivating her divine powers at the Ascension Gate? A true disciple of the Ascension Gate? Don't tell me. When Feng Han heard the female cultivator's words, his heart jolted, and he had the same thought as Yen. Could it be Feng Xianxia? Who is your mother of lightning? I am also a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. The person who cultivated the heavenly wood grand magic was called Feng Han. Don't try to lie to me. Feng Han suddenly shouted after this shocking thought. He naturally wanted to get to the bottom of this. You are also a true disciple of the Ascension Gate? Everyone was stunned, and then the female cultivator hurriedly said, the reincarnation of the Goddess of Lightning in Our Lady's cave is called Feng Xianxia. If you are a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, then you must have heard of her. It was she who went to the returning void and obtained the talisman left behind by the ancient lady. She knew of her own identity, and then received the support of the Ascension Gate to subdue the rogue cultivators at sea and establish this lady's cave. Do you have proof that you are a true disciple of the Ascension Gate? It really is Feng Xianxia. I didn't expect her to have established such a large foundation at sea, and even opened up a cave. She even created 49 islands. This is too amazing. No wonder she cultivated the devil path, and her relationship with the demon marshal is unclear. The sect master of the Ascension Gate and the elders are incomparably tolerant of her. After Feng Han received the confirmation, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. Even Yen was stunned. In the Acheron map, he patted his head with his huge dragon claws. I can't tell. But it's hard to say whether she's reincarnated or not. Look, what's this? With a wave of his hand, Feng Han took out his book Various Worlds. This was something that represented his identity as a disciple of the Ascension Gate. Not only that, Feng Xianxia is also my senior sister. I used to be a member of her Longyuan province's Feng family in the secular world. I was even the fiancé of her younger sister, Qing Wei. Haven't you heard of me? As he spoke, a few life-extending Jin Dan appeared in Feng Han's hand. He wrapped it in his true qi and flew to the side of the disciples. This is a middle-grade spirit pill that I obtained when I was cultivating at sea after killing the island master. It's the life-extending Jin Dan, the sacred medicine of the Heaven End Demon Palace. This is our first meeting, and I don't have any gifts, so I'll give you these spirit pills. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Feng. The disciples looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They took the pills. They didn't want to fight against a master like Feng Han, but now that he was one of their own, they felt more at ease. Feng Han wanted to see how deep the waters of the Lady Cave that Feng Xianxia built were. He immediately said, "How many cultivators are there in total in the 49 Lady Caves? Who are the ones in charge?" "Senior Sister Feng is in seclusion at my Ascension Gate's minor immortal realm. She'll come out in a few days with the Thunder God Grand Dao. In the future, I'll be her helper. Can you take me to Lady's Cave to take a look?" The young men and women looked at each other. One of the female cultivators hesitated and said, "We have more than 3,000 people in total on the 49 islands. There are 6 mystical realm experts, 6 lightning emissaries. They all live in the central Lady Cave and cultivate the Grand Dao's secrets left behind by the Mother of Lightning. We don't have the qualifications to take Martial Uncle to the central Lady Cave. Can Martial Uncle let us report this?" "Very well. You go report this, it'll be a great contribution. I'll give you a flying sword," Feng Han said to the female cultivator. While speaking, a flying sword flew out from his sleeve and landed in the female cultivator's hand. The female cultivator saw that it was a supreme-grade spirit treasure and became ecstatic. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle. I'll go report this right away." Having said that, she quickly flew out of the island. The other disciples were envious and began to whisper. Feng Han's generosity caused them to be dumbstruck, but they were also extremely excited. He gave out a supreme-grade flying sword without batting an eyelid. He was truly a true disciple of a large sect. In that moment, the few disciples were thinking of ways to curry favor with Feng Han and obtain his rewards. After a while, the female cultivator flew back. Following her were a few disciples dressed in purple robes with thundercloud talismans embroidered on them. They all bowed to Feng Han. "Martial Uncle, the 6 lightning emissaries in Lady's Cave have long heard of Martial Uncle's name. We also know that Martial Uncle obtained first place in the Mountain River list and became a true disciple. You came overseas to travel, but because the Watergoo Crypt's seal has loosened, the Sky Demon is restless. We have to use some of our power to suppress it, and are unable to receive Martial Uncle. We specially ordered Martial Uncle to go to Lady's Cave. There are already wine and spirit pills prepared for Martial Uncle to prepare for the Dan Yuan Assembly." "Dan Yuan Assembly? It's quite grand. Senior Sister Qing Shui and Demon Marshal worked together to kill the Watergoo Sky Demon Great Demon King in the past. I know about that. Why was it not killed, but only sealed? All of you are really well informed. I obtained first place in the Mountain River list and became a true disciple for half a year, and all of you overseas know about it." Hearing that, Feng Han nodded his head. The Dan Yuan Assembly was a grand occasion for the Immortal Dao to welcome guests. If it was not an important guest, it would not be held. From this point, it could be seen that Lady's Cave was extremely important to him. Martial Aunt Feng Chong from the Zidian Peak is the 7th lightning emissary in Our Lady's Cave. She would frequently send news over, so we know about Martial Uncle. A disciple dressed in thundercloud robes said respectfully. "Feng Chong is just a small servant girl, and she actually hid herself so deeply." Feng Han was surprised. He knew that Feng Chong from the Zidian Peak was actually a servant girl in the Feng residence. She had actually become Feng Xianxia's trusted aide, and was even the 7th emissary in Lady's Cave. Feng Xianxia was an unfathomable lady, and Feng Han could feel it more and more in his heart. "Martial Uncle, the seas have not been peaceful recently. The Demon Marshal has caused a huge disturbance, and killed 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate. The Tai Gate has already issued a Heaven Dao kill order, and vowed to kill the Demon Marshal. Now, the Demon Marshal has already gone to the returning void, and he wants to kill the many disciples of the Tai Gate with his own strength. In the past few days, there have been many battles on the seas. The Demon Marshal used the art of annihilation to continuously injure the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate, and also killed many inner disciples of the Tai Gate. The great war between the immortals and demons is about to break out. Because of the relationship between the Goddess of Lightning and the Demon Marshal, Our Lady's Cave has also been targeted by the Tai Gate. Rumor has it that the 3 powerful disciples of the Tai Gate, who were given the surname Yi, Song Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Shen Shuyi, went to the Khanate demon sect to ask for someone, but they were injured by Great Emperor Xian Tian and barely managed to escape back to the Tai Gate. Now, the many elders of the Tai Gate are discussing how to mobilize all of them to eliminate the Khanate demon sect. Another disciple explained as he led the way for Fang Han. So many things have happened on the seas? Fang Han listened and was secretly shocked, but also somewhat relieved. He was relieved that the demon marshal had taken the blame for his killing of Yao Dian and the other two. He knew that the disciples of the Tai Gate would definitely go to the demon marshal. Both sides were proud and arrogant, and would not sit down to explain. Almost as soon as they met, they would definitely fight, and there would be no room for explanations. Once they fought, things would only become more tense. The demon marshal would definitely be too lazy to explain. I've triggered the great war between the immortals and demons. Fang Han thought to himself. I wonder who Fang Qingxue will help after she comes out of seclusion. The demon marshal? Or the Tai Gate? Fang Han felt that he should stay here for a while and gather some information. At the same time, he wanted to see what Fang Qingxue's abode was like. As for Long Xian, she was still at the bottom of the sea, condensing the myriad water true qi in the 5 hells royal cauldron. Her cultivation had reached a critical juncture, and there was no need to disturb her. Moreover, it would not be good for her to know too much about Lady's abode. After all, it was Fang Qingxue's secret. Thus, he followed these disciples and flew towards the center of the 49 islands. Just as he was flying, a wave of sky demon qi suddenly rushed up from the center of the island. It was shrouded in demonic clouds, and ghostly wails could be heard. Chilling winds blew, and a huge amount of seawater was swept up into the sky, and then turned into black clouds. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. What a powerful devil qi! It's the sky demon. I didn't even encounter such powerful devil qi in the sky demon battlefield. Even Demon King Vader didn't have such powerful devil qi. Fang Han was shocked. Oh no! The water parasite sky demon king broke the seal. The disciples trembled, and their faces turned ashen. The sky demon broke the seal? Fang Han turned to look. Indeed, in the dense devil qi, thousands of sky demon qi were rushing down. They were densely packed like locusts, and all of them were emitting sinister sounds. They wanted to devour everyone on the 49 islands. He knew better than anyone how powerful the sky demon qi was. They were all cunning and good at transformation. They could invade people's minds and control their minds. Once they pounced down, people would become zombies if they couldn't resist. Since the 49 islands and Lady's cave mansion were secretly built by Fang Qingxue, he couldn't let the sky demon qi destroy them. If he saved them, it would be a great contribution to Fang Qingxue. In the future, when he met her face to face, he would have a lot to say. Thinking of this, Fang Han didn't hesitate. He waved his hands, and balls of Wood Emperor's true qi emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, they turned into faces that looked like humans and beasts. They flew into the sky as fast as lightning and opened their mouths to swallow. In an instant, hundreds of sky demon qi were swallowed by these faces. Then, the faces flew back and returned to Fang Han. The swallowed sky demon qi all entered the Acheron map and were refined into blue sky pills. Hundreds of blue sky pills were in his hands. Acheron's gate had 2 types of pills, blood pill and blue sky pill. They were both human-level pills for cultivators. Blood pill was a middle-grade human-level pill, the same grade as the life ascension pill. Blue sky pill was a high-grade human-level pill, the same as the life-prolonging Jin Dan. Although Fang Han obtained 3 gourds of peerless human-level Yuanying pill by killing people, blue sky pill was excellent for feeding Azuras. Fang Han killed hundreds of sky demon qi with one move. Suddenly, the rolling dark clouds in the sky cleared a large area, and the sun shone down. The rest of the sky demon qi felt threatened and gathered around to kill him. So powerful. The male and female cultivators were stunned when they saw Fang Han's invincible power. Normally, they would also fight with the sky demons. The strength of each sky demon was more than 10 fierce horses, which was equivalent to an Azura. However, what was even more terrifying than an Azura was that they were like a stream of air. They could split and merge at will, so they were not afraid of flying swords at all. Normally, cultivators who hadn't reached the divine realm would rely on their strong willpower to resist the sky demon qi. At the same time, they would concentrate on their flying swords and use their sword intent to kill. A sky demon chi could only be killed by thousands of swords. This was a cultivation method that trained one's willpower, but it was also very dangerous. On the island, disciples flew up one after another. Some relied on their dharma robes, some relied on the wind-riding talisman, and some stepped on their flying swords. They were all ready to fight the sky demon chi to the death, but they found that Feng Han had attacked again. Good. I was worried about finding a large number of sky demon chi to refine pills. Plus, I've been using my true chi to perfection recently, but I haven't used it in a real battle after all. Now's the time to use it. Feng Han was overjoyed when he saw a large number of sky demon chi swarming over. He let out a long roar and used the heavenly dragon's 8 sounds. The sound spread for hundreds of miles, and the powerful sound waves swept across the area. The sky demon chi that pounced down were all scattered and fled. Feng Han smiled coldly. The Wood Emperor's true chi attacked again, turning into even more human and beast faces. They went everywhere to devour the scattered sky demon chi. His true chi was now used to perfection. In the past, his true chi would only turn into giant trees and swords. At most, it would turn into gossamer threads and a large net. But now, after so many days of cultivation on the sea, the world tree fragment's true chi could change unpredictably. It could turn into a lifelike human and beast. It could change into a myriad of forms at will. His method of using true chi to transform into both human and beast faces was actually a reference to the Sky Lion Grand Magic. However, he naturally couldn't transform the Wood Emperor's true chi into a lion. Otherwise, people would be able to see through it. The Sky Lion Grand Magic had to be combined with the Sky Lion's astral energy to be the most powerful. If he used the Wood Emperor's true chi to simulate it, its power would naturally be reduced. However, it was more than enough to deal with the sky demon chi. After cultivating for so long, although his magic power hadn't increased by much, still more than 2,000 savage horses' strength, the lethality of his true chi had increased by a lot. The current Feng Han could deal with 2 sky demons from a month ago. Humph. This face's strength isn't high. It's even lower than mine. How dare it contend with me? A powerful sky demon with nearly 20 savage horses' strength was about to run into one of the true chi faces. The sky demon let out a shrill cackle as its body swelled up, transforming into a burly man. It unleashed a devil art to viciously attack the face that was about to devour it. However, when the genuine chi face came into contact with the demonic technique, it suddenly changed. It slithered outwards and slithered behind the heavenly demon like a long snake. It opened its mouth again and swallowed the heavenly demon. It immediately flew back into Feng Han's body and threw the heavenly demon into the picture of the underworld. How is this possible? This true chi clearly only has the strength of 10 savage horses' strength, half of mine. How could it devour me? Even in death, the sky demon refused to believe it. Good. Although these sky demons are powerful, the quality of my true chi is extremely high. The way I use it is also ingenious. I can defeat them with only half of my strength. This display of true chi has given me many new ways to use it. Feng Han's heart was released along with his true chi. Every ball of true chi contained his will and thoughts. In a trance, his heart seemed to be divided into hundreds of parts, each part of his mind directing and controlling a ball of true chi. It was ever-changing and flexible. Each sky demon had the strength of 10 savage horses' strength. However, Feng Han only needed to use 5 or 6 savage horses' true chi to defeat and devour them. Feng Han's genuine chi now contained more than 2,000 genuine chi. Each ball of genuine chi could be divided into 5 or 6 horse strength, or at most 10 horse strength. Therefore, there were more than 200 or 300 balls. However, he still kept a portion, about 300 or 400 savage horses' strength, to protect himself and prevent sudden attacks. Poochie, 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 in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 sky demons were defeated and devoured by 200 or 300 balls of true chi. Then, they turned into heaven pills one by one. Before, Feng Han didn't have a single heaven pill. Now, he had 1,000 more. These pills could be exchanged for many medicinal ingredients in the myriad returns market. More importantly, Feng Han's true chi division allowed him to multitask. His control of true chi had become much smoother, and his comprehension of it had increased. Haha, Fong Han, you really are a genius. You can actually multitask more than 300 times, and you're agile everywhere. A true Qi expert can at most multitask 80 or 90 times, and that's already very impressive. Yan saw Fong Han multitask in the Acheron map. More than 300 balls of true Qi were used for offense, but they were very agile. He couldn't help but praise him. This is the result of my recent cultivation. Fong Han's mental communication came in. You can still divide your mind to communicate with me. Yan Du said in astonishment. Just how tough is your heart? Fong Han chuckled, but didn't say anything. The 300 balls of true Qi rushed and killed one sky demon after another. The true Qi of the sky demons surged into the Acheron map, causing Yan Du to scramble to refine the sky demon's true Qi into pills. When one reached the 4th stage of the fleshly body realm, one would be able to multitask, drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right. As one's cultivation deepened, one would be able to multitask. The more one could multitask, the more one's mind would be trained, and the greater one's potential would be, and the greater one's achievements would be. While Fong Han and the Sky Demon army were fighting, 6 streaks of lightning suddenly rose in the center of the 49 islands. These 6 streaks of lightning weren't strong, which showed that their spiritual power wasn't high, but they were already divine ability experts. 6 people appeared in the 6 streaks of lightning, 3 men and 3 women. They were obviously the 6 emissaries of Lady's 49 islands. Amazing! As expected of a disciple of the Ascension Gate, this method of using true Qi is simply multitasking. At most, we can multitask 36 times. Also, look. He is cultivated to the true Qi realm, and his spiritual power is so dense. It's 3 to 5 times higher than an ordinary disciple. Even a disciple of the Tai Gate wouldn't have such dense spiritual power in the true Qi realm. He has a divine ability of 2,000 horsepower. A male emissary shouted in shock and disbelief, I don't know how he cultivated it. We didn't suppress it well this time, and actually allowed the Sky Demon to break through the seal. Fortunately, Fong Han is here, or Lady's 49 islands would be in a terrible situation. When Miss Xianxia comes out and sees this foundation destroyed, she definitely won't let us go. A female emissary rejoiced. The situation isn't optimistic. The Water Goo Sky Demon's remnant soul also escaped. This Demon King has formed the Jin Dan, which is equivalent to a peerless expert at the 7th level of the divine ability realm. Although it was heavily injured by the Demon Marshal and Miss Xianxia, its soul didn't die, and could only be sealed. This time, even if it's just a remnant soul, we aren't a match for it. That Fong Han might not be able to stop it. Another emissary expressed his uneasiness. Come on, let's go together. Use the lesser electric spirituality art to help Fong Han kill the Sky Demon, and prevent him from being ambushed by the Sky Demon's powerful characters. 6 emissaries flew over, surrounded by lightning. They hadn't cultivated true Qi, and were only at the 1st level of the divine ability realm. However, they had magical talismans on them, which could only emit lightning when activated by magical power. Although these lightning bolts were only as thick as a finger, they were extremely lethal. Almost every flash could kill a Sky Demon. However, these lightning bolts couldn't attack very far. They could only attack within a range of 5,000 steps. If they shot out beyond that, they would dissipate in the air. They weren't like Fong Han's would Empress True Qi, which could take a person's head within 100 miles. Everyone, be careful. Protect the disciples on the island. Don't let them be harmed by the Sky Demon. I can still hold on. Fong Han looked at the 6 emissaries flying over amidst the lightning bolts. He knew that they were Lady's emissaries, so he quickly let out a long whistle. Only disciples who had cultivated their bodies to the point of becoming spirits would be able to kill the Sky Demon without being confused. Ordinary disciples, even if they were at the 10th level of the divine transformation realm, wouldn't be a match for the Sky Demon. We are Lady's emissaries. We are Spring Lightning Emissary, Summer Lightning Emissary, Autumn Lightning Emissary, Winter Lightning Emissary, Sun Lightning Emissary, and Moon Lightning Emissary. 6 emissaries of lightning. These Sky Demons have broken their seals, and there is even a remnant soul of a Water Goo Sky Demon among them. This Sky Demon is an expert who has refined a devil core. You must be careful, one of the emissaries roared. A devil king who has refined a devil core. That's the 7th level of the divine ability realm, the realm of a Jin Dan seed. I'm definitely not a match for such a devil king. As Fang Han heard this, his mind suddenly trembled. He looked towards the depths of the sky demon that was swooping down from the sky like a swarm of locusts. High up in the highest heavens, dark clouds billowed and dark winds howled. A blue-robed man sat on a throne. He looked down, his eyes completely devoid of any human emotion as he stared at Fang Han. Fang Han was killing to his heart's content. He flew into the sky demon horde and used his Wood Emperor's true chi to perfection. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It was completely different from the time he fought on the sky demon battlefield. Back then, when he was fighting on the sky demon battlefield, he was wary of these sky demons. He relied on the 7 evils gourd and the 7 evils sky wolf smoke to run rampant among them. However, things were different now. He had cultivated his mystique and condensed his true chi. Even an ordinary sky demon king would not be a problem. There were many more sky demons here than on the sky demon battlefield. The more he killed, the more energetic he became. The more he killed, the deeper his understanding of his true chi became. He was multitasking. As he circulated his true chi, he vaguely felt like he was about to break through to the aura realm. This time, he definitely did not break through to the aura realm in a hurry. Instead, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations to grind away all the impurities in his true chi. His foundation was unprecedentedly solid. Once he broke through to the aura realm and reached the astral aura realm, his spiritual power would probably be even stronger. Therefore, Fang Han was in high spirits as he killed the group of heavenly demons. His genuine chi was activated and combined with his mind. He was agile and did not want to stop at all. He knew that if he continued to kill like this, he would definitely have a breakthrough. These heavenly demons were too easy to kill. Moreover, there were so many sky demon horde. If they all refined the heaven big pill, it would be a huge windfall. In the 10,000 return sea market, this kind of elixir was the most popular. Furthermore, if Fang Han wanted to sell it, he could just say that he had obtained it by killing a disciple of the Netherworld sect. With his identity as a successor disciple of the Ascension sect, there would not be any trouble. Moreover, there were also some demonic sect members who bought and sold things in the Myriad Returns sea market. As long as it was profitable, the Myriad Returns Immortal Island would not prohibit it. They would turn a blind eye. Fang Han went to the returning void to train. Half of it was to find treasures, and the other half was to find the sky demon horde. He also knew that treasures were not easy to find. However, just as he was about to kill to his heart's content, an extremely strong sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart. Could it be that the remnant soul of the sky demon that they mentioned is really among the sky demons and is secretly targeting me? Since it's a 7-fold divine ability, I'm not a match for someone who has cultivated the Jin Dan seed, even if it's just a remnant soul with less than a tenth of its full power. However, I can't retreat now. Otherwise, the 49 islands will suffer a calamity. Furthermore, if I continue to fight like this, I might run out of energy and run out of energy. That will be a problem. He glanced at the sky demon group, but all he saw were ghostly shadows. He didn't see any movement. Right now, he was multitasking. He could control his own energy and mana freely. He knew how to minimize his energy consumption. Therefore, after fighting for so long, he became more and more energetic. He even went deep into the sky demon horde. However, there were countless sky demons. No matter how he killed, he couldn't kill all of them. He also didn't have any magic crystals or jade stones to replenish himself. If he continued to fight like this, he would run out of energy sooner or later. Humph. If the sky demon doesn't come out, I'll force you to come out. 10 Shura sword demon puppets, appear. Fang Han activated the Wood Emperor's chi again. Instantly, 10 tall and large Shuras flew out of his body. Each Shuras shone with a bright light and had sharp sword chi. They were the Shuras that he had condensed several times. When the 10 Shuras flew out, they opened their mouths and let out a series of howls. They were actually using the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. The 10 Shuras were under Fang Han's control. Although they didn't have any energy, they could use all of Fang Han's martial arts. Furthermore, their bodies were strong. After drinking the 6 solar holy water, their strength was comparable to 70 or 80 horses. They were equivalent to an expert who had just entered the divine ability secret realm. They could also fly without leaving a trace. When the 10 Shurash used the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, their murderous aura swept across the battlefield. Sword light danced in the air, and countless sky demon were pulverized. In just a few moments, hundreds of sky demon were killed. Demon King, our 100,000 sky demon subordinates have been killed by him. We've suffered heavy losses. Although he's only a true energy cultivator, he's multitasking. His methods are brilliant, and the quality of his true energy is unique. We just escaped, and your majesty still needs to rely on the 100,000 sky demon subordinates. I'm afraid it won't be good for us to suffer heavy losses. Our sky demon subordinates have already asked around about this person. He's a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, and cultivates the heavenly wood grand magic. Why don't we retreat? High in the sky, the man on the throne saw Feng Han summon the 10 Shura puppets and use the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to sweep across the battlefield. He stood up abruptly. Beside the man stood a sky demon. It was blue all over and seemed to be made of water ripples. It constantly changed its shape and made sounds. Back then, this king was attacked by the demon marshal and the woman reincarnated from the lightning mother. They used the Tao treasure, the inextinguishable lightning talisman, to severely injure this king. The sky demon Jin Dan that I cultivated has already been shattered, and my spiritual power has decreased sharply. After being sealed for so many years, the damage is even more severe. This time, after breaking out of the seal, I wanted to massacre the people of the 49 islands and use their blood as nourishment. Yet, I met such a monster again. The Abhijna he cultivated was the ancient demon Tao, one of the 5 emperors' great devil Abhijna's azure divine wood art. The Ascension sect's heavenly wood great art originated from this ancient demon Tao. He might be able to fool others, but he couldn't fool me. He has secrets on him. I will capture him myself and refine him with my soul-searching magic. The man on the throne spoke calmly, still without the slightest bit of emotion. His body was tall and straight, and he truly had the demeanor of a demon king. Without a doubt, he was the Watergoo Great Sky Demon King, the peerless expert who had once cultivated into the Sky Demon Jin Dan. The Divine Ability Secret Realm was divided into 10 levels. The 5th Celestial Realm was a Taoist master, respected by all cultivators, protected by the sect, and treated as equals with the elders. Once one passed through the 6th tier, the Unity Realm, the various mystiques would be combined into one, and all the techniques would be combined into one. In the end, a mystique seed would be formed, and the great Jin Dan would reach the 7th tier. Not only would his lifespan increase, but his strength would also increase tremendously. He would become the core existence of the sect and a candidate to enter the immortal secret realm. The long life secret realm had a lifespan of 10,000 years. It could be said that one truly lived 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. The 7th tier of the Divine Ability Secret Realm, the Jin Dan, was equivalent to the Crown Prince in the mortal world. Even though the Tai Gate had a large business and many experts, disciples who had cultivated to the great Jin Dan realm of the Divine Ability Seed would be given the wording in their names to indicate their prominence. From this, it could be seen that the Watergoo Great Sky Demon King had once been an expert. His words indicated that he was going to attack Feng Han. As soon as he finished speaking, he, who was standing high in the sky, waved his hand fiercely. Instantly, his body turned into a demonic shadow and shot down like lightning without any effort. He hid among the layers of Sky Demon and approached Feng Han. Suddenly, he aimed for a flaw and attacked fiercely. His murderous aura and boundless power suddenly enveloped Feng Han. Someone who cultivates the Azure Emperor would Emperor technique. Tell me all your secrets, spit them out. The dense devil chi was mixed with the demonic voice of the Sky Demon King. It was enough to mess up the thoughts of an expert in the Divine Ability Secret Realm. Feng Han summoned the 10 great Asuras and was in the middle of a killing spree. In a short while, another 1,000 Sky Demon were killed by him. He collected them into the Acheron map and refined them into pills. However, he was on high alert in his heart. He also secretly retracted his true chi. In the midst of the sky demon horde, he could no longer see the island below and the disciples of Lady's cave abode on the 49 islands. He used himself as bait to attract all the sky demon. Just then, an earth-shattering murderous aura enveloped him. All of his true chi seemed to have been frozen by this murderous aura. Moreover, it started to go against his will and was showing signs of demonization. Watergoo Sky Demon King, as an expert who condensed a devil pill, you were once famous. You were an expert on the same level as the 5 Hell Sky Demon King. You actually used a sneak attack to deal with a junior like me. Fong Han roared fiercely and retracted his true chi. Whoosh! The scene in front of him disappeared. The man without a shred of human emotion appeared in front of Fong Han. It was the Watergoo Sky Demon King. He grabbed fiercely with his big hand and took a step forward. Fong Han felt an earth-shattering devil chi surge. It was as if the center of the world was this man. The Watergoo Sky Demon King's devil chi forced away all of Fong Han's true chi and invaded his body. As a sky demon, I only care about one-hit kills. Status doesn't matter. Sneak attacks don't matter. That's what you humans think. Come out, 3 heavenly lions. At this moment, Fong Han activated the 3 heavenly lion aura tattoos on his body and transformed into 3 huge lions. They began to devour the Watergoo Sky Demon King. Each of the lions was much stronger than Fong Han himself. Their aura chi was also more condensed than true chi. In the blink of an eye, it was as if there were 5 Fong Han attacking the Sky Demon King. After refining the 3 heavenly lion life treasures into tattoos and external incarnations, Fong Han's killing power had actually increased by 5 times. It was as if he had 3 more Tai Gate disciples by his side. It was also as if he had refined the essence of Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yufan into puppets. His strength had multiplied. However, this was a trump card. He couldn't use it carelessly. Once exposed, it would be extremely dangerous. But now that he was surrounded by the Sky Demon and fighting with the Watergoo Sky Demon King, he could use his dermic powers to his heart's content without being discovered by others. He slaughtered his way in and out of the Sky Demon army. He wasn't afraid of the Watergoo Sky Demon King coming to deal with him. His greatest reliance was the 3 heavenly lion tattoo. This sudden attack was indeed effective. As soon as the 3 huge milky white heavenly lions flew out, they roared at the sky. The sound waves caused the clouds to change color and the void to shake. It was as if the entire world was about to be awakened by the roars of the lions. Many sky demon within a radius of a few miles were annihilated by the roars of the 3 lions. They died immediately, not leaving a single trace behind. 2 of the 3 lions were equivalent to experts in the Aura Chi realm. One of them, Yao Dian's life heavenly lion, was equivalent to an expert in the 4th tier of the mystical realm, the Yin-Yang realm. After understanding Yin and Yang, it had spirituality. Other than the fact that it wasn't made of flesh and blood, its intelligence was no different from that of a lion's. At the 4th tier of the mystical realm, the Yin-Yang realm, one's aura chi would have spirituality and intelligence. It was no small matter. When cultivated to the extreme, one could even speak human language. For example, Fong Qingshua's 2 purple lightning yin-yang serpents had both intelligence and spirituality. This step was a qualitative leap for one's true chi. It was also to lay a solid foundation for the celestial realm. Only when one's own Taoist aura chi had spirituality and intelligence could it form a large formation and circulate endlessly. Fong Han's formation was equivalent to 2 experts in the aura chi realm and 1 in the yin-yang realm. In addition, there was also himself and Yen watching covetously and launching a sneak attack. He didn't believe that the Sky Demon King, who was only left with a remnant soul, could withstand it. If the other party was a complete 7th tier Jin Dan, then his methods would be instantly shattered. Fong Han ran as far as he could. However, he already knew that the Sky Demon King's Sky Demon Jin Dan had been shattered. It was a different story. How did you cultivate the Tai Gate's Heavenly Lion Aura Chi? And you've cultivated 3 of them at once. The Water Voodoo Sky Demon King's demonic technique was also shattered by the roar of the 3-headed Heavenly Lion. Cracks appeared on its body. It seemed that it was caught off guard by Fong Han's attack and its vitality had been damaged. Heavenly Lion devours demon. Fong Han didn't answer and attacked again. The two heavenly lions opened their mouths and fiercely swallowed. Immediately, countless sky demons screamed as they were swallowed into the heavenly lions' stomachs. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 sky demons were swallowed and turned into surging vitality that was absorbed into the Acheron map and sank to the bottom of the Acheron River. This time, it wasn't refined into a heaven pill, but into the purest psychic energy. Because Yan didn't have time to refine a pill, it curled up into a ball and prepared for its strongest attack. Yao Dian's natal heavenly lion was the strongest. It didn't devour the other sky demon, but instead went straight for the water voodoo sky demon king's true body. This lion had spirituality and was extremely powerful. It grabbed the sky demon king's body as if it was hunting, wanting to capture and tear its opponent to pieces. Damn it! The water voodoo sky demon king's face was cold as it unleashed its demonic energy. It stared at Feng Han with its devilish eyes, as if it were building up power. This sky demon king was so powerful that not even Feng Han's three-headed heavenly lion could defeat it. Clearly, it was no weaker than a Deva expert. Water voodoo sky demon king, the heavenly lion king said, "You're like a dragon in the shallows being toyed with by shrimps. A tiger in the plains being bullied by dogs. A featherless phoenix is no better than a chicken. Just accept your fate and cripple your own devilish technique. If you do, I'll let you live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Feng Han roared. His true chi once again transformed into a heavenly wood divine needle. With a whoosh, it pierced toward the water voodoo sky demon king's forehead. The sky demon king had a demonic body. Blades and swords couldn't harm it, let alone needles. However, once the heavenly wood divine needle pierced its body, it would grow into a giant tree that could prop up the sky. This was the most powerful move. You think you can defeat me like this? This prince was caught unprepared by you, but you are underestimating this prince too much. When the water voodoo sky demon king saw the heavenly wood divine needle stabbing toward it, its eyes suddenly spun, creating a force field that stopped the heavenly wood divine needle in midair. Then, black sawtooth ripples emerged from his body. These ripples kept cutting the air. Feng Han immediately felt like his body was being torn apart. The gang chi of the heavenly lion, who was slapping the water parasite demon king with its claws, began to disperse. Not good. He's going to use the great cleaving art. This is a supreme devilish technique of the demonic sect. It's on the same level as the prodigious art of obliteration. Don't let it cut you, or your mind will be cut and you'll be lost forever. When Yan Wen saw the black sawtooth ripples on the water voodoo sky demon king's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. The great cleaving art. When Feng Han heard the name, his hair stood on end. He hadn't expected a starving camel to be bigger than a horse. Even so, he couldn't take care of a demon king's remnant soul. As expected, a master of the demonic sect's Jin Dan could move unhindered. Heavenly Lion stellar energy. Without hesitation, with a thought, the three sky lions suddenly turned into a wall of gang chi that was dozens of feet thick, blocking in front of him. Cleaving. As soon as Feng Han completed this action, the water voodoo demon king unleashed the great cleaving art. Countless black sawtooth ripples spread out, cutting Feng Han's heavenly wood divine needle into pieces. Sensing this, Feng Han's mind went blank, and blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. His true energy had been damaged. Fortunately, he had retracted a portion of his true energy into the heavenly lion's stellar energy and into his body. That was why his true energy hadn't been damaged and he had lost all of his magical power. Even so, the damage was significant. It would take him 2 or 3 months to recover his true energy. Bang! 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 As soon as he retracted his true energy, he heard 3 loud bangs. The 3 heavenly lions' stellar energy barriers had been broken, and the stellar energy had been severely damaged. They transformed back into 3 heavenly lion tattoos and retracted back into his body. The great cleaving art had broken through the 3 heavenly lions. In Feng Han's eyes, he saw the water-venomous worm demon king controlling the serrated black ripples to envelop him. It was as if the ripples would cut him into pieces and turn him into minced meat. At this moment, he knew the power of the great cleaving art. "I'd like to see what else you can do." The water voodoo sky demon's sinister voice came, but he didn't show any mercy. The great cleaving art shrouded him even more violently. 5 Hell's King Cauldron. At this critical moment, Feng Han shouted again. Boom! On the sea below, a house-sized king cauldron rushed up like a cannonball and loaded him inside. The countless black lines of the great cleaving art all cut on the king cauldron. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. The king cauldron shook, and several protective formations inside stopped operating. They seemed to have been destroyed by the great cleaving art. But after a while, the sawtooth black ripples dissipated in the air. In the end, they couldn't cut through the king cauldron. After all, the water voodoo sky demon king had lost the demon sex gene Dan, and his cultivation was less than 10% of his peak. Otherwise, this king cauldron would have been cut through and completely destroyed. What's going on, Feng Han? I sensed your presence and immediately rushed over with the king cauldron. I actually found a large group of sky demon. Long Xian was shocked when she saw Feng Han fall into the cauldron and his true qi dissipating. It's the water voodoo sky demon who broke the seal and led 100,000 sky demon army to charge out. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been crushed. Don't say so much. You control the king cauldron and use the spells inside. I'll go out again. We must kill or seal this heavenly demon. Otherwise, once he breaks the seal and recovers his dermic powers, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Feng Han knew that the great cleaving art consumed a lot of dermic powers. Now, the water voodoo sky demon king was an arrow at the end of its flight. As he spoke, he flew out of the king cauldron again. Sure enough, he saw the water voodoo sky demon's body was both real and illusory. It was much weaker than before, and it was far from the domineering demonic aura it had when they first met. Knowing that his guess was right, he let out a long laugh. His Wood Empress true qi erupted again, turning into a ball of green light that covered over. Junior. You actually have the king cauldron of 5 hells to protect you. But don't think you can deal with me. Don't you know that the Sky Demon King has the Sky Demon disintegration technique? You can't let us die together. You can't block it. The Water Voodoo Demon King laughed loudly and pointed a finger at Feng Han's Wood Empress true qi. Is that so? There's a thing in this world that specializes in countering the Sky Demon disintegration technique. As the Sky Demon King, there's no way you don't know about it. A faint voice sounded from within the green light. It was Yanwen. Feng Han flew out of the king cauldron and turned the Wood Empress true qi into a green light to cover up Yanwen's existence so that Long Xian wouldn't be able to see it. Yanwen was hiding in the green light silently. Suddenly, a strong surge of Acheron's true qi hit the water voodoo sky demon's body. Immediately, the water voodoo sky demon's true qi started to dissipate. He couldn't use the sky demon disintegration technique anymore. He couldn't help but roar in despair, this is yellow, but before he could shout, Yanwen grabbed him and pulled him into the Acheron map. If he didn't use the great cleaving technique and expend too much of his true qi, I wouldn't be his match at all. But now that he's been subdued by us, I'll use my devil technique and force him to reveal the great cleaving technique. Then, I'll refine him into a peerless earth-level pill, Dharma Saint's relic. It can increase your dermic powers again. This kind of heavenly fiend that had cultivated a fiend sect golden core might have lost their golden core, but their origins were still extremely vigorous. I'm rich. Yanwen returned to the Acheron map and went to deal with the water voodoo sky demon. Normally, when the Sky Demon King fought with his life on the line, the Sky Demon disintegration technique was very powerful. Hua Tiandu couldn't even refine Demon King Wei De because he lacked the emotion for getting water. Now that Feng Han had the emotion for getting water, he could refine the Water Voodoo Sky Demon King. He defeated the Water Goo Sky Demon King so quickly? Long Xian saw Feng Han fly out. Green True Qi flew out and wrapped around him. The Water Goo Sky Demon disappeared without a trace. She knew that he had successfully subdued the Sky Demon. Although she knew that the Sky Demon King had been sealed and lost its power, she was still shocked by Feng Han's divine power. The Water Goo Sky Demon King was an expert who had cultivated the gene down of the Sky Demon. This was known by many immortals hundreds of years ago. Long Xian knew very well what the gene down of the Devil Gate was. Among the many true disciples of the Ascension Gate, there were only 5 who had reached the 7th level of the Divine Power Secret Realm and cultivated the Divine Power Seed Gene Dan. They were Dongling Xiao, Western Kalan, Northern Yaoguang, Southern Wanro, and Zhong Tiandu. That was why he was the leader of all the true disciples. Among the other true disciples, there were some who were unfathomable, but they were not as strong as the Jin Dan. Such a person could dominate the world. Even 100 Long Xians would be crushed by him. For someone like the Water Goose Sky Demon, even if the Jin Dan was lost, its experience was still there. A centipede would not fall down even if it was dead. Ordinary Heaven Realm experts were no match for it. But it was subdued by Feng Han. Long Xian felt that Feng Han was more and more unfathomable. Maybe it's not impossible for this person to challenge Hua Tiandu in 10 years, a thought suddenly rose in her mind. Long Xian, control the spirit-swallowing formation of the King's Cauldron and absorb all the small sky demon. We can use this King's Cauldron of 5 hells to make pills in the future. Long Xian was thinking when Feng Han's voice suddenly sounded. Feng Han had returned to the cauldron. That's right. The sky demon is the best material for making pills. It was just that ordinary experts couldn't control the Taoist true fire well and couldn't refine pills well. However, the 10,000 water true qi that I cultivate is good at regulating true fire. With this supreme grade 5 Hell's King Cauldron, I can try to make the best medicine for the Ascension Gate, the foundation building pill that is on the same level as the Tai Gate Yuanying pill. Long Xian said. Foundation establishment pill? Feng Han had never heard of this kind of medicinal pill. This kind of medicinal pill is something that only heaven-tier disciples can teach. The main reason is that it's not easy to concoct, so as to avoid wasting time and effort on concocting it, and thus delaying their cultivation. I heard it from senior sister Kellen. Long Xian said. Oh? Looks like this foundation establishment pill is a peerless grade mortal pill. Feng Han thought about it, and felt that as one of the 10 immortal Dao sects, the Ascension Gate would have such a peerless human-level pill. What's a peerless mortal grade? Long Xian was stunned. Feng Han explained the grades of medicinal pills: human, spiritual, earth, heaven, and immortal. So there are actually so many classifications for medicinal pills. It's really a field of study. I have to study it well in the future. The Yin Yang Longevity Pill is actually a heaven-tier medicinal pill, the emperor of medicinal pills. No wonder there are so many benefits. Not only did it help me break through the divine realm, it also helped me condense my true qi quickly. After listening, Long Xian nodded and smiled. As the two spoke, they activated the spirit-devouring formation in the 5 Hells King Cauldron. This spirit-devouring formation was specially set up to devour spiritual objects, and was also set up specifically to deal with the sky demon. Once activated, the cauldron spun violently, and a strong tornado was released from the cauldron. Everywhere it went, the sky demon was sucked into it, and was sucked into a screen. The screen in the cauldron had a picture on it. It was originally 100 ghosts parade. Now that it had absorbed so many sky demon, the thousands of ghosts on the screen immediately came alive. At the same time, Feng Han could only feel that the 100 ghost screen in the 5 Hells King Cauldron had absorbed thousands of sky demon. The entire cauldron was suddenly filled with vitality and energy, and the large formations that were originally unable to be activated also began to loosen up. Even with the combined powers of Feng Han, Long Xian, and the Demoness, they could barely activate a few of the arrays, such as the Space Teleportation Array, 5 Fire Divine Thunder Array, Crushing Array, and Spirit Swallowing Array. These arrays could not be activated at the same time because they did not have enough powers. But now, after absorbing thousands of sky demon, their physical strength had turned into a force that could activate the large formations. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Back then, the 5 Hells Sky Demon King created this cauldron to better control the Sky Demon army under his command. The more Sky Demon this cauldron absorbs, the more powerful it becomes. Many of the large formations inside can be activated by Sky Demon. When Feng Han used the 5 Hells King Cauldron to absorb the Sky Demon, he instantly understood. It turned out that this cauldron had to absorb the Sky Demon in order to unleash its true power. That's right. The 5 Hells King Cauldron needs to absorb the Sky Demon in order to unleash its full power. This cauldron has 999 large formations. Even if you cultivate to the Jin Dan realm, it is impossible to activate them all. At the very least, you have to pass the tribulations of wind and fire, cultivate your cosmic form, and reach the 9th tier of Abhijna. Only with the power of millions of horses and the ability to move mountains and fill seas can you activate them all. However, as long as you can absorb 8 million sky demon and use them all as your laborers, you will be able to activate the cauldron all at once. With 999 large formations enveloping you, even an expert like the demon marshal would find it difficult to deal with you. At the very least, you will be evenly matched, and he will not be able to kill you. At this moment, Yen spoke again. 8 million sky demon? Fang Han was shocked. Where am I going to find 8 million sky demon to be my laborers? This water parasite sky demon only has 100,000 sky demon army. In the virtual returning realm, there are some dangerous passages that lead to the unknown sky demon world. Yen said, this time, we have subdued the water parasite sky demon. Our gains are simply too great. We can give it a try. Really? Then our chance has really come. Fang Han's heart was burning. He knew that the more powerful the magic treasure, the higher the cultivation level needed to use it. There was basically no such thing as being able to sweep the world with a supreme-grade magic treasure. Originally, the Acheron map was Emperor Huangquan's talisman and was extremely powerful. However, he would only be able to unleash its power after cultivating to the immortal secret realm. This 5 Hells King cauldron was the same. It would already be good if he could unleash 10% of its power in a short period of time. However, if he absorbed 8 million sky demon army and used them as laborers to activate the large formations, it would be different. Many of the powerful formations would be too powerful. With the demon marshal's current cultivation level, a single grandiose annihilation ard could annihilate Fang Han into ashes. Oh right, you just said that the water parasite sky demon king can be refined into a Dharma saint relic. What kind of pill is the Dharma saint relic? Fang Han suddenly asked. The Dharma saint relic is one of the best pills of the Acheron sect. It is a peerless earth-grade pill. It is second only to the 9 orifices Jin Dan. After refining it, you can increase your cultivation level by 10,000 horses if you consume it. It is truly the power of 10,000 horses galloping. Xianxia was so proud that it was cackling. What? The power of 10,000 horses galloping. This is equivalent to the power of a heaven realm expert. Fang Han knew that after one's supernatural power reached the heaven realm, they would at least have the power of 10,000 horses galloping. I used the flower grafting technique to transfer the dark water kingsnake's supernatural power and only obtained 1 or 2,000 horses supernatural power. How can a single Dharma saint relic increase it by so much? How can the dark water kingsnake compare to the origin of a Jin Dan expert? The refinement of the Dharma saint relic requires the origin essence of a Jin Dan expert. Do you know? Who would be able to kill a Jin Dan stage expert and take his life essence? If you can obtain the Jin Dan expert's own Jin Dan, that would be even more incredible. The Jin Dan contains all the supernatural powers and laws of the expert, as well as all the strength. However, the Jin Dan of an expert can explode at will. It is still possible to perish together with the enemy in the face of danger. Even the art of oblivion cannot stop it. If a longevity secret realm expert is hit by the explosion of a Jin Dan, he will also be injured. Do you think this is for fun? Xianxia said, this time, we are really lucky to have met the Sky Demon King who has lost his Jin Dan. We also happen to have the art of oblivion to restrain his Sky Demon body disintegration technique. I think the Demon Marshal and Fang Qingxue did not kill the Sky Demon King and sealed him because they were aiming for the origin in his body. Kiki. Then what do you mean? We really struck it big this time? Fang Han said hesitantly. Yes, we struck it big. A windfall. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. He used his huge claws to slap his head fiercely, making thumping sounds as if he was beating a war drum. Every time Xianxia got excited, he would slap his head with his claws and do this funny action. Damn it, if you don't strike it big, you won't be able to beat Hua Tiandu even if you cultivate for 10,000 years. We have to force out the great cleaving technique. This time, I almost died in the hands of this supernatural power. Of course, I don't know this supernatural power. It would be a pity if we don't force it out. While Fang Han and Xianxia were communicating telepathically, Fang Han was not idle. On one hand, he was activating the spatial manipulation teleportation formation, driving the king cauldron to move around in the sky. On the other hand, the spirit-devouring formation was getting stronger and stronger, sucking in all the sky demon kings that were fleeing in all directions. After the water goo sky demon king disappeared, the 100,000 sky demon kings in the sky lost their commander and began to flee in all directions. Feng Han had only killed 3,000 to 4,000 sky demon kings in his previous killing spree. This was because there were only about 3,700 sky demon kings left. Compared to the 100,000 sky demon kings, it was only a small team. But now that he was free, his efficiency was much higher. The king cauldron flew around in the sky as if it was teleporting. It first appeared in the sky in the east and aimed at the place where there were more sky demon kings. With a sweep of its power, thousands of sky demon kings disappeared. In the next blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky in the west. With another sweep, thousands of sky demon kings were gone. Originally, with Feng Han's spiritual power, it was impossible for him to activate both the spatial teleportation formation and the spirit-devouring formation at the same time. But now, the more the sky demon kings absorbed, the more work they had to do and the more agile they became. The people of Ladies' Abode on the 49 islands below, including the 6 emissaries, were all dumbfounded. They were originally afraid that Feng Han would be surrounded and die. But they did not expect Feng Han to be so nimble and agile. He even had a supreme-grade magical item with incredible power. In a short while, the sky demon army in the sky had thinned out. At least 50,000 of them had been absorbed by Feng Han into the king cauldron. There were still tens of thousands left, but they did not have time to absorb them. They escaped without a trace. This made Feng Han feel that it was a pity. Only now did he realize the gap between himself and Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu did not use any magical items. With one move of heaven and earth snow, everything within a radius of 8,000 li was frozen. Not to mention 100,000, even 1,000,000 sky demon kings would be frozen. Feng Han knew that Hua Tiandu had once received an invitation from an empire to snow to ensure the next year's harvest. With one move, the entire empire's rivers and mountains changed color. And now, he was controlling the king cauldron, and so many sky demon kings had escaped. He collected 50,000 sky demon kings into the king cauldron. Seeing that all the sky demon kings in the sky had escaped, he did not give chase. He slowly descended and met up with the people of Ladies' Abode. The 6 emissaries of lightning also flew up. They rejoiced and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. At this moment, in the distance, a few mysterious people in black saw this scene. One of the black-clothed people said, "Fang Qingshua's subordinates are indeed powerful. We were a step too late." He actually let his people suppress the water goo sky demon kings again. Originally, the demon marshal was being chased by the people of Tai Gate. This Ladies' Abode lost its protection. Master ordered us to take the water goo sky demon's origin, but we miscalculated. Another mysterious black-cloaked person said. The water goo sky demon kings are experts who cultivated the sky demon Jin Dan. Now that they have lost the Jin Dan, their strength is greatly reduced. This opportunity is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Should we kill our way up and snatch it? Another mysterious person said proudly. No. Don't act rashly and alert the enemy. That Feng Han's methods are very mysterious, and he has the king cauldron of 5 hells. I'm afraid we can't deal with him. Moreover, we can't expose ourselves now, so we can only operate in secret. Unfortunately, we didn't know that the king cauldron of 5 hells was in the hands of the Suicide Island Master. Otherwise, we could gather people to kill him and snatch the cauldron. We can't expose ourselves now. Otherwise, the immortal, devil, and demon Dao will all come to kill us. Lurking in the dark, stirring up the wind and rain, causing the immortal and devil wars to suffer heavy losses, this is the heavenly rule set by the Supreme Master. Wait until the day we are exposed. What is the immortal Dao? What is the devil Dao? What is the demon Dao? We want to unify the immortal, devil, and demon Dao. Myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Then, if this mission fails, what should we do? How do we go back to meet the messenger sent by Master? Just report it as it is. Anyway, Fang Qingxue is rumored to be the reincarnation of the Lightning Mother. She's a hard bone to chew. We can't succeed so easily. The messenger sent by Master also understands this. After the mysterious black-clothed men finished their discussion, they suddenly shot out a black talisman, which rippled and disappeared into the air. These mysterious black-clothed people didn't seem to have strong magic power, similar to Master Tsangbai. They seemed to be experts who had just advanced to the divine ability realm. Moreover, they had just been promoted by medicinal pills. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth when they spoke, but the magic treasures they had were magical. It seemed to be a mysterious organization that had never existed in the cultivation world. What a big conspiracy. However, Feng Han didn't know this. He was now receiving compliments from the 6 lightning messengers. At the same time, he called out Long Xian and the witch to Ladies' Cave residents to enjoy the Dan Yuan assembly. This time, we have to thank you, Feng Han, for defeating the Sky Demon and protecting the safety of the 49 islands. Otherwise, we would have died without a burial place. However, we failed to guard the seal and caused a big disaster. I hope that Feng Han can put in a good word for us in front of Miss Xianxia. Otherwise, Miss Xianxia will punish us severely. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, sun, moon. The 6 emissaries spoke to Feng Han while holding wine in their hands. That's easy. Feng Han smiled. Also, we have sent a telegram to Feng Chang of the Zidian Peak in the Ascension Gate about what happened today. She will send it to Miss Xianxia. Feng Han, you have done well. The 6 messengers said. Ascension Gate, Zidian Peak. Feng Chang, who used to be the head maidservant, stood at the peak of the cliff. She gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance with a solemn look on her face. All of a sudden, in the vast sea of clouds in the distance, a tiny bolt of lightning flew over. She hurriedly waved her hand, and a similar bolt of lightning appeared in her hand. Yin and Yang were attracted to each other. The electric light fell into her hand and turned into a talisman. It was densely packed with small words. After looking at it for a while, her expression became worse and worse. A layer of frost seemed to have formed on her face. It has only been a few months and such a big thing happened at sea. The demon marshal killed 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate. He was hunted by the heavenly Tao. And the water goo sky demon broke out of the seal. Feng Han appeared at sea and defeated the army of 100,000 sky demon in one fell swoop. He sealed the water goo sky demon. Miss Xianxia and the demon marshal went through so much trouble to seal the sky demon king for its origin power. Now that it is in Feng Han's hands, it is a troublesome matter. This important news must be reported to Miss Xianxia as soon as possible and let her make a decision. Especially the demon marshal's matter, it cannot be delayed. Even if it affects Miss Xianxia's seclusion in the lesser immortal realm, we can't care about it. Feng Chang pondered for a moment and immediately sat down cross-legged. She solemnly took out a dragon snake-shaped lightning talisman and silently chanted. Then, her fingers trembled and blood seeped out of her hand. She smeared it on the lightning talisman. The great Tao is unique. Lightning essence chi, travel the world, thoughts forever, telepathy. Bang! The dragon snake-shaped lightning talisman in her hand suddenly cracked. It turned into strands of electricity and dissipated into the air. I've sent out telepathy. I hope Miss Xianxia can sense it. Feng Chang stood up and let out a long sigh. Feng Han originally thought that he was just a little bit lucky. I didn't expect him to become so powerful. The biting cold heavenly wind blew, causing her body to sway as if she was about to fall off the cliff. However, her feet were steady as she landed on the ground. She was not afraid at all. She walked leisurely on the edge of the cliff covered in moss. It showed her strong mental fortitude and extremely profound physical control. In a place far, far away from the foot of the mountain, there were several servants of the Feng family. Feng Man, Feng Rui, Feng Lai. They were the ones who had been brutally beaten by Feng Han when they were fighting for power. TSK, TSK. Feng Chang's martial arts are getting more and more powerful. She's walking on the edge of the cliff like she's taking a stroll. I'm afraid she's about to cultivate to the 10th divine transformation realm. Feng Man licked his lips, revealing a lustful light. He's the favorite of Miss Xianxia. He's also the chief steward of the Zidian Peak. He's got a lot of pills. His cultivation will naturally increase. Zeng. 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 What? Fang Man? Are you still thinking about this girl? Fang Rui clapped his hands. A servant half knelt and brought a cup of fragrant tea. What's wrong with that? If we were in the Fang family's governor's mansion, wouldn't I have a piece of cake with a mere servant girl like her? Now, I'm only thinking about how to improve my cultivation and how to become an outer disciple of the Ascension Gate. If we can curry favor with some powerful people, they'll reward us with pills, flying swords, and a Dharma robe. Then we'll be able to ride the clouds and increase our strength by 100 times. We'll be able to stand out even more. Fang Man's lustful light turned into green greed. What, Fang Lai? Don't you want to take revenge for being bullied by that little bastard Fang Han? Silence. That brat Fang Han is now a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate. His power is monstrous. He can crush us with a single finger. How can we take revenge? Humph, he also offended the most powerful direct disciple of the Ascension Gate, immortal Hua Tiandu. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. We must take revenge. Otherwise, a mere coachman can actually ride on our heads and become a deity. How can I swallow this? Fang Man, this rich slave, slammed the table fiercely. Oh? You want to take revenge that badly? Suddenly, a faint voice resounded beside them. A few of the servants abruptly turned their heads to look and saw Fang Qingwei, the second young miss. At the same time, a mysterious black-clothed man stood beside Qingwei. Ah, this servant greets the second miss. The three servants immediately bowed. Rise. Since you want to take revenge on that slave Fang Han, and are also servants of the Fang clan, I have no choice but to promote you. Oh? This is a new rogue cultivator friend I met on the sea. His name is Mr. Huanjin. Why aren't you greeting him? Qingwei introduced the black-cloaked man beside her. Greetings, Mr. Huanjin. The servants looked at each other. They knew that this was a strange person, a first-rate immortal. With their personality of currying favor, how could they be negligent? They immediately tried to curry favor. No need to be so polite. Since you are Miss Qingwei's servants, I can't help but give you some benefits. This mysterious black-cloaked man, Mr. Huanjin, spoke very stiffly, but his actions were incomparably generous. With a wave of his hand, 3-inch-long flying swords fell into the hands of the three servants. Accompanying the 3 flying swords were 3 strange-looking robes that emitted powerful magic power. The 3 swords and 3 robes were all top-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Qingwei's heart jumped. She didn't expect this Mr. Huanjin to be so generous. 6 spirit artifacts were given out just like that. Mr. Huanjin, this mysterious black-cloaked man, was someone she met at the 10,000 returns market. He was forthright and generous. She exchanged pills with this Mr. Huanjin and took advantage of him, thinking that he was a fool. Moreover, this Mr. Huanjin wasn't a demon cultivator. He was a rogue cultivator from overseas. His cultivation wasn't high. He had just reached the divine realm, so he could use magic power. If a demon cultivator entered Ascension Mountain, they would probably be killed by the flying swords. These 3 swords and 3 robes, you can use them after you have sacrificed a drop of blood. Mr. Huanjin said, Miss Qingwei, I see that these 3 have good potential. Since Ascension Mountain won't take them in, why don't I take them in as my disciples? That's good too. Fang Man, Fang Rui, Fang Lai? Why aren't you greeting your master? Fang Qingwei thought about it and gave the 3 of them a look. These 3 servants were actually very ordinary. They weren't even qualified to be outer disciples of Ascension Mountain. However, Fang Qingwei thought that they were rogue cultivators from the sea who hadn't seen the world and were different from the Ascension Gate. Greetings, Master. The 3 servants were overjoyed. Mr. Huanjin, let's go. Let's go to Wanro Peak. I will introduce you to our Ascension Gate's direct disciple, Jingdan Avenue's disciple, Senior Wanro. You have some spiritual weapons from the ancient ruins. You can exchange them with Senior Wanro. Qingwei knew that this Mr. Huanjin was a lucky rogue cultivator who had obtained an ancient ruin. He wanted to exchange them for some pills. Therefore, he could take advantage of them during the exchange. Ah, Jindan Avenue. Mr. Huanjun was obviously shocked and showed some uneasiness. Qing Wei saw this and felt a little proud of being from a big sect. As she spoke, she brought Mr. Huanzhen and the 3 servants to Wanro Peak. Fang Cheng saw all of this with her eyes. Who is that Mr. Huanzhen? He seems very mysterious. I know some of the rogue cultivators from the sea, but I don't know such a person. Qing Wei has just entered the immortal path and is arrogant. I hope she doesn't delay young lady's business. Outside of Ascension Mountain, in a desolate mountain, a few mysterious black-clothed men stared at the towering Ascension Mountain in the distance as they conversed. Sir God Lord Illusion Reality has been in there for so long. Could he have met with some mishap? The Ascension Gate is the #1 sect in the immortal path. Unfathomable. You can also visit friends and family in the immortal path. What are you afraid of? We're not humans, demons, or demons. How can the people of the Ascension Gate recognize me? Furthermore, Divine Lord Illusion Reality had sealed his Yuan Qi, so no one could tell. This time, Mr. Huanjun only wanted to investigate the situation inside the Ascension Gate. I didn't expect that he would be able to trick Qing Wei with some spiritual weapons. It will be much easier to get close to Fang Qingxue in the future. A mysterious man in black said. Let's go. We'd better stay away from the Ascension Gate, in case we're discovered by the experts inside. As the mysterious black-clothed men spoke, they disappeared without a trace. The Ascension Gate, the highest point of the Ascension Heavenly Palace, in a mysterious space. There were hazy clouds everywhere. These clouds appeared in all kinds of colors, rolling and dispersing. There was no sky above, no earth below. It was as if the entire world was made of clouds. Some of these clouds were hard, some were soft, and some were as heavy as water. However, these clouds all revealed pure Yang Qi. It was different from any other spirit Qi in the world. It seemed to be immortal Qi from the mysterious immortal world, that's right. This was the Ascension Gate's holy land for seclusion, the lesser immortal world. It was filled with Ascension Sect's supreme elder, sect leader, and several experts of the secret realm of immortals. They used their great magical power to break through the void and extracted the spiritual energy from the mysterious and distant immortal world's space-time crack. Thus, they constructed such a small immortal world. If an expert of the divine ability realm were to absorb a breath of spiritual energy, his magical power would increase and his body would be reconstructed. This was because every bit of the immortal world's spirit Qi was very precious and rare. Every disciple who came in to cultivate would absorb a bit less. Therefore, only special disciples were allowed to enter this immortal world to cultivate. Ordinary true disciples did not have this treatment at all. Even Jin Shirtai, whose father was the grand elder of the sect, was not allowed to enter. And now, Fang Qingxue was cultivating in this lesser immortal world. She was sitting in a firm cloud, and around her body, countless bolts of lightning were flickering. Every inch of the lightning was condensed with great power. These bolts of lightning were not scattered and disorderly, but condensed into various talismans connected from head to tail. They were very intelligent. One after another, the lightning formations circled around her. Then, with a slight movement, she stored them into her body. At this moment, her body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood, but a ball of lightning and thunder. The most frightening thing was that above Fang Qingxue's head was a huge talisman that spanned 3 to 4 miles. It was engraved with the image of the thunder god. Some were in the form of wings, with the head of a human and the body of a bird, holding a thunder hammer. Some were in the form of a human and the head of a bird, with lightning of various colors coiling around them. There were also scriptures written in characters. They were not modern characters, but very ancient and desolate. Each character seemed to be describing the laws of heaven and earth, the secrets of the primordial era, and the mysteries of the primordial era. This giant talisman was actually a magic treasure. It was beyond the range of ordinary treasures. Like the Acheron map, it was a talisman decree, the talisman decree of the ancient lady. It was a Tao artifact. A Tao artifact that even the ancient giants like the longevity secret realm experts were tempted by. All techniques returned to one, Fang Qingxue blurred into motion, causing numerous spell formations to appear, each of which represented a different type of divine ability. She seemed to be trying to combine the formations into one. She wanted to refine them into something like a seed. Suddenly, with a thought, all the formations returned to her body. Telepathy? Feng Chang would not use this unless it was an emergency. Feng Qingshui immediately understood what was going on. To think that something this big would happen while I was in seclusion. The demon marshal and the Tai Gate had a life and death conflict? Feng Han became a true disciple and even suppressed the water goo sky demon. What was even more incredible was that he actually dared to challenge Hua Tiandu and set up a 10-year life and death bet. What is he relying on to be so bold? Looks like I have to come out of seclusion. A series of messages came from her mind. This was a special divine ability, telepathy. Lady Talisman Decree, inextinguishable lightning. When she decided to come out of seclusion, she waved her hand, and the huge talisman above her shrank and entered her mind. Then, her body flashed, and after a few teleportations, she was out of the small immortal realm. Feng Qingshui came out of seclusion. On the sea, there were 49 islands in the Lightning Emperor's cave abode. After Feng Han enjoyed the Core Yuan gathering, he did not stop but continued on his journey with demon girl Long Xian. They headed towards the returning void realm. Their method of travel was still to dive in the sea. Flying on the sea was too eye-catching. Feng Han's battle with the water goo sky demon had damaged his vital energy. He could only recover it by cultivating in the cauldron. And Yan needed to refine a Dharma sage's Saraira. Of course, before they left, Feng Han did not forget to absorb all the gold-rimmed Shinnan trees and ladies' cave abode on the 49 islands to recover his damaged vital energy. The Wood Emperor's vital energy was infused with the noble aura of the gold-rimmed Shinnan trees, making it more agile. Originally, he could have condensed his vital energy. But the injuries he suffered in the battle with the water goo sky demon delayed his cultivation level. He was not in a hurry. After all, it was only a matter of time. The stronger his foundation, the easier it would be to break through in the future. What he was most passionate about now was entering the returning void to find the Sky Demon army and absorb the 8 million Sky Demon to develop the power of the Five Hells Royal Cauldron. Now that the Five Hells Royal Cauldron had absorbed 50,000 Sky Demon as manual labor, its speed in the water was much faster. It could travel 10,000 miles in a day and did not use up much of its own spiritual power. In the next 3 to 5 days, Feng Han trained hard in the cauldron and took the Yuanying pill. His damaged vital energy had recovered by quite a bit. On this day, he actually felt a chill seeping in from the sea outside, as if he had entered another sea. Feng Han, we have reached the North Sea, the border of the returning void. We have to be extremely careful now. We may encounter danger at any time. Long Xian's voice sounded. We are at the border of the returning void. The demon marshal also seems to have lured the Tai Gate disciples chasing him to the returning void. But we must not run into them. Feng Han thought to himself as he floated the cauldron up. He wanted to surface and see what the returning void was like. Kacha! Kacha! When the cauldron came out of the water and rushed to the surface, it was blocked by a thick layer of ice. The ice was very strong, like a steel pot lid that covered the surface of the water, making it impossible for people to get out. They could only suffocate to death. But how strong was the Five Hells Royal Cauldron? In the fierce collision, a large piece of ice was directly broken, and the sun was seen again. Feng Han flew out of the cauldron and looked around. Everywhere was white, and a thick layer of ice covered the surface of the sea. The cold air was biting cold, and the wind was whistling, blowing people up. The weather was still summer, and Feng Han had been hot all along the way. He didn't expect it to be so cold in the Northern Ocean. Feeling the sharp cold wind, he had cultivated the Yama golden body and comprehended the power of the Xitigarbha realm, but he still couldn't bear it. He could only use the Wood Emperor's true qi to stabilize his body and resist the cold. Long Xian had already used her true qi. The witch's body was strong, and she had the great azure body, but she had already used her dermic power and a spirit artifact dermic robe. The environment here was so harsh that people below the divine transformation realm couldn't survive. Even if they cultivated to the peak of the divine transformation realm, it was useless. They would be frozen to death or blown to death by the cold wind. Here, you can see the weakness of the physical body. No wonder people say that cultivating to the divine transformation realm is like ascending to the heavens. In this harsh environment, divine transformation realm experts can survive, but physical transformation realm experts can't, no matter how strong their will is. Feng Han sighed. Many disciples of the immortal Dao sects would also bring all kinds of magic treasures to the North Sea to cultivate. They would use the harsh environment here to train their mental fortitude and break through to the divine arcana realm. Long Xian said, "Before I cultivated the divine arcana, I also came here to cultivate." The frost hornless dragon on the frost hornless sword was found in an ice mountain. You are very familiar with Returning Void. Tell me, how should we enter Returning Void? Feng Han was not familiar with the terrain, so he naturally let Long Xian make the arrangements. The Returning Void is a place left behind from the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. There are many places inside that are connected to another world. I know of a passageway that is occupied by many sky demon. There are even passageways that lead to the outer realms. Perhaps if we enter it, we will be able to reach the outer realms like the sky demon battlefield. However, we must not go too deep. Otherwise, if we reach the outer realms, we will never be able to return. Long Xian explained. Didn't you say that there are many cave abodes of ancient experts in the depths of the Returning Void? Inside, there are piles of spirit artifacts and precious artifacts. You can even find Dao artifacts. Feng Han spoke against the cold wind, but his words were not scattered by the wind. Instead, they were clear and distinct. Those places are very dangerous. Not only is the environment harsh, but there are also space-time distortions. Even an expert like Senior Sister Callan would not be able to do anything if she went there. Let's kill the Sky Demon first. I feel that the more Sky Demon there are in the Five Hells Royal Tripod, the more powerful it will be. Long Xian did not know that the Five Hells Royal Tripod could activate the entire formation after absorbing 8 million Sky Demon. However, in recent days, she could sense that the Heaven Devils in the Cauldron were working hard to activate the spell formation, which made it much easier for her to practice cultivation and concoct pills. In addition to tempering her true energy, she had also concocted a few consummate mortal-ranked medicinal pills called Foundation Establishment Pills. If it's a place that even senior apprentice Sister Jiaolan can't enter, then forget it. When Feng Han heard this, he knew that those places with ancient treasures and immortal cave abodes were indeed too dangerous. Callan's cultivation was at least at the transcendent level 7 Jin Dan realm. She was very powerful. If even she could not enter those places, then Feng Han would have no chance at all. Alright, then let's go to the Sky Demon's place now. Long Xian saw that Feng Han had made up his mind and was about to enter the tripod. She also hoped to kill more Sky Demon and borrow the power of the Royal Tripod to refine more Foundation Establishment immortal pills. This would be very beneficial for her future cultivation. Feng Han also entered the tripod. At this moment, his body trembled slightly. Feng Han, hurry and give me a hand. Activate the formation of the Royal Tripod and refine the Dharma Sage Saraira. You've mastered it so quickly. Feng Han's consciousness immediately entered the Acheron map. He saw Yen use the water of oblivion to envelop the water parasite Sky Demon, forming a large cocoon-like thing. The water parasite Sky Demon was inside silently. Clearly, his memories had been completely wiped away. Did you force out the cultivation method of the Great Cleaving Art? I forced it out long ago. This water parasite Sky Demon's consciousness is strong, but I know more than 160 methods of interrogation. I'm not afraid that he won't tell me. He also knows many more Sky Demon mystiques. TSK, the Sky Demon clan is indeed the origin of the demonic Tao. Yan's consciousness moved and many profound thoughts and chants were imprinted in Feng Han's mind. Feng Han immediately pondered. Sure enough, he found that one of the most powerful mystiques was the Great Cleaving Art. Although he couldn't cultivate it now, the Great Cleaving Art's True Qi method was worth learning. If the Wood Emperor's True Qi was used in the Great Cleaving Art, although it couldn't cut through the void, it was much more powerful than ordinary flying swords. It could even cut through low-grade treasured weapons. There were also some minor mystiques. Feng Han memorized them one by one in his mind. He would cultivate them when he reached the celestial realm. After obtaining the cultivation method of the Great Cleaving Art, Feng Han didn't hesitate. He suddenly activated a purgatory formation in the Five Hells King tripod. This formation couldn't be activated with his original dermic powers. However, with 50,000 sky demons' hard work, it was barely activated. Waves of purgatory aura were instantly transmitted into the Acheron map and wrapped around the water parasite sky demon. Using his essence, it was highly condensed. In the end, all the impurities of the water parasite sky demon were refined. It formed a fist-sized relic with 1,296 faces. It shone with brilliance and was magnificent. It was like the world's most exquisite and perfectly cut diamond. However, the surging dermic powers emitted from it in waves, causing Feng Han's entire body to tremble. This is the Dermic Saint's relic? It contains the power of 10,000 galloping horses. It's really powerful. As expected of a peerless earth-grade medicinal pill. Feng Han's voice was filled with excitement. His true chi flew out and wrapped around the Dermic Saint's relic. As soon as it came into contact with the Dermic Saint's relic, he immediately began to refine it. His true chi and the Dermic Saint's relic intertwined. Gradually, the medicinal properties of this pill began to seep into Feng Han's true chi. Waves of essence actually thinned out Feng Han's wood emperor true chi. Feng Han hurriedly circulated all of his true chi and tried his best to receive it. Boom, the surging dermic powers immediately concentrated in Feng Han's mind. The power of 10,000 galloping horses. How powerful was the power of 10,000 galloping horses? It was simply earth-shattering. On the battlefield, 10,000 galloping horses were enough to cause the entire earth to tremble. And this kind of power was all concentrated in one person. That was even more terrifying. There was an unwritten rule in the world of Tao. If a person's dermic powers could contend with 10,000 galloping horses, then he could be called extraordinarily resourceful. Ordinary Tao cultivators would only have the power of 10,000 galloping horses if they cultivated to the 5th level of the divine ability realm. Now that Feng Han had refined the Dermic Saint's relic, he had the power of 10,000 galloping horses at the 2nd level of the divine ability realm. Although it couldn't be said to be unprecedented, it could still be said to be rare in the world. Unless it was the sect leader of a super sect like the Tai Gate, who was his favored descendant, he would refine a pill like the Dermic Saint's relic for him to consume to increase his dermic powers. Other than that, no matter how good his background was, he probably wouldn't receive such treatment. Extraordinarily resourceful, boundless dermic powers. I truly feel what it means to have boundless dermic powers now. After Feng Han had completely refined the Dermic Saint's relic, the dermic powers in his mind rolled and surged like a tide. The powerful dermic powers even rushed out of his mind, along the blood vessels and tendons of his body, filling every inch of his skin, every internal organ, and even his hair was filled with dermic powers. Each strand of hair was sparkling and translucent like dermic crystals and jade. Especially his fingernails, which were also filled with dermic powers. Each fingernail had completely turned into the color of a diamond, and the sword chi was deep. It was as if each fingernail had turned into a sharp flying sword spirit weapon. His hair and fingernails had all been crystallized. This was the result of the powerful dermic powers overflowing. The dermic powers were still rushing out, as if they were going to burst his body with a bang, or completely turn him into a human-shaped dermic crystal jade. Fortunately, after he had cultivated the Yama's golden body, the chi and blood circulation in his body was nearly 20 times stronger than that of ordinary experts. Moreover, he had the experience of chi deviation and lignification. This was why he was able to continuously crystallize his body, turning it back into dermic powers and returning to his mind. These dermic powers were contaminated with his chi and blood, but they had truly become his dermic powers. As for the remaining dermic powers, they merged into his bloodline and tempered his body once more. Feng Han's Yama's golden body had become even more powerful after this round of refinement. Between breaths, every movement of his could bring about a storm. He could even defeat a master who had just entered the divine arcana realm with his physical strength alone. Good boy, I didn't expect the Dermic Saint's relic to be so effective. Fortunately, your Yama's golden body is strong. Otherwise, your whole body would have turned into a human-shaped dermic crystal jade, or directly exploded from the surging dermic powers. Yen looked at all this and couldn't help but cry out. What, Acheron's gate hasn't refined it before? Basically, no, because it's impossible to obtain the origin of Jing Dan experts. It seems that ordinary magical realm experts really can't take this pill. If they take it, not only will it not increase their dermic powers, but it will also bring about their own death. Fang Han nodded. With a casual breath, his whole body crackled like thunder. It wasn't the sound of muscles and bones exploding, but a sound similar to the sound of space cracking. It was the sound of the dermic powers in his body operating at high speed. That punch would be terrifying. Fang Han felt that he didn't need to use any dermic treasures now, because his body was a dermic treasure, a flying sword. A single punch was much fiercer than a flying sword's attack. He told this idea to Yen. Yen laughed sinisterly. Yama's golden body, when cultivated to a certain level, is comparable to a dermic treasure. In fact, the human body is the best dermic treasure. Which dermic treasure is as mysterious as the human body? There were many body refining methods in the world, which were to refine the human body as a magic weapon. Experts of the celestial realm would lay down all kinds of formations in their bodies to enhance the power of their organs and slow down their aging. This was also a method of refining magic weapons. All kinds of body refining techniques. Although my Acheron's Yama's golden body isn't ranked first, it's definitely in the top 5. Right now, my dermic powers are no less than 12,000 savage horses' strength. Except for celestial realm experts, who can match me? Fang Han laughed and clapped his hands. A vigorous dermic powers rushed into the 5 Hells King's cauldron, and it suddenly accelerated again. It flew across the ice surface of the Great Northern Ocean at a low altitude. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cauldron rubbed against the atmosphere, and the fire produced was even more intense. The tail of fire behind it dragged out for dozens of feet. The huge heat and explosive force melted all the unmelted glaciers below. One by one, the glaciers that were as hard as steel were completely shaken. Fang Han wasn't afraid of showing off now. Therefore, even if someone saw him, he would disappear into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They could only eat the dust, not to mention catch up. The speed of this king's cauldron had increased by several times compared to before. It was almost comparable to the speed of Shi Longzi's instantaneous technique that day. Fang Han's dermic powers had skyrocketed. Previously, it was the strength of 2,000 savage horses, but now it was 12,000. It had increased by 6 times. It was naturally easy for him to operate the formation in the king's cauldron. This 5 Hells King cauldron did not only have one spatial teleportation formation, but there were a total of 36 formations that were used to increase speed. Gale Devil Wave Formation, 7 Escape Mysterious Sky Formation, Flying Phantom Formation, and so on. If all 36 formations were activated together, it would be much faster than a meteor. A distance of 10,000 miles could be covered in an instant. It could even directly break through the atmosphere of the Big Dipper and reach the stars and the void. It was a magic treasure that could roam the void. Now Fang Han had the strength of 10,000 stampeding horses, and 50,000 sky demon laborers. Although he couldn't activate all 36 formations at once, he could activate 8 of them in a row. Rumble! Long Xian, who was in the cauldron, had just stabilized when she felt the entire cauldron suddenly accelerate. Her body immediately floated up as if it had lost its weight. There was a roaring sound in her ears, as if her whole body was about to be torn apart. It turned out that the cauldron was too fast, and the people inside could not withstand it. If it was an ordinary expert, their blood would have flowed backward and they would have died with blood oozing out of their orifices. But she was an expert of the divine realm after all. She immediately used her true chi to protect her body and stabilized her rampaging blood. Her face was full of shock. She was an extremely shrewd person. She immediately knew that this was because Fang Han's magical power had increased greatly. Could it be that he broke through and cultivated Gang Qi? Impossible. Even if he cultivated Gang Qi, he wouldn't have such powerful magical power. Long Xian couldn't make heads or tails of it, but she didn't ask too much. The cauldron's flying speed had increased greatly. Now it could cover a distance of several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. Fang Han, turn left. After another 3,500 miles, we will reach the Sky Demon's return to Void Passage. We have to restrain our aura to avoid being discovered by the powerful Sky Demon King. The return to Void is connected to the outside world. If we go too far, even the demon gods and the Sky Demon will notice us. At that time, it will be too late to escape. Long Xian pointed out. So that's how it is. The demon gods are really something. Feng Han knew that the demon gods and the sky demon were equivalent to experts in the immortal realm. If they noticed him, they would send out a clone to kill him, and he would be annihilated. Therefore, he started to restrain his magical power and prepared to stop the operation of a few large formations. He slowed down and activated another large concealment formation. The faster the speed, the stronger the airflow, and the harder it was to hide. Feng Han was now flying at full speed. He didn't have the energy to activate the other great forbearance demonic formation in the cauldron. Just then, in the distance, a few figures in black suddenly appeared in Feng Han's vision. This shocked Feng Han. Because the cauldron's speed was extremely fast, he could only slowly withdraw his magical power and reduce his speed. But if there were people in front of him, he would definitely collide with them. The cauldron's inertia was too great, and its power was no less than that of Shilongzi's instant kill. Anyone who collided with it would probably be reduced to ashes or gas. There was nothing. Why would there be people in such a desolate place? Feng Han panicked and roared, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" He didn't want to kill someone for no reason. Killing an enemy was a matter of course, but killing someone for no reason was very inappropriate. But his roar had no effect, because the cauldron's speed was many times faster than the speed of sound. At this moment, the few black-clothed figures in the distance seemed to have felt something and turned around. They saw a huge fireball with a long tail of flames flying towards them. They couldn't help being shocked and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But they were a step too late. Two of the black-cloaked figures couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the five Hells King cauldron. Bang! Their bodies exploded, and then they were vaporized by the huge friction and flames. Not even a speck of dust was left. They didn't even have time to scream. "Feng Han, you killed someone. I don't know where these black-cloaked figures are from. If they are disciples of some sect, it will be hard to clean up after they die. Let's just leave. Anyway, they don't know who we are." Long Xian also stood up. Seeing that Feng Han didn't plan to escape after killing someone, she hurriedly retracted her magic power and the cauldron's array stopped working. But as she spoke, the five Hells King cauldron had stopped. Because of inertia, it slid for more than 100 miles before stopping. Feng Han flew out of the cauldron. And those few black-cloaked people who had dodged the impact flew over fiercely. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura of anger. Black light crackled and flickered, revealing a powerful magic power. "Everyone! I couldn't stop and bumped into people. Which sect are you from?" Feng Han frowned and looked at the black-cloaked figures flying over. He was about to explain that he didn't mean to kill them and see if there was any way to reconcile. But when the black-cloaked figures rushed over angrily, they were stunned when they saw Feng Han. They all said, "Feng Han, it's you." "You are?" Feng Han didn't recognize these mysterious black-cloaked figures, but they seemed to be familiar with him. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Two of our warriors were killed. If we go back, we won't be able to explain it to the Lord God. This time, we can only release the seal and kill Feng Han." The remaining four mysterious black-cloaked figures looked at each other. Black shackles appeared on their bodies and broke. "Feng Han, you dare to kill our people. You're dead. You're dead. Hand over the source of the water parasite Sky Demon and we can spare your life. We'll bring you back and you'll be loyal to us. You'll be our lackey to conquer the world. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you." The shackles on one of the mysterious black-cloaked figures were all broken. His entire body changed, and his skin seemed to have grown a bone armor. He looked like a devil, but there was no demonic aura. His body emitted a noble and sacred aura, like a high and mighty race that ruled over all humans, devils, immortals, and demons. Ah, Feng Han. They were not humans, nor were they demons, nor were they devils. They were extraterritorial gods. How could it be? How could such a thing appear? Since the catastrophe of the three realms 10,000 years ago, the extraterritorial gods were all killed. How could such a thing appear? Yan saw the changes in the black-cloaked figures. He screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. He roared as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Sky demon, earth demon, human demon, none of them could make Yan panic like this. Extraterritorial god race? What's that? Demons aren't demons, immortals aren't immortals. What powerful strength. Their strength is a little strange? Fang Han had accidentally killed someone, but he didn't expect these mysterious black-robed men to be the extraterritorial god race. However, he had never heard of the extraterritorial god race, so he didn't know what it was. He immediately communicated with Yan via telepathy. In this world, any race, even the primordial dragon race, will not have divine powers when they are born. They will grow and cultivate step by step. Only then can they open the door to divine powers, transform their spirit into spiritual power, and obtain divine powers. However, there is a race that is innately tyrannical and has spiritual power when they are born. Moreover, they have a tyrannical physique. They are the extraterritorial god race. This kind of god race is even more terrifying than the heavenly demons. They are born with an endless desire to rule, and there is nothing in the world that can restrain them. They don't need to go through any cultivation to increase their strength. The older the god race, the more powerful they are. They also don't age or die, and there is no limit to their lifespan. Almost any god race member will have an endless lifespan when they are born. They once wanted to rule immortals, demons, humans, and demons. 10,000 years ago, they invaded on a large scale and almost wiped out the immortal Dao, demon Dao, and demon Dao. They also caused countless primordial wars. By the way, rumor has it that in the primordial era, the world tree was cut down by an almighty of the god race, which cut off the path to becoming an immortal. The immortal Dao, demon Dao, and demon Dao once had an agreement to kill the extraterritorial god race immediately when you see one. Fang Han, do it immediately. Don't worry about anything, kill them. All the longevity secret realm experts in the past, when they reached the highest realm and were about to become immortals, the almighty of the god race would come to kill them and punish them. Anyway, the god race stopped all living beings from cultivating to become immortals in the primordial era. Yan Fei communicated telepathically and roared, "Kill, kill, 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 kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The reappearance of the god race is more shocking than the killing of the 3 disciples of the Tai Gate. However, their corpses are also very good materials, treasures. These gods don't seem to be very old. They seem to have been born not long ago. What? There was actually such a thing? He was born with magic power, and even without any cultivation, his magic power would automatically increase? And his lifespan was limitless? If there is such a race in the world, wouldn't they have become the overlords of the universe? Fang Han was shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a monster in the world. If that was really the case, then he was truly a proud son of the heavens, a beloved child of the great Tao. Fang Han could not imagine any race in the world that could be compared to the divine race. Even the son of an immortal secret realm expert would have to cultivate himself if he wanted to obtain supernatural powers. For example, Xingyun Baby. Of course, Xingyun Baby had a solid foundation in the physical body realm. Once she broke through to the divine ability realm, her magic power was much more profound than the average expert. Normally, when an expert ascends to the transcendent realm, his magic power would only be around 80 to 100 horses. If Xingyun Baby was promoted, it could be 500 to 600 horses, or even 1,000 horses. However, even the son of the Taoist sect master could not be compared to the god race. This was because the god race had supernatural powers when they were born. Moreover, they would not age or die, and their power would increase with age. If this race was not called God, then Fang Han could not imagine what could be called God. In the ancient times, the god race was high above and ruled over millions of races. They oppressed all living things in the world. In fact, the sky demon was created by them to suppress all kinds of living things. However, later on, all the living things in the world rebelled against the god race, and the sky demon also broke away from their control. It became an independent race. The god race is the common enemy of all living things in the world. The spiritual communication between Yan and Fang Han happened in a flash. The 4 extraterritorial god race had already launched an attack on Fang Han. Their attacks were very simple, but they had great lethality. The magic power in their bodies was not released, but highly condensed and wrapped around their bodies, forming a transparent film, causing their bodies to have a transparent distortion. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 4 extraterritorial god rays ruthlessly attacked Feng Han at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. They actually used their bodies as magic treasures and flying swords to directly attack and kill. Feng Han quickly shook and urged the true qi on his body. The Wood Emperor's true qi wrapped around him and moved at high speed in the air to meet the attacks of the 4 extraterritorial god race. He had just greatly increased his magic power and obtained the method to use the great cleaving technique. He was not afraid of encountering the 4 legendary god race. Instead, he wanted to train his cultivation and have a fierce battle to increase his experience in using true qi. Bang 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 bang, he punched one of the god race, but he suddenly realized that his punch had missed. It was clearly the enemy's fist, but the enemy seemed to be an illusion. The transparent film on their bodies condensed with magic power seemed to be a distorted force field that could distort the enemy's line of sight and even divert the enemy's power. Feng Han missed and immediately felt that something was wrong. Then, 4 heavy fists fiercely bombarded his protective true qi. Each punch carried a huge distortion force, and there was a strange impact force and a spiral force that almost shattered his protective true qi. What kind of magic is this? It's so strange. Feng Han was at a disadvantage in an instant. He immediately retracted his protective true qi and condensed it into a set of cyan Wood Emperor's armor on his body. With a turn, he flickered in the sky like a swimming fish. He finally dodged the continuous attacks and caught his breath. Fortunately, he had recently cultivated his true qi to the acme of perfection. If it were another person, their protective true qi would have been broken and they would have died an unnatural death. From this exchange of blows, he could see that the strength of these 4 god race was very strong. Although they could not be compared to him, they were at least between 7,000 to 8,000 fierce horses, which was equivalent to the true disciple of the Greater One sect, Yao Dian. Moreover, their spiritual power was very strange. It was not true qi, nor astral qi, but a unique power. It was more condensed than Taoist gang qi. Yen, why is their magic power so strange? What kind of gang qi is it? Their magic power is called God's power. It is very unique and completely surpasses the quality of gang qi. You have to be careful. Feng Han was in the middle of this mental communication when he was hit with another punch and was sent flying 70 feet away. One of the god race laughed sinisterly. Feng Han, your magic power is no match for our God's power. We can play with you at will until you die. The 2 of you, go control the Imperial Cauldron. Don't let Feng Han back in. Otherwise, we won't be able to control him. As they spoke, the 2 god race beings left Feng Han and flew toward the Imperial Cauldron. They reached out and grabbed at the cauldron. Instantly, a twisting force field took control of the cauldron. Originally, Long Xian had wanted to use the Imperial Cauldron to help Feng Han, but the 2 god race beings grabbed at the cauldron. Their god's power locked the cauldron in place and gradually seeped in. Even the 50,000 sky demon inside the cauldron seemed to have met their match. They didn't dare to move in the slightest. You want to play me to death? When Feng Han saw this, he cheered inwardly. Suddenly, his hands trembled, and the Wood Emperor's true qi vibrated. It formed thin, serrated lines that densely covered the sky and slashed out. Crack crack crack, waves of divine power collided with the simulated greater cleaving technique, and were actually cut into pieces. Ah! This is our god art. The great cleaving art. No, it's not the real thing. It's just the way to use true qi. You're a disciple of the Ascension Gate. How can you learn it? The 2 god race beings were caught off guard. Feng Han used the great cleaving art to cut through the force field around them, and they fell to the ground. As they roared, they gathered their god's power again and levitated into the air. But it was too late. Feng Han moved like a ghost and used the great cleaving art again to cut through their god's power. At the same time, the Wood Emperor's true qi sprayed out again, wrapping around the 2 god race beings and pulling them into the Acheron map. The situation was decided in an instant. When the other 2 god race beings saw that something had happened, they looked at each other and immediately split up to run. Their bodies twisted in the air, moving dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Feng Han, don't let them get away. The god race has reappeared in the world. They must be up to something. You've discovered their scheme, so they won't let you go. Yan hurriedly said. Okay. Fang Han flew into Wang Ding without thinking. Weng, weng, weng. Wang Ding's formation was activated again, and he flew out fiercely. After 2 breaths, he caught up with one of the escaping god race beings. Bang! With a bang, he smashed it into powder. Then he spun, drawing a long arc, and after 5 breaths, he caught up with another god race being. Ah! Don't hit me! The last god race being saw Wang Ding coming and roared. But just as he spoke, his body was hit and turned into powder again. At such a high speed, even a piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron would be vaporized. Although the 2 god race beings had strong bodies, they could not withstand the power of the collision. In an instant, 2 of the 4 god race beings were captured alive, and 2 were smashed to death. Clean and efficient, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. After Wang Ding eliminated the roots, he slowly descended from the sky and landed on a piece of ice. Long Xian was still in shock. Fang Han, who are these people? They don't look like the sky demon, nor do they look like the earth demon. They are definitely not humans. I really can't imagine what they are. They are the extraterritorial god race, Fang Han said. Extraterritorial god race? Long Xian had never heard of this before. They are not in the various worlds. Long Xian also does not know about the extraterritorial god race. It seems like only a few old antiques in the sect know about the god race. I will report this matter to some elders in the sect. I will probably be rewarded handsomely, Fang Han thought to himself. After encountering the god race, Fang Han was not in the mood to search for the extraterritorial sky demon army. Instead, he let the 5 Hells King Cauldron fly slowly in the world of ice and snow, and the strong wind in the North Ocean. He was communicating rapidly with Yin. Yin, do you think I should keep these god race for myself and use them to refine pills, or hand them over to the sect? The 2 god race were sucked into the Acheron map and were suppressed. The Acheron's holy water could not refine them temporarily, and it could not even corrode the god power on them. It was clear that these god race were indeed the overlords of the universe. They were the first race that once ruled over the immortals and demons. Fang Han wanted to understand their god power and see what kind of energy it was. Its quality was so mysterious. However, Yan poured a bucket of cold water on him. The power of the gods is the unique aura energy of the gods. No living creature in the world can cultivate this unique aura energy. Only this kind of aura energy can avoid the corrosion of the netherworld holy water. The most important thing about a god race is their flesh and blood. It is the best material for refining pills that increase lifespan. However, you don't need it now. I think you should hand it over to the Ascension Gate. The rewards will definitely be very generous. Actually, the most precious medicinal pills were not those that could increase one's magic power, nor were they nourishing pills. Instead, they were those that could increase one's lifespan. When a person had a long lifespan, he could make progress no matter how he cultivated. On the contrary, without lifespan, it would be a waste of effort. The god race were born with an endless lifespan. Their flesh and blood had a special medicinal property. For others, it might be a lifespan-increasing medicine, but Fang Han did not need it now. Moreover, he had taken the 9 Orifices Jing Dan. This was the first heaven-level pill of the Acheron's Gate. Its effect of increasing lifespan was not inferior to the Yin-Yang longevity pill. Therefore, even if he did not cultivate to the celestial realm, he would have a lifespan of several hundred years. He did not need to worry about dying. Good. Since there is nothing to exploit from these god race, I'll hand them over to the sect for contribution. Oh right, do they have any magic treasures on them? Can I take them all? Fang Han was sure that since they were god race, they must have many magic treasures. I have to completely refine them, because the magic treasures of the god race are stored in their heads. In the depths of their heads, there is a void point. It is like 100 treasures pouch that can store anything. The older a divine race member was, the more space they could hold in their mind. In ancient times, if a divine race member was born for 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, they could even swallow an entire star into their head. This was the so-called swallowing the sun and spitting out the moon. No matter how powerful a god race member is, their body is a space of its own, a world of its own. These two god race members were probably born not long ago. Therefore, their mana is not strong, and they should not have any good magic treasures. Yan used Acheron's holy water to envelop the two god race members and penetrated them continuously. He wanted to completely wash away the wills of the two god race members and then take control of their bodies. The god race is really powerful. They actually have a void in their bodies. Feng Han was secretly shocked. If this race really appeared on a large scale, the world would be taken over by them, and he would become their slave. No wonder the Taoist, demon, and even the demon sect wanted to exterminate the god race. This race was too much of a threat to anyone. The sky demon was even created by them. Feng Han's heart chilled. He also had the urge to exterminate the god race. Back then, the immortal, demon, and demon Tao waged a war against the god race. How did they win? Feng Han recalled the calamity of the three realms 10,000 years ago that Yen spoke of. It was probably the immortal, demon, and demon Tao who launched a comeback against the god race. Then, they completely exterminated the god race, leading to the fall of many ancient powerhouses. But in the end, they won. 10,000 years was too long ago. All the time had settled in the long river of history. But Feng Han had seen the power of the god race and could naturally imagine the power of the immortal, demon, and demon Tao. I wasn't born 10,000 years ago. What I know is also a legend. No one knows what it is. Don't ask me. Yan Mo quietly said, looks like the world is about to stir. Another great calamity is about to befall us. You should be prepared. Let's go and kill the sky demon. Feng Han decided to give these two god race beasts to the sect. His heart was at ease. He couldn't bear such a huge matter happening to the god race alone. The sooner he told the Ascension Gate, the sooner the Ascension Gate would make preparations. Perhaps in the future great calamity, they would have a chance to surpass the Tai Gate and become the #1 sect of the immortal Tao. The great calamity of the world was also an opportunity in this chaotic world. The King Cauldron of 5 Hells slowed down and flew according to the direction Long Xian pointed out. Gradually, the world became colder and colder. Icebergs stood in great numbers. Some of them were hundreds of meters tall. Suddenly, Feng Han felt a strong demonic aura. He looked over and saw a large black cave on the ice surface. It wasn't an ocean. It was pitch black, and he didn't know where it led to. This pitch black cave was dozens of miles wide. It was the size of a Dragon Lake city. It was terrifyingly dark. It was as if someone had used boundless mana to break through this world and lead to another world. Feng Han knew that this was the return to void. The so-called return to void was a passage to another world. It led to mysterious places outside the realm. Most of these places were created during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, or the Great War with the God race. When I came here 5 years ago, this return to void was not dangerous. We can go in deeper. Long Xian looked carefully for a while. After hearing this, Feng Han immediately controlled the cauldron to fly into the pitch-black cave. As he flew in, Feng Han felt his body twisting continuously. Even the cauldron was twisting. In this darkness, it was not cold seawater, but a passageway to another world. Shuttling through the darkness, Feng Han suddenly saw that there seemed to be light in front of him. He quickly flew over. Suddenly, the cauldron shook and broke free from its restraints. What appeared in front of him was a desolate and decaying world. There was a grayish mist everywhere. There were no flowers, plants, trees, or any signs of life. There was only a quagmire, a decaying swamp. One after another, large bubbles rose in the swamp and exploded, releasing even more grayish mist. This mist seemed to have some demonic nature. It was constantly changing and condensed into various ferocious faces. G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A, G-G-G-G, Sky Demon after Sky Demon went in and out of the decaying swamp, absorbing the demonic aura in the bubbles. They also made countless sounds of communication. And in the sky, there were black holes everywhere. Other than that, one could see stars. Feng Han fell from one of the black holes. From time to time, Sky Demon would fly out of those black holes. They grabbed various creatures and threw them into the swamp. Bang! A heavenly demon grabbed a shark from the sea and threw it into the swamp. Immediately, the shark was swallowed by the swamp. Then, a big bubble popped up and exploded. Blood-red mist shot out from the bubble. Many heavenly demons immediately pounced on it and sucked in the blood-red mist. Then, their bodies seemed to have become much stronger. This swamp is called the flesh quagmire. It's formed from the decaying flesh of countless creatures. There are countless sky demon in the swamp, and at the end of the swamp are the castles of the sky demon king. I once came here and was chased by a demon king when I reached the end of the swamp. I almost lost my life. Long Xian said, "We are now on a star in the outer realm. It's the same as the sky demon battlefield. However, this place is different from the sky demon battlefield. It's very dangerous. Rumor has it that the flesh quagmire was formed by a demon god. He used the flesh of countless creatures to corrode this small star, turning it into the flesh quagmire. Then, it became a base for the sky demon army. Because this planet has a void-returning passageway that leads to our world, these heavenly devils live here. Then, through the void-returning passageway, they come to our world to hunt living beings. They throw them into the blood and flesh quagmire and turn them into pure blood chi to nourish themselves. This flesh quagmire is also recorded in the records of many sections. Many disciples of the Tao sect will come here to kill the sky demon when they train their Tao techniques. We might even meet some fellow cultivators. The spiritual power of a demon god is truly terrifying." Fang Han listened and suddenly swept the cauldron. The spirit-devouring formation was activated again, and sky demon after sky demon was sucked into the cauldron. "Fang Han, you have to be careful. After the cauldron absorbs too many sky demons, you have to feed them with blood energy. If the sky demons don't have anything to eat, they will become dispirited and even kill each other." Yan saw that Fang Han was working hard to operate the Wang cauldron, sucking in the heavenly demons one by one. It quietly emerged and looked at the endless swamp of flesh and blood. "What? The sky demon still needs to eat." Fang Han absorbed more than 500 sky demons in an instant. The sky demons flying in the swamp saw Fang Han suddenly descend from the sky and wanted to share the blood. But when they saw how ferocious Fang Han was, they immediately knew how powerful he was and fled in all directions. This forced Fang Han to chase after them. Of course the sky demons need to eat. They rely on the blood energy of living creatures to survive. You didn't feed the 50,000 sky demons you absorbed into the cauldron. This can't go on. In 10 days or half a month, they will start killing each other. Yan said seriously, "This is the same as raising an army in the mortal world. You have 50,000 soldiers, don't you eat and drink? Will they fight for you?" "That's true. They must be fed with blood energy." Fang Han thought about it. This was indeed the case. Divine realm experts had to take pills to maintain their strength. The sky demon was also a living creature, not a stone. It naturally needed to eat. He had neglected it these days. "Then if this continues, I will have to kill living creatures every day to feed them? How can that be? Won't they be a burden to me? How much blood energy does a sky demon need to absorb every day?" When a sky demon is full of blood energy, it can go 3 months without eating. But if a sky demon needs to be full, let me calculate. Back then, the elders of the Acheron evil sect also raised sky demons. Now, the Devil sect and the Blood Shadow sect are the great Devil sect that raises sky demons. Take the Dashuan Empire's dark yellow horses for example. A sky demon needs to suck 10 dark yellow horses dry. That's the same as eating until it is full. Yan calculated and said. "What?" Fang Han almost jumped up when he heard this. He thought about it. He had 50,000 sky demon in the cauldron. One sky demon needed 10 dark yellow horses to be full, so 50,000 sky demons were equivalent to 500,000 horses. Every 3 months, he would have to feed 500,000 horses to the sky demon. He was still thinking of using the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron to absorb 8 million sky demons. That way, he wouldn't even have enough blood energy to feed the sky demon? How many creatures would 8 million sky demon need to suck dry? There are plenty of creatures in the sea. You just need to catch a few million pounds of fish and shrimp for the sky demon to suck dry every day, Yen said. Then I don't need to cultivate? Feng Han shook his head. Then let the sky demon out and let them find their own food. But if you let them out, these sky demons will also run away. Unless you put restrictions on each sky demon, but it seems impossible to put restrictions on tens of thousands of sky demons. Moreover, feeding the sky demon and letting them go out to suck the blood energy of creatures is a taboo of the immortal Tao. I'm afraid the Ascension Gate won't forgive you. Yan thought about it and also felt that feeding the sky demon was a difficult task. Feeding the sky demon is a troublesome task. Back in the day, the Devil Dao's big shots only let their disciples do it. If you can get your hands on the Blood Shadow Sect's heavenly blood pool, then even feeding 10 million sky demon won't be a problem. If not, you can learn from that demon god and turn a star into a swamp of flesh and blood. That's all wishful thinking. How could I have such great magic power? Feng Han shook his head. There's no other way. You can only let them kill each other. I searched the memories of the Watergoo Sky Demon. It once had an army of several million sky demons. After it was sealed, there was no blood energy to absorb, so it killed each other. In the end, only 100,000 of them were left. If you don't feed your 50,000 sky demons in a few months, you might lose 30,000. After a year, there will only be a few thousand left. Yen sighed. With the sky demon army, you can't afford to feed them. If there's enough blood energy, the sky demon will split up again. However, you have to constantly watch to prevent the sky demon from evolving into a demon king. A demon king knows the sky demon disintegration technique. If it self-destructs, you won't be able to withstand it. Seems like feeding the sky demon is a troublesome task. It's like rearing a horse. There are so many tricks. Feng Han originally thought that after capturing 8 million sky demon and putting them into the cauldron, he would be able to fully activate the power of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. From then on, he would be able to contend with great experts like Jin Dan. However, he didn't expect that there were so many tricks to feeding the sky demon. His time was very precious. If he spent it all on feeding the sky demon, how could he have time to cultivate? That's right. This swamp of flesh and blood is filled with blood energy. Besides absorbing the sky demon, you can also absorb some of it. In any case, let the sky demon absorb some. Yan Zhaoge couldn't think of any solution. Alright then. Feng Han operated the royal cauldron and spun it in the air. The spirit-devouring formation became even more violent. Besides absorbing the sky demon, it also sucked in large amounts of grey gas and sent it all to the 100 Ghost screen. The flesh and blood swamp was an existence created by a demon god-level expert who sacrificed a small star in the outer realms to turn it into a swamp-like existence. The mud in the swamp was actually formed from the decomposition of flesh and blood. It was precisely because of this that the depths of the swamp could produce an endless amount of blood energy, providing the endless sky demon army with blood energy that they relied on to survive. The sky demon also needed to eat and absorb nutrients in order to survive. Only then could it evolve, cultivate, and finally refine its true form and body into a demon king. If a sky demon didn't consume the blood of living creatures for a long time, it would wither and become powerless. In the end, it would die and dissipate from the world. If a sky demon had enough blood and vital energy, it would even split into two. If a sky demon cultivated a certain demonic art, it could prevent itself from splitting and cultivate its vital energy. Through various transformations, it would become a demon king. However, Feng Han had to prevent this from happening. Once a demon king was born, it would be difficult to control. Moreover, it would shatter the 100 Ghost screen and fly out. There were currently 50,000 sky demon gathered on the 100 Ghost screen. From afar, it looked like a profound painting with tens of thousands of devils stacked on top of each other. This screen wasn't a spatial artifact. The 5 Hells Royal Cauldron wasn't a Tao artifact and couldn't open up space. Therefore, the screen could only accommodate formless existences like the sky demon. It couldn't accommodate demon kings. Once a demon king had a physical body, it would jump out of the screen. One by one, the heavenly demons were sucked into the screen along with a large amount of grey fog. Immediately, the heavenly demons, who were originally slightly dispirited, began to suck in the grey fog with all their might. The greyish mist was the blood soul vital chi. However, it was a little stale and not fresh. It was not as fresh as the steaming hot blood qi, but it was better than nothing. It could still fill the heavenly demon's stomach. At this time, Long Xian also flew out of the cauldron. She used her infinite water vital energy to capture sky demon after sky demon. Although it was much slower than the spirit-devouring formation, it could still train vital energy. Long Xian had seen Feng Han's ingenious use of vital energy. Ah! A strong sky demon was captured by Long Xian's vital energy and wrapped into a crystal ball of water. That sky demon seemed to have cultivated some kind of demonic art. It struggled with all its might, but Long Xian separated the vital energy and suddenly merged it with the ice soul holy thunder. In an instant, it was frozen into pieces and sent into the royal cauldron. The shattered sky demon still wanted to recover on the screen, but countless sky demons saw it and swallowed it whole. An injured sky demon like this naturally couldn't survive in the army of sky demons. There are too few sky demons here. I've only caught 5,000 sky demons after so long. To gather 8 million is just a drop in the bucket. Feng Han made the royal cauldron circle in the air and found that all the sky demon had been sucked dry. He immediately called Long Xian and flew into the cauldron, flying into the distance. If we go further, we will meet a demon king, Long Xian reminded. That's nothing. As long as we don't meet a demon king who has cultivated the sky demon Jin Dan, I'm not afraid. Sky demon Jin Dan demon kings are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. How will we meet one? Feng Han knew that demon kings at the level of Jin Dan were rare even in the sky demon. There probably weren't any in the flesh quagmire. If there were, they would have been hunted down by the Taoist sects long ago. Long Xian thought about it and agreed. She was very familiar with the flesh quagmire and knew that Feng Han was very powerful now. It wouldn't matter if they met a demon king. At this moment, in the distance, a castle formed completely from dark clouds floated in the air. A young man sat on the throne in the middle of the castle. He was extremely handsome and had a high nose bridge. He wore a beautiful silver robe and a crown on his head. He looked like the crown prince of some dynasty. This young man's aura was very strong. It spread out like the tide. Below the throne he was sitting on stood a row of women and men. The women were extremely charming, like female immortals from the Taoist sect. The men were all extraordinarily handsome and wore armor. They were not illusions, but magical treasures. This was not the formless sky demon, but a demon king with a physical body. There were 9 men and 9 women. In other words, this young sky demon king in silver robes who looked like a crown prince had 18 demon kings under him. Demon Lord Seven Leaf, you have just arrived at the flesh quagmire. We have something to report to you. Recently, something big has happened in the Taoist sections. The Khanate demon sect's demon marshal has killed 3 true disciples of the Tai Gate. He is now being hunted down. I'm afraid he has entered the returning void. I wonder if he will pass through our flesh quagmire. A male demon king came forward. We can take advantage of this situation. The 7-leaf demon lord waved his hand. Pass down the order. Every sky fiend is to be on guard. Go out and gather information. If any sky fiend manages to gather accurate information, I will reward them handsomely. Yes. I came to the flesh quagmire this time to enter the Shenhuang main world and cooperate with Lord Demon God Jiuyang to rescue my father. I won't hesitate to tell you this, said Demon Lord Seven Leaf. We already know that Lord Demon God Jiuyang was ambushed by the Demon God and Heavenly Silkworm Empress. He is now sealed and suppressed. Lord Seven Leaf, as the most powerful son of Lord Demon God Jiuyang, you naturally have to rescue him. The 18 Demon Kings said. It's good that you know. Lord Demon God Jiuyang will soon break through the void and enter the Shenhuang main world. However, in order to prevent the powerful figures of the 10 immortal sects from noticing, we have to make more preparations, said Demon Lord Seven Leaf. A sky demon suddenly flew to the entrance of the castle, but did not dare to enter. He knelt on the ground and reported, Lord Seven Leaf, a group of powerful figures have entered the flesh quagmire. Now, they are slaughtering our sky demon army. They are coming here. Are they the demon marshal and the disciples of the Tai Gate? Asked a female demon king. No, they are using a cauldron the size of a house. They are absorbing our army. I don't know what they are trying to do. The sky demon did not dare to get up. A cauldron the size of a house? Could it be? Demon Lord Seven Leaf waved his hand. 1,000-mile circular light technique. Suddenly, a circular light the size of a wash basin appeared in front of him. Within the circular light, a large cauldron appeared. It rotated in the air and sucked a large amount of sky demon into the cauldron, along with the blood yuan qi in the flesh quagmire. It is indeed the royal cauldron of 5 hells. This is the supreme treasure that Uncle 5 hells used to command 8 million sky demon back then. I wanted to enter the Xianhuang main world because I wanted to find out the whereabouts of this royal cauldron. However, I did not expect to find it so easily. Demon Lord Seven Leaf laughed loudly and stood up. 18 Yin Yang Demon Kings. Follow me and capture the royal cauldron and the people inside. With this royal cauldron, we can contain the sky demon army and enter the Xianhuang main world much easier. At the same time, you can use the royal cauldron to refine your bodies and improve your demonic cultivation. Great! As expected, the deeper we go, the more sky demon there are. At this time, Feng Han once again discovered groups of sky demon. There were more than 10,000 sky demon, and they actually condensed into something that looked like a large formation to attack him. The number of sky demon in the royal cauldron was gradually increasing, and its power was increasing. When he saw the formation of more than 10,000 sky demon soldiers, he was secretly delighted. Suddenly, he activated another soul-devouring formation. Within the royal cauldron of 5 hells, there were 36 formations that increased speed. There were even more formations that absorbed various types of sky demon souls, magic treasures, and flying swords. There were a total of 54 formations. When the great sky demon king of 5 hells fought with his enemies, he only had to activate the 54 formations to absorb the enemy's magic treasures into the cauldron and suppress them. Even humans could be sucked into the cauldron, but Feng Han didn't have that much magic power. Maintaining the speed of the cauldron and activating 2 absorption formations at the same time was already his limit. The soul-devouring formation was much more powerful than the soul-devouring formation. Amidst the cries of ghosts and howls of gods, a dark cloud rushed out of the cauldron. It was at least 10 acres in size and condensed into a devil's head. It opened its mouth and sucked, sizzle. The 10,000 sky demon couldn't help but be sucked into the devil's mouth like a whale sucking in water. All of them were sucked into the cauldron. The royal cauldron instantly gained the power of more than 10,000 sky demon. Instantly, several formations were activated again. The suction force was even stronger. Now, there were more than 70,000 sky demon in the royal cauldron, close to 80,000. Its power had almost doubled. On top of that, Feng Han's own magic power and the power of 12,000 galloping horses were activated. The entire royal cauldron seemed to have become a black hole, sucking in all formless souls and auras. The void around the royal cauldron was distorted, as if it was about to collapse. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort came from afar. A young man in silver appeared a few dozen miles away from the royal cauldron. He opened his hand, and suddenly, a mercury-like heavenly river appeared above his head. This heavenly river flowed in the air and turned into a devil's palm, forcibly grabbing at the royal cauldron. What powerful magic power! Feng Han was shocked. What bad luck! I finally stepped on a metal nail. Where did such a powerful character come from? Feng Han saw the mercury-like heavenly river with rolling waves. The devil's hand stretched out from the heavenly river, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Its magic power surged, and it probably had the power of at least 80 to 90,000 galloping horses, if not 100,000 horsepower. He knew it was very powerful. It was probably the most powerful demon king in the blood mire. The mercury-like hand made a grabbing motion, and the 5 fingers shook. Instantly, the airflow within a radius of 50 to 60 miles was sealed. The air also solidified and became as heavy as mercury. The spirit-devouring array and spirit-devouring array in the royal cauldron could not operate. They were forcibly stopped, and the powerful suction force was repelled, making Feng Han uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had used his true qi to the point of perfection, so he was not injured by the recoil. You're killing sky demon like this. It's impossible not to attract the attention of the powerful sky demon. Dao disciples enter the blood mire only to kill a few small sky demon at the periphery to practice and familiarize themselves with the circulation of their magic power. But you're killing hundreds and collecting thousands. This is really too much. Yan grumbled. It had long realized something was wrong. If Feng Han wanted to subdue 8 million heavenly demons, it was equivalent to exterminating all the heavenly demons in the blood and flesh quagmire. It would be strange if the powerful figures of the demon sect were not attracted. If he really subdued all the heavenly demons here, it would not be strange to attract the demon god. After all, the blood mire was an important chess piece that the demon god had set up. Law of heaven and earth, void cleave. Seeing the demonic hand coming down on him, Feng Han knew that the young man in silver was a powerful figure. His dharma power was above his own, but he didn't know what level he was at. He wanted to fight, so he gathered all the genuine qi in his body. He kept arranging it, combining it, and evolving it into tiny talismans. With another change, they formed a zigzag ripple line in the sky, cutting towards the demonic hand. He had used the Wood Emperor's true qi to simulate the Great Cleave art to defeat 2 god race experts. He had become more and more interested in the Great Cleave art. He would often study it, and now he could use it with proficiency. In truth, the Great Cleave art was one of the most powerful abilities of the demon sections. It involved the law of space. Feng Han was not using the true Great Cleave art, but just a simulation. But its power was already greater than any other Dao technique. The true Great Cleave art could only be mastered after he reached the celestial being realm and absorbed the spiritual qi of space. At that time, its power would be more than 10 times greater than now. Feng Han hadn't mastered the Gang Qi of Taoism, but his magic power was galloping like 10,000 horses. The quality of the Wood Emperor's true qi was abnormally high. The simulated Great Cleave art was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was protected in the king's cauldron, so he could exert all his power without any scruples. He didn't need to reserve any strength to protect himself. This was the advantage of having a protective magic treasure. Chi-chi, chi-chi, chi-chi. The zigzag lines that filled the sky cut into the demonic palm without any fancy moves. Cracks appeared on the mercury-like demonic palm, and the Gang Qi on it scattered and splattered everywhere. It seemed to have suffered some kind of pain, and retracted upward. As it retracted, the huge hand flickered a little. Clang 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 clang, it actually bounced back Feng Han's true qi. For a moment, the air around the king's cauldron resumed its flow. Good. Feng Han, although this silver-clothed demon king is powerful, he hasn't mastered the Jin Dan of the devil sect. We still have a chance to fight. This demon king isn't a good person. If we can capture him, I'll secretly use the water of oblivion to restrain him, lest he uses the sky demon's great disintegration art. Yan was thinking of a bad idea. He slapped his head with his claws, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Usually, when Taoist experts fought with demon kings, they wouldn't go all out. This was because the other party knew the sky demon body disintegration technique. Once it was used, even those who were a few realms higher would be severely injured by the explosion. However, the water of oblivion was the nemesis of the sky demon's great disintegration art. Wah! A large amount of true qi bounced back. Feng Han spat out a big mouthful of blood with a wah. A look of horror appeared on his face. This person is so powerful. Although Feng Han cut the demon's hand, his own true qi bounced back. His internal organs were injured by the true qi, and he was unable to activate the king's cauldron. He couldn't help but be shocked. After comprehending the mysteries of Xitigarbha, his Yama's golden body was even stronger than flying swords. However, the true qi bounced back and injured his internal organs. If it was an ordinary master like Long Xian, the true qi bounced back and his body would have been badly mutilated. He would die immediately. How do you know that he hasn't mastered the sky demon's Jin Dan? Nonsense. Yen snorted. Nonsense. If he had mastered the sky demon's Jin Dan, your true qi would have been scattered long ago. It would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard work to recover. We're all going to die here too. However, this demon king is at least a celestial realm master. There aren't many demon kings above the celestial realm. This demon king has a great background. Quickly take this opportunity to activate the formation. Do I need you to tell me that? After calming his true chi, Feng Han knew that he wouldn't be a match for this silver-clothed demon king just by relying on his transcendence energy. Once his true chi calmed down, he poured it into the 5 Hells King's cauldron formation, activating a total of 13 large formations. Originally, he could activate 8 large formations using 50,000 Sky Demon and his own transcendence energy. However, after entering the blood and flesh quagmire and absorbing 30,000 Sky Demon, he could activate 15 of them. As the 15 large formations were activated, the entire cauldron hummed. A series of ripples appeared in the air around it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the side of the 7-leaf demon king. Think about it. A cauldron the size of a house, weighing close to 50,000 kilograms, colliding at 10 times the speed of sound. How powerful would that be? The Great Cleaving Technique? The Wood Emperor's true chi? The 7-leaf demon king used his demonic arts to seize the true chi. However, he didn't expect to encounter Feng Han's obstruction. After a slight stab, he retracted his true chi. He immediately knew Feng Han's cultivation, true chi, and techniques. The Great Cleaving Technique was a demonic sect's secret. Even as the son of the demon god of Nine Yin, he hadn't learned it. Only demon kings who had cultivated the sky demon Jin Dan could learn it. He didn't understand how Feng Han had learned it. It's a pity that this person was repelled by my true chi. Because his body was shattered, he died immediately. A mere true chi expert actually has the strength of 10,000 horses galloping. I don't know what elixir he ate. He's even more extravagant than me, the son of the demon god. The 7-leaf demon king was sure that his true chi repelling had killed his opponent. He had a good grasp of his own strength. Not good. Just as he was about to use his demonic arts to capture him again, he saw the cauldron suddenly go berserk. It flickered in the air and appeared in front of him, pressing down on him. There was no place for him to dodge. This person actually didn't die? How strong is his body? The 7-leaf demon king didn't expect Feng Han to be so ferocious. He had miscalculated. If he was hit, he would definitely die. At the juncture of life and death, the 7-leaf demon king's eyes suddenly lit up. This time, he's going to be killed. If he's not a sky demon Jin Dan expert, I'd like to see how he's going to block my attack. The moment Feng Han activated the 5 Hells King cauldron, he was certain that the young sky demon king in silver would die without a doubt. This was because this attack was too fast. Even a mountain would explode, let alone a person. But in the next moment, he miscalculated. When the 7-leaf demon king was 3 feet away from the high-speed Wang Ding, a talisman on his body suddenly floated up and exploded into dust. A large amount of silver devil chi suddenly surged out from the surrounding void. This silver devil chi flowed like mercury and automatically formed various talismans in the air. In a thousandth of a blink of an eye, a huge devil formation condensed and solidified the void within a radius of 30 to 40 miles. At this moment, time slowed down in this part of the void. It was the flow of time that slowed down. What kind of divine power was this? Changing the rules of time and space was something that only the most profound experts in the secret realm of immortality, those ancient giants, could do. Using supreme magic power to comprehend the rules of the universe's changes, they could reverse time and change the void. This kind of Tao technique no longer belonged to the divine power secret realm. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, the huge Wang Ding actually stopped when it came into contact with the devil formation. Originally, with such a huge impact force, even if one's supernatural power was cultivated to the 10th layer and had the strength of 1,000,000 horses, it would still be impossible to stop it. However, this demonic array did it because it changed the time and the law of heaven and earth. In front of this law, Wang Ding's power was not worth mentioning. This was the terror of an immortality secret realm expert. Bang, the 5 Hells King cauldron finally stopped. It was completely still. The huge silver devil formation suddenly exploded, and the devil chi dissipated in the void as if it had never appeared. This devil formation was clearly not the power of the 7-leaf demon king, but a life-saving talisman on his body. And the person who refined this talisman was an expert in the secret realm of immortality. It was very likely that he was a demon god. How sinister. Demon Monarch 7-Leaf broke out in a cold sweat. If Lord Demon God Jiu Yang hadn't given me a life-saving talisman, the Great Time Talisman, that could save my life in times of crisis, I would have been smashed into pieces. Even if I could escape with my demonic soul, I would have been severely injured. Oh no, this is the Talisman of Great Time, a life-saving talisman made by the secret realm of immortality. Yen, shouted Yen. The huge mental impact caused Feng Han's mind to fluctuate. Feng Han had yet to figure out what was going on. Earlier, when he rushed over, it could be said that he had the intention to kill Qin Wendian in a single strike. He was like the assassin king of the Golden Palace who wanted to kill Qin Wendian in an instant. However, just as he was about to succeed, his entire body suddenly stopped moving. He was frozen in the air, and even his thoughts stopped working. Kill. His life-saving talisman had been destroyed and could only be used once. Kill him quickly, or it will be too late. Feng Han was also alert. At this moment, any discussion would be fake. He could only attack again. It was now or never. This guy has a life-saving talisman made by an expert in the secret realm of immortality on him. He must have some other good stuff. Once I kill him, I'll be rich. In the instant that his mental energy flickered, Feng Han activated the formation again. He was ready to strike. You want to strike again? Too late. Demon Monarch 7-Leaf's eyes shone with demonic light. Silver demonic light shot out from his body and wrapped around Wang Ding. Instantly, it penetrated and stopped the formation from operating. If Wang Ding had accelerated, he would have been caught off guard and would have been unable to escape. However, with preparation, he had bought time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Oh no, this guy is prepared. It will be difficult to kill him again. His spiritual power is extremely strong. I'm afraid he has the strength of 100,000 horses. I wonder what his realm is like. Is he at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm or the 6th level of the Consolidation Realm? Has he reached the 10,000 Techniques Coalescence Realm? Feng Han could only feel that Wang Ding was entangled by the opponent's spiritual power. It was difficult to operate it and could not be pushed to the maximum. He could not help but roar and revolve all his spiritual power, trying to break free from the restraint. This guy has probably reached the Consolidation Realm and is not far from mastering the Sky Demon Jin Dan. Yan Yun activated the Decaying Immortal technique and secretly condensed, preparing for a sneak attack. He had fought with Feng Han many times and cooperated very well. He could take advantage of the element of surprise. Consolidation Realm. Feng Han's hair stood on end. The 6th level of the Transcendent Realm was also known as the 10,000 Techniques Coalescence Realm. When all the Transcendent Realm was cultivated together, one's every move would have boundless power and could use the Transcendent Realm at will. This was also an extremely high realm and was only one step away from mastering the Jin Dan. Such an expert would be treated very well in the sect and even the elders would have to respect him. Break for me. Knowing that this person had reached the Transcendent Realm of the Transcendent Realm, Feng Han knew that killing this person was already an extravagant hope. Moreover, Feng Han also discovered that behind this person, there were 18 powerful Demon Kings flying. These Demon Kings were not inferior to Demon King Great Prestige. If they all swarmed and formed some kind of demonic formation, then he would be refined by the opponent. The most important thing now was to break free from the opponent's control and then leave the flesh quagmire. Windfire Rotation Formation. With a thought, he concentrated all his spiritual power into a formation in the 5 Hells King Cauldron called the Windfire Rotation Formation. Once this formation was activated, flames more than 10 feet long shot out from the cauldron. The flames formed knife wheels and spun at high speed. The wind and fire whistled and cut in all directions. Poochie, Poochie. It actually cut off the 7-Leaf Demon Lord's spiritual power. He immediately broke free from the restraint. Good. It is indeed the 5 Hells King Cauldron, the treasure that Uncle 5 Hells spent hundreds of years to cultivate. However, in your hands, you can't unleash its full power. The 7-Leaf Demon Lord's cold voice resounded, but his hands did not stop. He waved his left hand and opened his 5 fingers. Countless black gang chi flew out and condensed into talismans. They formed a nimble formation that was like the lid of a pot and covered down fiercely. Black Spirit Silk Formation. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Wang Ding's wind fire knife will cut into this formation. The formation kept changing and actually dissolved the power of the knife wheel. Golden Snake Dolua Formation. After the 7-leaf demon monarch set up the formation, he did not stop. He spread out his 5 fingers again and a different type of Gang Chi flew out. This time, the Gang Chi was pure gold and formed golden snakes that intertwined together to form a snake formation. From the bottom to the top, it forced Wang Ding to retreat. Milky Way 9 Heavens Formation. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver waterfall. Countless silver talismans intertwined to form a large formation that pressed down. It pressed down on the top of the Wang Ding. It was like the silver waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. The impact caused the Wang Ding to creak. Fang Han, Lan Xian, and the demoness inside all felt their blood flow become weak. Especially the 80,000 sky demon on the 100 ghost screen. When they were hit by this force, the invisible pressure disintegrated 500 to 600 sky demon on the spot. These 500 to 600 sky demon were disintegrated and their vitality was divided among the other sky demon. The 7-leaf demon lord set up 3 large formations in one go. This formation was not created by any magic treasure, but by the demonic monarch of 7 Knights' Gang Chi. He had cultivated to the 6th level of the divine power consolidation realm and had cultivated many kinds of divine powers. Each of these divine powers could be used to create a formation that operated continuously and had boundless power. It was much more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. If Fang Han cultivated to the celestial realm, he would be able to set up large formations and cultivate other divine powers. When he reached the divine power realm, he would be able to set up the Wood Emperor formation, Fire Emperor formation, etc. That would be much more powerful than the 7-leaf demon lords. But now, he was far from reaching that stage. When the 3 large formations came down, Fang Han only felt that the Wang Ding was about to disintegrate. The wind blew and the sky darkened. The sun and moon lost their light. The dense devil chi had already seeped into the interior of the Wang Ding. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Notes. Fang Han immediately channeled his innate chi and roared out the Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds, shaking the surrounding devil chi and dispersing it. The witch and Long Xian, on the other hand, were sitting behind a screen. They were using all their strength to activate another space manipulation formation, trying to help Fang Han fly out. Who are you? How could he be so powerful? Are you not an ordinary Sky Demon King? Fang Han roared when he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 notes. That's right. Of course, I'm not an ordinary Sky Demon King. I'm the son of Demon God 9 Demon King 7 Leaf. The 7-leaf demon lord's body moved and he spat out a few words. These words were not an answer, but he used his demonic technique again. The 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon is just a small trick. I'll let you experience my Sky Demon mystique, the soul-subduing song. Countless musical notes once again formed a large formation. Like a faint movement, they seeped into the cauldron. As soon as he heard the voice, Fang Han felt as if his soul was being suppressed. It was difficult for him to breathe, and it felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, preventing him from using his true energy. It was another great formation. Although this soul-subduing song was a piece of music, it was also a great formation. The 7-leaf demon monarch's ability was simply unbelievably powerful to have set up 4 great arrays in a row. There's no other way. I can only use my ultimate move, the 3-headed lion. Luckily, Long Xian and the witch were both frozen by the soul-calming song, so I could use it freely. Heavenly Lion, activate the formation for me. Fang Han saw that Long Xian and the demon lady's souls had been suppressed by the soul-suppressing song and were struggling bitterly to resist it. Nothing in the outside world could be heard or seen, and he was delighted. The 3-headed lion tattoo on his body flew out again and into the other great formations. The 3 royal cauldron formations were activated again. Rumble. The royal cauldron charged forward violently. It seemed to be trying to break free. Humph. The 7-leaf demon lord snorted coldly again. Sky Demon Saraira. A pearl the size of a fist flew out from behind his head. As soon as it flew out, Fang Han instantly felt 1,000 times the pressure. Barf. His true energy was once again repelled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There's no escape this time. Fang Han thought viciously. Just as he was about to think of a way to put his life on the line, he suddenly felt that the true energy in his body was undergoing a strange change under the boundless pressure. It seemed to be breaking through his true energy and condensing it into righteous force. Fang Han's Wood Emperor's true energy had started crystallizing a long time ago when he was fighting the Water Voodoo Sky Demon and the 100,000 Sky Demon. It was about to condense Taoist righteous force, but it was injured by the Water Voodoo Sky Demon's great cleaving art before its death. Thus, the time to condense righteous force was delayed. Originally, because he had cultivated the fragment of the world tree, the Wood Empress True Chi had comprehended the spiritual energy of the fragment of the world tree. Thus, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection, allowing him to have a myriad of transformations and multitasking. This had laid the most solid foundation for his future cultivation. In fact, without the world tree fragment, Fang Han could quickly condense righteous force, but his foundation would not be solid. He might have to stay in the righteous force realm for 30 to 50 years. Moreover, the righteous force he condensed would not be too powerful. Although the speed of condensing righteous force was delayed, his solid foundation was truly terrifying. Especially after he consumed the Dharma Saint Sarira, his dharmic powers were vast, and his foundation was even more solid. He could not be compared to ordinary disciples of the Immortal Tao sect. Ordinary disciples of the Immortal Tao would not be able to eat something like the Dharma Saint Sarira. Even experts of the Immortal Tao realm would find it difficult to obtain the origin of Jin Dan experts, unless they killed a Jin Dan expert and robbed him of his origin. Dharmic powers were a person's vital force. The stronger it was, the stronger one's soul and spirit. Aura Chi was of a much higher quality than True Chi. It was also much more powerful and destructive. Moreover, when True Chi transformed into Aura Chi, one's spirit would increase rapidly. Thus, one's mana would also increase. This was a qualitative leap. This was equivalent to the rank of an official in the secular world. The power of a first-rank official and a second-rank official was completely different. A higher-rank official would be able to suppress someone to death. In the transcendent realm, if one didn't have the assistance of a magical treasure, they would still be able to crush someone to death. Fang Han now had the strength of 10,000 galloping horses. 80,000 Sky Demon, a supreme-grade treasure, and 3 heavenly lions were all beaten to a pulp by the 7-leaf demon monarch. They hovered between life and death because there was a difference of 4 whole realms between the two. Kaka, 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 Kacha, Kacha, the true chi in his mind was constantly crystallizing. Then, the crystallized pieces melted and transformed into strands of Taoist Aura Chi. This Aura Chi appeared to be in a liquid state. There were countless wooden patterns and rings on it. It was as if a 10,000-year-old ancient tree had melted. Fang Han felt his own transformation and was overjoyed. You actually refined Chi into aura and entered the origin aura realm at this time. Yan also noticed Fang Han's transformation. Like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, Fang Han's aura was like a towering tree that was growing vigorously. It was indomitable and stood proudly in the wind and rain. The Verdant Emperor Wood Emperor technique was a supreme transcendent divine ability. Every increase in realm would stimulate a huge amount of potential. After Fang Han cultivated to the Aura Chi realm, he would be many times more powerful than before. True aura of heaven and earth, condense into my body. Nourish wood with earth. 2 elements as one. As he roared, the true chi in his mind sped up by almost 10 times. All of the true chi began to transform into aura chi on a large scale. The moment the aura chi was converted, a large amount of chi and blood in his body combined with the aura chi. The Yama's golden body changed again and became more flexible. Because Fang Han suddenly turned his head and twisted his neck, he could do a 360-degree rotation. He could grab any part of his body with a casual stretch of his arm. His mouth could also bite any part of his body. In other words, at this moment, he seemed to have no bones in his body. When he was soft, he was like a ball of cotton. But when the aura chi filled his body, his bones were like cold iron that had been nurtured for thousands of years. They could be soft or hard at will. At the same time, a large amount of chi and blood in his body surged. The true chi in his body was converted into psyche, and then into dharmic power, which resonated with the aura chi. Fang Han even felt some small golden particles in his flesh. The small golden particles that could not be seen in the flesh also rose up and entered his mind, where they were converted into a large amount of dermic power. The 9 orifices Jin Dan still has residual medicinal power. This is really a heaven-level spirit pill, a treasure left behind by the Emperor Huangquan. Feng Han knew that this was the residual medicinal power of the 9 orifices Jin Dan, which was still stored in his body. He originally thought that he had completely refined the 9 orifices Jin Dan. Now it seemed that the wonders of Acheron's number 1 spirit pill had far exceeded his imagination. Bang 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 bang, Feng Han's mind exploded like firecrackers. Some of the divine acupoints in his mind were opened, and the potential of his body was once again developed. The surging aura qi washed down and combined with his qi and blood. All the pores on his body spewed out billowing astral wind like knives and swords. When the astral wind hit the cauldron, it made the sound of a crossbow being fired. This showed how powerful it was. In other words, when Feng Han circulated his qi, the astral wind shooting out of his pores was comparable to that of a crossbow. This kind of incredible power would probably shock even an expert of the celestial realm. If Feng Han's cultivation was now known by the people of the Ascension Gate, he would probably be sent to the small celestial realm to cultivate and absorb the pure yang immortal qi there to further his cultivation. This kind of potential was really too great. Rumble, under the powerful pressure, all the true qi was converted into aura qi. The Wood Emperor's aura qi. Feng Han felt that his strength had increased again. Originally, he had the strength of 12,000 horses, but now it had more than doubled. It was probably around 30,000. This was the benefit of having a strong foundation. Even a top expert of the celestial realm might not have the magical power that he had now. The increase in his cultivation level caused his magical power to transform completely. His body, which had been injured by the 7-leaf devil lord, was also transforming and increasing his cultivation level. His injuries were healed, and he was now in peak condition. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Feng Han laughed wildly. The heavens have not forsaken me. I can't believe that I was able to break through under such pressure. If it weren't for the pressure, it wouldn't have been easy to break through. It would probably have taken me a year or so of bitter cultivation. Many thanks to you, 7-leaf devil lord. If you want to trap me now, it won't be that easy. The astral qi inside of him suddenly erupted. It surged into the Imperial Cauldron spell formations. In particular, one of the demon god formation of great strength was extremely powerful. Once Feng Han activated it, the formation immediately began to operate. Dense black qi emerged from the cauldron. The black qi rattled, and with the cauldron as the center, it transformed into a huge demon god. The heart of the devil god was the size of a house. From this, one could see how big the devil god was. It was like a small mountain peak. Roar, the devil god formed by the devil god spell formation roared, then opened its devilish hand and smashed down viciously. Pop, the spell formation set up by the 7-leaf devil lord, the golden snake Dolua spell formation, was completely destroyed. Under the immense pressure, Feng Han actually broke through level 2 of the divine power realm and entered level 3 of the Gang Qi realm. His strength transformed and had 30,000 horsepower. His spiritual power was tyrannical, and the quality of the Wood Emperor's Gang Qi was extremely high. It was easier for him to activate the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. The 999 formations of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron each had their own unique uses. They were definitely different from ordinary treasured weapons. Other than the 36 formations used to accelerate, the 54 formations used to capture, and the other 360 formations used to increase one's strength. This demon god formation was one of the powerful formations, and it was made up of many smaller formations. Once it was activated, a huge demon god would appear. With the king's cauldron as its heart, it would release a monstrous demonic aura, overturning rivers and seas, and devouring cities. Everything was fake, and only power was real. The sky demon especially valued strength, so he valued formations that could increase strength the most. This demon god formation was also one of the most powerful techniques of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Although this demon god was far from being comparable to a real demon god, its explosive power was extremely great. It could overdraft one's spiritual power in an instant and release a power that was several times stronger than the original. It was similar to the demonic life reduction elixir, but it would only consume a bit of vitality at most and would not harm one's lifespan. Feng Han used it to quickly get rid of the restraints and escape. This was to prevent the seven-leaf demon lord from using any more powerful techniques or treasures. If that happened, he would be in trouble. His opponent was the son of the demon god of Nine Yin, which was equivalent to the son of an immortal realm expert. No one would believe that he did not have any powerful treasures. Feng Han knew about the demon god of Nine Yin because he heard that Feng Xianxia was suppressed by the demon god when she challenged the demon god altar. However, while the demon god could suppress the demon god of Nine Yin, Feng Han could not suppress the seven-leaf demon lord. It was already good enough that he was not suppressed. The difference between their realms was too great. It was not something that could be compensated by a supreme-grade treasure. Boundless demonic power, great strength technique. 5 hells. 5 hells. After destroying the golden snake Dolua formation, the demon god let loose a deafening roar that drowned out the soul-repressing song. At the same time, the demon god tore apart the Milky Way 9 heavens formation and the black spirit twisting silk formation with brute force. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pitch-black and mercury-like energy scattered in all directions. He had no idea how the seven-leaf demon lord managed to cultivate these two types of gang qis. One was filled with demonic qi while the other was filled with boundless grand qi. One was righteous while the other was evil. Clearly, Seven-Leaf Demon Lord had not only cultivated demonic arts, but also immortal Tao. He was also an immortal demon unification expert. Go! After breaking through the soul-repressing song, Golden Snake Dolua formation, Milky Way 9 heavens formation, and Black Spirit twisting formation, Feng Han immediately left without any hesitation. The royal cauldron of 5 hells sped up as it flew toward the pitch-black sky. In the pitch-black sky was the return to void portal. Outside was the northern ocean. It could be said that the sky was high for birds to fly and the sea was wide for fish to swim. Do you think you can escape? As the seven-leaf demon lord spoke, the shattered gang qis suddenly came to life. The gang qis transformed into demonic shadows that pounced forward. In just a moment, they formed another formation and sealed the return to void portal, preventing Feng Han from escaping. He was going to catch him like a turtle in a jar. When one reached the yin-yang realm in the divine ability secret realm, one's gang qis would have spirituality. When the seven-leaf demon lord reached the consolidation realm, his gang qis would have stronger vitality and intelligence. Every strand of gang qi seemed to be an independent entity. They even had breathing, heartbeat, and could even speak. Because of this spirituality and strength, they would immediately reassemble and regain vitality once they were destroyed. What kind of Dao technique is this? Feng Han was about to escape to the return to void portal when he discovered layers of demonic shadows pressing in from all directions. It was difficult for him to move again. He could not help but be stunned. This is the mother-child sky demon formation. It's very powerful. The seven-leaf demon lord used his gang qis to transform into a group of demons. It's the prime demon. Once the gang qis transform into the prime demon, the sky demon in the blood and flesh quagmire will swarm over and gather around the prime demon. It's the sun demon. The foundation of your 5 hells king cauldron is also the mother-child sky demon formation. Yan looked outside and was shocked. Because the seven-leaf demon lord's gang qis were blocking the way, countless sky demons swarmed over like locusts from the blood and flesh quagmire. Every few thousand sky demons surrounded a prime demon formed by gang qis. They were the mother-child sky demon. The demonic qi grew heavier and heavier, pressing down like a mountain. Even though Feng Han had cultivated gang qis, he could not do anything about it. The seven-leaf demon lord was also using the power of the countless sky demon in the blood and flesh quagmire. If I don't break out now, when the mother-child sky demon gathers, I'll really be finished. What a pity. If I had a demonic life reduction pill, I could fight with my life on the line. But now, I can't even fight with my life on the line. Yan, what demonic Dao techniques do you have? Let me try. Feng Han's mind was spinning rapidly, but he could not think of anything. The difference in cultivation level between us and the seven-leaf demon lord is too great. He also has the advantage of the terrain. I do have a few demonic Dao techniques. But they are not suitable for use. Because once they are used, you will die immediately. Yan thought about it and also felt that it was inappropriate. Fang Han, I'm afraid we can't escape. The mother-child sky demon formation has already been formed. I know a little about it. Once this demonic formation is formed, the sky demon will gather more and more, and its power will increase. This blood and flesh quagmire is where the sky demon gathers. There are at least 10 million sky demons here. Long Xian suddenly opened her eyes. What do you think? Fang Han asked. Since we can't escape now, we might as well not escape. You just have to guard the cauldron tightly and let it capture us. It won't be able to do anything to us for a while. Let it use its spiritual power to suppress us. When its spiritual power is almost exhausted, we'll give it a hard blow. Long Xian said, wait and see. That's the plan now. We are fated to have this demonic tribulation. It's also because our cultivation level has improved too quickly. Unknowingly, fate will befall us with this seven-leaf demon lord's hand to harm us. We have to guard our minds and endure it. From now on, we will turn our spiritual power from offense to defense. We will protect the cauldron from being invaded. As for the rest, we will let the demons outside suppress, seal, and imprison us. Who knows, we might be able to improve further in this demonic tribulation. Long Xian, you are more knowledgeable than me. That's good too. Perhaps this really is a fated demonic tribulation. I'll guard it and see what the demon lord can do. As he spoke, Fang Han condensed all his spiritual power into a ball. He did not release it, nor did he charge it. The royal cauldron stayed quietly in the void, emitting a soft but flexible red light. It allowed the demonic chi to envelop it, but it did not struggle, counterattack, or escape. It just stayed in a defensive position. Finally, in the sky, the seven-leaf demon lord's mother-child sky demon formation grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it completely swallowed the five hells royal cauldron, turning it into a demonic formation that imprisoned Fang Han and the others. Fang Han and the others could not escape now. Congratulations, Demon Lord. Your spiritual power is boundless. You actually managed to capture such an immortal Dao disciple. You have regained the most precious treasure of our Sky Demon clan. The 18 Yin-Yang Demon Kings could not help but praise the seven-leaf Demon Lord when they saw him use his spiritual power to imprison Fang Han and the others. It's still too early now. They're holed up in a defensive position. This is also a good strategy against me. I can't break the royal cauldron and take their lives for now. I can only imprison the royal cauldron and bring it back to the Shadow Castle to slowly refine it. Many thoughts flashed through the seven-leaf Demon Lord's eyes. He seemed to be thinking about how to completely kill Fang Han and the others. The Five Hells Royal Cauldron's defense is extremely strong. How are you going to refine it? A female demon king asked. That's nothing. Although the person in the royal cauldron has strong spiritual power, his realm is very weak. If he had cultivated to the celestial realm, it would be very troublesome for me. But now, at most, it would take some time. 2 to 3 months to completely refine them. Moreover, demon god Jiu Yang is about to arrive. When he appears, he can refine the royal cauldron with a snap of his fingers. It was said that Uncle Five Hells had spent hundreds of years and countless precious materials to create the 999 grand spell formations. He was just short of a core spell formation and some pure Yang immortal chi, and it would transform into a Dao treasure. When demon god Jiu Yang arrives, I'll ask him to refine it. The seven-leaf demon lord said calmly, as if everything was under his control. Dao treasures are all pure Yang. Treasures must be tainted with pure Yang immortal chi to become Dao. This royal cauldron has a strong demonic nature. Coincidentally, I have 9 solar holy water with me. It can completely suppress the various demonic formations in the royal cauldron and seep in. It will be difficult for the people inside to control the demonic formations. 9 solar holy water is formed from the immortal realm's immortal chi. It has an unparalleled effect on controlling demonic nature. The demon lord used the 9 solar holy water to suppress the royal cauldron and destroy the demonic formations within, tainting it with pure Yang immortal chi. When demon god Jiu Yang arrives, he will combine the immortal and demon and refine the royal cauldron into a Dao treasure. The demon lord's foresight is admirable. A male demon king exclaimed sincerely. Back to the Shadow Castle. The seven-leaf demon lord waved his hand. The mother-child sky demon formation imprisoned the royal cauldron and brought it into the Shadow Castle in the distance. Bang, the huge royal cauldron was suppressed and brought into the central hall of the castle. The seven-leaf demon lord sat on the throne in the hall. Beside the royal cauldron stood the 18 yin-yang sky demon king. Now, they were going to refine the royal cauldron. The seven-leaf demon lord alone could deal with Feng Han's group, not to mention the 18 yin-yang sky demon king. This time, Feng Han had no way out. He could only hide in the royal cauldron. Seeing the red light emitted from the royal cauldron, the seven-leaf demon lord sneered. Blood fiend demonic light? Your defense is not bad. I will destroy your demonic nature. 9 solar holy water. As he spoke, an alms bowl that was neither gold nor iron, neither jade nor stone flew out from his sleeve. Inside the alms bowl was a liquid that kept flowing. The liquid had 9 different colors and was burning like a flame. It was like a fountain, and it also made splashing sounds. No one could tell whether it was water or fire. 9 solar holy water. 9 solar holy water was a holy water refined by experts of the secret realm of immortality by absorbing the pure yang spiritual qi of the immortal world. It could dispel all filth, demonic and demonic qi. It was the most precious and the rarest. Any treasure that was contaminated with 9 solar holy water would become a pure yang treasure after being refined. However, a sky demon treasure like the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron had a strong demonic nature. If it was contaminated with 9 solar holy water, it would fuse with immortal and demonic qi, temporarily losing its spiritual effect. All the great demonic formations within it would stop operating. However, this was a sign of immortal and demonic qi fusing. As long as an expert of the secret realm of immortality refined this magic treasure, it would immediately turn into a pure yang treasure. Its power would greatly increase, and it would become an extremely powerful Dao treasure. This was called enlightening in the art of refining. Of course, in order to enlighten a demonic treasure like the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, a large amount of 9 solar holy water was required. As for 9 solar holy water, each drop was incomparably precious. It was painstakingly refined by experts of the secret realm of immortality. Even a true disciple of the Tai Gate like Yao Dian could only obtain a gourd of 6 solar holy water after reaching the yin-yang realm. It was impossible for him to obtain 9 solar holy water. But now, the seven-leaf demon monarch actually took out an alms bowl of 9 solar holy water. Moreover, this alms bowl was clearly similar to 100 treasures pouch. It could hold a large amount of 9 solar holy water. This was because the seven-leaf demon monarch had flown the alms bowl above the cauldron. With a slight tilt, the 9 solar holy water poured down, enveloping the cauldron and seeping into it as if there was no end to it. A single drop of 9 solar holy water could be used to refine pills or magic treasures after being obtained by cultivators of the immortal Tao. But now, the seven-leaf demon monarch was pouring down so much 9 solar holy water. Only the son of the demon god could do this. ZZZT, 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 the 9 solar holy water was indeed extremely powerful. As soon as it seeped into the cauldron's protective formation, it immediately began to weaken the blood fiend demonic light. The originally sparkling and translucent 5 Hells Royal Cauldron began to show various colors, as if it could collapse at any moment. Humph. I know the demonic nature of this 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. The formations protecting the cauldron are called Blood Fiend Formation, Blood Light Formation, and Blood God Formation. The blood light it emits is extremely strong. If there were enough pills inside, I wouldn't be able to refine it even in a year. Now that I'm using 9 solar holy water to suppress the demonic nature, you can't imagine it. Seeing the blood light being weakened layer by layer, the seven-leaf demon monarch's cold voice directly transmitted into the cauldron, using it to break the will of Feng Han and the others. However, Feng Han inside the cauldron had a different attitude. This was especially true for Yin. This artifact spirit wildly laughed and used its claws to hit its head. 9 solar holy water, 9 solar holy water. The treasure that I yearn for even in my dreams. As long as I can consume a large amount of it, I will be able to recover my magic power. After recovering my magic power, I will also be able to use the wondrous effects of the Acheron map. This guy brought this upon himself, he can't live. Feng Han, with the 9 solar holy water, you can truly dissolve the fragments of the world tree and turn them into a sapling. Your Wood Sovereign's aura chi will reach an unprecedented level. Let me try. Feng Han could only feel the royal cauldron's formation weakening continuously. When the 9 solar holy water seeped in, it actually began to merge with the demonic nature of the royal cauldron's formation. It was indeed incomparably miraculous. If this continued, the royal cauldron would lose its effect sooner or later and be completely refined. Then, he would also die without a burial ground. Hearing Yan's words, he also wanted to use his own aura chi to stop the 9 solar holy water from entering. However, when he slightly touched the 9 solar holy water, his aura chi felt as if it was about to ignite. The flames even burned along with his aura chi. A thin layer of fire actually appeared on his body, as if it wanted to refine him. This 9 solar holy water was unyielding and pure yang. It simply couldn't be touched. Seeing such a scene, Yan immediately waved its claw and shot out the forgotten love water. It enveloped Feng Han from top to bottom and extinguished the flames. You are simply courting death by doing this. Every drop of 9 solar holy water is equivalent to a pure yang magical treasure. Even a powerful expert would have to use other medicinal properties to refine it into a medicinal pill and neutralize the yang qi in order to consume it. If you consume it directly, it will completely ignite your aura qi. It is equivalent to the 8th layer of divine ability, the fire calamity of wind and fire. Only the forgotten love water can restrain it. Watch how I intercept this 9 solar holy water and turn it into my own. While speaking, Yan shouted and spat out a series of strange syllables. Waves of forgotten love water turned into mist and seeped into the royal cauldron's defensive formation. Immediately, drops of liquid that looked like both fire and water floated over along with the mist. Yan fiercely inhaled, and more than half of it was absorbed into its body. Immediately, its body expanded like a balloon. The flood dragon's body became more lively, and its magic power increased by a lot. Quick, quick, quick. Take the remaining 9 solar holy water. Refine your world tree fragment. To be honest, I don't care about any of your magical treasures, including the 5 hells royal cauldron. Only this fragment, I know it has great potential. Don't try to fuse it with your magic power. You will only invite trouble. Yan pointed at the remaining 9 solar holy water and said. All right. Feng Han waved his hand and took out the world tree fragment, letting the 9 solar holy water drip on it. Sure enough, the fragment originally had sprouts, but they were not visible. But once they came in contact with the 9 solar holy water, the sprouts immediately became bigger. With every drop of water, the sprouts would grow a bit bigger, and the fragment would undergo a change. It seemed as if it was beginning to grow roots and become a real sapling. Just like this, an endless stream of 9 solar holy water was stolen by Yan. Eh? Outside, the 7-leaf demon monarch who was constantly circulating his demonic technique to refine the royal cauldron seemed to have sensed something. However, he was unable to grasp any clues. Could it be that the 9 solar holy water has seeped into the formation and fused with the demonic nature? No matter what, I can't stay here any longer. I must refine this person. If I can't even deal with a small immortal Tao disciple, how can I establish myself in the sky demon? While thinking, the 7-leaf demon monarch increased the power of his demonic technique and poured even more 9 solar holy water into the formation. Just like this, a large amount of 9 solar holy water was stolen by Yan. Without a doubt, the one who benefited the most this time was Yan. He could use the 9 solar holy water to continuously recover his original strength. He was different from Feng Han. Feng Han had already cultivated astral energy. If he wanted to reach the yin-yang realm, no matter how many pills he took or how much wood qi he absorbed, he would not be able to break through. This was because comprehending the yin-yang transformation required a breakthrough in one's spirit. It relied on comprehension and could not be piled up with material things. On the other hand, Yan had already reached the yin-yang realm. What he lacked now was pure yang immortal qi. If he absorbed a large amount of pure yang immortal qi, he would naturally succeed. In fact, the map of the Yellow Springs had not been of much use against the enemy because Yen was too weak. Otherwise, a Dao treasure would not only have this little ability. Every Dao treasure was an earth-shattering existence. Just look at the Five Hells Royal Cauldron, which was not a Dao treasure, and it was already so powerful. However, the Five Hells Royal Cauldron was comparable to a physical body realm cultivator and a transcendent realm cultivator. Time slowly passed by. Drops of 9 solar holy water were stolen and swapped. Feng Han simply sat cross-legged on the ground. The world tree fragment floated above his head and allowed the 9 solar holy water to drip down. He could feel that every drop of 9 solar holy water that was swallowed by the fragment would release a strange wood chi. This wood chi was chaotic, but it was not green. However, it was the ancestor of all wood. Feng Han absorbed the wood chi of the ancestor of all trees. Immediately, his gang chi changed again. Every strand of the gang chi of the Emperor of Wood displayed surging, vigorous, and undulating power. As the strands of earth energy rubbed against each other, rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard. It was getting stronger and stronger. 2 hours passed by. Feng Han's earth energy was getting stronger and stronger. The world tree was the most mysterious tree in the world. The wood chi it contained was the ancestor of all wood. Anyone who cultivated wood attribute divine abilities would benefit greatly if they could obtain even a little bit of it. Although Feng Han had successfully cultivated earth energy, he was still very far away from mastering it. Under normal circumstances, he would have to spend at least 10 years traveling here and there to absorb the spiritual energy of the precious trees in the world to replenish his stellar energy. Only after his stellar energy had reached greater perfection could he begin to comprehend the yin-yang transformation. Right now, his earth energy was like a weak child. It needed to be nurtured slowly before it could grow stronger. However, after obtaining the world tree's chi, Feng Han's earth energy reached mastery in an instant. It saved him years of hard work. His earth energy was like a child growing into a muscular giant in an instant. Creak, creak, every strand of earth energy rubbed against each other, producing a large amount of heat and sparks. After cultivating earth energy, one could fly faster than the speed of sound. They could come and go as fast as lightning and as fast as a ghost. Now, Feng Han could do it effortlessly. A wisp of his gang chi was equivalent to a supreme-grade flying sword. If a supreme-grade spirit weapon like the Sonic Devil Saber were to fight against Feng Han's gang chi, the Sonic Devil Saber would definitely be smashed to smithereens. This was because Feng Han's Emperor of Wood's earth energy was no longer the pure verdant Emperor Wood Emperor skill. It was an advanced earth energy that was more powerful than the Emperor of Wood. The fragments of the world tree were now full of sprouts. The sprouts sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. They were still growing, sprouting, branching, and even growing leaves. Rustle. The wood shavings had all transformed into a small sapling. It was a strange sapling. This sapling was very strange. Its roots were firmly rooted in the void, as if it was absorbing nutrients from the endless void. Its leaves were oval-shaped, and the veins on each leaf were like talismans. The veins on each leaf were different, as if they were talismans from the heavenly tomes. The branches and leaves kept swaying. When it finally transformed into a small sapling, the roots that were rooted in the void released a strong suction force that extended outside the imperial cauldron. Crack, above the alms bowl that the 7-leaf demon monarch used to store the 9 solar holy water, a sound suddenly came from the void. A root pierced through the air and entered the alms bowl. Instantly, a large amount of holy water was sucked into the alms bowl. What is that? The 7-leaf demon monarch was shocked. He jumped up in shock. Is this the sapling of the world tree? It's really the creation of heaven and earth. Feng Han was also shocked at this moment. The world tree's fragment had grown into a sapling, and the power it displayed was simply unheard of. The roots actually pierced into the endless void, absorbing the millions of spiritual chi hidden in various unknown and mysterious voids. He could feel that there were constantly tiny formations forming on the leaves, roots, and trunk of the world tree. Those natural formations were ingenious, and they were constantly forming and growing. This sapling seemed to have a heavenly spirituality, and was a natural magic treasure. It contained many more formations than the 5 Hells Royal Tripod, and those formations seemed to be the organs of the human body. Each of them had their own functions, and they connected heaven and earth closely. The world tree was like a link between heaven and earth, connecting all the voids of the worlds with its roots. Feng Han felt the waves of majestic will and aura. Only then did he know how powerful and earth-shattering the world tree was. If it really grows into a world tree, will it connect to the immortal realm like the ancient times? If I climb up the world tree, will I be able to enter the immortal realm? Strange thoughts swirled in his mind. I'm afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years for the world tree to grow. Even if you cultivate to the immortal secret realm, you won't be able to see it grow. The power of this sapling is still very weak. You can refine it into the Wood Emperor's Gang Chi and merge it with the Wood Emperor's skill. Otherwise, you won't be able to control it in the future. Yan's hurried voice transmitted into his mind. Okay? When this thing grows, it's indeed not something I can control. If it grows to a certain level, even an immortal secret realm expert won't be able to control it. I'll refine it into my natal magic treasure first. Just like Yao Dian, Yu Fan, and Xia Yu's three-headed celestial lion. Feng Han didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately activated his divine sense and rushed his Wood Emperor's Gang Chi into the sapling of the world tree. He wanted to completely refine the sapling for his own use. As soon as Feng Han's Gang Chi rushed into the sapling, it immediately changed. The branches and leaves fluttered like a human hand, and in the center of the trunk, a human face faintly appeared, just like the legendary Treant. This faintly discernible human face vaguely resembled Feng Han. Good. I've finally succeeded in refining my natal magic treasure. Feng Han roared in surprise. The moment his face appeared on the trunk, he felt that his soul and the sapling had become one. The roots of the tree seemed to have become his arms and hair, extending into the void. Wisps of spiritual chi from the immortal realm were absorbed by him to nourish the sapling. The rest was used to replenish his body and nourish his spiritual power. He cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique, and this sapling was originally cultivated by him. It was precisely because of this that he could refine it so easily. Ha 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 ha, the Chi Eater is immortal. I've actually reached the Chi-consuming realm. From now on, I don't need elixirs anymore. With the help of the world tree, I can directly absorb spiritual chi from the immortal realm. My cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. For the experts of the divine realm, their food was all kinds of exquisite elixirs. With the help of these elixirs, they could replenish their physical body and strengthen their spiritual power, thereby gradually increasing their spiritual power. As for the experts of the immortal realm, they did not need to take any elixirs. With their powerful spiritual power, they could reach the 9 heavens and various realms, reaching the edge of the mysterious immortal realm. They could absorb spiritual chi from the immortal realm and consume it directly. This was the Chi Eater, the immortal realm. Even if Feng Han practiced for another 1,000 years, he would not be able to reach this realm. However, with the help of the world tree, he had reached this dream realm. The world tree itself had the function of communicating with the immortal realm. Its magic was unimaginable. Like the experts of the immortal realm, it could absorb spiritual chi from the immortal realm to nourish itself and grow. In this way, Feng Han could also drink a little of the leftover soup. The world tree would absorb the remaining spiritual chi from the immortal realm and constantly nourish him. From now on, he would not need any elixirs or food. He could really live without eating or drinking. This was because the spiritual chi in the immortal realm was purer than any elixir. Even the Yuanying pill of the Tai Gate could not compare to the spiritual chi in the immortal realm. Feng Han felt that every time he circulated his Gang Chi and refined the spiritual chi of the immortal realm from the sapling of the world tree into Dharma power, he would gain the strength of a horse. This cultivation speed was 10 times faster than anyone else's. 100 times. It was really shocking. Because now, he was cultivating in seclusion in the immortal realm of the Ascension Gate all the time. Moreover, it was very difficult for the experts of the divine realm to refine the spiritual chi in the immortal realm. The spiritual chi in the immortal realm was not that easy to refine. However, the spiritual chi that Feng Han had absorbed from the immortal world had been filtered by the sapling of the world tree. It was as if it had been refined in a furnace. The strong spiritual chi had been refined into a gentle, thin, and profound spiritual chi that was easier to absorb. Feng Han roared. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. With the world tree sapling absorbing the spiritual chi of the immortal realm for me at all times, I really hope to surpass Hua Tiandu in 10 years. At this moment, I finally see hope. Indeed, without this fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to reach the 7th level of the divine realm in 10 years. He would not even be able to obtain the divine ability seed of the Jing Dan of Taoism. Not to mention competing with someone like Hua Tiandu who had reached the 10th level of the divine ability realm and changed his fate. As he roared, the world tree sapling shrank into a stream of light and entered the centermost ancestral aperture point between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and looked inside. He found that the sapling was quietly residing between his eyebrows. Its countless roots were still piercing into the void. When he breathed, his vital chi would surge toward him. Now that I've mastered my aura chi, I can understand yin and yang. But with my current strength, I have the strength of 50,000 horses. Moreover, as long as the world tree is alive, I won't run out of strength or spiritual power. With the world tree, Feng Han had an endless supply of spiritual crystals and jades. Even if he was surrounded by people with great spiritual power, he would not be exhausted. He would always be able to maintain an abundance of spiritual power. Moreover, he would need to rest after flying in the air for a while. He could use his aura chi to fly for 10 days and 10 nights without rest. He did not need to eat or drink, and he would still be full of spiritual power. This was the ability of the immortal realm experts. Some longevity secret realm experts were sealed for 3,000 years, or even 10,000 years, but they would not die. Once released, they would still be alive and kicking. This was the result of being able to absorb the spiritual chi of the immortal realm at all times. Feng Han had mastered his aura chi and had the strength of 30,000 horses. Now that he had become a sapling with the help of the world tree fragment and absorbed the wood spiritual chi, his aura chi had reached the great accomplishment stage. He had saved several years of hard work. His strength had increased again and was now close to 50,000. This was an appalling number. Ordinary experts in the aura chi realm only had 1,000 to 3,000 horses. At most, they had 5,000 horses. The island master of Suicide Island was an expert in the aura chi realm, but he only had less than 2,000 spiritual power. Feng Han was now 10 times stronger than ordinary experts in the aura chi realm. If this spread out, the disciples of the Tai Gate would probably exclaim, "Unbelievable." Of course, Feng Han would not spread the news. It was better to preserve his strength. Otherwise, he would be envied and schemed against. Close to 50,000 horses galloping strength was already invincible among experts below the celestial realm. Even if an expert like Yao Dian had taken the demonic madness life reduction pill, Feng Han could still kill him without using the power of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. In an instant, Feng Han's strength had increased greatly. However, Yan's benefits seemed to be greater than his. A majestic dragon chi spread out from the Acheron map. Feng Han quickly separated his spirit to check. He saw that Yan's body was 5 times bigger than before. The scales on his body were fresh and full. The dragon scales seemed to be made of gold, shining brightly. His beard was extremely long. He was as mighty as a god and as deep as hell. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I have finally finished absorbing the 9 solar holy water. I have recovered to the celestial realm and can finally condense it into a formation. I can also use the various functions of the Acheron map. Yan's dragon roar was released without any fear. Let's go. Feng Han, let's kill our way out and tear the 7-leaf demon king apart. How dare he refine us? He must be tired of living. That's exactly what I was thinking. Feng Han pushed with his hands and flew out of the cauldron. My 9 solar holy water. This is the alms bowl of holy water that demon god Jiu Yang gave me. It's what I used when I cultivated to the consolidation realm and fused all my supernatural powers into one to cultivate the heavenly devil gold core. Now, it's all gone. Ah. Damn it. What kind of freak is this? I'm going to kill you and refine you into holy water again. Make up for my loss. At this moment, 7-leaf demon king was enraged. He was completely enraged and became a little hysterical. When he saw the roots in the void reach into the alms bowl that contained the 9 solar holy water, he knew that things were not going well. He was about to use a demonic technique to retrieve the 9 solar holy water, but it was too late. The holy water was all sucked away in a few breaths. In an instant, not a single drop was left. All of it had entered the cauldron. Clearly, it had been absorbed by the other party. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party would have the Acheron map and the World Tree fragment, 2 extremely rare items in the world. The loss this time was huge. 9 solar holy water was very useful for him to cultivate the sky demon Jean Dan. Losing all of it meant that he would never be able to cultivate the sky demon Jean Dan again. You still want to kill me? Feng Han flew out of the cauldron. Today is the day you die. A son of a demon god has been eliminated by me. I wonder how great of a reward the Ascension Gate will give me. You want to slay a demon with just your strength? What a joke. The 7-leaf demon monarch's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant silver light. This was the sign of a demonic technique that had been raised to the peak. Don't think that you can compete with me just because you used my 9 solar holy water to condense your astral energy and increase your strength. A mere astral energy cultivator fighting with me is courting death. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. If you return to the cauldron now, you might be able to resist me with the help of the cauldron. However, if you leave the cauldron, only death awaits you. What a demonic technique. How cunning. Feng Han suddenly looked above his head and saw a demonic figure pouncing toward him. The figure's silver clothes fluttered in the wind. It was the 7-leaf demon monarch's true body. On the throne, the 7-leaf demon monarch's body gradually dissipated. It was actually an illusion. The 7-leaf demon monarch was very cunning. While he was talking to Feng Han to infuriate him, he was also using his demonic technique to create an illusion on the throne while his true body was hidden. He was going to launch a sneak attack from above. Fortunately, Feng Han had been dealing with the sky demon for a long time. He knew how cunning the sky demon was, so he didn't fall for it. With a long roar, the Wood Sovereign's astral energy in his body was activated. The friction caused intense sparks to flicker. Feng Han punched at the 7-leaf demon monarch's illusion. He wanted to see if he could surpass the 3 realms and fight against the enemy. Without any fancy moves, the 2 fists collided. Thunder rumbled. Feng Han could only feel the opponent's astral energy surging violently. It actually wanted to break through his astral energy and rush into his body and mind, destroying his vitality. With a single punch, Feng Han was sent flying dozens of feet away. His body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a crater. This castle was made of gray clouds and was called the Shadow Castle. However, the ground made of gray clouds was abnormally hard. It was as flat as a mirror and as hard as iron. Feng Han felt pain all over his body when he crashed into it. With this exchange of blows, he was able to tell who was the stronger one. In a one-on-one fight, he still wasn't a match for the 7-leaf demon monarch. The opponent's strength was close to 100,000 horses. He had cultivated to the realm of all-in-one. He was indeed too strong. If it was in the past, Feng Han would have died in a single punch without the help of the royal cauldron. He wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. The opponent's demonic astral energy drilled into his body as if it had a mind of its own. Every strand of astral energy formed a small formation. It was as sharp as a sword and as slippery as a mouse. His astral energy couldn't block it at all. There's a difference of 3 realms. 1 strand of his astral energy can defeat 3 strands of mine. Only now did Feng Han realize the terror of the difference in realms. A strand of demonic astral energy had invaded his mind. World Tree. To prevent this strand of astral energy from destroying his mind, Feng Han immediately activated the World Tree residing in between his eyebrows. A large amount of immortal world spiritual chi rushed down and stuck to the astral energy. The roots of the World Tree then absorbed the demonic astral energy and crushed it into primordial chi before digesting it. The World Tree was like a giant furnace. It could digest any kind of astral energy. You overestimate yourself. The 7-leaf demon monarch snorted when he saw Feng Han crashing into the ground. If you had entered the royal cauldron to fight me, I wouldn't have been able to stop you if you wanted to leave now. Instead, you came out to seek death. You think you can challenge me just because you've cultivated astral energy and your strength has increased greatly? You deserve to die. You're extremely foolish. Turning fortune into disaster. You'll be ruining yourself if you die. Seeing Feng Han motionless on the ground, he thought it was his astral energy that was corroding Feng Han's body. He didn't expect Feng Han to have already neutralized his astral energy. Yinyang 18 Sky Demon King, take him down. I'll take care of the royal cauldron. The seven-leaf demon monarch ordered. We still don't know who's the idiot. Gaga gaga. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out beside the seven-leaf demon lord. A huge serpent's claw extended out and launched a sneak attack with lightning speed. It viciously imprinted itself on his back, tearing his silver clothes to pieces. It was Yan. Yan had consumed a large amount of 9 solar holy water and had finally recovered its 5th-tier divine power. Although it was still far from its peak, its strength had increased greatly. It could even use some of the more powerful formations on the Acheron map. His sneak attack used a demonic path Abhijna from the map of the Netherworld, the dark path of murder. Relying on the wonders of the map of the Netherworld and the surprise of the seven-leaf demon monarch, he actually succeeded in his sneak attack. Yan was a 1,000-year-old demon. Compared to Feng Han, the difference was like heaven and earth. Its sneak attack was vicious and ruthless. Moreover, it had the Water of Oblivion, a weapon that specialized in breaking artifacts and Taoist astral energy. In one move, it had broken the seven-leaf demon monarch's protective precious artifact. Without stopping, it circulated its astral energy and instantly set up a decaying immortal formation. It covered the seven-leaf demon monarch's body with talismans that looked like centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. The seven-leaf demon monarch's body shook when he was ambushed. Thick, pungent smoke rose from his skin. Dark path of murder. Dark path of murder. This kind of sneak attack and assassination technique can't be used by anyone who isn't an orthodox demonic cultivator. Who are you? The seven-leaf demon monarch actually recognized Yan's assassination technique. He let out an earth-shattering roar of pain. His body trembled at high speed. Rings of silver astral energy surged out, about to drown the decaying immortal formation. At the same time, he knew that he was in a life-and-death situation. He didn't hold back. He grabbed with his left hand and pulled out a treasured saber from his waist. This treasured saber was blood-red and as thin as a cicada's wing. On the hilt was a strange two-headed beast. The saber was intertwined with patterns. With a swing, it slashed at Yan's dragon claws. Demonic saber. Blood firmament. Yan was shocked when he saw this blood-red demonic saber. He quickly retracted his claws. He knew that this demonic saber was called blood firmament. It was extremely powerful. With this saber in hand, no ghosts or gods would be spared. After being hit, the saber chi would be enough to destroy his body and return him to his original form. This demonic saber, blood firmament, was very famous among both immortal and demonic cultivators. It was on par with the 5 Hells King Cauldron, but it was even more infamous. Moreover, the 5 Hells King Cauldron was an artifact used to refine pills. It was somewhat lacking in killing power. However, blood firmament was different. It didn't have any protective formations or other functions. Its only function was to kill. When the demonic saber appeared, blood rained down from the sky. Although it wasn't a Tao artifact, it could evolve into one at any time. They were all peerless treasures that were hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even the Sun-Moon Pentagram Bracelet and the 9 Palaces Pagoda were inferior to the demonic saber Xianxia Qiong. Whoosh, Yan withdrew its claws, and with a flash of its body, it vanished, causing the demonic saber blood firmament to slash empty air. Acheron Sect's decaying immortal art. Demon King Seven Leaf breathed a sigh of relief after forcing Yan away. He didn't care about anything else and tried to expel the injuries in his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of them. The decaying immortal talismans were like maggots that latched onto his bones, invading his aura chi. This is the decaying immortal art of the number 1 demonic sect in the Xianhuang Great World, the Acheron Evil Sect. It requires emotion for getting water to refine. Could it be that the one who ambushed me was an Acheron Evil Sect disciple with emotion for getting water? As the son of the demon god, he was experienced and knowledgeable. With a thought, he quickly took out a bottle of pills and swallowed them without any regard for his life. Bang! 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 Just as he was urgently treating his injuries, several loud bangs rang out, causing his eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. It was a few Sky Demon Kings that had been killed by Feng Han on the spot. When Feng Han had been knocked to the ground, the 18 young Sky Demon Kings had immediately swarmed over to capture Feng Han. However, Feng Han had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, he flipped over and flickered like a ghost. He arrived in front of a Sky Demon King and reached out with his claw. He actually dug out the Sky Demon King's heart while it was still alive. At the same time, the Five Hells King Cauldron produced a strong suction force and sucked the Sky Demon King in. There were both males and females among the 18 young Sky Demon Kings. Although they were equivalent to super-tier experts, their spiritual power was far from being comparable to the Seven-Leaf Demon Kings. The strongest among them was only equivalent to the Suicide Island Master. How could they be a match for a freak like Feng Han? In an instant, the bodies of the 5 male Sky Demon Kings were shattered and sucked into the King Cauldron. They didn't even have time to use the Sky Demon body disintegration technique. The King Cauldron also had the Water of Oblivion and could control the self-destruction of the Sky Demon King. The remaining Sky Demon Kings saw that the situation was not good and flew up one after another, escaping from the Shadow Castle. "You're courting death." The Seven-Leaf Demon King was furious. With a wave of his demonic blade, Blood Sky Dome, he slashed at Feng Han. Not good. Feng Han shuddered and flew directly into the King Cauldron. He also felt the power of the demonic blade, Blood Sky Dome. He knew that if he was hit, his body would immediately turn into pus and blood. No elixir or medicine would be able to save him. His body was now so strong that even Long Xian's Frost Dragon sword could not break his skin. However, it could not resist the demonic blade, Blood Sky Dome. Clang! The demonic blade, Blood Sky Dome, slashed at the King Cauldron and left a deep cut. Good guy. Feng Han was quick-witted. His upstanding chi surged and rushed into the Great Imperial Tripod Formation. He continuously activated the Great Spirit Devouring Formation, the Great Soul Devouring Formation, the Great Soul Refining Formation, the Great Spirit Absorbing Formation, and more than a dozen other formations that were used to collect Dharma treasures. A strong suction force was released and wrapped around the demonic blade, Blood Sky Dome. The demonic blade immediately slowed down. The King Cauldron of 5 Hells had the ability to absorb treasures. "You want to absorb this demonic blade?" The Seven-Leaf Demon King sneered. "With your cultivation, you can't do it. His true intention is to restrain you so that I can sneak attack you." Yandi's sinister voice sounded again. He suddenly appeared and pressed his huge dragon claw on the heaven gate on the Seven-Leaf Demon King's head. Bam! This sneak attack of Yan's had vanished without a trace, and he'd utilized all his strength in this strike with the intention of succeeding with a single strike. The Seven-Leaf Demon Lord was extremely powerful and had the demonic saber, Blood Sky Dome. If he was allowed to dispel his injuries, he might be able to turn the tables and defeat Feng Han and himself once again. The reason why the Seven-Leaf Demon Lord was unable to use any earth-shattering demonic arts was because the Decaying Immortal technique had been deeply imprinted into his demonic chi during his first sneak attack. "How dare you injure me?" The Seven-Leaf Demon Lord was indeed an unparalleled demonic lord. He was still able to react to this sudden sneak attack. He raised both his palms and struck out viciously to meet Yan's claw head-on. The palms and claws collided. Yan's claw suddenly disappeared without a trace of power. The Seven-Leaf Demon Lord's palms struck empty air. The palm force blasted through the ceiling of the Shadow Castle and shot straight up into the sky. "Hee, you're still lacking a little experience. You're still too inexperienced. This is just an illusion. The real move is here." The huge claw once again appeared on the Seven-Leaf Demon Lord's chest and struck down viciously. This time, it was too late for the Seven-Leaf Demon Lord to condense his demonic chi to defend himself. All of his demonic chi dissipated with a pop. His body was hit squarely by a palm. He spat out blood and his chest caved in. His body was almost split into two. Fortunately, the Sky Demon King's body was very strong. His demonic chi had also neutralized most of the claw force. That was why the Seven-Leaf Demon Lord did not explode. Sky Demon dispelling, while he was sent flying, the Seven-Leaf Demon Lord was also a ruthless person. He knew that he was doomed this time. He summoned his powerful demonic will and was about to use the sky demon dispelling technique. However, Yan's methods were incomparably shrewd and ruthless. He had long since calculated this move. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, his dragon claw once again appeared above the seven-leaf demon monarch's head and ruthlessly clawed down. A decaying immortal formation formed again and entered the demon monarch's mind. It immediately invaded the demon monarch's demonic will and sucked him into the Yellow Springs diagram, suppressing him at the bottom of the Yellow Springs River so that he couldn't turn around. Now, it was able to activate some of the functions of the Acheron map. How powerful was the Acheron map? It was a top-notch Dao artifact. Even though it only had a few uses, its might was boundless. Together with Yan's mystical ability and rich combat experience, it was a Dao artifact. The seven-leaf demon monarch was still too inexperienced. How could he be Yan's match? Back then, when Emperor Huangquan rose to power and became the leader of the Devil Emperors, Yan Sui had fought in all directions and experienced countless dangerous battles. How could the seven-leaf Devil Lord compare to him, in terms of experience in fights of magical powers? Seven-leaf demon monarch's old man, demon god Nine, was more likely. Woo 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 woo. With its master suppressed, the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome seemed to know that the situation was critical. It suddenly danced and broke free from Feng Han's grasp. It broke through the air and flew into the sky, as if it wanted to escape. Wow, this treasure actually has intelligence. Even the 5 Hells Royal Cauldrons don't have intelligence like you. How could it let you escape? Acheron's net. Yan Gaga was overjoyed. He opened his claws and released streams of Acheron's Xianxia, which transformed into an earth net that trapped the demonic saber. However, the demonic saber seemed to have activated its ferocious nature and emitted a strong smell of blood from the net. It clashed left and right, completely unafraid of the corrosion of the earth net. It was like a blood demon that wanted to devour heaven and earth. What a powerful demonic blade. If only I could use it. Feng Han had never seen such a powerful demonic blade before. Its murderous aura was unparalleled. Fortunately, Seven-Leaf Demon Monarch had been successfully ambushed. If he had been able to unleash the full power of the demonic blade, then the consequences, seeing that Yan Zhen had suppressed the Seven Leaves Demon Monarch, it would be difficult for him to suppress the demonic saber. Feng Han immediately activated several large arrays in the Imperial Cauldron. They swept over and bound the demonic saber tightly. Then, he flew up and entered the underworld net to fight the demonic saber Blood Firmament. He wanted to train himself. He didn't want to let go of any opportunity. He gathered Xianxia on his fist and clashed it left and right. Occasionally, he would release it and turn it into a large hand to capture the demonic blade. The demonic blade Blood Sky Dome was restrained by Acheron's net and suppressed by the Royal Cauldron's large array. Its ferocious aura was greatly reduced. Therefore, it was evenly matched with Feng Han. Feng Han quickly put away this demonic blade. Although Seven-Leaf Demon Monarch has been suppressed by me, he's still causing trouble. We can't fail miserably and ruin the good situation. Alright. Feng Han repeatedly used his mystique. At the same time, he used all of his mana to activate the Royal Cauldron and his Xianxia. Only then did he gradually suppress the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome. Then, it was suppressed into the depths of the Royal Cauldron. It was tightly clamped, waiting for an opportunity to refine it. A demonic blade that has lost its owner is still so powerful. This is really an eye-opener. Feng Han secretly praised after suppressing the demonic blade. He felt that the killing power of this blade of blood was very suitable for him. Feng Han, congratulations on your great improvement in strength. I think that among the direct disciples of Ascension Realm, there are very few who can compare to you except for the 5 senior brothers and sisters. Especially after you refine this blade of blood, I'm afraid that you will become famous. Another genius has appeared in our Ascension Gate. At this moment, Long Xian flew out of the Royal Cauldron. Feng Han smiled faintly and was about to speak. Eh? Long Xian waved her hand and smiled mischievously. Don't ask me, I didn't see anything. This meant that she would never reveal any secrets. This time, you will definitely benefit greatly. Seven-Leaf Demon Monarch is the son of the Demon Monarch. There are many treasures on him in this castle. Now, let's search the castle. Feng Han had obtained great benefits this time. Naturally, he had to share some with Long Xian. This shadow castle was obviously Seven-Leaf Demon Monarch's palace. There must be some good stuff, so he had to search it thoroughly. Alright, search the castle. Long Xian lifted the Frost Dragon sword and flew out. She searched everywhere. After a while, she found some herbs that were planted in the castle's garden and stored them all in the royal cauldron. At the same time, Long Xian also took some precious ores from the castle's warehouse. Other than that, she didn't find any flying swords, spirit artifacts, or magic treasures. Feng Han knew that spirit artifacts were very precious. They would definitely be carried on their person. Although things like 100 treasure pouches were very precious, as the son of the demon monarch, he was at the 6th level of the divine power realm. There was no way he wouldn't have something to store things in. I wonder what kind of magic treasure this alms bowl is used to store 9 solar holy water. Seeing Long Xian search for a while, Feng Han picked up the alms bowl. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. He found that there was a small pond inside. Yan actually absorbed so much 9 solar holy water? No wonder he recovered so quickly and reached the sky realm. Feng Han couldn't help being shocked. Long Xian took the alms bowl and split a portion of her consciousness. This alms bowl is as big as a small pond. How much 9 solar holy water does it contain? I'm afraid even a large immortal Tao sect would only have this much 9 solar holy water. He really suffered a great loss this time. It's a pity he didn't leave any behind. Otherwise, my myriad water divine art would condense 9 solar holy water and condense my true chi. Just take this alms bowl. It's good to store things. Feng Han said. Long Xian gladly accepted it. There's probably something strange under the throne. Although it's said that precious treasures should be carried on one's body, there should be treasures stored under the throne of an ancient castle. This is the rule of our Earth Demon clan. The witch suddenly flew out and looked around. Finally, her eyes landed on the throne in the middle of the castle. Oh? Feng Han's heart stirred. He pushed his hand forward and the Wood Empress's astral chi turned into a palm with only 3 fingers. It was a simulation of the Heavenly Dipper life-severing hand. With a single strike, it shattered the throne. With a light grab, the remains of the throne flew up, revealing a shallow cave. There was indeed a treasure. In the shallow cave, there was a millstone-sized egg. The egg was white, and there seemed to be densely packed runes drawn on it that sealed the egg's life force. What kind of egg is this? Yan? Feng Han asked. It should be the egg of a type of spirit beast. The egg contains boundless life force. It seems that the 7-leaf demon lord absorbed this egg's life force for cultivation. The spirit beasts in the world might be a type of spirit beast from outer space. I don't know how many types there are, but I don't know. I'll just keep it and find a chance to hatch it. Yan didn't care. All right. Keep it. Feng Han waved his hand and put the egg away. Let's go and collect the Sky Demon army outside. Once the 7-leaf demon lord is suppressed, the Sky Demon in the flesh quagmire won't be a threat. We can collect them as we wish. Yan was most interested in this. Let's go. Feng Han was also very interested in collecting the Sky Demon. How could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He immediately flew out. He wasn't in a hurry to refine the demonic saber-bloody firmament, because the more Sky Demon he collected, the stronger the Imperial Cauldron would be. If he collected 1,000,000 Sky Demons, he could easily refine the demonic saber, including the 7-leaf demon lord. The 3 of them flew out on the spot. As expected, outside the Shadow Castle, the Sky Demon army was in chaos. The sky was filled with Sky Demon flying everywhere. They were so densely packed that Feng Han felt like ants on a hot pan. Originally, there were 18 Heaven Demon Kings stationed in the blood and flesh quagmire. Together with the 7-leaf demon lord, they commanded the Heaven Demon army. Now that the 7-leaf demon lord had been suppressed and a few demon kings had fled in panic, how could the Heaven Demon army not be in an uproar? Seeing this, Feng Han was overjoyed. This was equivalent to entering a treasure trove, and he could take whatever he wanted. Immediately, he raised the Imperial Cauldron and spun it in the air. sky demon after sky demon were sucked into the cauldron. The array in the imperial cauldron was activated. Wherever it swept, the sky would be emptied. Before long, there were 100,000 sky demon in the cauldron. But this was far from enough. Fortunately, Feng Han had the world tree. In one breath, primordial qi surged. There was no exhaustion, and the power of the imperial cauldron increased. Finally, the imperial cauldron floated in the air, forming a black hole that was dozens of acres large. Its powerful suction force made it difficult for sky demon within 100 miles to escape. 120,000, 150,000, 180,000, 200,000. There were more and more sky demon. Sucking in sky demon was simply delightful. This reminded Feng Han of when he was young. He would use boiling water to boil ants. Once he poured it down, a large number of them would die. Just as he was happily sucking in, there was suddenly an explosion and the pitch-black returned to void passage in the sky. Many golden lights flew down from it. Powerful magic power caused many sky demon in the flesh quagmire to disintegrate on the spot. Demon Marshal. Do you really think that you can escape? Many loud voices rang out. The light from the flying swords was like many small suns. What a big scene. Feng Han raised his head abruptly. His body trembled. My sky demon. Damn it. These people really deserve to die. Of all the times to come, they just had to come now. I've only collected 200,000 heavenly demons so far. I'm still a far cry from 8 million. He had originally thought that he could quietly absorb the countless sky demon in the flesh quagmire, but it seemed that the heavens were against Feng Han. The demon marshal was actually being hunted down by the immortal Tao. The flesh quagmire was neither small nor large. It was a small planet in the outer realm, equivalent to a mortal country. Ordinary people might feel that it was vast and boundless, but to those with magical powers, it did not feel that it was big. Especially when so many experts with magical powers rushed in at once, they felt that the entire world was surging with magic power, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Many sky demon disintegrated in this magic power, causing Feng Han's heart to ache. These sky demon were originally his wealth. If he had been allowed to quietly cultivate here and absorb the sky demon, he would have gathered 8 million sky demon. If he had fully activated the power of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, and if all 999 formations had been activated, he would have been able to contend with a level 7 expert of the Jin Dan realm. This way, there were many dangerous places in the returning void. He could also explore many immortal opportunities for himself to increase his strength and develop his own faction. And the remaining sky demon could be used to refine the heaven pill. How many precious herbs could he exchange for at the myriad returns market? If he used it to befriend fellow disciples or reward them, how many people would he be able to win over? But now, all of this had been disrupted. A huge fortune had been lost for nothing. Feng Han gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could only increase the power of the spirit-devouring formation, the soul-devouring formation, and the other formations to absorb as much sky demon as possible. How dare you, demon! Just as he was absorbing, there was a clap of thunder and a flash of golden light. A Taoist in a purple-gold robe flew above the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. He raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the cauldron. The cauldron shook violently and stopped Feng Han from absorbing the sky demon. So it's a disciple of the Tai Gate. I'm a disciple of the Ascension Gate. I'm here to slay demons and subdue the sky demon. How dare you accuse me of being a demon? Feng Han flew out and shouted at the Taoist. This Taoist wore a purple-gold robe and was a direct disciple of the Tai Gate. There was no other sect, so of course Feng Han recognized him. He could have countered the lightning just now, but at such a sensitive time, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he took the blow. Oh? A disciple of the Ascension Gate? The Taoist stared at Feng Han for a while, but his eyes were fixed on the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Greed flashed in his eyes, but he didn't attack in the end. He only said, I'm a direct disciple of the Tai Gate, Taoist Fusho. Since you're a disciple of the immortal Tao, why are you using a demonic treasure? The Tai Gate has its own rules, and the Tai Gate has its own rules. My Ascension Gate has its own rules, and so does the Ascension Gate. When Feng Han heard Daoist Fusho's name, his heart trembled. Since he was called a Daoist, he must be a level 5 divinity realm expert, the celestial realm. He was no small matter. Humph. Your Ascension Gate's first senior brother, Hua Tiandu, has already begun to set new rules to reorganize the immortal Dao, and forbid disciples of the immortal Dao from using demonic treasures. Don't you know? Daoist Fusho snorted coldly. His eyes were distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Tai Gate disciples had a common trait, and that was that they always spoke in a lofty tone, as if they represented the heavens. It made people unconsciously feel pressured, as if they were commoners, and the other party was the government. This wasn't deliberate, but an innate temperament that had been cultivated. Feng Han was impressed. He knew that this was a type of psychological pressure. Even experts of the same level would be timid when facing a disciple of the Tai Gate. Just like in the mortal world, no matter how powerful a martial grandmaster was, he would still be afraid of the government. Status. Orthodox. Suddenly, these words appeared in Feng Han's mind. It was also a type of invisible mental pressure. Daoist Fusho, are you chasing after the demon marshal, or are you interrogating me? Hua Tiandu is Hua Tiandu, and the Ascension Gate is the Ascension Gate. If he wants to set new rules, he will have to wait until he becomes the sect leader. Feng Han said coldly. As your senior, I am reminding you that disciples of the immortal Dao should be righteous. After all, using demonic treasures is not a dignified thing. It will only smear the name of the sect. Daoist Fusho was expressionless. Also, in 3 years, it will be the immortal assembly of the 10 immortal Dao sects. At that time, the 10 immortal Dao sects will select outstanding elite disciples to become joint law enforcement disciples. They will be responsible for dealing with disciples of various sects who violate the rules, to correct the immortal Dao. You should restrain yourself now, lest you regret it later. This, I don't need Daoist Fusho to remind me. Feng Han laughed out loud. Daoist priest, it would be better for you to chase after the demon marshal. Don't delay the proper business. At this time, the several golden lights in the sky had already gone far away. The sky demon in the sky had also disappeared. Some of the sky demons were scattered, some of the sky demons were captured by the immortal Dao sects, and some of the sky demons fled in all directions, drilling into the depths of the flesh quagmire, never to show their faces again. My Tai Gate has issued a heavenly Dao bounty order to chase after the demon marshal. As a member of the immortal Dao, you have the duty to slay demons and eliminate devils. Daoist Fusho looked at Feng Han, then at the golden lights in the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Of course, I will not decline the responsibility of chasing after the demon marshal. Feng Han promised. Oh? This time, it was Daoist Fusho's turn to be surprised. He originally thought that Feng Han wouldn't agree, but he didn't expect Feng Han to agree so quickly. If that's the case, then let's go. Okay. Feng Han flew into the Imperial Cauldron, activated it, and leisurely followed behind Daoist Fusho. Daoist Fusho ignored him and flew forward. He flew faster and faster, but Feng Han was still able to keep up. Feng Han. Chasing after the demon marshal is no small matter. We don't need to participate in this matter. Long Xian quietly said from inside the cauldron, the people of the Tai Gate are all very tyrannical. Maybe they will use you as the first bird. Moreover, Feng Qingxue and the demon marshal have a deep relationship. We really can't participate and give them an advantage. It doesn't matter. If I don't agree, he will definitely find trouble elsewhere. Moreover, it's hard to say who will be the first bird. This chase after the demon marshal is such a big show, it would be a waste if we don't watch. With our current strength, protecting ourselves should be easy. Moreover, I will take this opportunity to refine the blade of blood. Perhaps we will be able to gain a lot of advantages in the chase after the demon marshal. We will gain some face for the Ascension Gate. With our fame, the gate will also focus on nurturing us. As Feng Han spoke, his eyes flickered, as if he had calculated many things. He also wanted to see a big scene and become famous to fight against Hua Tiandu. If he didn't do 1 or 2 earth-shattering things, he wouldn't have any prestige in the gate. How would he be able to fight against Hua Tiandu? As long as he established his prestige and managed his own power in the gate, he would become an organization like the Callan Society. If Hua Tiandu wanted to reform the gate, he would also encounter great resistance. Blade of Blood, no matter how powerful you are only a magic treasure. Quickly subdue it, lest you lose your spirituality. While following Reverend Fusho in flight, Feng Han divided a part of his mind to subdue the Blade of Blood that was being suppressed in a large formation of the Imperial Cauldron. He had always lacked a flying sword, and now this demonic blade was suitable for him. With this blade in hand, no ghosts or gods would be left behind. Its power was extremely great, and as long as it was refined, its lethality would increase tenfold. It was much more powerful than his half-baked great cleaving technique. Buzz 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 buzz. Although the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome was being suppressed, it was still ferocious. Its murderous aura was vigorous and unrestrained. When it encountered Feng Han's will, it unwillingly shook, and bloody light burst out. Humph. A demonic blade can be so ferocious. I've never seen it before. But the more powerful it is, the more I like it. Feng Han used the Wood Emperor's Gang Qi and fiercely rushed into the body of the demonic blade, and began to fight with the Blade of Blood. Lord of the Bloody Night. Lord of the Bloody Night. Lord of the Bloody Night, the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome let out a ferocious roar. At the same time, a ferocious spirit rushed into Feng Han's mind along with Feng Han's Gang Qi. At the same time, a bloody shadow appeared in Feng Han's mind, with two broad bloody wings on its back. The smell of blood blocked Feng Han's mouth and nose. In an instant, Feng Han felt as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. This is the demonic spirit of the Blade of Blood? It's called the Lord of the Bloody Night? But it hasn't really matured yet. It's far from being as intelligent as Yin. It's powerful, but it's like a turtle in a jar. It's futile to struggle. Feng Han knew that the bloody shadow with wings that appeared in his mind was the projection of the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome. It launched a counterattack, affected his spirit, and actually wanted to force him to surrender. But it was also the end of the road. Acheron's holy water. With a light shout, Feng Han transferred the demonic blade to the Acheron River in the Acheron map. A large amount of forgotten love water wrapped around the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome. Suddenly, the demonic shadow in his mind faded a lot, and the demonic spirit of the demonic blade let out a painful roar. Can it resist the erosion of the forgotten love water? Feng Han smiled faintly. His Wood Emperor's Gang Qi rushed in step by step, and began to control the demonic formation of the demonic blade. There was only one demonic formation in the Blade of Blood, unlike the 5 Hells King Cauldron, which had 999 demonic formations. But this demonic formation was intricate and complicated. It was made up of many small formations, each of which resembled an organ of the human body. Feng Han suspected that in the long run, this huge demonic formation would transform into a terrifying existence. That way, the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome would become a Dao weapon. But now, this huge demonic formation was gradually being controlled by Feng Han. With another shout, the demonic blade Blood Sky Dome was completely refined by him. It turned into a ray of bloody light and flew into his hand. It flickered like a bloody lightning bolt. Good blade. Songqiong Shui, what a powerful demonic spirit. Even Yan's power doesn't seem to be as strong as this demonic spirit. As soon as he grasped the demonic sword Blood Sky Dome in his hand, Feng Han felt a powerful demonic spirit roar. Even he seemed to be infected with a bloodthirsty emotion. The evil spirit of the demonic saber, Blood Firmament, seemed as if it would fly out at any moment to drink its fill of blood. It was restless all the time, and it had to expend a lot of energy to suppress it. It was like a fierce tiger, a double-edged sword. While it hurt others, it also wanted to hurt itself. Feeling the restlessness of Songqiong Shui, Feng Han knew that it was no wonder the Demon King of 7 Nights didn't want to use it too much. Because if he used it too much, he would be affected by the bloodthirsty spirit. But now that it was in his hands, there was no hindrance. He had the World Tree to constantly absorb the spiritual chi of the immortal world to replenish his spiritual power. There was no need to talk about using spiritual power. He just needed to suppress the demonic spirit's restlessness. The demonic blade couldn't outlast him. With the blade in hand, Feng Han's confidence multiplied. The killing power of this demonic blade was not to be underestimated. In terms of quality, it was above the Five Hells Royal Cauldron. Although it wasn't as practical as the Royal Cauldron, it was perfect for killing and robbing. Finally, I have a handy weapon. Fiddling with Xianxia, Feng Han looked at the flying perfected Fusho in front of him. Suddenly, an evil thought came to him. He wanted to use this person as a sacrifice to his blade. A sudden sneak attack, killing and robbing. He had killed 3 disciples of the Tai Gate anyway, so he didn't care about the 4th. Although the Tai Gate was the #1 sect in the immortal world, it was always high and mighty, which made him very uncomfortable. Moreover, this spiritual master Fusho was not as shabby as Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen. Just by looking at his heaven realm cultivation, it was clear that he had a prominent position in the Greater One sect, and most likely had a lot of magical treasures. However, this was just a thought. At this moment, he absolutely could not make a move and kill people. It took Feng Han a lot of effort to suppress his murderous intent and the bloodlust that the demonic saber-blood sky dome brought to him. He quietly followed behind immortal Fusho without saying a word. At this time, Taoist Fusho also felt a trace of devil qi. He guessed that Feng Han was refining some kind of devil qi. However, he didn't know that Feng Han had finished refining the devil saber-blood sky dome. Otherwise, he would have other thoughts. This magic treasure was too shocking. You really haven't changed your demonic nature. Have all immortal Tao disciples become like this? Spiritual Master Fusho sneered. If he didn't reveal his identity as a member of the Ascension Gate, I would have thought that he was a member of the demonic path. However, it's better to fight poison with poison. When it's time to surround and kill the demon marshal, he'll have no choice but to contribute. Swish. 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 Swish, 1 man and 1 cauldron flew above the blood and flesh quagmire at lightning speed, chasing after the golden light in front of them. After about an hour, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They had clearly reached the end of the blood and flesh quagmire. There was a deep, serene sky, densely covered with stars. There were also a few large stone balls hanging in the sky. It was exactly the same as the Sky Demon's battlefield. If they flew any higher, they would be in outer space. It was easy to get lost in outer space and never find the way home. With Feng Han's current cultivation, he didn't dare to get involved. However, at the end of the flesh quagmire was not outer space. There was a pitch-black return to void passage that was dozens of miles wide. He did not know where it led to, but he was certain that it did not lead back to his original world. This was because Feng Han knew that the return to void passage was not the one in front of him. Let's go. This void returning passageway led to the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. It was a paradise. The demon marshal wanted to escape into it and use the immortal spells and restrictions to deal with us. What a good plan. Perfected Fusho saw that Feng Han was a little hesitant and shouted, "Let's go. You might encounter an immortal opportunity in there. You have to know that many people have found immortal opportunities in the Taiyuan Immortal Manor." "Is that so, Longxian?" Feng Han immediately asked. "That's right. 10,000 years ago, the Taiyuan Immortal Lord opened up a void. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have gone in to search for treasures. However, the immortal spells and restrictions are very powerful. Even the experts of the longevity secret territory suffered greatly. Some even fell into it and were killed by immortal spells. Hehe, this perfected Fusho is bullying us. After so many years of exploration, the Taiyuan Immortal Manor has long been excavated of all the valuable things outside. Only the things in the deepest parts are left. No one can enter." Longxian was very familiar with the return to void and reminded Feng Han. "If that's the case, I understand." Feng Han nodded and said, "If that's the case, perfected Fusho, let's go in." 1 person and 1 cauldron entered the return to void returning passageway. After the void twisted and folded, the scene before them opened up. The scenery before them was very different from the blood and flesh quagmire. The blood and flesh quagmire was full of rotting swamps and grey fog. Here, however, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters. Bright light shone down from the sky, and there were no shadows at all. This was an independent world that was opened up in the void. It was not a star like the blood and flesh quagmire. Feng Han could see that this small world had a round sky and a square ground. It was about 1 to 2,000 li, which was equivalent to 1 or 2 provinces. At the edge of this world was the chaotic void, and within it was turbulent turbulence. In the void, any heaven, earth, or cave abode that was opened up with great magic power would be surrounded by violent turbulence, which was strong enough to cut everything into pieces. In the center of this small world, there was a floating palace. It was even bigger than the levitation heavenly palace at the Ascension Gate. There were also some smaller palaces floating around it, like stars surrounding the moon. However, the smaller palaces around it seemed to be a bit dilapidated. It seemed that they had been invaded many times. Everything inside had been plundered. Bang! Bang 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 bang. As soon as Feng Han entered, he saw many people besieging a sky demon Qi. The sky demon Qi was like a smoke signal, soaring into the sky. It traversed the heaven and earth, and stood tall like a heavenly pillar. The demon marshalling Tianqing's figure was among it. He grabbed left and right, and demonic light surged. He stepped on white bone lotuses and moved layer by layer. Wherever he moved, the experts attacking him would retreat. There were hundreds of people besieging the demon marshal. They were all experts in the divine ability realm. Of course, there were also some in the physical body realm who had extremely powerful magical weapons. These people all had their own methods. They formed a large formation and linked their magical power together, trapping the demon marshal in the middle. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a man in golden clothes. He was tall and had a majestic temperament. Beside this man, 9 dragon-shaped golden lights spun, blocking most of the demon marshal's attacks. My goodness, that's an expert who has cultivated the Taoist Jing Dan to the 7th tier of the divine ability realm. Yanni exclaimed in shock. He is indeed an expert. He can actually contend with the demon marshal. The demon marshal has cultivated the Jing Dan seed. Only an expert in the 7th tier of the Jing Dan can suppress each other. I wonder who this expert is? Feng Han had now subdued the demonic blade blood sky dome and gathered more than 200,000 sky demon in the 5 hells royal cauldron. Although his cultivation level was a little low, he was a little restless. He wanted to fight with an expert in the 7th tier of the Jing Dan. Don't ever fight with an expert in the 7th tier of the Jing Dan. This kind of expert can't be compared to the 7-leaf demon lord. He can crush you with just his magical power. Moreover, who would believe that this kind of expert doesn't have a peerless magical weapon? Yanni seemed to know what Feng Han was thinking and hurriedly stopped his crazy idea. He turned his attention to the Taiyuan immortal manor in the distance. If you want to fight with an expert on the level of the Jing Dan, you must cultivate to the celestial realm. What a Taiyuan immortal manor! It's been 3,000 years, and no one has explored it completely. Back then, the Emperor Huangquan had also come here, but he didn't explore inside. The restrictive spells inside are really too powerful. The Taiyuan Immortal Lord is a person who directly broke through the sky and ascended. His cultivation level is so high that even an expert in the 10th tier of the longevity secret realm is no match for him. It seemed that Yanni was very covetous of the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, but he knew that he couldn't break in. If such an immortal manor could be broken in, it would have been plundered long ago. A small character like Feng Han wouldn't have a chance. Perfected Fushou, senior brother Zhao Shuani has already trapped the demon marshal. However, the demon marshal has the connate white bone Saraira protecting him. Sooner or later, he will rush into the Taiyuan immortal manor. It won't be good for us to pursue him. At this moment, another golden light flew over and stopped in front of Perfected Fushou. As he spoke, he stared at the huge object, the 5 hells royal cauldron. Perfected Lu Ming. This is a disciple of the Ascension Gate. By chance, he obtained a top-grade demonic treasure. Follow me to subdue demons and eliminate demons to deal with the demon marshal. Perfected Fushou said. Oh? This is the long-lost 5 hells royal cauldron. It belonged to the 5 hells sky demon. Later, it was injured by an elder of my sect and fell into the hands of a disciple of the Ascension Gate. Perfected Lu Ming shone with a strange light. Well said, well said. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. I've already returned to report to the sect leader that I obtained this 5 hells royal cauldron. Once my cultivation level improves greatly, the sect leader will use a supreme immortal technique to turn this cauldron into a Dao treasure. At that time, it won't be a demonic treasure, but an immortal treasure. Feng Han flew out of the cauldron and looked at the two Tai Gate perfected men with deep meaning. Is that so? Perfected Lu Ming looked at Feng Han, who flew out of the cauldron. Since that's the case, let's attack together and give that demon marshal a ruthless blow. Of course. Feng Han waved his hand and a blood-red light flickered in his palm. A boundless bloodthirsty aura spread out like a tide, causing perfected Lu Ming and perfected Fu Shou's expressions to suddenly change and move away from him. Blade of blood. It's actually the blade of blood. How did it end up in your hands? The two perfected men were shocked. The seven-leaf demon monarch in the flesh swamp, the son of demon god Nine, has already been killed by me. The supreme demonic treasure in his hands, the blade of blood, naturally fell into my hands. What? Perfected men, this feat of subduing demons and eliminating demons is not too bad, is it? Feng Han raised his voice and almost used the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to roar out his great deed. He did not make a move to deal with the demon marshal. He only wanted to announce his achievements in front of everyone. It's indeed the legendary extremely powerful demonic treasure, the blade of blood. It actually fell into the hands of a mere disciple of the Ascension Gate. This person cannot be underestimated. Did you see that Dharma treasure of his called the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron? It's also a supreme treasure. It's a supreme treasure among cauldrons. With this cauldron, one's cultivation will be smooth sailing. It's rumored that the 18 sky demon kings live in the flesh swamp. There's also a demon monarch, the son of demon god Nine, 7-leaf demon monarch. Many disciples who came in to train suffered great losses. Who would have thought that they were all killed by him? How can he be so powerful? Look at his dull aura energy. He definitely hasn't reached the yin-yang realm. Our 10 immortal Dao sects have plenty of third-tier abhijnas. How can he kill the 7-leaf demon monarch? Don't underestimate him. Although he has reached the aura realm, his spiritual power is extremely strong. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, or what kind of miraculous elixir he took. Look at the spiritual power fluctuations around him. It's probably the power of tens of thousands of horses galloping. How can an ordinary cultivator at the aura realm have such powerful spiritual power? No matter what, the Ascension Gate has produced another prodigy. In the Immortal Dao Conference 3 years later, this person will probably be a formidable opponent for us. Feng Han displayed the demonic saber blood sky dome and announced that he had killed the 7-leaf demon king and slain demons. Everyone was shocked. Many masters who were besieging the devil general turned their attention to this side. Even the Xianxia of the Tai Gate, who was on par with the demon marshal and had cultivated the Taoist Jing Dan, looked over. He was not attracted by Feng Han's words, but by the bloodthirsty killing intent of the demonic saber blood sky dome, which had been transmitted to his mind. Xianxia, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me. The demon marshal was originally surrounded by the crowd. He was fighting left and right, but he could not break out. He was really powerful to be able to fight against 100 people by himself. It was good enough that he could protect himself. It was wishful thinking to escape. Of course, there was also the reason why the people surrounding him did not use their full strength and left some room for self-preservation. If everyone attacked him with all their might, he would not be able to withstand it. However, among the experts surrounding him, there were disciples of other sections. They could fight with the Taiping fist, but they could not risk their lives to take revenge for the Tai Gate. However, many ants could kill an elephant. Especially when there was an expert like Xianxia, the demon marshal did not have it easy. He did not even dare to use the prodigious art of annihilation so as not to exhaust too much of his spiritual power and give himself a chance to be taken advantage of. If the demon marshal was killed by an expert with the ability of God, then the person who killed him would become famous. Not to mention other things, the reward from the Tai Gate would be incredible. This time, because of the dangerous aura of the demonic saber blood firmament, everyone was distracted. The demon marshal immediately grasped the opportunity and sneered. He raised his hands and actually used the prodigious art of annihilation twice, This time, the prodigious art of annihilation used by the demon marshal was much more powerful than the one used against Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen. In just one move, Fang Han immediately felt his vision go black. With the demon marshal as the center, it actually formed a collapsed void. His soul and spirit became restless and fell towards the center of the collapse. Fang Han hurriedly used the mind concentration technique of the Wood Emperor technique to suppress his spirit. Bang 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 bang, the 9 dragon-shaped golden lights released by Zhao Xuani disintegrated on the spot under the impact of the prodigious art of annihilation. The flying swords of several disciples who were using the sword array were immediately broken. Several of the best quality flying swords were shaken to dust on the spot. The disciples also disintegrated under the prodigious art of annihilation. Fang Han watched as these disciples turned to dust inch by inch and then scattered with the wind. They really did turn into flying ash. He was shocked. You. Seeing this scene, the 2 experts, perfected Fu Shou and perfected Lu Ming, glared at Fang Han. They immediately realized that Fang Han had intentionally revealed the blade of blood to help the demon marshal. This kind of help was not obvious, but the astute people could naturally sense it. Good, very good. I knew you weren't a person of the immortal Tao and had entered the demonic Tao. Looks like my judgment wasn't bad. You're actually secretly helping the demon marshal. Perfected Fu Shou suddenly attacked. A golden light wrapped around Fang Han. It was a flying sword. It was extremely fast. Although it couldn't compare to the instant kill technique, it was extremely sneaky when it was close at hand. Perfected Lu Ming also attacked at almost the same time, grabbing with both hands. 2 balls of Taoist qi condensed in his palms, forming talismans with spirituality. Then the wind and clouds moved, turning into 2 large arrays that pressed down on Fang Han. One of the 2 large arrays was shaped like a tiger, and the other was shaped like a dragon. The clouds came from the dragon, and the wind came from the tiger. When the dragon and the tiger met, the wind and clouds changed color. This was the dragon tiger wind and cloud technique that perfected Lu Ming had painstakingly cultivated. An expert who had cultivated to the celestial realm would definitely have many kinds of divine abilities. When they attacked, they would be covered by large arrays, crushing and thunderous. Compared to the first 4 levels of divine abilities, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators with divine abilities were simply no match for the suppression of a celestial realm expert's array. Even if Fang Han had the magical energy of 50,000 horses galloping, if a celestial realm expert had the magical energy of 10,000 horses, they could still defeat him. Similarly, it was the magic power of 100 savage horses that had been condensed into a large formation. There was a huge difference between those that had not condensed into a large formation and those that had been condensed into a large formation. It was like the difference between an elite soldier and a refugee in the secular world. 1,000,000 unorganized refugees and bandits, when faced with 10,000 elite soldiers and a well-trained army, would be destroyed in almost an instant. These 2 people's attacks were very vicious. As soon as Lu Ming's true qi attacked, the 2 large arrays of the dragon tiger wind and cloud technique seemed to be targeted at Fang Han, but in fact, they were the blade of blood and the 5 hells king cauldron. As long as these 2 demonic weapons were sealed, Fang Han would immediately be a turtle in a jar. I'm already ruthless enough. I didn't expect these 2 to be even more ruthless than me. In any case, I'm a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, and they actually dared to make a move. Fang Han was suddenly attacked and was shocked. He didn't expect these 2 people to be so ruthless. He had indeed secretly helped the demon marshal just now. The demon marshal and Fang Qingshui had a good relationship. He was still one of Fang Qingshui's people. Besides, the demon marshal had helped him twice. Showing the blade of blood to distract others and secretly helping him was nothing. Besides, the Tai Gate was too arrogant. Weakening their strength was also good for the Ascension Gate. Fang Han was thinking for the sect. He originally thought that with this little trick, even if the Tai Gate knew about it, they would have no evidence and wouldn't do anything to him. However, he didn't expect the Tai Gate's disciples to be even more ruthless than he had imagined. They dared to kill a true disciple of the Ascension Gate on the spot. Of the Dragon and Tiger Tempest array, one flew to the demonic saber blood firmament and sealed it, while the other sealed the Imperial Cauldron. Fan Han's soul immediately sensed that he had lost connection with the Blade of Blood and the Five Hells Imperial Cauldron. Although there was still a faint spiritual connection and he could use the spiritual connection to regain control of these two peerless treasures, there wasn't enough time to seal these two peerless treasures. Relying on the strength of Reverend Lu Ming couldn't do it. However, as long as they could seal them for a few breaths, it would be enough for them to join forces and kill Fan Han. A sword light flew over. A swift slash at the waist. Reverend Fushou's flying sword was a high-grade treasure with great power. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Blade of Blood, it was more than enough to kill an expert of the Xianxia realm. However, Fan Han was no ordinary expert. At this critical moment, his pores suddenly ejected dense wood Xianxia to protect his body and take the sword light head-on. The sword light was unstoppable. Layer after layer of Xianxia was slashed apart, but at least it delayed for a blink of an eye. Fan Han took advantage of this opportunity to leap up with a roar and dodge the flying sword's attack. Even so, a spirit artifact Dharma robe on his body was completely cut apart. The situation was extremely dangerous. What kind of Xianxia is this? Its quality is so high. It's not the heavenly wood art of the Ascension Gate. Reverend Fushou had thought that this attack would definitely succeed. His sword seemed careless, but in fact, he had used all his strength. His sword was called the Great Swamp Sword. It gathered the essence of the great swamp of heaven and earth and the essence of the five metals. It was refined in a furnace for 60 years before it came out. The sword technique he cultivated was also the Tai Gate's supreme technique, the Sky River Slash. After cultivating to the celestial realm, one would have a lifespan of at least 800 years. He was now more than 300 years old. His sword technique was outstanding, and he had once killed an elder of the Earth Demon sect with a single sword strike. From then on, his name spread throughout the world and he was recognized by the Tai Gate. Recently, his Taoist technique had vaguely broken through to the consolidation realm. However, when this sword slash came into contact with Fan Han's Xianxia, it was greatly obstructed. It was not easy to slash in, but the opponent escaped without a trace. What he didn't know was that Fan Han didn't cultivate the heavenly wood art, but the number one wood technique, the Azure Emperor wood art. Moreover, it was the Xianxia that had absorbed the essence of the world tree, the ancestor of all trees. Its quality was so high that it was rarely seen in the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against the seven-leaf demon lord. As disciples of the Tai Gate, you actually killed and robbed. For the sake of my sect's two demonic treasures, you assassinated me. What kind of righteous disciples are you? I'm going to report this to the sect leader of the Ascension Gate and make your ugly faces known to the public. As soon as Fan Han escaped, he roared wildly. Everyone present heard him. This action was all done in the blink of an eye. You. Perfected Fushou and perfected Lu Ming did not expect Fan Han to make a false accusation. However, they were not easy to deal with either. They shouted, "You secretly helped the demon marshal. You have wild ambitions. People of the demonic path. You framed me first, then killed me to silence me. I think you are the demonic path." Fan Han's roar was louder than anyone else. If you have the ability, let's not fight. Let's kill the demon marshal together. Let's see who gets it first. Ah. You still want to attack. It seems like you are determined to kill me and steal my treasures. While Fan Han was roaring, the Wood Emperor's aura chi was fully displayed. His spiritual senses were also increased to the maximum. Bang! The Blade of Blood was the first to break the seal. It jumped out and flickered with bloody light. It met perfected Fushou's great swamp sword. The Five Hells King Cauldron also broke the seal. His sudden roar had already alarmed everyone present. The people besieging the demon marshal retreated one after another. Only Zhao Xuani and the demon marshal were left to fight. They originally had a suppressive advantage, but now they were evenly matched. Is the Tai Gate really so fierce? They actually directly killed him. Even if this person is secretly helping the demon marshal, he is still a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. They killed him just like that. Could it be that the Tai Gate is the leader of the Dao Gate? I don't think they are secretly helping the demon marshal. It's normal for them to show off their demonic blades and show off. The Tai Gate might really be framing him so that they can kill him and steal his treasures. Some of the disciples who had retreated discussed animatedly. Among the people besieging the demon marshal, there were disciples of other sections. They used the Taiping fist. When the demon marshal showed his might, they retreated and could not hurt them. The people who had just died under the apocalypse art were all disciples of the Tai Gate. They did not feel that it was a pity. On the other hand, the battle between Feng Han and perfected Fu Shou and Lu Ming made their hearts turn cold. Changchun. Generous. Kuan Yuan. Canli. I will use all my strength to stall the demon marshal. You guys go and kill that person. You must kill him. Don't let him slander you. Zhao Xuani also heard and hurriedly ordered the other 4 perfected persons who were attacking the demon marshal. Whoosh, the 4 perfected persons also attacked Feng Han. Feng Han's expression changed slightly. He felt the pressure rolling in. At this moment, a bolt of lightning came from the void-returning passageway. The 6 reverends of the Tai Gate. Reverend Dafeng, Reverend Kuan Yuan, Reverend Changchun, Reverend Kenli, Lu Ming, and Fu Shou were all famous experts. They had made a name for themselves 60 years ago. They were all experts at the 5th tier of the transcendent realm and had obtained a long lifespan. Thus, their futures were bright, and they had great hopes of cultivating the Jing Dan. A transcendent realm expert had a lifespan of 800 years. If one focused on cultivation, with rich resources, unique techniques, and guidance, it was not impossible to cultivate to the Jing Dan realm. Thus, these 6 reverends were also important seeds nurtured by the Tai Gate. Even if they were a little weaker than the 7-leaf demon monarch in a one-on-one battle, they would not be too far off and could put up a fight. If the 6 reverends worked together, even the 7-leaf demon monarch would have to flee at the mere sight of them. Feng Han had killed the 7-leaf demon monarch by a lucky sneak attack. If he did it again, the 7-leaf demon monarch would know of Yan's power and be on guard. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Now that the 6 reverends had joined forces to capture and kill Feng Han was in an extremely dangerous situation. The 6 flying swords were the first to attack. They spun and slashed like lightning, wanting to cut Feng Han into pieces. Feng Han felt a strong sense of danger. The demonic saber in his hand, Sky of Blood, turned into a streak of bloody light, and met the 6 flying swords head-on. There was a series of metallic explosions, and ripples spread out. The saber and sword collided in the air, and sparks flew like a meteor shower. 6 sounds, the 6 flying swords were all shaken away. A rice-sized gap appeared on each of the flying swords. They had been cut by the demonic saber. However, Feng Han was also sent somersaulting in the air by the great force of the 6 flying swords. His chest tightened, and his blood and chi roiled. He could not muster up a mouthful of stellar energy and almost fell to the ground. Damn it, the blade of blood is truly a peerless demonic weapon. The flying swords I painstakingly refined for 60 years are damaged just like that. I'll have to waste at least 3 years to refine and restore them. Who knows how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be wasted. The 6 flying swords were damaged at the same time. The 6 Taoist masters were extremely distressed. They all wanted to kill Feng Han and seize the blade of blood. They wanted to go back and refine it with the immortal technique. Then, they would gain another supreme treasure. In the future, they would be able to live a carefree life. Although he was a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, he could still find an excuse to kill him. Tai Gate was still able to handle such a small matter. After their flying swords were damaged, the 6 experts did not use their flying swords to kill. Instead, they gathered their aura energy and struck out with their palms at the same time. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. 6 great formations enveloped Feng Han. They were certain that Feng Han would not be able to sustain his vital chi and mana and would find it difficult to dodge. This time, they launched a series of killer moves. Above, below, left, right, front, and back, everything was covered. Feng Han had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. They knew that they could not let Feng Han return to the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Otherwise, it would be difficult to capture him. This time, the disciple of the Ascension Gate will not be able to escape. Damn it, the Blade of Blood and the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, these supreme treasures, have fallen into the hands of the Tai Gate, the Tai Gate has become more and more powerful in recent years. It is rumored that in the Immortal Dao Conference in 3 years, they will set up an Immortal Dao law enforcement team. They can punish the disciples of various sects according to their set of sect rules. If this goes on, how can we survive? Seeing this scene, many disciples of the other sects were filled with grief and indignation. Indeed, the way the Greater One sect did things was too tyrannical. A true disciple of one of the 10 Immortal Dao sects was killed just like that. How could they not be bitterly disappointed? However, they knew that at this moment, Feng Han was dead for sure. No one could save him. World Tree. Inject Vital Qi. At this critical moment, Feng Han activated the World Tree between his eyebrows. Powerful Vital Qi poured down, instantly filling him with energy. He took a deep breath, and his mind was filled with spiritual power. His body flickered like a carp through the waves. He actually escaped the moment before the 6 great formations surrounded him. He stood at the mouth of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron and did not sink down. Red light rushed out of the cauldron and enveloped him. He looked as steady as Mount Tai. The World Tree was constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of the immortal world, so there was no danger that his spiritual power could not be replenished. Good move. He actually managed to escape. His spiritual power was clearly lacking. But he suddenly recovered. Seeing this scene, the disciples of other sects were shocked. He actually escaped. How could he escape from a surefire attack? The 6 perfected masters were also shocked, but they were not willing to let go. They looked at each other. 6 Heavens Grand Formation. The 6 great formations connected and transformed again into a huge hexagonal formation. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it sealed the cauldron. Clearly, this was a formation that the 6 of them had joined forces to practice. This 6 Heavens Grand Formation was originally a formation that the 6 of us practiced to deal with the demon marshal. Now that we're dealing with you, you can die honorably. Perfected Fusho gnashed his teeth. These 6 perfected masters had been injured by the demon marshal in the past few months when they chased the demon marshal on the sea. Therefore, the 6 of them practiced a formation together. When they joined forces, their auras and spiritual power merged. The 6 of them were equivalent to an expert with the divine power Jin Dan. Feng Han felt the pressure increase again. Just as he was about to return to the cauldron and resist with all his might, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and struck down. This bolt of lightning was as thick as a water bucket. It was entwined with great arrays and faintly discernible talismans. Countless thumb-sized bird thunder gods flew around, singing a song of praise from ancient times. There was no power that could resist this divine punishment from ancient times. The ancient divine punishment, the might of the ancient thunder god and lightning mother. Boom. Boom. Boom boom, the 6 Heavens Grand Formation was destroyed in one strike. From the returning to void passage, a person descended. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her clothes were whiter than snow. Lightning surrounded her body, and she looked cold and noble. It was Feng Qingxue. Thump, when Feng Han saw Feng Qingxue, his heart skipped a beat. He felt at ease, but also a little uneasy. He felt at ease because he had a helper on his side, who was enough to deal with the Tai Gate. Feng Qingxue was decisive in killing. She feared nothing and was a powerful character. She dared to take on anything. He felt uneasy because he had caused so much trouble. If Feng Qingxue knew about it, she would suspect the Acheron map. Feng Han, it's you. Very good, very good. When Feng Qingxue appeared, she looked at Feng Han. You are indeed a member of the Feng family. You have done so many earth-shattering things. You challenged Hua Tiandu, killed the water goose sky demon, protected the 49 islands of the thunder god's cave abode, killed the 7 leaves demon king, and took the blade of blood. You even dared to talk back to the disciples of the Tai Gate, and now you even fought with them. Just based on your actions, the Ascension Gate will definitely reward you handsomely. Well said, well said. Senior sister is too kind. Feng Han laughed dryly. He put away the blade of blood and stopped the 5 Hells King cauldron in the air. Long Xian, come out and greet senior sister Feng. Greetings, senior sister Feng. Long Xian jumped out of the cauldron and greeted Feng Qingxue. Senior sister, what level are you at now? Did you cultivate the Jin Dan seed in seclusion in the small celestial realm? Senior sister is the reincarnation of the ancient lightning mother, a natural spirit. Your cultivation cannot be compared to ordinary people. Fang Han asked tentatively. Reincarnation of the ancient lightning mother. I will tell you the truth sooner or later. But before that, you have to tell me some of the truth. Fang Qingxue moved quietly in front of Fang Han. She spoke very softly, and actually whispered, I worked hard to kill someone to get a treasure, but you beat me to it. Tell me, is the Acheron map with you? I didn't pay attention at the time, so I overlooked it. Now that I know, you have become famous. What are you talking about, senior sister? I don't understand. Fang Han was confused, but he was very alert. Although he had become famous, he could not see Fang Qingxue's cultivation level clearly. Especially when Fang Qingxue attacked just now. She was very close to him, and the five Hells King Cauldron's blood fiend divine light could not stop her. This shocked Fang Han. Fang Qingxue's Dao techniques were far above the seven-leaf demon lords. Fang Han felt that she was even more terrifying than the demon marshal. I knew you wouldn't admit it, but I have time to tell you slowly. You are also a member of the Fang family, and our interests are the same. Fang Qingxue spoke softly. Fang Han had never talked to her like this before. Right now, the Tai Gate is chasing the demon marshal. Although the demon marshal is a member of the demonic Dao, he has deep feelings for senior sister and has helped you many times. I wonder what senior sister will do this time. Fang Han quickly changed the topic. If we don't kill the Tai Gate, they will be even more arrogant and domineering. It is not a blessing for our immortal Dao. Fang Qingxue waved her hand and smiled faintly. Didn't you want to ask about my cultivation level? I am just a little bit away from cultivating the Taoist Jin Dan, but the Taoist Jin Dan experts are not my match. You probably know that I have the Lei Di Talisman Decree, the ancient inextinguishable lightning talisman. This Dao treasure's power is the same as the Acheron map. However, the Acheron map is damaged, while my Dao treasure is complete. Even an expert of the 10th level of the Transcendent Power Realm might not be able to defeat me. It will not be easy for an expert of the Immortal Secret Realm to kill me. Fang Qingxue's words were filled with pressure, as though she was warning Fang Han of her strength. Senior sister's transcendent power is boundless. It is only a matter of time before you become a Taoist Jin Dan, Fang Han quickly said. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. In the Ascension Gate, I indeed lack a fierce character like you who dares to fight and kill. Hua Tiandu has a 10-year agreement with you, so I will definitely do my best to help you. Fang Qingxue smiled faintly. Is that so? Senior sister is trying to reassure me. However, Hua Tiandu has received the orthodoxy of the Panwu Immortal Venerable and also has a Dao treasure. As long as he enters the Immortal Secret Realm, no one will be able to stop him. Fang Han said, he took the 7 demons gourd that senior sister gave me by force. He clearly doesn't put senior sister in his eyes. I know all this. Let's talk about it later. Fang Qingxue suddenly stopped talking. Alright, let's have a good fight with the Tai Gate this time. Let me see your cultivation thoroughly. I will definitely not disappoint senior sister. With Fang Qingxue as the vanguard, Fang Han naturally wanted to challenge the might of the Tai Gate and establish his illustrious reputation. Although he already knew that Fang Qingxue already suspected that he had the Acheron map and would definitely not let this matter rest, now was not the time for internal strife. To have internal strife at this time was pure stupidity. As long as one's mind was normal, they would not do so. However, Fang Han would definitely not let his guard down. He was thinking about how to mess up the situation so that Fang Qingxue would not be able to ask him about the Acheron map. Once this matter was over, Fang Han knew that he probably would not be able to face Fang Qingxue's questions. In terms of strength, it was very likely that he would not be a match for her. Just now, when Fang Qingxue attacked, she defeated 6 enlightened masters of the 5th level of the God of Divinity. Her strength was outstanding and was actually above Jin Dan's strength. Although he had obtained the demonic blade blood sky dome, the 5 hells imperial cauldrons, and more than 200,000 sky demon, 50,000 galloping horses and a trump card like the Acheron map were still unable to fight against the complete ancient inextinguishable lightning talisman. Unless he cultivated to the god of divinity, cultivated the Fire Emperor's Qi, Golden Emperor Chop, Water Emperor's Fist, Earth Emperor's Path, Five Elements Fusion, Heaven-Earth Origin Manual, Demonic Blade, Imperial Cauldron, and Acheron Map to the extreme. Only then would they be evenly matched. Of course, if Yandu recovered his strength, he naturally would not be afraid of Fang Qingxue. However, if Yandu recovered his strength, he might as well rely on himself to cultivate Jin Dan. Perhaps by the time Fang Han cultivated to the 7th or 8th level of the God of Divinity, Yandu would still be far from fully recovered. After swallowing such a large bowl of 9 solar holy water, Yandu recovered to the God of Divinity. Who knew how many pure Yan treasures he would need to consume in order to advance to the next level? I have to think of a way to make Fang Qingxue unable to deal with me. If only she were injured in the battle with the experts of the Tai Gate. Fang Han prepared to act as he plotted. At the same time, he mentally communicated with Yandu Yen, if we were to deal with Fang Qingxue now, how confident are we? Not very confident. The inextinguishable lightning talisman is a Dao treasure of the same level as me. In fact, it's even older than me. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't be afraid of it. However, if Fang Qingxue wants to kill us, it won't be that easy. We aren't her match. Even if we run, she might not be able to kill us. Yandu solemnly explained. Do you think you can run away? I didn't expect that I would grow to this extent. A year ago, Fang Qingxue could have killed me. Fang Han felt relieved. I'm sure that Fang Qingxue also understands that I can run. Since that's the case, there's still a lot to be done. Just as Fang Han was thinking about this, the entire area suddenly fell silent. Even the demon marshal and Zhao Xuani stopped fighting after exchanging 2 blows with each other. The disciples of the various sects were discussing spiritedly. They seemed to be very afraid of Fang Qingxue, who had suddenly appeared. She was even more powerful than the demon marshal. Fang Qingxue, as a disciple of the Ascension Gate, why are you stopping us from killing the demon? Do you want to become a demon? Don't forget that your words and actions now represent the Ascension Gate. The demon marshal killed a disciple of the Tai Gate, and killed many of our fellow Taoists along the way. What are your intentions for helping him? Could it be that you want the Tai Gate to use the Heavenly Tao Kill Order to deal with you again? Reverend Fusho suddenly shouted. He had just been struck by lightning, and it took him a lot of effort to dissolve the remaining lightning energy in his body. He immediately reprimanded her angrily. Fang Qingxue, you have to think twice. Don't become the eternal sinner of the immortal Tao. Reverend Changchun's gaze was vicious, and his tone was very heavy. When did I help the demon marshal? When did I stop you from killing the demon? Fang Qingxue pretended to be puzzled, and said with a faint smile, when the demon marshal and Zhao Xuani fought, did my lightning reach them? I am the true disciple of the Ascension Gate, Fang Han. Speaking of which, I want to ask, Fang Han is a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. Why does the Tai Gate want to kill him? Even if he has committed a grave mistake, the Ascension Gate's sect leader, Master Tianqing, should be the one to punish him. Don't you think you're going overboard? Do you really think that the Tai Gate is the leader of the 10 immortal Tao sects? Does that mean that in the future, you can appoint and dismiss any sect leader that you don't like? This, Reverend Fusho was at a loss for words. Just now, Fang Qingxue really didn't help the demon marshal, and only helped Fang Han. It was just that rumor had it that Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal's relationship wasn't shallow, so when she appeared, he subconsciously thought that she had come to help the demon marshal. He didn't expect that the other party would have something on him. Moreover, Fang Qingxue's words were very sharp, and every word was sonorous. Especially the last sentence, she wanted to lead the Tai Gate to the point of opposing all the immortal Tao sects. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Saying that the Tai Gate can appoint and dismiss immortal Tao sects at will, could it be that you want to sow discord between the 10 immortal Tao sects? You have ulterior motives. Zhao Xuani spoke. Moreover, just now, Fang Han secretly helped the demon marshal. The situation is critical. If we don't act first and report later, who knows how many of our fellow immortal Tao sects will be harmed. As the saying goes, when an arrow is knocked on the bow, it must be released. My original intention was to capture this child, then return him to the Ascension Gate, and convict him. Zhao Xuani was an expert who had mastered the Jin Dan, so his words carried a lot of weight. When he spoke, many of the Dao sect's disciples present also echoed his words. Senior brother Zhao's words are true. Fortunately, we retreated quickly. Otherwise, we really would have been killed by the demon marshal. Indeed, indeed. That Fang Han flashed the demonic blade and disturbed my mind. Moreover, Fang Han is a member of the Fang clan, so the Fang clan naturally has to help the demon marshal. A Sun and Moon Kenshu and a Yiyuan sect disciple were discussing. Zhao Xuani, you're talking nonsense. At this moment, a voice suddenly exploded. Everyone was shocked, and their faces turned ashen. Who dared to directly scold a powerhouse like Zhao Xuani? They hurriedly looked over and found that it was Fang Han. This person is really audacious. Even the demon marshal stood proudly in the air and praised, well scolded. Fang Han, on the other hand, laughed sinisterly. You clearly saw that I got rid of the 7-leaf demon king and were jealous. You also coveted the blade of blood and the 5 hells king cauldron, 2 peerless treasures, so you wanted to kill me and steal it. So you slandered me for joining the demon Dao? Hee hee, this is your Tai Gate's usual method. Don't think that I don't know. Also, you have long been ambitious and want to control the Ascension Gate, so you helped Hua Tiandu of the Ascension Gate. Once he cultivates to the longevity secret realm, maybe he will slowly take control of the power of my sect. You want to form an alliance of the elite disciples of the various sects to enforce the law. Isn't this the ambition of a wolf? Everyone knows that you Tai Gate forcibly divide the heavenly Dao and talk nonsense about merit. In the future, you want to use merit to determine heavenly tribulations. If we disciples of the immortal Dao don't do it according to your merit, you will send down tribulations to kill us. The immortal Dao has always been free and unrestrained, but you want to forcibly restrain the cultivators of the world. This kind of ambition is even greater than that of the demon Dao. Everyone, you must be careful. Don't let the Tai Gate nibble at you step by step. Today, they can use the excuse of joining the demon Dao to deal with me. Tomorrow, if you obtain any immortal fate or obtain any high-grade treasures, they will do the same to you. Fang Han's words were spoken quickly and in rapid succession. His words were alarmist, but they were extremely provocative. At the same time, he didn't forget to splash dirty water on Hua Tiandu. Some immortal Dao disciples heard this and secretly lowered their heads. Of course, they agreed in their hearts. You're courting death. Zhao Xuani finally couldn't take it anymore. As a disciple of the Tai Gate and a cultivator of the Taoist Jin Dan, he had a high status and was awe-inspiring everywhere. If he went to other immortal Dao sects, even the elders would come out to greet him. It was an extremely ostentatious scene, not to mention people who insulted him. Fang Han was just a little disciple, yet he dared to challenge his dignity. How could he endure it? With a wave of his hand, a small tornado formed in his palm in the blink of an eye. He threw it at Fang Han. Immediately, a strong wind blew above Fang Han's head. A tornado came down and enveloped his entire body. So powerful? Is this the strength of a Jin Dan expert? Fang Han immediately felt the world turn dark. Everything disappeared. The wind was like arrows in his ears, and it poured into his pores. It blew his internal organs upside down and his brain into mush. He felt as if his entire body was turning into ashes. This move was like a great calamity of heaven and earth. It was impossible to resist. Fang Han tried to raise his earth chi, but he couldn't. Fortunately, the world tree between his eyebrows quietly activated. Its roots extended and blocked all of his pores. The fine hairs in each of his pores fused with the roots of the world tree and absorbed a lot of the hurricane. Fang Han felt a little better. He raised his earth chi again and circulated it around his body. The Wood Emperor's earth chi revolved around him and suddenly expanded outwards. It exploded repeatedly and finally stopped the tornado from invading inwards. However, the tornado still wrapped around him and spun vigorously. It was like a millstone, trapping him. Everyone only saw that Zhao Xuani waved his hand, and Fang Han was wrapped in a black tornado and sent flying into the air. He struggled with all his strength, but to no avail. The wind howled and ghosts cried. Yen, what kind of mystique is this? How can it be so powerful? If not for the world tree, I would have been blown to ashes. Fang Han couldn't break out of the black tornado and hurriedly communicated. Before Yan could speak, Xianxia took a step forward. Her 5 fingers were like hooks, and lightning shot out. It directly bombarded the black tornado that wrapped around Fang Han. With a flash of lightning, the black tornado immediately disintegrated. Then, Xianxia looked at Fang Han with a strange gaze. Then, she stared at Zhao Xuani and sneered. Good move. One of the 12 profound arts of the Tai Gate, the Black Sun Hurricane. You actually used it against a disciple of my Ascension Gate. I have no choice but to experience the 12 profound arts of the Tai Gate, the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Use all of them. I just don't know if you've mastered them all. The 12 profound arts of the Tai Gate, also known as the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Just now, he used the Black Sun Hurricane to deal with you, as well as the Great Sun Fire and Doomsday Natural Disaster. They are extremely powerful. Each mystique is equivalent to the Great Cleaving Technique and the Great Obliteration Technique. The Tai Gate is unique. My Acheron's Gate has always wanted to learn the 3 calamities and 9 profound arts, but we have never been able to. But just now, the Black Sun Hurricane didn't kill you. You've become famous. Senior brother Zhao Xuani's Black Sun Hurricane was a surprise attack, but it didn't kill Fang Han. It seems that he is indeed capable. I wonder what mystique he cultivates. Senior apprentice brother Zhao Xuani, with his status, even resorting to the Black Sun Hurricane to kill someone. But he still couldn't kill this Fang Han, a disciple of the Ascension Gate. He's so strong. I'm going to tell the sect about this. Fang Han killed the 7-leaf demon lord and obtained the Blade of Blood. I don't know where he got the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, but his aura energy is incomparably dense. If he continues to cultivate, he'll probably become another genius. Discussions broke out everywhere. If news of Fang Han's performance today were to spread, he would definitely become famous. Zhao Xuani couldn't kill him, and when he heard these discussions, his expression turned even colder. He looked at the demon marshal, then Xianxia, and Fang Han. Xianxia, you're not qualified to fight me. Come at me together. I'd like to see if the Khanate Demon Sect and the Ascension Gate can resist my 3 calamities and 9 disasters and the 12 supreme arts of the Profound Sect. You? You can cultivate the 3 calamities and 9 disasters? If you can cultivate 2 of the 3 calamities and 4 or 5 of the 9 disasters, it's already not bad. If you can cultivate all of them and combine them into one, you'll have defied the heavens and changed your fate. You'll reach the mystic realm of immortality. Why are you still stuck in the Jin Dan? The demon marshal laughed. Zhao Xuani, your opponent is me. Don't drag the Ascension Gate into it. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Or we can explore the Taiyuan Immortal Abode. Whoever makes it to the depths of the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion will be considered to be more skillful. The loser will commit suicide. What do you think? Zhao Xuani's expression changed. Looking at the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion behind him, he knew that he couldn't force his way in. Over the years, many experts had tried to enter the mansion in search of the treasures left behind by the Taiyuan Immortal Venerable, but all of them had failed. Most of them were trapped inside and died. In the past 3,000 years, rumor had it that even a few experts from the secret domain of longevity had been trapped inside. He knew that he was not strong enough to barge in. I don't have any taboos. How could you be so shameless as to try to assassinate me? Then don't blame me for killing you. Senior sister Qing Shui, let's attack together and kill this man. Let's see what will happen to Tai Gate. Fang Han said sinisterly. Well said. Zhao Xuani, you want to goad me into action, but my demonic path has never paid attention to any rules. Moreover, many of you are besieging me. Now, I'll try besieging you. Qing Shui, can you join forces with me? Back then, the Water Goo Sky Demon was also the Jin Dan of the Sky Demon. However, we destroyed the Jin Dan and sealed it in the crypt. Now, our strength has improved greatly. Although I can defeat Zhao Xuani alone, I can't kill him. Now, with your Dao artifact, the inextinguishable lightning talisman, it's enough to stop him from escaping. Capture him and refine him. Then, force him to reveal the cultivation method of the Tai Gate. Our dermic powers will improve further. When the demon marshal heard Fan Han's sinister words, he seemed to admire him even more. How dare you? Immortal Fushou, Immortal Canli, Immortal Changchun, Immortal Dafeng, Immortal Kuan Yuan, and Immortal Lu Ming. When the 6 immortal masters heard this, they immediately flew to Zhao Xuani's side and formed a circle. At this time, there weren't many disciples of the Tai Gate left. Apart from Zhao Xuani and the 6 immortal masters, there were only 2 or 3 big cats left. They couldn't even form a sword formation. Just now, Fan Han distracted them, and the demon marshal took the opportunity to kill dozens of people. It was no wonder that the 6 immortal masters and Zhao Xuani hated Fan Han to the bone. A Dao artifact was no small matter. Even the demon marshal, the son of the great emperor of the demonic path, didn't have one. Although Zhao Xuani's status was high and he had a few supreme-grade treasured artifacts, he didn't have a single Dao artifact. Attaining Dao and then becoming an immortal, a Dharma treasure attaining Dao and becoming a Dao artifact was no small matter. Even the 2 Dharma treasures Fan Han had, the Blade of Blood and the 5 Hells King Cauldron, had a chance to become Dao artifacts. But that was only a chance. Even if an expert from the immortal secret realm helped him refine it, it would still require a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, endless vital essence, pure yang immortal qi, and hundreds of years of hard work to barely attain Dao. Once a Dao artifact appeared, even the experts from the immortal secret realm would come to fight for it. Therefore, with a Dao artifact, Fan Qingshui had an 80% chance of killing Zhao Xuani and the disciples of the Tai Gate here if she joined forces with the demon marshal. Zhao Xuani said that the 3 of them should join forces just to provoke them. He didn't expect that the demon marshal would really join forces. If the news of the 2 of you joining forces gets out, I'm afraid the Ascension Gate will become the enemy of the whole world. Immortal Lu Ming glared at Fan Qingshui. That's easy. Seal the passage to the Return to Void and kill everyone here. Dead people tell no tales. Who will know what happened today? Just say that all of you died when you barged into the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. The demon marshal's words became emotionless again. However, this plan was really vicious. Indeed, if they killed everyone present, who would know what happened today? Naturally, it wouldn't spread. Furthermore, the demon commander was a man of his word. He suddenly attacked and black talismans shot out. In an instant, countless seals were placed on the passageway to the Return to Void. Layers upon layers of demonic shadows appeared. Immediately, the void became an independent space within the infinite space. No one could break out. Because the edge of the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion was a chaotic spacetime storm, anyone who entered would be crushed into powder. Even the experts from the immortal secret realm couldn't travel through the void if they didn't cultivate the ability to travel through the void. If they forced their way in with their spiritual power, they would be lost in the endless parallel space. They wouldn't be able to find their way home and would eventually die of exhaustion. Qing Shui, what do you think? After sealing the passage to the Return to Void, the demon marshal stared at Fan Qingshui with sparkling eyes. Now, as long as Fan Qingshui said the word, the 2 of them could make their move, they would kill the hundreds of people present. The demon marshal had been chased for so long. He also had resentment in his heart. He had long wanted to go on a killing spree. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had also cultivated the Jin Dan of the demon sect. However, it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Xuani alone. With Fan Qingshui, he was much more confident. In Tianqing, you should leave. You and I have different paths. It's impossible for us to join hands to kill the disciples of the immortal Dao. However, the Tai Gate killed the people of the Fan family. I had no choice but to act. Otherwise, wouldn't they be bullying the Ascension Gate and the Fan family? Dealing with the Tai Gate has nothing to do with you. Fan Qingshui waved her hand. Alright, since you say so, then I'll leave. The demon marshal let out a long sigh. His body turned into a demonic shadow, and he was about to leave. Demon General, do you think you can leave? Rumble, a voice came from the Return to Void passageway. The Return to Void passageway that had been sealed by the Demon General was actually forcefully opened by someone. A fiery light that was like a scorching sun flew out. Within the fiery light, a Taoist vaguely appeared. This Taoist was like a god as he descended on the spot. Great Sun Fire. Song Wei. The demon marshal frowned. Senior brother Song. Senior brother Song is here, the disciples of the Tai Gate cheered. The 6 perfected masters and Zhao Xuani all let out a sigh of relief. With the addition of a new force, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. *T. Fang Han muttered in his heart. Fang Qingshua's expression did not change. She looked at Song Wei. Song Wei, do you want to fight with me? Fang Qingxua, you are very good. Since she did not join forces with the demon marshal to deal with the disciples of the Tai Gate will naturally not be on bad terms with the Ascension Gate. Today's matter will be settled by the person in charge of the Ascension Gate. His words will naturally be fair. Senior brother Hua, come. Song Wei cupped his hands and said politely. Rumble, outside the return to Void Passage, a huge force suddenly came. It covered the sky and the earth, shaking the Taiyu in immortal manner in the distance. In the midst of this huge force, a person appeared silently. He wore ordinary green clothes and looked like a scholar in the secular world. He was the first true disciple of the Ascension Gate, Hua Tiandu. He had reached the 10th level of the transcendent power and was a powerhouse who defied the heavens and changed his fate. He was only one step away from entering the immortal secret realm and was a genius who could live for 10,000 years. Song Wei was a disciple of the Tai Gate. Usually, when he went out on patrol, he was pulled by a 4-clawed golden flood dragon. There were 99 men and 99 women, and they played drums and bells. It was a grand scene. However, in terms of actual strength, he was not as good as Hua Tiandu. *T. Why is Hua Tiandu here? This is really unexpected. Fang Han was not the same as before. His cultivation was profound, and he understood the mysteries of heaven and earth. He also had a deeper understanding of cultivation. He could not be compared to himself a year ago. Because of this, he felt more and more that Hua Tiandu was a terrifying person. This person was rippling with a mysterious force. With him as the center, the chi of heaven and earth was slowly rotating. It was like a huge vortex that wanted to devour everything that disrespected the heavens. Fang Han felt that Hua Tiandu was only one step away from becoming a sage. Becoming a god. It turned out that he did not know how powerful he was and could challenge this person. But now that he knew how powerful he was, he felt powerless. Amazing. The situation is complicated now. I don't know what to do. As soon as Hua Tiandu appeared, Fang Han had a bad feeling. With this person's strength, he could control the situation. Even if an expert from the immortal secret realm came, he would not be able to turn the situation around. This person had obtained the orthodoxy of the primordial martial immortal venerable and had a Tao artifact in his hand. His spiritual power was especially strong, and he had cultivated many kinds of divine powers. So it's Hua Tiandu. You've come at the right time. The Tai Gate killed the disciples of the Ascension Gate. As the first true disciple of the Ascension Gate, you naturally have to protect the reputation of the Ascension Gate. Make your stance clear. When Fang Qingxue saw Hua Tiandu's arrival, her eyes narrowed slightly. Her entire body was wrapped in lightning. Faintly, there were strands of lightning in the air. Everyone felt their bodies go numb, as if they had been electrocuted. I already have a rough idea of what happened. Hua Tiandu scanned the crowd, and finally stared at Fang Han. Fang Han, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You're rare among the true disciples of the Ascension Gate. But you're in a hurry to improve your strength, and you're unscrupulous. This is not what a disciple of the immortal Tao should do. Nonsense. I slayed demons and exorcised devils. First, I killed Suicide Island Lord and obtained the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Then, I killed 7-Leaf Demon Monarch and obtained the demonic Saber Blood Firmament. Even if Elder Qianxing knew of such a great achievement, he would only reward me. What right do you have to criticize me, Hua Tiandu? Don't forget, today is different from the past. I'm also a true disciple, and you're also a true disciple. We have the same status. Fang Han sneered. Only 1 year has passed of the 10 years. There are still 9 years left. After 9 years, I will definitely defeat you. Just you wait. Fang Qingxue was slightly surprised. Although she knew that Feng Han had contradicted Hua Tiandu, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She also knew that in the Ascension Gate, no one dared to contradict Hua Tiandu. Now that she saw Feng Han's cold words, his strength of character was firm, and he didn't show any weakness under the pressure of the other party. He was like a pine tree under heavy snow. Is that so? Hua Tiandu was expressionless. Right now, I represent the sect master to deal with the matters of the Ascension Gate. Let's not talk about personal grudges for now. These 2 demonic treasures of yours were obtained from slaying demons. I won't take them from you. When we return to the Ascension Gate, we will naturally reward you according to your contributions. You can get what you deserve. I'm here today to prevent the Ascension Gate from interfering in the grudge between the Demon Marshal and the Tai Gate. Fang Qingxue, Feng Han, Long Xian, the 3 of you, quickly return to the Ascension Gate with me. The matters here are already settled. I can make the decision to write off the matters between you and the Tai Gate. It was just a small misunderstanding just now. It turned out that Hua Tiandu was here to restrain Fang Qingxue from going against the Tai Gate. The relationship between Fang Qingxue and the Demon Marshal was known to the world. If the Tai Gate chased after the Demon Marshal and there was a conflict, the Ascension Gate would be put in a difficult position. Only Hua Tiandu could suppress the situation and restrain Fang Qingxue. Feng Han roughly knew the purpose of his visit. What if I don't leave? Fang Qingxue just looked coldly at Hua Tiandu. You don't have the right to ask what I want to do. If you don't leave, then I can only take you away. My Ascension Gate is a large immortal sect, and we share the same fate as the Tai Gate. There must be no conflict. Otherwise, when the demonic path invades in the future, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. How can we work together? Hua Tiandu coughed and frowned. Okay, then I want to see how you're going to take me away. Fang Qingxue's face was incomparably cold, as if she was about to explode. She naturally couldn't bear Hua Tiandu's words. The 2 outstanding disciples of the Ascension Gate looked at each other. One was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky, the other was like the sun and moon hanging in the sky. They were tit for tat. How about this, we're both direct disciples of the Ascension Gate. If we want to fight, we can only fight on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Didn't you just tell the Demon Marshal to leave? Hua Tiandu suddenly waved his hand and stood in front of the returning to void portal. I'll stand here. You and the Demon Marshal can go through. If you can pass, I won't ask anything. Turn around and leave. If you can't pass, then please admit defeat. Return to the Ascension Gate and don't provoke the conflict between the Ascension Gate and the Tai Gate. Cultivate in peace from now on. How about it, do you agree to this bet? Hua Tiandu pointed at the returning to void portal behind him and said to Zhao Xuani and Song Wei, the 2 level 7 transcendent power stage 7 experts of the Jin Dan, Xianyi, junior brother Wei, do you agree to this bet? After I restrain the disciples of the Ascension Gate, you can settle your grudges with the Demon Marshal. The disciples of the Tai Gate looked at each other, and Song Wei continued, Senior brother Hua's arrangement is not bad, but if the Demon Marshal leaves, our disciples of the Tai Gate will have sacrificed in vain. At that time, it doesn't matter. If the Demon Marshal leaves, I will personally capture him and send him to the Tai Gate. The Tai Gate has suffered a lot because of my Ascension Gate. In order to express my apology, I will go to the gate next month and send 1,000 Jiazi divine pills to increase the lifespan of 1,000 disciples of the Tai Gate. Hua Tiandu's Jiazi divine pills could increase one's lifespan by 60 years after consumption. This kind of pill was extremely difficult to refine. He opened his mouth and said 1,000 of them. It could be seen that he was rich. The disciples of the Tai Gate were shocked, but then they nodded. How about it, junior sister Fang? After Hua Tiandu said this, he spoke to Fang Qingxue again. Fang Qingxue's expression turned from cold to calm, but she didn't answer Hua Tiandu's words. She suddenly asked, Feng Han, are you going to return to the Ascension Gate? Are you going to vent the anger of the Tai Gate trying to kill you? I will naturally follow senior sister's lead in whatever you want to do. Feng Han laughed. However, the Tai Gate forcefully seized my magic treasure and accused me of a crime. I do want to vent my anger. Good spirit. If you want to surpass Hua Tiandu, you won't be able to do it no matter how hard you train. The only way is to fight with your life on the line and accomplish the impossible again and again. Only then will you be able to stimulate your body's potential and break through to the next realm, Fang Qingxue praised. Then, she turned to Hua Tiandu and said, "Good. I'll bet with you." As she spoke, streaks of lightning surged out of her body. Each streak of lightning formed a talisman and rushed towards Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu didn't move from head to toe. Only his voice sounded, "I'll have to trouble my fellow Taoists to restrain Fang Han for me. However, don't hurt him, and don't take his magic treasure. Just seal him. I still have to bring him back to the Ascension Gate. Lest the peace of the immortal Tao is destroyed." "Ha ha 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 ha, Hua Tiandu, if I want to leave, can you stop me?" The demon marshal had been listening quietly. However, when Fang Qingxue made her move, he immediately made his move. He raised his hand and cast the apocalyptic art of annihilation. In an instant, Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal joined forces to break through the return to void portal guarded by Hua Tiandu and fly out. The battle began. Wave after wave of dermic power surged wildly. Fushou, Kuinyuan, Dafeng, Canli, Lu Ming, Changchun. The six of you, capture Fang Han. I'll hold the line for you. Let's see what this kid is capable of. Song Wei saw that Fang Qingxue, the demon marshal, and Hua Tiandu had begun to fight. He gave the order. "Yes, senior brother." The six perfected masters had been planning for a long time. They pushed their palms together and cast the 6 directions heaven towering formation. 6 junior brothers, it's enough to deal with Fang Han. However, it'll be difficult to seal him. Are you and I not going to do anything? Zhao Xuani hated Fang Han so much that his teeth itched. No need. Let them fight first. Anyway, you and I will hold the line. There's nothing to do. We'll hold the line for Hua Tiandu too. When necessary. Song Wei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Then, he communicated telepathically, when necessary, we'll kill Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal. This will force Hua Tiandu to completely turn to our Tai Gate. Also, this Fang Han must be killed. We'll just watch and wait. When Fang Qingxue, the demon marshal, and Hua Tiandu are fighting fiercely, we'll make our move. Do you think Hua Tiandu can deal with the demon marshal and Fang Qingxue? After all, Fang Qingxue has a Tao artifact and is rumored to be the reincarnation of the goddess of lightning. Her potential is unfathomable. Zhao Xuani's mind fluctuated. Fang Qingxue hasn't cultivated the Jin Dan yet. If Hua Tiandu uses a Tao artifact, she definitely won't be able to resist. But from the looks of it, Hua Tiandu isn't prepared to use a Tao artifact. That's right. After all, the rules of the Ascension Gate are there. Pay attention to that brat Fang Han. Fang Han had been on guard for a long time. He knew that today's situation was extremely dangerous. Hua Tiandu's appearance had almost guaranteed a reversal of the situation. Thus, when the 6 Tao Masters attacked, he immediately entered the 5 Hells King Cauldron and activated the formation. Blood and demonic light surged out, protecting himself impenetrable. He didn't seek to achieve anything, only to avoid any mistakes. At the same time, he raised the blade of blood and sent out bloody saber shadows to clash with the 6 directions heavenly formation. Saber and formation clashed, the saber shadows tore apart many of the formation's runes. 6 directions heavenly formation, change. The 6 Tao Masters sneered and once again sent out balls of stellar energy. These changes in stellar energy poured into the 6 Unity Heaven Towering formation. Instantly, the talismans grew in size and fiercely clashed with the demonic saber Tsangqiong. Some of the stellar energy talismans even bit down on the saber light, as if preparing to devour it. Want to devour my demonic saber? Fang Han had anticipated this. As the demonic saber changed, he had Yan control the 5 Hells King Cauldron and activate the power of more than 200,000 Sky Demon to accelerate. Yan had already cultivated to the celestial realm, so he could control the cauldron much more easily than Fang Han. With this activation, the cauldron's power increased greatly, and a dangerous aura instantly spread out. At this time, Yan should not be revealed, but secretly manipulating the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, no one could find out. An expert of the celestial being realm and an expert of the Gang Chi realm simultaneously controlling magical weapons, the effect was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like a horse being controlled by an expert and a hothead. It was easy to tell who was better. Celestial being realm masters were very familiar with formations. They could control all kinds of formations and understand the subtle changes. At the same time, they could infuse their gang chi into the formations. What's more, Yen was born tyrannical. As a dragon vein of the Acheron sacred river, his essence was stronger than a real dragon. Now, he had tens of thousands of spiritual power, more than Feng Han. Yen was also in the 5th level celestial being realm, but compared to ordinary human cultivators, Yen was many times stronger. In the 5 Hells King Cauldron, there were more than 200,000 sky demon, which was a tyrannical force. Humph. Although Feng Han had 2 demonic treasures with him, they were extremely powerful. But his realm is too low to exert the power of the demonic treasures. Let's work together to cut off the connection between him and the blood sky demon saber. Then, we'll use the magical treasures we painstakingly refined to make him suffer. If the 6 of us can't even take care of this puny Orochi realm expert, then if word gets out, will we still have a foothold in the future? Didn't Hua Tiandu say not to let us hurt him? Humph. Do we do whatever Hua Tiandu says? Don't you know the saying, kill first and report later? We've killed Feng Han and taken his magical treasures. What's done is done. Will Hua Tiandu dare to harm us? That's right. But this kid's martial art is strange. Although it's a wood magic, it's not the heavenly wood magic of the Ascension Gate. The quality of his gang chi is rare. If we can obtain his cultivation method and cultivate that kind of gang chi, our cultivation will definitely be able to take another step forward. Then let's capture him and interrogate him about his cultivation method. This person's gang chi is indeed strange. Even senior brother Xianyi's Black Sun Hurricane failed to kill him. In this instant, the astral energies of the 6 Taoist masters had become one. At the same time, their minds were also connected. With just a thought, the other party would know. The 6 of them communicated in an instant, not wasting any time at all. These 6 spiritual masters were also very envious of the quality of Feng Han's gang chi, especially spiritual master Fu Shou. His full force slash with the Great Swamp Sword was actually blocked by Feng Han's gang chi. Based on his experience, he knew that this was a peerless technique. Who wouldn't want to get the technique? The more techniques one cultivated, the more powerful the Jin Dan would be in the future. The 6 of them had decided to kill Feng Han as soon as they made their move. They wanted to cripple Feng Han. However, just as they were about to carry out their plan, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron began to spin crazily under the urging of Yen, and a dangerous aura erupted from it. Nether floats. Nether floats. Nether floats. The sound of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron's collision was no longer a sonic boom, but a faint sound of silk drifting in the air. It flickered like a ghost and directly appeared in front of the 6 spiritual masters. Its powerful force covered all the sound, and at the same time, it released a powerful suction force to prevent the 6 spiritual masters from escaping. Yen was ruthless. He actually set up more than a dozen formations, such as the Soul Devouring Formation, Spirit Devouring Formation, and Dragon Devouring Formation. The unparalleled suction force seemed to even suck in light. The astral energies of the 6 spiritual masters were also sucked into the cauldron like rivers flowing into the sea. Their bodies were also restless. They could not stabilize their bodies. Oh no! Zhao Xuani was shocked when he saw this scene. There are still hidden masters. They are at least in the celestial being realm. Their spiritual power is far more powerful than masters in the same realm. The thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. Yen suddenly attacked. He wanted to capture them all and use their lives to threaten Zhao Xuani. Song Wei would leave here safely today. With the lives of the 6 spiritual masters in hand, not to mention the Tai Gate, even Hua Tiandu could not do anything. This was the best and only way to resolve the situation at present. Feng Han and Yen calculated accurately. Scoundrel! How dare you! Before spiritual master Cheng Chun could use his most powerful technique, Feng Han broke through the formation. Wang Ding came to his side and felt the danger. He was furious and roared fiercely. The Taoist astral energy around his body was violently rubbing against Chang Chun's technique. But it was too late, Fang Han would not let him readjust. The Tao of Devil Dao's blood firmament dome flickered as it shattered Daoist Fusho's Empyrean energy. However, it didn't kill him. Instead, it flew back to Daoist Fusho, Daoist Canli, Daoist Kuan Yuan, Daoist Luming, and Daoist Generosity. Bam! 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 The five people's protective astral energy and their Dharma robes were cut through. In an instant, they lost their ability to defend themselves. They were all sucked into the cauldron in 6 whooshing sounds. Boom! Long Xian, who was in the cauldron, saw the 6 of them fall out of the cauldron. They all landed in front of a screen. Then, a golden light flashed on the screen, and a sonic boom rang out. A huge array was activated, and like an invisible mountain, it trapped the 6 of them and wrapped them up. This was the suppression technique of the royal cauldron of 5 hells. It suppressed the enemy and made them unable to move. They could only be slaughtered. However, the 6 spiritual masters were all celestial realm experts. Although their spiritual power was not as strong as Fang Han's, they still had the power of 20 to 30,000 galloping horses. Compared to ordinary celestial realm experts, it was twice as strong. Ordinary celestial realm experts only had the power of 10,000 galloping horses. The combined power of the 6 people was more than 150,000. Although they were suppressed, they were still a centipede. In the cauldron, they roared fiercely and wanted to use their trump card. 6 pills flew out of their treasure pouches and were about to fall into their mouths. They were the demonic life reduction pills. Of course, Yen would not let them do that. If the 6 of them swallowed the pills, their spiritual power would skyrocket at the cost of their lifespan. Not only could they break out of the cauldron, but they could also kill Fang Han. In that case, he would not be able to escape. At this critical moment, Yen let out a strange cry, "Summon the hell-suppressing immortal steel." Boom! Suddenly, a strong light shot out from each screen in the 5 Hells King cauldron. The light gathered and formed a huge steel. The steel was full of sky demon characters. It was profound and mysterious, as if it was describing the truth of heaven and earth and the supreme devil's way. As soon as the steel appeared, it suppressed the heads of the 6 spiritual masters. Suddenly, the 6 spiritual masters immediately stopped and maintained all kinds of postures as if they were frozen. The suppressing method in the 5 Hells King cauldron is the suppressing steel. Now it will temporarily suppress you. You want to eat the demonic life reduction pills? Don't even think about it. Yen waved his hand and the 6 pills fell into his hand. Then he handed them to Fang Han. Good pills, but I didn't use them. This pill is very difficult to refine. Even the true disciples of the Tai Gate can only have 1 pill in their lifetime. After eating one, the second one will be useless. You can use it in the future when you are in danger. The rest can be taken out to exchange for various natural treasures. This pill can be exchanged for a lot of treasures. Fang Han took the pills and gave one to Long Xian and the witch. He kept the other 4. Then he shouted, "Zhao Shuani, Song Wei, if you don't want the 6 spiritual masters to die, retreat immediately. Hua Tiandu, if you don't stop now, I will cripple the 6 spiritual masters' divine powers." No one would have thought that Fang Han would display his invincible might and capture, seal, and suppress the famous 6 spiritual masters of the Greater One sect. They did not even have the chance to fight back. Even Zhao Shuani and Song Wei, the 2 Jin Dan experts of the 7th layer of the divine ability, could not react in time. Of course, this was also because Zhao Shuani and Song Wei had put most of their attention on Hua Tiandu's battle at the returning void portal. If they had paid attention to the 6 spiritual masters from the start, Fang Han would not have succeeded. However, they did not know that Fang Han was hiding a level 5 divine powers, Yen of the celestial realm. They had thought that the 6 spiritual masters would be enough to seal him, but they had made a mistake and lost the whole game. They had lost all face. Just as Fang Han and the 6 spiritual masters were fighting, Hua Tiandu, who was guarding the returning void portal, also met the attacks of the demon marshal and Fang Qingxue. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts rushed towards his body. Fang Qingxue's power was extremely terrifying. With one strike, she could even blow up a mountain. However, when it reached Hua Tiandu's surroundings, it was blocked by an invisible force. No matter how fierce the lightning bolts were, they could not penetrate it. The demon marshal was also going all out. With a twist of his finger, countless demonic shadows rushed over. Innate white bone Saraira rose slowly, and the air was filled with blooming white bone lotus flowers. At the same time, a white bone demon god sat on the seats of the white bone lotus flowers, chanting a series of demonic curses. These curses were not sound, but a combination of astral energy, spiritual energy, grievous energy, and various other negative emotions. Grievous ghost curse. Hua Tiandu's eyes burst with intense crystal light. He rushed out 100 feet, and the spiritual energy around him rose steadily. Circles of cold air spread out, blocking the lightning bolts. At the same time, it rushed into the white bone lotus flowers, shattering some of them. This was his heavenly frigid arcane underworld force. He was fighting 1 against 2, and he did not move at all. He defended the return to Void Passage, and Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal could not take half a step into the lightning pool. However, in that instant, when Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal were about to use their great mystiques again, Fang Han's voice sounded. When Fang Han's voice sounded, Hua Tiandu was first stunned. Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal also looked over. The 3 of them stopped at the same time and expressed their shock. They did not expect Fang Han to be able to capture the 6 perfected masters in one move. This was too fast. They had only fought for 1 round. Fang Han's victory was already decided. It was still the most humiliating way to capture and suppress. Good, Fang Han. Fang Qingxue retracted her lightning and said involuntarily. The demon marshal also retracted his mystique. The white bone lotus flowers disappeared. He knew that with his abilities, he would not be able to capture the 6 perfected masters in one move. But a puny Fang Han, an aura energy expert, had done it. It was truly shocking. So powerful. This Fang Han is too powerful. The 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate. Which one of them is not an illustrious figure? They have dominated the world for 60 years, and yet they were taken care of just like that. This time, the Tai Gate is afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. That's not necessarily true. Fang Han does not dare to kill the disciples of the Tai Gate, much less the perfected masters of the celestial realm. Of course he won't kill them. But if Fang Han brings them back to the Ascension Gate and then has the elders of the Tai Gate come and take them back, it will be even worse than killing them. Fang Han is ruthless. Have you not heard that he even dared to challenge Hua Tiandu? And it was before he cultivated his mystique. This person is lawless. Maybe he really will dare to kill the disciples of the Tai Gate. Yes, yes. There are always a few who are not afraid of death. Just like the Tai Gate had Ling long before. Let's see what the Tai Gate will do. Some disciples of other sects, such as the Sun and Moon Kenshu, the Immortal Island of 10,000 Return, the Danding Sword School, and the Yuan sect, were shocked, excited, and worried when they saw this situation. They couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. Seeing everyone's shock, Fang Han smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Hua Tiandu, Zhao Xuani, and Song Wei. Hua Tiandu, didn't you want them to capture me? Now it's the other way around. I'm the one who captured them. What should you do? Their lives and deaths are all in your hands. Zhao Xuani, Song Wei, 2 fellow Taoists, 2 senior martial brothers. When I sparred with the 6 perfected masters, I came out on top. Fang Han defined this battle as a sparring. But he had considered it thoroughly. Why haven't you released the 6 perfected masters yet? Hua Tiandu's expression was cold. Did you know? You've already violated the Ascension Gate's rules. Is that so? Fang Han laughed loudly. I violated the sex rules? Which one is it? Does the sex rules say that we can't fight back when we're attacked? It's you, Hua Tiandu, who set the sex rules. If you don't release them, you'll destroy the unity of the immortal Tao. Do you think I can't deal with you? Although you swore that you would defeat me in 10 years, I won't hurt or kill you. But you used the 5 Hells King's cauldron against the disciples of the immortal Tao. I'll take it from you, lest you endanger the immortal Tao. Hua Tiandu was expressionless, but everyone could see that he was truly angry. Hua Tiandu, why don't you give it a try? Fang Qingxue spoke. The Five Hells King's cauldron was obtained by Fang Han after he killed the demons. Last time, you took my 7 demons' gourd, and I didn't bother you. You want to do the same again? You'll have to ask if I agree. Do you think I covet the king's cauldron? The 7 demons' gourd has been reforged by me, and its power has increased tenfold. I've already given it to your sister. It seems that you don't have any reason to criticize me for this, Hua Tiandu said coldly. Fang Han, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to release them or not? Hua Tiandu, do you think I'm still that small fry from a year ago? If you dare, do it. I'll kill the 6 perfected masters. Do you believe me? Do you think I don't dare? Try me. Let's see if I dare. Fang Han's face was savage. Fine. Rumble, Hua Tiandu's body moved. A shadow rushed out of his head. This shadow was wearing a robe embroidered with 1,000 moons and stars, as well as images of mountains, rivers, and the earth. The most mysterious thing was that this shadow had 9 hands and 5 heads. It stepped on a giant turtle and a giant fish. Its 9 hands each held a dharma treasure, a saber, a sword, a bow, a spear, a hammer, a fork, a bottle, a rope, and a staff. The faces of the 5 heads of this shadow were all Taoists. They were identical to Hua Tiandu, but their expressions were different. There was a faint smile, a serious expression, and a furious expression. Every mouth made a sound. Cosmic form. It was actually a cosmic form that could only be cultivated at the 9th level of the Abhijna. The 7th level of the Abhijna was the Jin Dan, and the 8th level was the tribulation of wind and fire. After the tribulation of wind and fire, the 9th level of the Abhijna could cultivate one's Dharma power, Taoist energy, and psyche into a cosmic form. Everyone's Abhijna was different, and the cosmic form they cultivated was also different. Once the cosmic form was cultivated, not only could it gather and disperse freely, it could travel to outer space without the restraint of a physical body. Moreover, it had boundless strength and could move freely. It could be said to be a natal god. Hua Tiandu had used his natal god of the cosmic form. It was clear that he was serious. The natal god of the cosmic form flew out and grabbed outwards. Immediately, it covered the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. It enveloped Fang Han. Although Fang Han had calculated that Hua Tiandu might make a move, he did not expect Hua Tiandu to be so powerful. The moment his cosmic form was brought out, all the airflow was almost frozen. Even in the 5 Hells Royal tripod, he could feel it deeply. What was even more amazing was that when the other party's big hand reached out, it emitted waves of celestial music that reached into his mind and slowed down his thinking. You dare to make a move? Fang Qingxue reacted the fastest. Rolling thunder clouds rushed out of her head, and a thunder god about the same size as Hua Tiandu's cosmic form appeared. This thunder god stood on dark clouds, wearing a lightning robe and a 5-sided crown. He was majestic and ruled the world. All the thunder and lightning were under his command, and the yin and yang qi existed for him. When he opened his eyes, millions of flashes of lightning flashed, as if all the thunder and lightning in the world were hidden in his eyes. This was also a cosmic form. However, it was not Fang Qingxue's own. It was the condensation of the cosmic form in the Tao artifact inextinguishable lightning talisman on her. It was an inextinguishable lady. Good, inextinguishable lady. Hua Tiandu's cosmic form had 5 heads and 9 arms. When it opened its mouth, it emitted celestial music. Among the 9 arms, except for one that continued to grab Fang Han, the other 8 arms waved and weapons flew out, trying to tear Fang Qingxue's inextinguishable lady apart. The 2 behemoths fought fiercely in an instant. The cosmic form clashed. Huge waves of spiritual power were transmitted out. Bang, 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 bang. In the distance, around the Taiyuan immortal manor, some of the small floating palaces were shattered and fell to the ground. The gigantic Taiyuan immortal manor main palace also rippled with waves of ripples. The immortal spell restriction outside began to rotate faintly. The small palaces around the Taiyuan immortal manor had been plundered by countless people over the years, and were already in ruins. However, no one had ever opened the main palace, and no one had ever been able to come out. However, Feng Han wasn't in the mood to care so much. Although 90% of Hua Tiandu's attacks were blocked by Feng Qingxue, he couldn't handle the remaining 10%. The giant hand grabbed the Five Hells Royal tripod and invaded it effortlessly. Streaks of Gang Qi were no longer heavenly cold dark force, but a mixture of Gang Qi that contained various divine powers. It was extremely powerful. On the spot, the Five Hells King Cauldron's arrays immediately stopped operating, their power greatly reduced. Tens of thousands of Sky Demon on the 100 Ghost screen were instantly killed by the cosmic energy of this heaven and earth manifestation. One by one, the heavenly demons collapsed. The remaining Sky Demon also felt the arrival of Doomsday and became frantic. The Five Hells King Cauldron that Feng Han used as a barrier was like tofu under this giant hand, unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Feng Han finally understood the true strength of this first senior brother of the Ascension Gate. 50,000 Sky Demon have died. Now, there are less than 180,000 Sky Demon in the cauldron. Damn it. Even Yen felt troubled. He activated many of the arrays in the cauldron to resist the invasion of Hua Tiandu's spiritual power, but it was to no avail. The arrays stopped operating one after another, and the cauldron was fixed in the air. Feng Han wanted to release the blade of blood to kill, but this demonic blade couldn't even charge out of the cauldron. The outside of the cauldron had been sealed off by Hua Tiandu's powerful mana. Feng Han's Gang Qi cultivation level and his mana of 50,000 galloping horses were powerless in the face of the cosmic form of heaven and earth. Damn it, in for a penny, in for a pound. I might as well kill these 6 perfected masters and make the whole world my enemy. If you, Hua Tiandu, dare to make a move, I'm not to be trifled with either. Feng Han wanted to kill the 6 perfected masters at this critical moment. He had captured the 6 perfected masters only as a threat and as a bargaining chip. But Hua Tiandu didn't care at all and immediately attacked. It was clear that he was tyrannical. One had to know that even Zhao Xuani and Song Wei were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Feng Han originally thought that Hua Tiandu had sided with the Tai Gate, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. He had other motives. The blade of blood in his hand spun and was about to attack the 6 perfected masters. Feng Han also knew that if he killed the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate, he would immediately make the whole world his enemy. The 6 perfected masters weren't much higher in status than Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen. If he killed in front of so many people with irrefutable evidence, the Tai Gate wouldn't let him go. Even the Ascension Gate wouldn't let him go. If he captured the 6 perfected masters and brought them to the Ascension Gate, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. But if he killed them, it would be completely different. Feng Han was hesitant, but Hua Tiandu was so fierce that he wanted to go all out. Not good. The prison-suppressing immortal steel is broken. The moment Feng Han made up his mind to kill, Yen roared. The prison-suppressing immortal monument that was suppressing the 6 perfected masters crumbled under Hua Tiandu's powerful mana. Perfected Master Fu Shou, Perfected Master Lu Ming, Perfected Master Cheng Chun, Perfected Master Ken Li, Perfected Master Da Feng, and Perfected Master Kuan Yuan. They regained their ability to move. At the same time, a powerful surge of mana poured in from the cauldron and sucked the 6 of them out, including Long Xian. Long Xian was trying her best to operate the formation, but the formation was forcefully stopped. Her body moved, and she was pulled out by Hua Tiandu's powerful mana. The cauldron's protective formation was broken. At this time, Feng Han's blade of blood didn't even swing out. Daoist Xianyi, Daoist Solitude, I have already rescued the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate. Long Xian, you don't have to join in. I will send you out. What happened today has nothing to do with you. Hua Tiandu destroyed the cauldron's formation and dragged Long Xian and the 6 perfected masters out. With a loud sound, the 6 perfected masters were thrown towards Song Wei and Zhao Xuani, while Long Xian was sent out of the returning void portal. Hua Tiandu, you want to capture me? Don't even think about it. Feng Han saw Long Xian and the 6 perfected masters being sucked out, and a surge of earth energy came towards him. This surge of earth energy was extremely condensed and pure. It was even more mystical than his own Wood Emperor's earth energy, and its level was much higher. A single horse's worth of earth energy could defeat 100 horses' worth of Feng Han's earth energy. Although Feng Han's Wood Emperor's earth energy was of high quality, Hua Tiandu's earth energy level was too high. It was at the level of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. It was 7 levels higher than Feng Han's. There were 10 levels of Abhijna, and each level was as far apart as a mountain. The difference between 7 levels was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. In this dangerous situation, Feng Han activated the Blade of Blood to fight against the surge of earth energy. "This is our chance!" Zhao Xuani and Song Wei roared. The 2 Jing Dan level experts suddenly attacked. One of them used the Black Sun Hurricane, while the other used the Fire Sun Hurricane. They charged towards Feng Han. The 2 disasters of wind and fire surrounded the cauldron. "Refine this person." At the same time, "Refine this cauldron." The 2 of them were taking advantage of the situation. They wanted to seize Feng Han's cauldron and refine him. This was their best chance. The black whirlwind howled like the angry cries of ghosts, the blazing flames were like the explosion of the sun. As soon as it entered the cauldron, Feng Han could feel his body melting. That's right. It was melting. It was melting like a candle. This was true refinement. Feng Han could not resist the combined power of the 2 Jing Dan experts. The situation was extremely dangerous. "Let's fight." Feng Han suddenly popped a demonic life reduction elixir into his mouth. Immediately, he felt the crazy effects of the elixir clashing violently throughout his body. Waves of violent mana rose into his mind and merged with his Gang Qi. His magic power was increasing layer by layer, reducing his lifespan by 100 years. In exchange for a short period of magic power to fight, stimulating all his potential, one of the destructive forces spread out. So that's how it is, that's how it is. The demonic life reduction pill contains a destructive force. This destructive force can really be called demonic. Feng Han's magic power rose sharply. Originally, his magic power was equivalent to 50,000 galloping horses. Now, it rose to 80,000, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. It rose to 300,000 before the destructive force completely fused with his earth energy. Feng Han did not know what the destructive force in the demonic life reduction pill was. But his magic power had increased by 4 to 5 times, feeling the surge of magic power in his body and the urge to destroy everything. Feng Han fiercely activated the Devil's Saber. At the same time, he activated the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron to break through the Black Sun Hurricane and Great Sun Fire. He was about to rush out. Humph. He took the demonic life reduction pill. His magic power rose sharply, but the difference in cultivation level is not something that can be made up for by a single pill. Zhao Xuani and Song Wei suddenly felt their wind and fire being shaken. They immediately understood the situation and could not help but sneer. A golden pearl suddenly rose from the top of their heads. Jing Dan, Daoist Jing Dan. The 2 of them actually used their various magical powers to condense a Daoist Jing Dan. This was the most important thing of Jing Dan experts, and also the core of their cultivation. Zhao Xuani and Song Wei used it. It was obvious that the 2 of them were determined to get it. As soon as the Jing Dan appeared, Feng Han immediately felt a surging pressure like the mountains and seas. At the same time, he also saw the 2 experts outside laughing maliciously. "No, Feng Han, the difference in cultivation level is too big." The 2 of them attacked at the same time. "I can't hold on anymore. This time, I'm done." Yan spoke impatiently. Could it be that 1,000 years of cultivation was destroyed in a day? "I'm not willing. The plan now is to seek life in death. Let's go." Suddenly, Feng Han gritted his teeth and exploded with unprecedented power. He activated the royal cauldron with all his strength. With a whoosh, he flew toward the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. He was actually willing to risk his life, break into the main palace of the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, which had been a dead end for thousands of years. Oh no! Song Wei and Zhao Xuani were shocked. Oh no! Feng Qingxue was also shocked. The King Cauldron of 5 Hells was pushed violently, whizzing away and fiercely crashing into the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. This was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected Feng Han to be so ruthless. It should be known that if one was captured by the disciples of the Tai Gate, there was always a way out. Breaking into the Tai Yuan immortal matter was a dead end. The huge Tai Yuan immortal matter rippled with waves of ripples. As if sensing the approach of the King Cauldron of Five Hells, the restriction instinctively reacted. This wave of ripples spread out with great power. In the void, one could faintly hear a long howl like a landslide or a tsunami. It also sounded like hundreds of millions of horses galloping wildly. Even with the cultivation level of Zhao Xuani and Song Wei, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Cosmic form of heaven and earth, great force of Pan Wu, break for me. Seeing this, Hua Tiandu once again displayed his power. The cosmic form of 5 heads and 9 arms opened its 9 hands and violently stretched out for dozens of miles. It broke through the spiritual power barrier and viciously grabbed at Feng Han. He actually wanted to capture Feng Han before he entered the immortal matter. A true disciple of the Ascension Gate was no small matter. If he died like this, he would not be able to escape responsibility. Who would have known that activating the cosmic form of heaven and earth would trigger the restriction of the Tai Yuan immortal matter to counterattack? Rumble. Rumble, the restriction of the Tai Yuan immortal matter changed again. Countless rays of light shot out. The light was extremely powerful. As soon as it came out, the 9 hands of Hua Tiandu's cosmic form of heaven and earth began to collapse. Then the rays of light reflected and viciously wrapped around Hua Tiandu. They wanted to kill this person who disrespected the heavens. Tai Yuan rays. Really powerful. 9 changes of Pan Wu. At this moment, Hua Tiandu felt a strong sense of danger. The huge cosmic form of heaven and earth changed continuously. It changed 9 times in a row and shrank to an extremely small size. The rays of light also shrank like maggots. In an instant, the 2 mystiques became the size of a fist. 5 elements extreme change, cosmic form of heaven and earth technique. At this critical moment, Hua Tiandu changed again. The 5 rays of light on his body flashed violently. They expanded 1,000 times, and he once again became a huge monster. Countless explosions rang out from his body, and the multicolored light surrounding him was shattered into pieces. So powerful. The Tai Yuan rays of heaven and earth were broken by him. Hua Tiandu and I are at least 300 years apart from each other. Seeing this scene, the demon marshal's heart skipped a beat. He guessed the strength of the first true disciple of the Ascension Gate. The main residence of the Tai Yuan immortal residence was wrapped in layers of restrictions. They were all left behind by the Tai Yuan immortal venerable, who had cultivated to the 10th level of the longevity secret realm and was close to becoming an immortal. Now, no one could break them. This Tai Yuan rays of heaven and earth was a type of restriction. If it wrapped around the body, even a transcendent secret realm expert would die. Who would have thought that Hua Tiandu would be able to break it so easily? However, the opportunity would not come again. The demon marshal took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Hua Tiandu, I'm leaving now. I'll definitely have a good fight with you in the future." As he spoke, his body transformed into a beam of white light that shot out of the return to void passageway. This was his demonic escape technique, the white bone escape. It allowed him to fly as fast as lightning. Now that he had reached the golden core realm, he could cover a distance of 1,000 miles in an instant. Hua Tiandu didn't have time to stop him because he wanted to break the Tai Yuan rays of heaven and earth. At this time, Feng Han's 5 Hell King Cauldron had also completely entered the Tai Yuan rays of heaven and earth. It disappeared without a trace, as if a clay ox had entered the sea. This person entered the immortal residence, there is no way to survive. It's a pity that the 2 best magic weapons on him, the Blade of Blood and the 5 Hell King Cauldron. If we get these 2 demonic weapons and use the immortal method to refine them, our strength can increase by 10 times. When Taoist Master Fusho saw Feng Han disappear in the immortal residence, he was both happy and regretful. Yes, the Blade of Blood and the 5 Hell King Cauldron, what a pity. Maybe they will be crushed into powder by the heavy restrictions of the immortal residence. But it's good that this kid died. Anyway, we didn't kill him. He was courting death. In the future, it can be regarded as removing a big scourge. Otherwise, in the grand gathering of immortals 3 years later, our face will be swept to the ground. Death is good, death is wonderful. The 6 Taoist masters communicated with each other through their minds. They had just been captured and suppressed by Feng Han. If this news spread out, not to mention their 100 years of fame, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. But now that Feng Han was dead, they had vented their anger. Hua Tiandu. You forced Feng Han to death. I am a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. I must report this matter to Master Qianxia, the master. Let him decide. Feng Han is a rare genius of the Ascension Gate in 300 years. Moreover, he was born with a great immortal fate and a long destiny. Now that you have forced him to death, let's see how you explain it to the master. Feng Xianxia looked at the place where Feng Han disappeared for a long time. She seemed to be about to flare up, but she restrained herself. After a while, she opened her mouth and said to Hua Tiandu. Humph. This boy has fallen into the devil path and brought about his own death. Who can he blame? I also wanted to save him just now, but it was too late. Didn't you see? Hua Tiandu coldly snorted. The demon marshal escaped. You win this bet. I don't care about this matter anymore. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, fellow Taoist Soul Yi, what do you think? We will go after the demon marshal, Zhao Xuani said. I hope the disciples of the Ascension Gate will not interfere, or you will have to bear the consequences. Humph. I have never interfered with your pursuit. Feng Xianxia coldly said, but you also forced the people of my Feng family to death. Today, I will not bicker with you. In the immortal gathering 3 years later, I will let you disciples of the Tai Gate know that the heavens are far away and that retribution is not good. Humph, we will wait. Zhao Xuani and Song Wei cupped their hands to Hua Tiandu and flew out of the returning void passage. Hua Tiandu's body moved and also disappeared into thin air. Feng Xianxia directly turned into lightning and also disappeared. On the scene, only some low-level disciples of other sects were left, and they were all discussing spiritedly. Unfortunately, another genius fell like a meteor. Yes, this Feng Han was able to kill the 7 Leaves demon monarch and capture the 6 Taoist masters of the Tai Gate in one fell swoop. This kind of means is simply equivalent to a Jin Dan master. The Ascension Gate lost such a potential true disciple. I wonder how they will feel after receiving the news. Indeed, talents are rare. The Ascension Gate suffered a big loss this time. However, I think that Hua Tiandu deliberately eliminated the scourge with the help of the Tai Gate. He really has ulterior motives. This has nothing to do with us. The Ascension Gate suffered the most this time. Right, are we still going to chase after the demon marshal? Chase after my ass. This is the business of the Tai Gate disciples. They are so tyrannical. We can't wait to see them make a fool of themselves. Why would we help to chase after them? That's true. Let's go. The group of disciples also left this unique space of the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. In a short time, this place regained its eternal loneliness. This abandoned immortal manor was an independent void. It was quiet, as if waiting to devour the next target. At this time, Feng Han was not dead yet. After he swallowed the demonic madness life reduction pill, his spiritual power skyrocketed. The power of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron also increased greatly. As soon as it broke into the restriction of the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, endless Taiyuan sunglow wrapped around it. Kaka, kaka. Under the crushing power of the Taiyuan sunglow, the surroundings of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron actually showed signs of cracking. Many cracks appeared on it. This sunglow is powerful. It can even crush a magic treasure like the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Feng Han was shocked. This is an extremely brilliant divine light of the immortal Tao. Only those who are extremely high in the immortal secret realm can produce this Taiyuan sunglow. Even the Emperor Huangquan is somewhat afraid of it. Yan roared, "This time we are really dead." At this time, there was a sudden loud noise outside. The sunglow surrounding the cauldron suddenly weakened a lot. Good, Hua Tiandu actually triggered the restriction. His spiritual power is 1,000 times higher than mine. Now that he has attracted the power of the restriction, we can take this opportunity to break in. Feng Han immediately knew what had happened. Hua Tiandu had tried to catch him, but he had failed and triggered the attack of the Taiyuan sunglow. At this time, Yan knew that this was his only chance. He roared and his body flew. The Acheron map flew out from Feng Han's body and turned into a rolling yellow cloud, completely protecting the cauldron. The Taiyuan sunglow can destroy anything. But the Acheron map itself is a Tao treasure, and its quality is excellent. The sunglow is difficult to destroy. Let's break in quickly. Yan could already use the Acheron map to protect himself. He could not use it in the battle with the Tai Gate disciples, but he had no scruples in the Taiyuan sunglow. A magic treasure like the Five Hells Royal Cauldron would definitely be destroyed in the Taiyuan sunglow. But the Acheron map was different. It was a supreme Tao treasure, and was once the most powerful sect of the demonic Tao. How could it be destroyed so easily? Yellow clouds rolled and the oblivion aqua flickered everywhere. The Taiyuan sunglow did not disperse when it touched the oblivion aqua, but its power was greatly reduced. Feng Han saw this and was overjoyed. The oblivion aqua is indeed the oblivion aqua. Charge. The Five Hells Royal Cauldron charged with all its might. After an unknown amount of time. Rumble. Their vision changed and the world spun. All the pressure disappeared, and they appeared in a spacious hall. This hall was incomparably vast and majestic. Magnificent pillars rose from the ground one after another. There were layers upon layers of doors, like an ancient maze. It was unknown where they led. But this vast and majestic hall was very desolate. There were ancient traces everywhere. There were abandoned steps, broken chairs, and even more. Weathered corpses. Yes, in this hall, there were piles of bones. Among the bones, there was some residual brilliance that faintly flickered. It seemed to be some kind of magic treasure. From the looks of it, quite a number of people had died in this hall. Many of them were trapped here, unable to leave. Kacha. Feng Han flew out of the cauldron and stepped on a series of bones. These bones seemed to have decayed and were crushed into powder. This gave Feng Han a fright. How could this be? Those who can enter the Taiyuan immortal mansion are all almighty beings. Their bodies are as hard as iron. Even if their bodies rot, their bones will not rot. A divine transformation realm master had a 10th level body. After they died, they could be buried underground for hundreds of years without rotting. Not to mention a divine ability mystic realm master. Feng Han, in this Taiyuan immortal mansion, time is different from outside. A year outside is a long 360 years inside. For those who entered this place a year ago, it was equivalent to 360 years. A Sky Realm Master only has a lifespan of 800 years. When he enters, it looks like only 3 years have passed outside. But inside, he will die of old age. These corpses are from 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. In the long years in this hall, 10,000 years or even 100,000 years have passed. After such a long time, even flying swords will rot. Experts of the immortal mystic realm will die of old age. There was a trace of horror in Yan's voice. What? You're saying that if we stay here for 360 years, only 1 year will pass outside? Feng Han was shocked. That's right. Experts of the immortal secret realm can change the flow of time. The higher their spiritual power, the greater their ability to change time. Legend has it that the Taiyuan Celestial Venerable was an expert of the 10th level of the immortal secret realm. He could control time 360 degrees at will. It's terrifying. Back then, even the Emperor Huangquan might have. Yan was getting more and more terrifying. He was actually a little scared. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Feng Han laughed. I didn't expect to be able to change time here. 360 years of cultivation here is only 1 year in the outside world. I was just worried about not having enough time to cultivate. I can't beat Hua Tiandu in 10 years, but I can do it in 3,600 years. 3,600 years of cultivation here was only 10 years outside. It's not suitable for cultivation here. You need to absorb a lot of wood spiritual energy to cultivate the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill. There's none here. Moreover, the vitality here is thin, and there are no elixirs. Those experts can't get out after entering. They might starve to death before their lifespan is up. Yan poured a bucket of cold water on him. Feng Han immediately looked around and breathed heavily. He found that there was no vitality in this magnificent palace. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, there was no vitality. It was indeed impossible to cultivate supernatural powers, not to mention nourishing herbs and elixirs. Other than the weathered bones, there was only a deserted palace. Looking at the way back, Fang Han found that the Taiyuan sunglow had disappeared. Outside the palace, it was chaos. The aura was terrifying. It's hard to enter here, but it's even harder to get out. Even if an expert of the immortal secret realm came in, it's not easy to get out. There's nothing here. How can you cultivate? Although there are some elixirs in your imperial cauldron, it's good enough to last you 3 to 5 years. Yan seemed to know what Fang Han meant. Let me see, Fang Han murmured and looked around again. He felt an inexplicable fear towards the chaos outside the palace. He did not dare to barge in. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly reached out to the world tree hidden deep within his forehead. Sure enough, the sapling had been constantly absorbing the spirit energy of the world of immortals, but after entering the palace, it seemed to have entered a completely sealed spacetime. The absorption of spirit energy from the world of immortals had become very slow and intermittent, like a patient on the verge of death. However, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. The absorption of spiritual energy from the celestial realm wasn't completely cut off. Although it was intermittent, it was better than nothing. The world tree was so magical. As expected of a divine tree from the center of the primeval age. It was connected to the immortal world. He could communicate with the world of immortals in a place like this. As long as he was nourished by the spiritual chi of the celestial world, cultivation would not be a problem. Moreover, there was no myriad wood spiritual energy, but there was the world tree. This wood element spiritual energy was enough to raise his wood emperor's stellar energy by a few levels. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Fang Han laughed wildly again. What's wrong? Yan asked curiously. The world tree can still absorb spirit energy from the world of immortals, and I cultivate the verdant emperor wood technique. I have the wood element spiritual energy of the world tree. What other spiritual energy do I need? Fang Han said excitedly. What? The world tree can still absorb spirit energy from the world of immortals in a place like this? Yan also found it unbelievable. It's a lot slower. But it's enough for me to cultivate. At least I won't starve to death. Fang Han nodded. Masters of the magical arcane realm had to take elixirs to survive, and masters of the longevity arcane realm had to swallow spirit energy from the void immortal realm. In a place like this, there was nothing but starvation and decay. In the 5 Hells Imperial Tripod, there were 3,000 Yuanying pill, more than 2,000 life-prolonging gene pill, and a few thousand Azure Big pills. But it was enough for 3 to 5 years at most. Moreover, there was a witch in the tripod. He couldn't just watch her starve to death. Puff, suddenly, Fang Han spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Dharma power in his body receded like a tide. It turned out that the effect of the demonic life reduction elixir had worn off. He felt his body weaken, as if a powerful life force was fading away. In his sharp mind, he felt that his lifespan had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, you took the 9 orifices gene pill, which has the effect of increasing lifespan. If you were an ordinary cultivator of the Gangqi realm, you would have aged by now. Yan also knew that Fang Han's lifespan had been reduced by 100 years. The 9 orifices gene pill can increase your lifespan by 700 years. That is to say, after you take the gene pill, you can live for 700 years even if you don't cultivate. But if you cultivate the golden body of Yama and comprehend the true meaning of Ksitigarbha, you can also live for 300 years. With the two added together, you can live for 1,000 years, comparable to masters of the gene pill. But now you can only live for 900 years. Yan calculated for Fang Han. 900 years, I have a lifespan of 900 years. That's not bad. At the very least, I can cultivate here for 900 years. But in the outside world, I'll die in just over 2 years, Fang Han said with a chuckle. 900 years in here was only 2 years in the outside world. In other words, in less than 2 years outside, Fang Han would die of old age. Of course, this was excluding when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Then let's start cultivating. You've been through many battles these days, and your cultivation base has risen rapidly. But the true essence of cultivation requires a long period of meditation and comprehension, Yen said. There's no hurry. Fang Han sat down and rested for a while. He circulated his gang qi throughout his body and said, we still have to explore the mysteries of this hall. Moreover, there are so many corpses here, and all of them have decayed. But there must be something that hasn't decayed. I have to see if there's anything good here. That's true. There are quite a few powerful people here, Yen said. But there shouldn't be any longevity secret realm. The masters of the longevity secret realm have all entered the depths of the hall. In the depths of this magnificent hall, there were many sealed doors. Talismans flowed endlessly on them, revealing all kinds of mysteries. But obviously, they were not to be touched. Fang Han stepped on all kinds of bones in the hall, making cracking sounds as he searched for all kinds of valuable things. There were all kinds of corpses here, from all kinds of sects, immortals, and demons. It could be seen from some of the rotting clothes. Some of the clothes on the bones were spirit artifacts, made of all kinds of natural treasures. But after so many years, the formations inside had dissipated, and the materials had also decayed. Fang Han picked up a rusty longsword from a pile of bones. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. Yen took a look and shook his head. What a pity. This is a supreme-grade flying sword made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. It's a treasure artifact, but too much time has passed and it's decayed. Sigh. With the passage of time, everything will decay, including immortals. No one can live forever in this world. No one is immortal. Maybe, only by finding the legendary door of everlasting life can one live forever in this world. Hearing Yan Songliang's words, Fang Han's heart tightened. Even the sword made of 1,000-year-old cold iron had decayed. He only had 900 years left, which was too short. How long could he go through the long years? No one could live forever in this world. Heaven, earth, sun, and moon would all decay. Let alone humans. Isn't the God clan immortal? Fang Han suddenly asked. The God clan's lifespan is just too long. Their lifespan is comparable to that of an extremely high longevity secret realm cultivator. They can even be compared to immortals, but it doesn't mean that they will live forever. One day, when the world is destroyed, they will also not be able to escape. They live as long as heaven and earth, but heaven and earth also have lifespan. One day, they will collapse. After 2 years outside, will I die? Will I be trapped here to death like these people? Fang Han shook his head. He suddenly felt dull and bleak. No matter what treasure was in front of him, he had no interest. Even if he cultivated to the 5th level of the transcendent realm here, the celestial realm, he could only increase his lifespan by another 800 years, which was 1,700 years. After he died of old age, only 5 years would have passed outside. There was no other vitality here, so he couldn't cultivate other supernatural powers. Without fire, he couldn't cultivate the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. Without gold, he couldn't cultivate the Mighty Golden Emperor Chop. Without water, he couldn't cultivate the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Cultivating only one kind of supernatural power couldn't enter the consolidation realm. To cultivate to the consolidation realm, one must at least have all 5 elements. This was the most basic. Fang Han searched for a long time, but he didn't find a single elixir. This was because those who came in and were trapped here had all died of hunger and thirst after consuming the elixir. What's that? As Fang Han rummaged, he suddenly kicked a skeleton. The bones of this skeleton were different from others. They were as white as jade and had not been eroded by the wind. They were very hard, especially in the skull, which was shining brightly. Fang Han did not know what was hidden in it. Beside the skeleton, there was a magical treasure. It was a small flag with a bright red bird embroidered on it. A powerful fire essence was emitted from the bird. It was actually a magical treasure. Vermilion bird flag. Which also came out with Fang Han. When she saw the small flag, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This should be exquisite paradise's fairy Huiyun, one of the top 10 beauties of the immortal Tao." Her famous magical treasure, vermilion bird flag. Back then, she broke into the underground and killed countless earth demons and asuras. She had already cultivated to the 7th level of the transcendent realm, Jin Dan, and was very famous. Rumor has it that she broke into the returning void 10 years ago and disappeared. I didn't expect her to die in the extreme Yuan immortal manner. Broke in here 10 years ago? That means that she has been here for 3,600 years? No wonder she died of old age. I didn't expect her to be a female cultivator. What a pity, what a pity. Fang Han sighed. He knew that after 3,600 years, Jin Dan experts had also died of old age. Picking up the vermilion bird flag, he realized that this magical treasure hadn't decayed and lost its function. Although 3,600 years was a long time, it wasn't enough for a magical treasure to lose its function. 10 years ago, the famous Jin Dan expert, one of the top 10 beauties of the immortal Tao, had turned into a pile of bones. Fang Han, her transcendent realm seed Jin Dan hasn't decayed yet. Her Jin Dan is still here. Ha 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 ha. Her Jin Dan is still here. Yan carefully looked at the brilliance in the skull. Suddenly, he clawed at the skull and the skull cracked. A brilliant radiance flickered, and the Jin Dan, which contained powerful magical power, gradually flew out from within. This wasn't an elixir, but a seed condensed from various magical powers by an expert, a transcendent Jin Dan. A human's body decayed easily, but Jin Dan wouldn't decay so easily. Jin Dan, represented immortality. Yan, you were too violent. What a pity. Beautiful white bones. Fang Han sighed. However, Yan only rolled his eyes at him. He didn't listen to his nagging at all, and carefully observed the Jin Dan. 3,600 years later, the golden core of the remarkable power seed was still glowing brightly. It slowly floated in the air and spun. A mountainous amount of potential pressed down on Fang Han. Fang Han's body jerked backward, and a tear appeared on his spirit artifact clothes. He felt like he was suffocating under the pressure of the golden core. The surging stellar energy in his body finally calmed down with great difficulty. He still had a few transcendent realm Dharma robes in the Acheron map, which he had plundered from the Suicide Island Lord. If one was damaged, he could just replace it. Although a transcendent realm Dharma robe was very precious and could be exchanged for many medicinal herbs in the Myriad Returns market, he didn't care so much at this time. This Jin Dan is really powerful. I'm afraid that even Zhao Xuani and Song Wei's Jin Dan isn't as powerful as this one. Fang Han felt the power of this Jin Dan and said in disbelief. He had experienced the power of the two great experts of the Tai Gate, Jin Dan, and he had almost been torn to pieces. Zhao Xuani and Song Wei are disciples of the Tai Gate. The Tao techniques of the Tai Gate are unparalleled under the heavens. Logically speaking, this Jin Dan of Fairy Huiyun shouldn't be as powerful as those of the Tai Gate. The female demon took a few steps back to regain her balance. Fairy Huiyun is from Exquisite Paradise. Who was the founder of Exquisite Paradise? Venerable Ling Long. She used to be an expert of the Tai Gate, but she betrayed them. Therefore, apart from the top secret scriptures, the people of Exquisite Paradise know all the Tao techniques of the Tai Gate. TSK. I can feel that this Jin Dan contains a total of 28 divine abilities. Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud Grand Art, Changchun Grand Art, Blessing Grand Art, Fortune Grand Art, Fortune Grand Art. It's very powerful. It also contains powerful divine abilities such as Black Sun Wind Disaster and Great Sun Fire Disaster. Unfortunately, the Doomsday Calamity isn't among them. Well, the Doomsday Calamity of the 3 disasters and 9 disasters is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's a supreme divine ability. Once it's cultivated, the heaven and earth will mourn, the sun and moon will weep, and a natural disaster will descend, its power. While carefully analyzing the Jin Dan, Yan praised and shook his head. Fang Han listened carefully to Yan's praises and understood many things. Can this divine ability seed be refined by the Jin Dan? He asked. This Jin Dan was so powerful. If he could refine it, wouldn't its power be too great? You haven't cultivated to the celestial realm, so you can't comprehend the mystery of the grand formation. It's impossible for you to refine this Jin Dan. Yan shook his head. So you're saying that after I comprehend the mystery of the celestial realm and refine this Jin Dan, I can become a Jin Dan expert in one go? Feng Han's tone had a hint of excitement. No, it's just a fake Jin Dan. This Jin Dan belongs to someone else. That person's painstaking efforts and painstaking cultivation are all imprinted in it. If you refine it and become your own Jin Dan, you can forget about stepping into the immortality mystery realm for the rest of your life. Cultivating the Jin Dan is a spiritual baptism, a process of life transformation. Without this process, life is incomplete. Of course, after you refine it, your power will only increase greatly. However, there won't be any changes to your body, nor will your lifespan increase. Only your own essence, qi, spirit, law, aura. Condense into a ball, condense the seed of life of the divine ability. Only in a high degree of transformation will your body undergo changes, and your lifespan increase again. Yan explained earnestly, as if he was afraid that Feng Han would walk on the evil path. Feng Han was enlightened. So that's how it is. If I refine this Jin Dan, I'll be able to possess the power of a Jin Dan expert, but I'll lose the possibility of eternal improvement, and my lifespan won't increase. It'll be the same as obtaining a powerful magic treasure. This is a foolish thing to do. However, if that's the case, isn't it useless? Of course it's useful. If you comprehend this Jin Dan, you'll be able to obtain the method to refine 28 divine abilities. Moreover, when you reach the celestial realm, you and I can work together and use Acheron's holy water to slowly decompose this Jin Dan, returning it to its original qi. Then, you can absorb this qi to cultivate and turn it into your own divine ability. Finally, with the 5 Emperors' great demon divine ability as the core and the other divine abilities as support, you'll be able to refine a divine ability seed that's even stronger than this Jin Dan. This is the best way to steal the power of the Jin Dan. Yan was indeed an antique that had lived for thousands of years. He pointed out a clear path. Feng Han's eyes lit up. Yes. This way, I'll be able to cultivate 28 divine abilities. Not too powerful. The more divine abilities I have, the more powerful the Jin Dan I'll condense in the future. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the more powerful they would be. However, there was a limit to a person's lifespan. It would take a long time to master each kind of supernatural power. For example, Feng Han's Emperor skill would take at least 30 to 50 years to master if he followed the prescribed order. The reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because of the heavenly wood divine needle and the world tree. These were treasures that could only be found by chance. In the future, if he wanted to refine the Fire Emperor's qi and absorb the essence of fire, he would have to find such treasures to shorten the time. Otherwise, each divine ability would require 30 to 50 years of hard work, or 60 years. He would die of old age before he could cultivate the divine ability. Ordinary experts in the divine ability realm had a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. They had no hope of cultivating to the Jin Dan. Because of this, pills that could increase one's lifespan were treasures. Nothing was more important than one's lifespan. If Feng Han cultivated to the celestial being realm, he could break down this Jin Dan and comprehend the 28 divine abilities in it. Then, he could condense them one by one according to the method. Because of the ready-made gang qi in the Jin Dan, it would be a piece of cake for him to condense them. Among the 28 divine abilities, there were also the storm of the black sun and fire of the great sun. In the future, they would all belong to Feng Han. This time I was forced to enter the Taiyuan immortal mansion. As long as I can get out, I will definitely take revenge. Tai Gate, Hua Tiandu, I will not let you go. Watching Yan put the Jin Dan into the Acheron map, Feng Han also put the vermilion bird flag into his pocket. This vermilion bird flag contained extremely strong essence of fire. In the future, when he cultivated to the celestial being realm, he could use it to refine the Fire Emperor's qi of the Red Emperor. Otherwise, there would be no qi of fire in this hall, and there would be no place to refine it. The vermilion bird flag was much stronger than the heavenly wood divine needle. Using it to refine the Fire Emperor's qi would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It would save a lot of time. After such a great adventure, Feng Han did not stop and continued to search among the corpses. This time, he did not find any treasures, nor did he find the golden elixir of a golden elixir realm master. Perhaps there were Jin Dan experts who came here 100 years ago, or a few hundred years ago, and were also trapped here. But a few hundred years ago, which was tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, the experts of the immortal secret realm had all died of old age. The immortal Jin Dan had also melted, and any treasured weapons had turned into ashes. Time was the best furnace. It could refine all matter and decay all existence. Between heaven and earth, no one could live forever. After searching for half a day and rummaging through all the corpses, Fang Han finally sat down quietly. He regulated the mana in his body and absorbed the immortal world spiritual qi from the world tree. He calmed his mind and began to cultivate. Regardless of whether he could get out in the future, he would cultivate first. The stronger his cultivation, the greater his chances of getting out. Since there was food and drink, he would go with the flow. Fang Han's mentality was very good. That's right, Yen. Refine all the 100,000 sky demon in the 5 Hells King cauldron into blue sky pills. Fang Han suddenly said before he regulated his breathing. What? Yen did not understand. I have a mortal world spiritual qi to absorb, but she doesn't. Fang Han pointed at the witch. What if I cultivate here for a few decades and she doesn't have anything to eat or drink? Won't she starve to death? Great Azuras can go months without food, but if they don't eat for a few years, they will definitely die. Besides, she also needs to cultivate. So that's how it is. You've thought it through very thoroughly. Yen looked at the witch and laughed strangely. The witch's expression changed for a while, then she curtsied Fang Han. Many thanks, sir. She officially admitted that she was Fang Han's servant. A burst of ghostly cries and godly howls resounded in the great hall. The 5 Hells King cauldron was fully activated, and the Acheron map turned into a rolling yellow cloud that rushed into the king's cauldron. Then, blue sky pills shot out one after another. There were more than 100,000 of them. If someone saw this refining scene, they would probably bite their own tongue off in shock. The Acheron map combined with the 5 Hells King cauldron actually had such an effect. The king's cauldron calmed down after losing the power of more than 10 sky demon. Fang Han nodded, completely at ease. He closed his eyes and circulated his magic power over and over again, circulating it throughout his body. Step by step, he integrated the immortal world spiritual qi and absorbed the wood spiritual qi of the world tree. He repeatedly refined the wood emperor's gang qi in his mind and adjusted his yin and yang. His gang qi had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the divinity, the origin aura realm. Next, he had to refine his gang qi until it was full of spirituality, comprehend the changes of yin and yang, and reach the 4th level of the divinity, the yin-yang realm. This step was to comprehend the mysteries of life amidst the stillness. Pure accumulation of pills and vitality was no longer useful. What was important was concentration, comprehension, opportunity, experience, and other things that could be understood but could not be explained. Fang Han sat quietly like this. The inside and outside were crystal clear, reflecting each other. He was completely unaware of the passage of time. A few months passed just like that. His gang qi had been circulating for 3 months, becoming more and more spirited and vigorous. However, he was still unable to comprehend the changes of yin and yang, allowing his gang qi to suddenly become spirited and develop intelligence. Fang Han felt that the faintly discernible window could not be opened. However, he was not in a hurry. Every time he felt impatient from circulating his gang qi, he would stop circulating it, stand up, and walk around the main hall to observe the majestic Taiyuan immortal abode. He did not dare to barge into the sealed stone doors in the depths of the Taiyuan immortal abode. However, in the immortal abode, there were some carvings, veins, drawings, and the style of the buildings. He looked at them in his free time and gradually understood some things. Experts in the Archean immortal secret realm, the abodes of immortals, techniques, and styles. These things had broadened his horizons. His heart was broadened, and he was filled with admiration. Observing the passage of time, he comprehended the changes of time. Observing the piles of bones, he comprehended the impermanence of life and death. Observing the majestic hall, he comprehended the techniques of immortals. Another year passed. Although Fang Han still had not comprehended the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, he had once again combed through the verdant emperor wood emperor technique. Although a year had passed in the hall, Fang Han knew that only a day had passed in the outside world. The days are so lonely. On this day, Feng Han circulated the Wood Emperor's Gang Qi for another cycle and felt all the impurities in his body being refined. His Taoist Gang Qi was incomparably pure and had a kind of restless spirituality. It was like a bug hibernating in the soil at the beginning of spring. As long as spring thunder boomed, it would drill out of the ground. He knew that if he wanted his Gang Qi to truly move, comprehend yin and yang, and reach the yin-yang realm, he still needed a sudden epiphany. It was like the sound of thunder. With the sound of spring thunder, all things would sprout. Life would come to life. The only thing missing was the sudden thunder. Yen, how much time has passed? He stretched his back and stood up. He asked when Yen was. We've been here for a year and 3 months. In these days, other than cultivating, you've been cultivating. You must have some insights. Yen chuckled. But I still haven't broken through yin and yang and comprehended the yin-yang realm. It's a pity that I'm a natural dragon vein. Over the long years, I gradually developed intelligence. It's a natural divine ability, so I can't explain my experience to you. In this hall, I can't ask anyone. If you're in the Ascension Gate, you can ask Callan or the sect elders. That way, you'll progress faster. What a pity, what a pity. There's nothing to pity. The first person to cultivate didn't ask anyone. He comprehended the yin and yang of heaven and earth by himself. Can't I? There's no difference in intelligence between people. They're just blinded by all kinds of delusions. I'm at peace now. It's only a matter of time before I comprehend yin and yang. Feng Han looked as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. After a year of seclusion, your heart has indeed become more peaceful. As Yen spoke, he went into hibernation again. He was a dragon vein. As long as Acheron's holy river didn't dry up, he wouldn't die. Acheron's holy river was a torrential river. It had been absorbed into the Acheron map and would never dry up. This meant that Yen had a long lifespan. As long as he didn't encounter any danger, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, he didn't need to eat anything. He was nourished by Acheron's holy water. Unlike the ordinary transcendent arcane realm experts who needed to take medicinal pills. Feng Han stood up and took a stroll in the grand hall. He saw the witch sitting cross-legged in silence as she continued to gather her energy. Around her were huge gourds containing the Yuanying pill, life-extending Jin Dan, blue sky great pill, and 6 solar holy water. With food and drink, it was enough for her to cultivate wholeheartedly. The witch seemed to have heard Feng Han's footsteps. She quickly opened her eyes, stopped her cultivation, and stood up. Don't mention it. Continue with your cultivation. Feng Han hastily waved his hand. By the way, how is your cultivation coming along? Your magic power has improved recently. Young master, my magic power has been cultivated to the limit. Originally, I should be cultivating my true energy, but this palace doesn't have any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The energy of the 5 elements can be absorbed, so I can't cultivate my true energy. Is that so? Feng Han thought for a moment. Then you should cultivate my Greenwood Emperor art. I have the world tree, which is rich in wood energy. I'll give you a clump of it. It won't be difficult for you to cultivate true energy or even stellar energy. As he spoke, a sapling slowly rose from between Feng Han's eyebrows. The world tree seemed to have grown a little. Its leaves were lush, and it continuously supplied Feng Han with vital energy. World tree. Falling leaves. Feng Han circulated his Wood Emperor's stellar energy and shook it violently. The world tree immediately shone brightly, and its branches and leaves fluttered in the air. The entire hall was filled with an aura of supporting the heavens. What a pity. If it were a fully grown world tree, this Taiyuan immortal abode would be destroyed. If it were a fully grown world tree, even the immortal world would be destroyed. Too bad the sapling is too weak. If it were to fully mature, it would be impossible even in 100 million years. Sigh. Seeing the world tree fly out, Xianxia shook his head. Even if this sapling fell into the hands of an expert in the secret realm of longevity and was nurtured with all his might, it would still not grow to its original size. At most, it would become an invincible magical treasure. Bam! Under the impact of Feng Han's Xianxia, a leaf on the world tree finally fell down. It fluttered and fell into the witch's hand. The witch hurried to catch it, but as soon as it landed on her hand, her expression changed drastically. Her bones creaked. This tiny leaf weighed several thousand kilograms. It's so heavy. She circulated her magic power to catch it. This leaf is no small matter. If I hadn't refined the world tree, I wouldn't have been able to take it. Even the blade of blood wouldn't have been able to cut it. The wood energy in this leaf is 10 times richer than the heavenly wood god needle. Focus on refining it, and I'll teach you the Greenwood Emperor art. Feng Han's mind flickered, and a mysterious incantation was transmitted into the witch's mind. By the way, how long is the lifespan of a great Azura? Feng Han suddenly asked. A great Azura's body is better than a human's. Usually, someone like me has a lifespan of 500 years. I'm 26 years old now, the witch said. 26 years old and you've already reached the divine realm? Looks like you're also a genius. Feng Han was surprised. He had taken the 9 orifices Jing Dan, a peerless elixir. Otherwise, he would still be in the physical realm. Because my bloodline is close to the demon emperor, and I'm from a big family in the demon race. I have abundant resources, so I can cultivate quickly. The witch revealed her background. There were more than hundreds of millions of underground demons. Just like the secular world, there were families, countries, and bloodlines. The distribution of forces. Then you still have more than 400 years of lifespan to cultivate. I believe you can cultivate to the celestial realm in these 400 years. Here, the longer one's lifespan, the better. I feel that my lifespan is not enough. Feng Han shook his head, and a desolate emotion arose. The magic power in his mind was rolling, and the world tree also trembled violently. Waves of wood energy surged like a tide. Huh? Suddenly, this aura was transmitted to a huge sealed stone door in the depths of the palace. Something inside seemed to have sensed it, and it exclaimed. Although this exclamation was not loud, it was clearly transmitted to Feng Han's ears. Even the witch heard it. Yan was also shocked. They had been in this hall for more than a year, and it was quiet. Except for the bones, there was nothing. Not to mention the other people. The aura of the world tree. Impossible, impossible. There's such a thing in the world? But, this aura. Boom. A huge thought was transmitted from the sealed stone door, spinning in the air and rushing everywhere. It was unbelievably powerful. Feng Han felt waves of pressure, and Yan even shrank back. Although this thought didn't have any destructive power, it had a boundless nature that was much more powerful than Hua Tiandu's. This is an expert of the longevity secret realm. This mysterious voice was transmitted from the most central stone door in the depths of the hall. After entering the Taiyuan immortal matter for more than a year, Feng Han had been looking for a way out all the time, but he had not succeeded. However, he couldn't be more familiar with the scenery in the hall. In the depths of the hall, there were a total of 3 huge stone doors, all closed. Countless talismans were drawn on them. At first glance, it was obvious that this was the door to an important place, but of course, Feng Han did not dare to barge in. Every time he tried, he could feel the terrifying power inside. It was like the sky. It was like the earth. It was like the sea. It was like the mountains. As long as he offended it in the slightest, he would immediately trigger the restriction and die an unnatural death. On both sides of the 3 huge stone doors, there were many small doors densely packed together. There were also many sealed doors around the hall. Together with the 3 huge doors and the small doors, there were a total of 1,296 doors. Yan said that the 3 huge stone doors represented 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. The rest of the stone doors represented the number of 1 yuan, which also represented all things. When the ancient Taiyuan immortal venerable built this immortal matter, there was a deep meaning behind it. Feng Han looked at the construction style of the Taiyuan immortal matter and understood many things, but these things were not enough for him to break through to the 4th level of the transcendent realm, the Yin-Yang realm. Senior, have you entered the Taiyuan immortal manor and been sealed inside? Feng Han quickly cupped his hands and spoke respectfully to the stone door that made the sound. Since the other party could transmit his voice through the stone door, it was obvious that his Dao technique was profound, so his own voice must be heard as well. As expected, after a moment of silence, the voice spoke clearly, "That's right, I'm trapped inside this Xianpin door. In the Taiyuan immortal matter, the most mysterious and powerful things are these 3 Xianpin doors. I knew from the moment you came in, but I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful treasure like the world tree. However, your cultivation is too weak, and it's not enough to have a Dao treasure. Senior, who are you? Please tell me your name. Let this junior have a look at him." Fang Han quickly said. The other party had been spying on him for more than a year, and he only knew now. However, thinking about the other party's mystique, he was at least at the longevity secret realm, and that kind of ancient giant was nothing. This person doesn't even know the Acheron map, so he must be an old antique, and not to be underestimated. Yan and Fang Han communicated telepathically. The Acheron map was made by the Emperor Huangquan 6,000 years ago, and it took him 3,000 years to succeed. It seems like this guy's history is even earlier than the Acheron map. How is that possible? A year in the Taiyuan immortal manner is a day outside. 6,000 years outside is 1,000,000 years inside. Who can live for so long? Fang Han shook his head. Even immortals can't live for 1,000,000 years. This person can't be an immortal, right? He's definitely not an immortal, but an expert at the longevity secret realm can change the flow of time. Moreover, maybe the flow of time is only in this hall? The time inside the 3 Xianpin doors may be the same as outside, Yan guessed. Even if I tell you my name, you may not know it. You're from the demon sect, right? You cultivate the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique? That's a superior mystique, but the Wood Emperor's Gang Qi has been added with the spiritual Qi of the world tree, and the quality is even higher. That's rare. The mysterious person's voice sounded. Fang Han knew that the other party was unwilling to say, so he didn't press. Senior, you're right. However, I'm not from the demon sect, but from the immortal Dao, a disciple of the Ascension Gate. I wonder if you've heard of the Ascension Gate? The Ascension Gate. That's right. There's such a sect. However, the Tai Gate is slightly bigger. Is the Tai Gate still the dominant force outside? The mysterious person thought for a moment before speaking. The Tai Gate is the dominant force, and its power is growing. Fang Han told him about the Tai Gate's intention to use merit to determine the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he told him about the power distribution of the 10 immortal Dao sects, the 7 demonic Dao sects, and the 5 demonic Dao sects. Huh? Using merit to determine the heavenly tribulation? Do you really think you're a god? You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious person snorted coldly, which made Fang Han happy. Of course, I don't think so either. Fang Han went along with the mysterious person's words. I was also framed by the Tai Gate, so I entered the Taiyuan immortal manner. What a pity, what a pity. The mysterious person suddenly sighed. Senior, what's a pity? Fang Han didn't understand why the mysterious person suddenly sighed. I'm lamenting that you were trapped to death in the main hall of the Taiyuan immortal manor. Don't be so excited just because you obtained someone else's Jing Dan. You thought you could master 28 different mystiques. However, I saw the Jing Dan's owner, Fairy Huiyun, using up her lifespan 1 year after another. Finally, she died in despair. It's a pity that you had the sapling of the world tree, and your future was limitless. However, you died here. When your lifespan comes to an end, pain, despair, and terror will surge into your heart like a tidal wave. With just a few words, the mysterious man described a sense of despair. You still have 900 years of lifespan. It may seem long, but it's only a moment. Is there really no way out? Fang Han asked calmly. If there was a way out, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? The mysterious person's tone was filled with helplessness. The Taiyuan Immortal Venerable was indeed one of the few outstanding figures in the primordial age. Moreover, the core of this immortal manor is an immortal weapon. Even if I have the ability to reach the heavens, I can't leave the Xianpin door. If I were in the main hall, I would be able to leave. However, your cultivation is too weak. The core of this immortal manor is an immortal weapon? Then why hasn't anyone come to snatch it? Fang Han was shocked. Logically speaking, when an immortal weapon was born, it would definitely be snatched by countless people. No matter how powerful this immortal matter was, it couldn't withstand the crazed cultivators. Of course, there will be people who will come to snatch it. However, they are all trapped here. Forget it. Since I can't leave, I'd better cultivate. Fang Han sat down cross-legged again and calmly circulated his dermic powers. The mysterious person who had just appeared was just an interlude in his life. The most important thing in his life was still cultivation. Oh? Seeing that Fang Han was so calm, the mysterious person was also amazed. Your cultivation of the Wood Emperor's Xianxia has reached great success. However, because your progress is very fast, you lack a kind of arrogance. Therefore, there are great obstacles in comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang. Moreover, you previously relied on elixirs to improve your physical body. You lack the understanding of life force. Since I'm bored, I'll give you a hand and let you comprehend the Tao of Yin and Yang. Otherwise, if you were to rely on yourself to comprehend it, it would take at least 360 years. This is also the drawback of your rapid progress in the past. Perhaps there is a way for me to escape from this predicament in your body. A powerful thought swept out from the Xianpin door and rushed into Fang Han's mind without any warning. Yan felt it the most. When the powerful thought broke through the air and flew over, it almost instinctively wanted to block it. However, it was simply too late to do so. Puchi, Fang Han was cultivating when he suddenly felt that unbelievably terrifying thought enveloping him and entering his mind. This powerful thought was a sword. It was shaped like an incomparably ancient sword of Tao that seemed to be able to cut through the chaos of heaven and earth. As soon as it flew into his mind, it slashed through the air. Instantly, the condensed spiritual power and mental power in his mind, as well as the sea of Xianxia, were split in half. It was as if his body had been split in half, but Fang Han did not feel the slightest pain. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. Dividing Yin and Yang is not so simple. You have to use an extremely strong mental power to cut through the shackles. Your mental power is sharp enough, but it is not enough to kill. Let me ask you something. With a sharp blade in hand, why not slaughter people? When the sword was divided, the other party's voice was transmitted. With a sharp blade in hand? Why not slaughter people? When Fang Han heard the other party's interrogation, it was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the confusion in his heart. Then, a sharp sword appeared in his mind and slashed at him. The Tao of Yin and Yang, split into two. Relying on his sudden enlightenment, Fang Han fully operated his Wood Emperor's Xianxia. His entire body was glowing with green light. However, one kind of green was emerald green. The other kind of green was light yellow, like a bud. The original Wood Emperor's Xianxia was split into two. One was extremely strong and masculine, while the other was feminine and beautiful. It was like a willow branch in the spring breeze, graceful and beautiful. The Yin and Yang Xianxia were both transformed from the Wood Emperor's Xianxia. That mysterious person forcefully used his thoughts as a sword to cut through his mind and divide his mental power. This method was equivalent to a severe warning. It helped Fang Han break through the side door and see the results. Of course, Fang Han was also a person with good comprehension. With this severe warning, he immediately understood the extreme change of Yin and Yang and the dual Qi origin formula. Gradually, he turned his enormous Xianxia into Yin and Yang, possessing two unique attributes. Furthermore, Yin and Yang intertwined, gradually brewing a trace of spirituality and wisdom. The Wood Emperor's Xianxia continued to operate. A month passed. 3 months passed, 7 months passed, a year passed, more than a year passed. Fang Han remained motionless, comprehending the profound principles. The world tree provided him with surging primal qi, increasing his dermic powers again. Gradually, the Yin and Yang Xianxia of the Wood Emperor suddenly condensed again and transformed into the models of a man and a woman. The man wore a green wooden robe and a 9-dragon crown. The woman wore a bud-yellow Taoist robe and a phoenix crown. However, her face could not be seen clearly. Only her true majesty was revealed. As soon as the figures of the man and woman were formed, Fang Han's dermic powers suddenly increased. Just like when he took the demonic life reduction pill, it rose steadily and surged everywhere. The sound of galloping horses could be heard in the air. His original strength of 50,000 galloping horses had increased to 100,000 galloping horses. After entering the yin-yang state, Feng Han's dermic powers doubled. 100,000 galloping horses. Good, the Wood Emperor's spirituality. The Tao of Yin and Yang has been formed. 30 years of hard work is not as good as a teacher's guidance. I actually managed to enter the 4th level of the Abhijna realm in just a year. If not for Senior's guidance, I don't know when I would be able to comprehend Yin and Yang. Thank you, Senior. Feng Han stood up and moved his hand slightly. A stream of Gang Qi shot out from his fingers and condensed into a lion. This lion was exactly the same as the lion of the Heavenly Lion Grand Technique. However, the lion of the Heavenly Lion Grand Technique was milky white, while Feng Han's was green. The Gang Qi was different. He was using the Wood Emperor skill to imitate the Heavenly Lion Abhijna. However, the only similarity was that this green lion was extremely lifelike. It walked around in the air, its fur standing on end. Occasionally, it would let out a soft roar, shocking all the beasts. It was truly a lion with intelligence. Its intelligence was no different from an ordinary lion's. Change. 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 Feng Han shouted 3 times in a row. The Siam lion shook its body and rolled over, turning into a huge python that looked like the black water king snake. It hissed and flicked its cyan tongue. Its fangs were ghastly as it looked for someone to swallow. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one's Gang Qi reached the 4th level of the Abhijna realm and developed intelligence. At this time, the Gang Qi and dermic powers were incomparably exquisite. The same dermic powers of a wild horse could defeat 3 to 5 Gang Qi cultivators with the Gang Qi of a wild horse. This was the difference in the quality of Gang Qi. The strength of 100,000 wild horses. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such powerful dermic powers at the 4th level of the Abhijna realm. Usually, those at the 4th level of the Abhijna realm who comprehend Yin and Yang would have around 5,000 to 6,000 dermic powers. You must have taken some kind of elixir, right? The mysterious man's voice sounded again. At the 5th level of the Abhijna realm, only the celestial realm had the strength of 10,000 wild horses. At the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, it was usually 5,000 to 6,000 dermic powers. At the 3rd level of the Gang Qi realm, it was 1,000 to 3,000 dermic powers. At the 2nd level of the True Qi realm, it was 300 to 800 dermic powers. At the 1st level, it was 80 wild horses to 200 to 300 dermic powers. Feng Han now had the strength of 100,000 wild horses. It was such an anomaly that even the mysterious man was surprised. 100,000 wild horses was close to the dermic powers of Jin Dan experts. However, it was far from the quality of a Jin Dan expert's mana. The quality of a Jin Dan expert's mana was simply too high. With only 10,000 horsepower, he could defeat Feng Han's 100,000 horsepower. After all, there was a gap of 3 cultivation levels between them. This junior has consumed the Dharma Saint's relic before. Feng Han did not hide anything. I even used the grafting technique to graft all the mana of a Blackwater Kingsnake. Dharma Saint relic? This kind of medicinal pill was no small matter. It required the origin of a Jin Dan expert to successfully refine it. You've had quite a fortuitous encounter. As for the art of grafting flowers on trees, that's a huge risk. Why are you in such a hurry? He wants to take revenge, right? The mysterious man guessed correctly. That's right. It's because I had a 10-year agreement with someone, and that person is now a transcendent level 10 expert. Within 10 years, I can't catch up to him even if I fly. Feng Han told him about the grudge between himself and Hua Tiandu. He also told him about how Hua Tiandu had obtained the orthodoxy of the Panwu Immortal and possessed a Dao artifact. Anyway, he was bored in this hall. Both of them were trapped. It could be said that they were in the same boat. Oh? This is getting more and more interesting. You dare to challenge such a person before cultivating to the transcendent level? The Panwu Immortal was also a powerhouse. Although he did not become an immortal, his mana was strong. 10,000 years ago, he was one of the top figures in the Xianxia Great World. I can imagine how strong the person who obtained his orthodoxy was. The mysterious man laughed and felt that Feng Han's courage was commendable. Thank you for your praise, senior. Alright, your lifespan is only 900 years. Every year you pass is a year less. However, I helped you just now. It saved you at least 100 years of hard cultivation. You improved too quickly in the past, and it took a lot of effort to comprehend at the crucial moment. You can't improve even an inch. You must pay attention to this in the future. I hope you can cultivate to the celestial realm quickly and increase your lifespan by 800 years. You can live a little longer and talk to me. Otherwise, you'll die soon. The mysterious man seemed to be tired. Alright, you can cultivate by yourself. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can ask me. Good fellow. With such a person around, it's no less than the Ascension Gates sect master personally teaching you. Yen patted his claws. It seems that our hope of escaping is also on this person. I've just reached the Yinyang realm. I need to rest for a long time before I can reach the peak. Fortunately, I have plenty of time. Fang Han nodded. Logically speaking, after breaking through, one's cultivation would be refined inch by inch. If one wanted to reach the Yinyang realm, they would have to cultivate for a long time. Just as Fang Han was forced to enter the Taiyuan immortal abode, the Ascension Gate also caused a huge uproar. Heaven's punishment platform of the Ascension Heavenly Palace. Master Qianxia, Elder Tiangong, Heavenly Core Elder, Imparting Elder, Heavenly Book Elder, Sky Crane Elder, and other elders of the sect were gathered. These elders were all experts of the 9th and 10th level of the Transcendent Realm. Their Tao was boundless, and their abilities were vast. Among them, Elder Qianxia had already stepped into the secret realm of longevity. They had the power to punish and kill. This power was enough to turn the world into a mess. The Ascension Gate was indeed one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the world. It was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Qingxue, Hua Tiandu, and the other core disciples were now in the Heaven's Punishment Hall. They were facing the elders and recounting what had happened. The two of them attacked each other. Master Qianxia, Hua Tiandu forced Fang Han to death, causing the Ascension Gate to lose another genius. Geniuses are rare. As the leader of the core disciples of our sect, Hua Tiandu should be like an elder brother and love his juniors. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used his dermic powers to bully the kind and suppress the geniuses. He doesn't have the dignity of an elder brother. Elders, please deal with him. Fang Qingxue's voice was cold. Hua Tiandu, what do you have to say? Fang Han's achievements are indeed gratifying. He killed 7-leaf demon lord and took the blade of blood. He even used the 5 Hell King cauldron to capture the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate. This has greatly increased the prestige of our sect. Master Tianqing's face was colder than Fang Qingxue's as he looked at Hua Tiandu. The surrounding grand elders exchanged glances with each other. They were also pleased with what Fang Han had done. The Greater One sect was too powerful. In recent years, they had become increasingly tyrannical and domineering, and even had the potential to unify the immortal Tao. It was not appropriate for these elders to step forward to suppress them, but it was most appropriate for a small disciple like Fang Han to do so. Besides, Fang Han had obtained 2 powerful Dharma treasures. If he added them to the Ascension Gate, it would increase their strength by a lot. Now, it was all for naught. It was really heartbreaking. I don't want to argue with Junior Sister Fang, but since Junior Sister Fang said that Fang Han is good, I'll send someone to argue with Junior Sister Fang. Hua Tiandu didn't say anything. He waved his hand and a gust of wind rolled up, bringing in a few people from the outside. They were Fang Qingwei, Xiaoshi, Yi Nantian, and Yuan Jiankong, the 4 inner disciples who had a grudge against Fang Han. Qingwei, tell me. Is Fang Han a good person or a bad person? Junior Sister Qingxue is your sister, so I think you won't lie. This time, you also went overseas. How fierce is Fang Han? Tell me. Hua Tiandu's methods were impressive. He actually used Qingwei to argue with Fang Qingxue. This move was something that no one could say. Fang Han has a strong demonic nature. He cultivates demonic arts and is lawless. He kills everywhere. He is no different from those big devils. Sister, don't be fooled by Fang Han. Otherwise, with his original identity, he was just a servant of our family. How could his cultivation progress so fast? It must be the demonic sect elders who taught him demonic arts. Qingwei glanced at her sister and was a little hesitant. However, when she glanced at Hua Tiandu, her courage was boosted, and her voice became louder and louder. Is this how you talk to me? Fang Qingshua's face was cold. Sister, I didn't fabricate this matter. Xiaoshi. Today, you are lucky enough to meet so many elders. Tell me about your irreconcilable hatred. Qingwei became more eloquent. Puff. Xiaoshi knelt down and burst into tears. Elders, you must uphold justice for me. Fang Han has a wild ambition. He killed my father. At this moment, my mother, who is cultivating an exquisite paradise, doesn't know about it. If she knew, I don't know how sad she would be. Fang Han is deliberately provoking the relationship between Ascension Gate and Exquisite Paradise. Xiao Bai, the Nightless Island Lord, was Xiaoshi's father. He was killed by Fang Han. This hatred was naturally irreconcilable. This matter. Master Tianqing also lamented the loss of a talent like Fang Han. However, Hua Tiandu's method was brilliant. He didn't speak, but let the juniors speak. Especially one of them, who was Fang Qingshua's sister. This matter was hard to say. No matter what, Hua Tiandu was reasonable. Plus, he had a special identity. With his powerful magic power, it wasn't easy to scold him. Tianqing, it seems that this matter is difficult for you to make a decision. At this moment, a deep voice was transmitted. When the elders heard this voice, their faces immediately changed. Hua Tiandu's face also changed slightly. Master Tianqing was the first to stand up. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, you have come out of seclusion? Sect Master. Many of the Grand Elders also stood up. The person who came was actually the Ascension Gate's Sect Master, the first person to master the White Sun Soaring Sutra. He was an ancient powerhouse and the supreme of the immortal Tao. Following the voice was a ball of light, a ball of clear light. It wasn't a person. The voice came from within the clear light. Tianqing, since you can't make a decision, let me do it. This ball of clear light was clearly the form of the Ascension Gate's Sect Master. Of course, please make a decision, Sect Master, many elders said respectfully. Fang Han is a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. Since he has killed the Demon Lord and captured the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is a genius. It would be a pity for the Ascension Gate to lose such a disciple. I believe that he won't die in the Taiyuan immortal abode. Therefore, we have to rescue him. Every true disciple of the Ascension Gate is our child. We have to know how to cherish them. Tiandu, do you know? The sect master's voice transmitted. Tiandu understands. But. Hua Tiandu hurriedly said. No buts. When you become the sect master in the future, the first thing you have to do is to protect the interests of our disciples. The sect master said, pass on my FAU. Inner disciple Xiaoshi will be expelled from the Ascension Gate. Fang Qingwei will be demoted to a cat for 1 year due to her improper behavior. Yi Nantian and Yuan Jiankong will be demoted to rats for 3 years for attacking a true disciple. While he was talking, 3 rays of light suddenly shot out from the ball of clear light, shining on the bodies of Fang Qingwei, Yi Nantian, and Yuan Jiankong. The 3 of them cried out in pain. Then Fang Qingwei's body gradually shrunk and turned into a fat cat. Yi Nantian and Yuan Jiankong turned into 2 big gray rats. Sect Master. You have cultivated to such a level. You can actually change the form of matter at will. Have you reached the level where you can turn stone into gold and water into oil? Master Tianqing was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Fang Qingwei turned into a cat. That was a real physical transformation. She turned into a cat. Yuan Jiankong and Yi Nantian turned into rats. It wasn't a trick. It was a real physical transformation. They had turned humans into animals. They were real animals now. Sect Master, Fang Qingwei is my sister after all. It's really shocking that she was reduced to a cat. I hope Sect Master can maintain some dignity. Fang Qingxue was a lawless person, but she was still shocked to see several inner disciples being turned into a cat and a mouse. She felt a sense of awe towards the sect master of the Ascension Gate. Even Hua Tiandu was stunned as he stared blankly at the cat and the two rats. He could not believe that these three animals were still living people just a moment ago. They were the inner disciples of the Ascension sect and were experts that had the potential to break through to the transcendent realm. It doesn't matter. This is also a kind of tempering for them. The sect master of the Ascension Gate spoke, a mass of clear light swirling around him. As long as they can endure the loneliness of being animals and temper their temperament, it won't be difficult for them to step into the divine ability realm in the future. However, I'm warning them not to frame others casually in the future. Otherwise, it won't be just 1 year or 3 years, but they will be demoted to animals for life. Sect Master, you just said that you want to rescue Feng Han, but the Taiyuan Immortal Manor is full of dangers. Countless experts have been trapped inside. 10 years ago, an outstanding disciple of Exquisite Paradise, Fairy Huiyun, was trapped inside. Venerable Ling Long tried everything, but still failed to rescue her. Instead, she encountered danger several times. Elder Liang suddenly spoke respectfully. He was the father of Jin Shirtai, so he naturally couldn't stand Feng Han. Fairy Huiyun is a great expert of the Jin Dan realm with 7 levels of divine ability. She's the pillar of the sect's disciples. Moreover, the quality of her Jin Dan is extremely high. She has cultivated 28 types of divine abilities. Isn't such an achievement more important than a mere Feng Han? Why should our Ascension Gate suffer unnecessary losses for a mere Feng Han? His reasoning was reasonable and received the approval of a large portion of the elders. Liangzi, you don't have to say much. That day, you begged me to give you a Yinyang longevity pill for your son. Were you still not satisfied? Your son's cultivation base is useless. He took the heaven-grade medicinal pill that I worked so hard to refine, but his cultivation base is still in the true Qi realm. He really is a disappointment. As a father, you don't have any glory. You wasted one of my spirit pills for nothing. If this pill was given to Feng Qingxue, she would have already reached the Jin Dan realm. Yes, yes, yes. Scorching Sun Elder Jin Riley hurriedly lowered his head and retreated without saying another word. He could talk back to Master Tianxing, but there was nothing he could do in front of the headmaster. If he continued to talk back, the headmaster could still demote him to a rat. His supernatural power had only been cultivated to the 5th level of the celestial realm. He could only refine spiritual weapons. Fighting against an expert of the secret realm of longevity was suicide. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Ascension Gate, the sect leader had the power to kill the elders. If Master Tianxing wanted to deal with him, he would have to be impeached by the elders of the sect before he could be punished. But the sect leader didn't need to do that. The rules of such an immortal Dao sect were extremely strict. Senior apprentice brother sect leader, although Liangzi is selfish, what he said is not completely unreasonable. The Taiyuan Immortal Manor is indeed full of danger. It's a land of death. Venerable Immortal Ling Long's supernatural power is extensive, but she still couldn't save Fairy Huiyun, Elder Tiangong said. Elder Tiangong had an old-fashioned face. His position in the sect was extremely high, comparable to Tianxing. The sect leader was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, I naturally have my reasons. Why don't I say it directly? Qing Shui, did you obtain the supreme treasure of the Acheron Gate, Emperor Huangquan's decree? Acheron map? Acheron map. This item is no small matter. Rumor has it that Emperor Huangquan, an ancient demon, spent 3,000 years to refine it. He fused the holy river of Acheron, the water of oblivion, into it before he succeeded. Emperor Huangquan is ambitious. He wants to use this item to establish a cycle of retribution. It's the same as how the Tai Gate wants to use merit to determine the heavenly tribulation. Feng Qingxue is the reincarnation of the Lightning Mother. She already obtained the Dao artifact, the inextinguishable lightning talisman. Its power is unparalleled. If she obtains the Acheron map, how powerful will she become? This person really has a profound immortal fate and is born with great luck. It's a blessing for our Ascension Gate. It's also an opportunity for our Ascension Gate to become stronger in the future. A group of elders whispered to each other and started discussing. This matter was vaguely rumored, but no one was willing to believe it. Today, it was confirmed by the sect leader of the Ascension Gate. Sect leader, the Acheron map didn't fall into my hands. But Xianxia was stunned, then shook her head. She thought of Feng Han. But it might have fallen into Feng Han's hands, right? The sect leader chuckled softly. With this item, Feng Han was able to advance by leaps and bounds. He also cultivated the Yama's golden body. That's why he had so much confidence to challenge Tiandu in 10 years. Feng Han cultivated the Yama's golden body. Master Tianxing had long seen through it and reported it to the sect leader. For a powerful figure like the sect leader of the Ascension Gate, how could he not guess it? That should be the case. But before I see Feng Han, I can't confirm it. Feng Qingshui replied. Tiangong, now you understand why we're taking the risk, right? The sect leader smiled at Elder Tiangong. For the Acheron map, we can take the risk. This talisman is no less valuable than a big shot of the immortal realm. If we can use it for the Ascension Gate, it will be of great use in the future. Elder Tiangong immediately understood the sect leader's thoughts. Acheron's Gate used to be the #1 sect of the Devil Path. Now that it's scattered, many powerful figures have gone into seclusion. With this talisman, we can make them come out of seclusion. This is enough for us to use. Moreover, the unruffled love water in the Acheron map is the #1 holy water. It's very useful for refining pills. With it, we can capture Sky Demon, refine pills in large quantities, recruit disciples, and train them. In less than 5 to 10 years, the number of true disciples in the divine realm will double. That way, we'll be more confident in fighting against the Tai Gate. That's right. Right now, we don't have enough pills in the Ascension Gate. If we have enough pills, who knows how many true disciples in the divine realm will emerge. Also, the Acheron map seems to contain the various divine powers of the Acheron's Gate, especially the 5 Emperors' great demon divine powers. It's the pinnacle of the 5 elements. If you cultivate it successfully, it'll be much easier to condense the Jing Dan. Elder Tiangong was a little excited. Sect leader, if we rescue Feng Han, I hope you won't force him to hand over the Acheron map. After all, this is his immortal fate. We can't force it, Feng Qingshui said hurriedly. Humph. I rescued him from the Ascension Gate, and he owes me a debt of gratitude. What's the big deal about him contributing to our sect? Hua Tiandu snorted coldly, speaking with a strong sense of righteousness. Hua Tiandu, you obtained the orthodoxy of Panwu Immortal Venerable. Why didn't you contribute to the sect? Why didn't you contribute the Tao treasure to the sect? You even prepared to give 1,000 Jiazi divine pills to the Tai Gate. Why didn't you give them to the disciples of the Ascension Gate? Feng Qingshui seemed to be a little angry. Tiandu, don't express your opinion on this matter, the sect leader suddenly said. It's understandable that you're close to the Tai Gate. I know what you're thinking. However, the Tai Gate did exactly what you did, which led to the Ling Long's tribulation. Back then, Venerable Immortal Ling Long also obtained a Sky Demon Dao treasure. The Tai Gate forced her to hand it over, and the matter became more and more serious. As for Feng Han, he's a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. As his elders, we have the responsibility and obligation to rescue him. Which parents wouldn't risk their lives to save their children when their children are in danger? Which elders wouldn't be happy when their children earn money? Instead, they would rob their children of their money. Treating their disciples with the magnanimity of a parent is the magnanimity of an immortal Tao sect's elders. As for Feng Han, if he's willing to contribute to the Ascension Gate, he'll admit that he's a member of the Ascension Gate. Our sect will naturally give him enough feedback and focus on nurturing him. We'll shelter him from the wind and rain. If he's unwilling, we won't force him. The benevolent sect leader is invincible. Feng Qingshui said sincerely. At this moment, she was also full of respect for the sect leader. No matter what, she wouldn't betray the Ascension Gate in the future. If a sect leader could do this, and his disciple still betrayed him, then he'd be truly heartless and unscrupulous. Sect leader, when are you going to rescue him? Master Tianxing asked. Of course, the sooner the better. A day here is a year in the Taiyuan Immortal Abode. However, this matter can't be rushed, lest others take advantage of it. If we go out, the devil path experts, the sky demon, or the demon path experts will launch a large-scale attack. The consequences will be worrying, so we have to be well prepared. Now, let's have a meeting and see if there are any good ideas and suggestions. The sect leader decided on a strategy: yin and yang changes, the sun and moon revolves. In the main hall of the Taiyuan immortal abode, Feng Han kept circulating his gang qi. 2 balls of gang qi, one yin and one yang, changed in myriad ways in his hands. They revolved around his body, sometimes transforming into fierce tigers, flood dragons, pythons, turtles, red-crowned cranes, heavenly lions. He had already cultivated to the 4th level of the supernatural power, the yin-yang realm. If he could cultivate to the 5th level of the Deva realm, he would be able to refine spirit weapons and bestow them to the inner and outer sect disciples below him. He would be able to establish a force, rule over a region, and form factions. When he returned to the Ascension Gate, he would be a figure among the true disciples. With the Dharma power of 100,000 galloping horses, the blade of blood, the 5 Hells King cauldrons, and his hidden tricks, he would be on par with the Southern Wanro, Dongling Shao, Western Callan, and Bei Yaoguang. Although the 4th level of the supernatural power, the yin-yang realm, was amazing, it was actually just a transition. Only when one's gang qi understood yin and yang could one communicate with the Deva realm, form various formations, and truly reach a higher level. Extend one's lifespan. Refine various supernatural powers without true qi conflicts. Just like the physical body realm. The 4th level of the physical body realm, the hard and soft realm. The 5th level, the divine power realm. Only by comprehending the changes between hard and soft could one possess divine power. In this immortal abode, he had no idea how many years had passed. He nurtured his Dharma power to his heart's content. Every time he encountered difficulties in cultivation, he would ask that mysterious person. That mysterious person was also bored out of his mind. He would answer every question. However, he never told Feng Han about his origins. Just like that, the days passed. Feng Han's heart was as calm as still water. In an instant, 10 years had passed. What's yin and yang? 2 begets 3. It's yin and yang. What's a Deva realm? Mutual understanding, mutual verification, the condensation of all things, the synthesis of vitality, the bearing of plants, the operation of the sun and moon, the flow of wind and fire, the rotation of clouds, and the ceaseless flow of nature. That's a Deva realm. In the main hall of the Taiyuan immortal abode, 1 question and 1 answer were exchanged. It was Feng Han and the mysterious person who were answering each other. Feng Han was asking, and the mysterious person was answering. Every answer was profound and pointed directly at the key points of cultivation, causing comprehension to emerge in one's mind and spirit to undergo a metamorphosis. Cultivating supernatural powers was mainly about the transformation of one's mind. Cultivating one's physical body was about the transformation of one's physical structure. For those who cultivated supernatural powers, if they were enlightened with a single sentence, their Dharma power would immediately be reorganized and undergo a new transformation. If they were not enlightened with a single sentence, they would never progress. As for cultivating one's physical body, as long as one trained hard every day and had sufficient nutrition, they would be able to improve step by step every day. This was the difference between cultivating supernatural powers and cultivating one's physical body. Feng Han cultivated without knowing how many years had passed. In a trance, 10 years had passed. This time, he was really cultivating in seclusion. In such an immortal abode, what else could he do other than cultivate? He could not travel even if he wanted to. In these 10 years, Feng Han's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. Although he still had not reached the Deva realm, he had already cultivated the 4th tier of the supernatural powers, the yin-yang realm, to the point of perfection. With a casual movement of his qi construct, he could transform into various birds, beasts, insects, fish, forests, waves, mountains, and so on. The bright moon shines in the middle of the pine trees, the clear spring flows on the rocks. Change. Feng Han released his Wood Emperor's qi construct, which filled the entire hall and gradually transformed. It was as if a great painter was sketching out a painting stroke by stroke. First, it was a bright moon shining high in the sky like a silver plate, sprinkling its cold radiance. Then, it was a pine forest. Between the pine trees, the spring water gurgled and tinkled. There were even fish swimming in the spring water. A gentle breeze blew, and the pine trees rose and fell, whistling. It was a beautiful painting. Ah! The witch saw that the entire hall had transformed into a world of bright moon, pine trees, and clear spring water. She was in it, and it seemed both real and illusory. She hurriedly reached her hand into the clear spring water. As expected, she felt an icy chill. Wisps of spring water flowed through her fingers, delicate and lingering. Suddenly, she moved quickly and grabbed a fish swimming in the clear spring water. The fish was startled and immediately jumped up and down, splashing the water loudly. "This is real," the witch said in surprise. "It's fake. They're all formed by my Taoist chi construct. This is what I learned after comprehending yin and yang." Fang Han's voice sounded. Then, the bright moon, pine trees, spring water, and lively fish all turned into balls of air with a bang, and were absorbed into Fang Han's mind. "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to cultivate the fourth tier of the divine power, the yin-yang realm, to such a level in 10 years. That's really rare." When the mysterious man saw Fang Han's miraculous transformation, he couldn't help but praise. "It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the yin-yang realm in 10 years. If I cultivated outside, I might not be able to reach this level even after 10 years. Looks like my bold words of challenging Hua Tiandu in 10 years were indeed unreliable." Fang Han sighed. In the past 10 years, he had also thoroughly grasped and understood the verdant emperor skill. Because he had a good teacher, the mysterious man, who answered all kinds of difficult questions for him, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had made up for the disadvantages caused by cultivating too fast and built a solid foundation. After all, he had cultivated for 10 years, and the Taoist techniques he comprehended were not to be underestimated. During this time, he also comprehended the great cleaving technique. As soon as he reached the heaven realm, he would immediately cultivate it, and its power would be invincible. Although his dharmic powers didn't improve much, his understanding of cultivation had become an expert, and he had built a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Fang Han had been blessed by the heavens when he came to the Taiyuan immortal abode. Because in the Ascension Gate, he couldn't have received so much guidance. It wasn't that the elders of the Ascension Gate didn't teach him, but that they were all very busy. They had to cultivate all kinds of divine powers, refine pills, forge dharma treasures, and fight with the heavens for their lives. How could they have the time to patiently teach a disciple for 10 years? Even Hua Tiandu couldn't have been taught by the Ascension Gate's sect master Celestial Venerable. Even the demon marshal, whose father, the innate great emperor, taught him divine powers, couldn't answer all kinds of questions for 10 years. Sometimes, when he reached a dead end, he would have to think hard and break through the fog. That would waste a lot of life and time. For example, Fang Han's lifespan, although he had 900 years, practicing a few divine powers, collecting aura chi, and forging some dharma treasures would pass in a few hundred years. But now, the mysterious man was bored anyway, and he was giving guidance every day. That was a great benefit. The things that Fang Han found obscure before were all cleared up. That's nothing. Hua Tiandu received Pan Wu Celestial Venerable's legacy, so he's naturally very powerful. But you have the world tree, as long as you nurture it and wait for it to grow and truly connect to the immortal world, even Pan Wu Celestial Venerable won't be your match. The mysterious man laughed when he heard Fang Han lamenting the 10-year promise with Hua Tiandu. Even 100 million years won't be enough for the world tree to grow. Even the experts of the celestial race don't have that long of a lifespan. Yen suddenly spoke. Hee, you little dragon, you know about the celestial race. The mysterious man had talked a lot with Yen in the past 10 years. He also knew that this little dragon was the dragon vein of Acheron's sacred river. That's nothing. We even caught 2 celestial race members. Yen released the corpses of the 2 celestial race members. This time even the mysterious man's tone was full of shock. The celestial race has reappeared, the world is going to be in chaos. I didn't expect the celestial race war 10,000 years ago to shake the world. Many celestial venerables fell at that time, and Pan Wu Celestial Venerable also died in the hands of the celestial race. Clearly, the celestial race was extinct at that time. The celestial race has reappeared, and the world is in turmoil. Perhaps it's your chance to escape. Old antique? Yan teased. He called this mysterious man an old antique, but the other party wasn't angry. Instead, he enjoyed it. The mysterious man laughed again. You little dragon have some skills, but it's a pity that you've lost your power. I don't know when you'll be able to recover. However, the world tree was cut down by the ancestor sage king of the celestial race a long, long time ago. Then, it was completely shattered, and the fragments were scattered between heaven and earth. If you can collect those fragments one by one and integrate them into the sapling, you might be able to quickly recover some of the wonders of this tree. It'll save you some time to nurture it. Unfortunately, the celestial race's celestial power is very mysterious, and I can't comprehend the mystery within. This celestial power is fundamentally different from any other mystique. Fong Han suddenly had a thought. I wonder if Senior knows the origin of the celestial race's celestial power. Good question. If you had the celestial race's corpse, you should have told me earlier. Do you know why the ancestor sage king of the celestial race would cut down the world tree? The mysterious man was suddenly excited. Because the world tree is a fatal threat to the celestial race. Any celestial race that comes into contact with the world tree will be sucked clean, and not even dregs will be left. Because the celestial race was born from the most mysterious chi in heaven and earth. It's the same as the spirit chi in the immortal world. It's the nourishment of the world tree. You can't absorb the celestial power directly, but after being nourished and transformed by the world tree, you can use it. Although it can't increase your dharmic powers, it can give you a deeper understanding of the essence of the world. From there, you can enter the celestial race mystic realm faster. The connection between heaven and man is that simple. Haha, so that's how it is. It's like a person can't eat shit directly, but if you use it to water vegetables, the vegetables can be eaten when they grow up. Yen laughed. I've been studying how to absorb the celestial power, but I didn't think it would be so simple. Fong Han, give it a try. Fong Han had already understood. He hurriedly urged the world tree between his eyebrows to shoot out its roots and take root in one of the celestial race corpses. Instantly, the corpse shriveled up, as if it had been sucked dry of all blood. Fong Han could sense the celestial power being absorbed by the world tree, fusing into the tree's body. It was as if it had been greatly replenished. The leaf that he had given to the demoness had sprouted new shoots. In the past 10 years of cultivation, the devilish woman had refined the leaf and successfully cultivated true energy. Although she was still some distance away from reaching the third level of the divine ability, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Her strength had reached the level of 800 galloping horses. Oh, so this is the celestial power. As expected, Fong Han sensed a tiny and mysterious strand of celestial power being transmitted from the world tree and absorbed into his mind. Instantly, it was as if a nearsighted person had put on a pair of glasses, and the entire world became clear to him. He seemed to see the world filled with celestial power, as well as all kinds of energy. Some could be absorbed by the human body, while others would be harmful. When the celestial power entered his mind, his strength didn't increase, but a window opened in front of him, making the world clearer. The mountains and rivers of the world were all made up of tiny celestial power particles. There was a mysterious pattern to the composition of each of them. It was something called a formation. The boundary between heaven and man, the understanding of heaven and man, seemed to have been broken at this moment. He, who had reached the greater yin-yang realm, had a new understanding. How is it? The celestial race is no small matter. Their celestial power can broaden your vision and improve your cultivation. You've already opened half a window. If you cultivate carefully for a few years, reaching the 5th level of the divine ability realm won't be difficult. At that time, your lifespan will be greatly increased. At the same time, you'll be able to decompose that Jin Dan and have 28 divine abilities. The mysterious man clicked his tongue in admiration. Even I wasn't as lucky as you when I was your age. What kind of luck is this? I got a Dao artifact, but it was damaged. I got the world tree, but it's a fragment. I'm still trapped in this Taiyuan immortal matter, neither alive nor dead. I don't know when I'll be able to get out. I'm fine, but the witch has run out of food and water. She's at the end of her rope. In a few years, her fate will be bleak. Hearing the mysterious man say that he was lucky, Feng Han shook his head. Because he saw that the witch had run out of food and water. Her Yuanying pill, life-extending Jing Dan, and blood pill had all been consumed. Although there were still some heaven pills left, it was not enough to last her for another 10 years. As for the 6 solar holy water, there were only a few drops left. Although Feng Han had the world tree to supply him with immortal world spiritual qi, the witch did not. If this continued, she would run out of food and water in another 10 or 20 years. And he did not know how long he would be trapped in here. 60 years? 260 years? 3 to 500 years? Or even die of old age here? Feng Han did not have the mysterious man's divine power. He would definitely die of old age first, and turn into dust like the skeletons in the hall. If I'd known this would happen, I would have stored more pills and water in the Acheron map. If the witch really couldn't hold on, I would have had to give her vital qi to keep her alive. Fortunately, Hua Tiandu took Long Xian away when we came in. Otherwise, there would have been another person, and it would have been even more difficult. Feng Han thought about it, and sat down cross-legged. He continued to cultivate and try to break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Then, he would break down the Jing Dan and cultivate the 28 divine powers. As for the corpse of the divine race, Feng Han did not intend to absorb it. After all, it would not increase his strength by much. Once he cultivated the 28 divine powers, he would see if he could refine the corpse into a pill to increase his lifespan. Senior, how many years do I have before I can step into the celestial realm? After cultivating for a while, Feng Han felt that his astral energy had reached perfection, and that he had fused with the power of the gods. He opened the window and tried to sense the celestial beings, but he still could not take half a step forward. Feeling that something was wrong, he asked the mysterious person. At least 5 years, at most 8 years. However, you've already cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique to the peak. If you continue to grind, it will indeed be very difficult for you to break through. Why don't you switch to other martial arts? Like your Yama Golden Body? You can cultivate it again. You have to know that the physical body is a treasure, and the cultivation of divine abilities depends on it. I feel that your physical body is a bit lacking, and it is not compatible with the Wood Emperor technique. You can try cultivating it. The mysterious man was insightful and often had strange ideas. After all, even Yan Han couldn't compare to him in terms of cultivation experience, let alone Feng Han. Cultivate the Yama Golden Body? Unfortunately, there was no Earth origin energy here. How am I supposed to cultivate? The reason I cultivate the Wood Emperor's gang energy is because of the world tree. Feng Han was stunned. It was not that he had never thought of cultivating the Yama Golden Body, but the first requirement was to absorb the Earth origin energy. If he couldn't sense the Earth origin energy here, there was no way he could cultivate it. It's fine. You can slowly communicate with the world tree. Maybe you can sense the Earth. If you can really sense it, then the impact of the Earth origin energy, the impact of the physical body, and the impact of the Dharma power can be a good way to break through to the celestial realm. The mysterious man patiently explained. All kinds of methods to break through to the next realm came out of his mouth, and Feng Han's mind was enlightened. Alright, then I'll listen to Senior and give it a try. Feng Han roused his qi and blood, and fiercely activated the Yama Golden Body. He tried his best to sense the Earth, trying to communicate with the celestial realm and summon the Earth origin energy. Inexhaustible insight, complete wisdom. I am holy and pure, a pure lotus. The palace was completely isolated from the outside world, but Feng Han could vaguely sense the outside world through the Tree of World. His senses were even clearer now that he had cultivated to the 4th level of the divine power, the Yin-Yang realm. Now that he started cultivating the Yama Golden Body, as expected, he seemed to feel a trace of the Earth origin energy, but he couldn't absorb it. Got it. Grabbing the trace of Earth origin energy, Feng Han's spiritual will snatched it like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It went deep into the world tree and spread out, wandering in a folded space. The world tree was very mysterious. The space and time of the hall were all one, isolated from the outside world, but the roots of the world tree could fold space and time, penetrating every opening. Feng Han's spiritual will, through the fold of space and time, also penetrated a trace. It was as if he had experienced a wonderful journey and benefited a lot. Feng Han found a trace of Earth origin energy, grabbed it, and pulled it into the roots of the world tree. Then, it was added to his body. For a moment, his body rippled with a translucent yellow crystal chi. This was the authentic Earth origin energy. The world tree is really amazing. The mysterious man praised. Feng Han didn't hear the mysterious man's words. He fully activated the Yama golden body and absorbed a large amount of Earth origin energy. The Earth origin energy around him became thicker and thicker. Another year passed. The Earth elemental energy on his body had formed into a yellow crystal shell, completely enveloping his body. Inside the shell, a tremendous amount of energy was surging, as if it was brewing a Herculean god. Among the 5 elements, with Earth as the center, it was the strongest and most vigorous. Among the 5 emperors' great devil powers, Huangdi's Earth's sovereign way was the most majestic and majestic. Feng Han was now preparing to blood bond with this divine power. The Yama golden body from before was only to train the physical body, not linked to Dharma power or genuine chi. Otherwise, it would explode, leaving nothing behind. Now, Feng Han listened to the mysterious man's advice. When he reached the Yin-Yang realm, he mixed the Earth origin energy and broke through to the celestial realm in an explosion. 2 years passed. The Earth origin energy around Feng Han's body was golden and dazzling. It was like a golden eggshell, with the aura of a mountain. It's time. Feng Han could feel that he had accumulated enough Earth essence and Earth Yuan Qi around him. After a moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth and absorbed it into his body, colliding with the Earth origin energy of the Wood Sovereign. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, there were a series of explosions in his body, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Especially the muscles on his body, which seemed to be about to explode and fall off, and the bones in his body were also exploding. In his mind, there were also banging sounds, like firecrackers. It was a shocking sight. What's wrong? The witch jumped up in shock. Anyone would think that Feng Han was about to explode and die. The collision of the Earth origin energy and the Wood Sovereign is dangerous, but he can turn the situation around. The mysterious man was also carefully observing Feng Han. I hope he can break through this stage. Just as the mysterious man was talking, the explosions in Feng Han's body suddenly stopped. Above his head, 2 streams of air rushed out. One was pure yellow, and the other was pure green. They rushed down without stopping. The bloodstains on his body from the explosion had been washed away. Earth origin energy and Wood Sovereign energy, each in its place. Earth origin energy to the liver, Earth origin energy to the spleen. 5 internal organs, 5 elements, celestial being array. A chant erupted from his mouth. The 2 streams of Earth origin energy turned into a vortex. The vortex flowed like a nebula. It entered his body. The Earth origin energy entered his spleen, and the Wood Sovereign energy entered his liver. The 2 vortexes were arrays. They were arrays formed by Earth origin energy. At this moment, Feng Han broke through the celestial being boundary and stepped into the 5th level of the divine power, the celestial being realm. From now on, he could refine spiritual weapons. If he obtained heavenly treasures, he could even refine treasured weapons. He could even be called a perfected person. The liver was wood, the spleen was earth, the heart was fire, the lungs were metal, and the kidneys were water. As soon as he broke through to the celestial being realm, he cultivated the Wood Sovereign energy into a large array and hid it in his liver, and the Earth origin energy into a large array and hid it in his spleen and stomach. However, Feng Han's Wood Sovereign energy was much more profound, and the Earth origin energy was just condensed. The difference between the 2 was huge. However, the Earth origin energy array completely activated the functions of the liver and spleen. In an instant, Feng Han's physical strength skyrocketed. Waves of energy surged out of his pores, causing sonic booms to ring out everywhere. His body moved slightly in the hall, creating afterimages everywhere. He was like a flying sword, shooting out waves of energy. His speed was inconceivably fast. This was the strength of his physical body. The Earth origin energy was condensed into a large array and entered the body. This was the reason why his lifespan was increased by 800 years. A celestial being realm expert. The fifth level of the divine power was no small matter. It was also a qualitative change in the divine power realm. However, when the earth origin energy and wood sovereign energy entered his body, Feng Han clearly felt that the 5 elements in his body were out of balance. The wood sovereign energy was the heaviest, followed by the spleen, and finally the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Vermilion bird flag. With a thought, the vermilion bird flag, the treasure left behind by Fairy Huiyun, flew up. Feng Han washed it with Acheron's holy water. Immediately, endless flames shot out from the flag. Yen! Lend me a hand! Feng Han shouted, and Yen attacked at the same time. The flames of the vermilion bird flag changed drastically, and slowly condensed into 2 noble figures of an emperor and a lady. The emperor and lady both held fire scepters in their hands. They were in the shape of the Red Emperor and the Fire Emperor. In an instant, Feng Han had cultivated the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Qi. The 2 emperors gradually formed a large array. The fire pattern shrank and entered the heart of his body. Rumble. Feng Han felt that the function of his heart was incomparably strong. Every beat could shatter steel. Wonderful. Originally, to cultivate the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Qi and gather the flames of heaven and earth, it would take me at least 60 years of hard work. Now that I have dissolved the vermilion bird flag and obtained the fire essence, I can save a lot of cultivation. Feng Han thought to himself. Following which, he took out the Jin Dan. It was time to dissolve the Jin Dan. A vermilion bird flag and fire essence. Back when Fairy Huiyun was refining it, she had wasted countless treasures and years of hard work. Now that Feng Han had stolen all her hard work, it was as good as a free lunch falling from the sky. However, the vermilion bird flag wasn't a free lunch. The one who reaped the most free lunch was the Jin Dan. This Jin Dan of Fairy Huiyun contained 28 mystiques. Each mystique required years of hard work. For example, the Black Sun Hurricane required one to go to the dangerous outer space to absorb the destructive power of the Black Sun Hurricane. According to the Taoist mystic arts, one had to train hard for close to 100 years to succeed. Even if Feng Han had learned the Black Sun Hurricane's blood bond, he would still have to train hard for 100 years. And now, all he had to do was extract the Black Sun Hurricane's mystique and refine it himself. It would be extremely powerful, even more powerful than Zhao Xuani's mystique. Fairy Huiyun's mystiques were originally superior to Zhao Xuani's. And this was just the Black Sun Hurricane's mystique. The Jin Dan contained mystiques such as the Great Sun Fire, Changchun Mystic Arts, Mystic Hook Dao, Earth Soul Mountain Driving Art, Blessings Art, etc. Each of them was extremely difficult to master, but they were extremely beneficial. Each of these mystiques required at most 100 years, and at least 20 to 30 years. It would take 60 years to master. Fairy Huiyun's lifespan was more than 1,000 years. She had used nearly 80% of her lifespan to master the Jin Dan. It was evident that she had put in a lot of effort and hard work over 1,000 years. But now, it had landed in Feng Han's hands. It had become a wedding dress for someone else. 1,000 years of hard work. All of it had been stolen. The moment Feng Han took out the Jin Dan, his psyche surged in his mind. His eyes shot out a blinding beam of light that shot into the Jin Dan. His Wood Emperor's astral energy condensed into a massive array and fused into his liver. As his eyesight was enhanced, he could release a soul-stirring boldness. The stronger the liver, the brighter the eyes. This was also the reason why people with poor eyesight often ate animal livers. Among Feng Han's organs, his liver was the most powerful. After all, the Wood Emperor's astral energy was a mystique that he had cultivated for so many years. It suppressed everything. Even the newly cultivated Fire Emperor's astral energy was far inferior to it, let alone the Earth Emperor's astral energy. Essence Qi shot out from his eyes and exploded on the Jin Dan. However, the entire Jin Dan remained motionless. That was until Yen Wan let out a dragon roar. The Acheron map turned into a billowing fog that enveloped the Jin Dan. The Jin Dan that contained 28 great mystiques began to disintegrate and melt. Now, Feng Han and Yen Wan were sky-human realm experts. They were at the 5th level of the mystique and could conjure all sorts of massive arrays. Although Fang Han had just entered the sky-human realm and had yet to fully condense the 5 elements, it did not stop him from operating the massive array to help Yanwen. Yanwen was a wily old dragon with profound demonic arts. With the help of the Acheron map, it was not difficult for him to disintegrate the Jin Dan. Especially since the owner of the Jin Dan was already dead. If the owner of the Jin Dan was not dead, the Jin Dan would explode with just a thought. Even the experts of the longevity secret realm could not refine it. But now, it was a dead object for Fang Han and Yanwen to torment as much as they wanted. A few months had passed. Suddenly, one day, the yellow clouds on the Acheron map suddenly dispersed and rolled everywhere. Amidst the yellow clouds, there were 28 massive arrays. They suddenly appeared. Every formation was filled with surging and turbulent power. Every great array contained a kind of divine ability law, a divine ability that even an expert would have to painstakingly cultivate for 100 years to be able to cultivate. Fang Han, why don't you infuse your magic power into it and refine it one by one? Make it your own mystique. Yanwen roared. All right. This time, Fang Han did not hesitate. In his mind, the cultivation methods of the 28 mystiques flashed quickly. These days, he had been studying the Jin Dan and already knew how to cultivate the various mystiques inside. Moreover, there was the guidance of the mysterious person. He opened his mouth and spat out 28 streams of air. They were all pure spiritual power. The moment they touched the 28 arrays, they immediately seeped in and started cultivating according to the mantra. Fang Han had the ability to multitask. Now that he was cultivating 28 mystiques at the same time, it was a natural process. Of course, it was also because the framework of the 28 mystiques were there. Fang Han just had to live in it. Unlike others who cultivated mystiques, every brick and tile had to be baked and built by themselves. After 8 days and 8 nights, the 28 arrays shone like stars. Suddenly, they shrank and jumped, turning into images that entered Fang Han's mind. Rumble. A boundless hurricane surrounded Fang Han's body. His spiritual power rose again and again. The power of 100,000 galloping horses had multiplied, as if he had taken the insane demon longevity pill. 200,000. 300,000. 500,000. Finally, the surge of spiritual power stopped. Fang Han felt that his spiritual power had increased by 5 times. The 28 mystiques all entered his mind. Even the original 3-headed lion tattoo on his body had completely melted, condensing into one and turning into the mystique of the heavenly lion art. It entered his mind together. However, he did not disperse the 28 mystiques into his internal organs. This was because his cultivation was mainly based on the 5 emperors and demons. In the future, when he condensed the Jin Dan, it would also be based on the 5 emperors and demons. When he condensed the Jin Dan, it would not be 28 mystiques, but 30, 50, or even more. At that time, the Jin Dan that was condensed would be even more powerful. The more mystiques and treasures were included, the more powerful the Jin Dan would be. This was an inevitable phenomenon. TSK, you're only at the heaven realm. Ordinary experts have the power of 10,000 galloping horses, but you have a full 500,000 horsepower. Compared to those people, you're 50 times more powerful. Looks like you're indeed a proud son of the heavens and can be considered someone with great immortal fate. As long as you can get out, there's some hope for the longevity mystic realm, the mysterious man said. It was impossible for ordinary people to cultivate to the longevity mystic realm. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, it would not be possible. Even if Fang Han had so many fortuitous encounters now, he only had some hope. How could it be so easy to become an eternal powerhouse? Great perseverance, great wisdom, great luck, great fortune, none of these could be missing. We've been here for 15 years now. It's about 15 days outside. You've cultivated to the heaven realm in 15 years. Your progress is indeed fast. Yan saw that Fang Han's mystiques had reached the large success stage, and he had 31 mystiques. He was almost comparable to him and could not help but sigh. The Wood Sovereign, Earth Sovereign, and Fire Sovereign had 3 mystiques and 28 mystiques on the Jin Dan. Originally, the Heavenly Lion Great Dharma was also a type of divine power. However, the Golden Core contained the Heavenly Lion Great Dharma. Therefore, Feng Han had fused Zhao Dian, Yu Fen, and Xia Yu's 3 intrinsic heavenly lions into it. These 3 natal heavenly lions might seem powerful to others, but compared to the Jin Dan's heavenly lion great technique, they were far inferior. After all, Fairy Huiyun was a Jin Dan expert. How could the heavenly lion great technique that she had cultivated be comparable to 3 Tai Gate disciples? I'll cultivate the great cleaving technique after I've cultivated the 5 emperor's great fiends. I'll have 34 mystiques. Among the disciples of the Ascension Gate, I'm afraid that other than Hua Tiandu, no one else will be my match. Feng Han let out a long roar and was filled with pride. There's still Feng Qingxue. Yan reminded him. Is there any way to get out? Feng Han asked the mysterious man. No. The mysterious man answered straightforwardly. You've cultivated to the longevity secret realm. Perhaps you can give it a try. But now, it's far from enough. Even if your dermic powers were 10 times stronger, it would still be useless. Of course, once this little dragon regains its strength, it can get out. Then there's no other way. Feng Han sat on the ground. At this moment, outside the Taiyuan immortal abode, lightning flashed. A woman in white descended from a thundercloud. It was Feng Qingxue. There were also a few disciples of the Ascension Gate. It was Callan, Long Xian and a few other female true disciples. As soon as these disciples landed and stood properly, they said, "We respectfully welcome the sect master." A ball of clear light appeared above their heads. Sect master, senior apprentice brother Feng Han has been trapped for 16 days. That's 16 years in the immortal abode. I wonder if he's still alive. No matter who it is, it's impossible to go without food and water for 16 years. Long Xian was a little anxious. 15 years. An ordinary person would have starved to death. But I've used the 9 palaces art to calculate. Feng Han's fate is not yet sealed. He should still be alive. He might have another way to survive. Who knows, he might have other adventures in the Taiyuan immortal abode. The Ascension Gate sect master's voice was very mysterious. 9 palaces art. Callan heard the sect master's words and frowned. She knew that the longevity secret realm's experts could see through the mysteries of the heavens and sense many things. But this was not something the divine secret realm's people could achieve. This time, she followed the sect master to the Taiyuan immortal abode to see the sect master's divine powers. The Ascension Gate's sect master was rarely seen. Even with Callan's status, she could not often ask for advice on Dao techniques. Most of the time, she had to figure it out by herself. This time, she followed the sect master to find a rare opportunity to ask for advice. It was also a rare experience to see the longevity secret realm's experts in action. Sect master, how are you going to do it? The light around the Taiyuan immortal abode is very powerful. Once its restrictions are activated, it will be very dangerous. Feng Qingxue looked around and used her mind to sense. The Taiyuan immortal abode was a huge force field. It moved slowly and steadily, like the rise and fall of the sun and moon. It had an irresistible rhythm. This immortal abode was close to nature and indestructible. Anyone who tried to shake it would be punished by nature. Feng Qingxue knew that she did not have the ability to shake the immortal abode. She was also eager to see what kind of divine powers the sect master had to shake nature. The sect master turned into a ray of light and suddenly expanded, illuminating the entire immortal abode with a pure green light. He seemed to be checking something. The restrictions around the Taiyuan immortal abode are nothing special. The Taiyuan light can't do anything to me. In fact, the various sects and clans had coveted this immortal mansion for thousands of years, and they had studied it deeply. The most powerful part of this immortal mansion was the 3 Xianpin doors in the depths of the main hall. They were evolved from a celestial artifact, and no one could move them. People from all the sects want to take this immortal abode and obtain this immortal weapon. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded. Long Xian nodded. Sect master, doesn't the Tai Gate have immortal weapons? Why don't you invite them out and work together to break this immortal abode and obtain the treasures inside? It is said that there are countless treasures, spiritual pills, and divine powers in this immortal abode. If any sect obtains it, their strength will increase greatly and they will become the number 1 in the immortal Tao. If the Tai Gate obtains it, they can destroy the Demon Tao and the Demon Tao. They can suppress the 9 gates of immortality and completely control the Xianhuang Great World. It's not that easy, Callan explained to Long Xian. The Tai Gate does have the power to break this immortal abode, but they have to use too much power. If they want to completely break this immortal abode, I'm afraid that 1 or 2 immortal realm cultivators will die. Most importantly, who would allow them to easily break it open and safely obtain the treasures within? I dare say that if the Tai Gate really makes a move, the 7 sects of the 7 gates of immortality, the experts of the 7 demonic Tao and the sect masters of the 5 demonic Tao sects would all join in. Even the other 9 immortal Tao sects wouldn't remain indifferent. When that happens, even the immortals won't be able to control the situation. The Tai Gate will also work for others. Fang Qingshui immediately agreed. Jiao Lan, you see it clearly, no one will let the supreme sect obtain the immortal mansion, even if the rest of the people obtain the treasures of the immortal mansion, they will also be besieged by the various sections. I'm afraid that some people have already set their eyes on the sect master. The 2 of you are both outstanding disciples of the Ascension Gate. You can see through all this. Very good, very good. You are not blinded by greed. The stronger your divine powers, the stronger your inner demons. Sometimes when you do things, it is inevitable that you lack consideration. Because when you have power, the first thing to consider is to use power to solve any problem. As for intelligence, agility, and intelligence, they were all placed aside. If this continued, it would be extremely dangerous. If he was careless, he would be killed. Remember, the stronger you are, the more careful you have to be. In the future, the Ascension Gate will rely on you to support everything. There will be talents in every generation, each leading for hundreds of years. The Ascension Gate's sect master warned earnestly. The stronger you are, the first thing to consider is to use power to solve any problem. That is indeed the case. Fang Qingshui listened, and the more she listened, the more shocked she became. Thank you for your guidance, sect master. Alright, I am going to use a great technique to break through the surrounding light. Pay attention to protect yourselves. The sect master seemed to have detected something just now. Sect master, if you make a move like this, will you also be attacked? What if others think that the Ascension Gate is plotting to obtain the immortal abode? A few female disciples hurriedly said. It's fine. I can't obtain this immortal abode alone. It's just to save the disciples. If the Ascension Gate made a big fuss, with all the immortal realm experts and grand elders coming together and using all kinds of Tao artifacts, it would be ambushed. But now, it won't be. The sect master laughed and brazenly made a move. As soon as he made a move, there was a boom. The entire immortal abode suddenly intersected with light and darkness. In the sky above the immortal abode, 2 suns appeared. One was white, and the other was black. One after another. They were constantly replaced. The immortal abode's restrictions were also completely activated. The Taiyuan light expanded violently and launched a counterattack. It was like millions of fierce horses, or even tens of thousands of fierce horses galloping. In the light, many golden-armored divine generals, giant guardian spirits, and great strength chiefs appeared. They all swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Their murderous aura was monstrous. It was as if millions of heavenly soldiers and generals had set up an inescapable net to destroy everything. Dong. 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 Among them, there was also a huge heavenly drum that sounded slowly. The sound waves came one after another. The overlapping heavenly drum. Callan was experienced and knowledgeable. She immediately recognized that this was a legendary ancient Tao artifact. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, the Immortal Tao army used it to boost their morale and increase their power to resist the Sky Demon's demonic sound. There were records of it in various worlds. Unexpectedly, when the Ascension Gate's sect master attacked the restrictions of the Taiyuan immortal abode, it triggered the attack of this heavenly drum. Clearly, this heavenly drum had fallen into the hands of the Taiyuan immortal venerate and was used as a line of defense for the immortal abode. Because the Ascension Gate's sect master was too powerful, even when Hua Tiandu attacked that day, it did not trigger this heavenly drum's counterattack. However, regardless of whether it was the primordial sunglow or the sound of the overlapping magnificence heavenly drum, once they came into contact with the black and white brilliance of the Ascension School's headmaster, they were all dissolved and penetrated inch by inch. What kind of mystique is this? Fang Xianxia asked Callan. This is the sect master's yin-yang vacuum Dao. It's extremely powerful and can transform into one qi, divide into two modes, fix the three forces, arrange the four phases, transform into the 5 elements, lock the 6 directions, move the 7 stars, embrace the 8 trigrams, move the 9 palaces, and suppress the 10 directions. Callan stared intently at the sect master breaking the restrictions of the immortal abode. Just as the Ascension Gate's sect master used his unparalleled mystique to break the light of the Taiyuan immortal abode, Fang Han also felt something strange in the main hall of the immortal abode. The entire main hall of the immortal abode rumbled and shook as if there was an earthquake outside. This awakened Fang Han from his cultivation. Logically speaking, the Taiyuan immortal abode was suspended in the air, so it was impossible for there to be an earthquake. What's going on? Fang Han was shocked. Your good luck is here. Someone outside is attacking the restrictions of the immortal abode. He's an extremely powerful expert. He wants to use his powerful dermic powers to tear a hole in the restrictions and let you out. The mysterious man was silent for a while as he observed the situation. After a while, he spoke. Who is it? Who wants to save me? This person is so powerful. Yin-yang void Dao. One of the primordial great mystiques. Although this person's strength is not as strong as mine, it won't be easy for me to deal with him. If I want to kill him, he can definitely escape. Looks like it's your Ascension Gate's sect master. He actually came to save you. Looks like it's good to have a big sect. With his mystique, it's really possible for him to tear a temporary hole and let you out. You have to be careful. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The mysterious man clicked his tongue in admiration. When Fang Han heard this, he immediately ordered, "Which, quickly enter the Imperial Cauldron. Let's grab this opportunity together. Senior. If I can get out, I'll definitely save you. I'll let you out. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. You reap what you sow. I believe in you." The mysterious man roared with laughter. Actually, back when Fairy Huiyun was trapped here, others came to rescue her. However, she did not have the world tree and was on her last legs. She died before anyone could rescue her. Boom. Boom. The sounds outside were incessant. Fang Han sat in the Imperial Cauldron, silently circulating his mystic arts. As long as there was an opportunity, he would immediately shoot out. At this moment, his dermic powers were not to be underestimated. He had 31 mystiques, so activating the Imperial Cauldron was a piece of cake. It was even larger than when the Sky Demon was in the Imperial Cauldron. However, this sound reverberated for a full 2 years. At this moment, Fang Han was also at the end of his rope. He was out of pills, water, and food. The witch in the Imperial Cauldron also had to rely on Fang Han's Yuan Qi to sustain herself. As for the 10 great Azuras and sword demon puppets in the Acheron map, they were already on the brink of death. Of course, Fang Han didn't have any more Yuan Qi to supply them. In these 2 years, Fang Han was highly focused, circulating his dermic powers and mystiques. His cultivation was also improving. He knew that only 2 days had passed outside. The restrictive spells of the Taiyuan immortal abode were powerful. Attacking it for half a month might not be effective. However, more than 10 years had passed inside. It was no wonder that Fairy Huiyun couldn't withstand it back then. Just as he was trying his best to hold on, a voice suddenly came from the chaotic void outside the hall. Is this Fang Han? I'm the sect leader. If you're not dead, answer me. It really is our sect master. He actually came to save me personally. Is there something fishy about this? Logically speaking, even though I'm a direct disciple, I shouldn't be that important. It's more likely that Hua Tiandu is involved. But that's not good either. Could it be that the secret of the Acheron map has been exposed? That must be it. Fang Xianxia suspected that the Acheron map is in my hands, and so did the other sect elders. That's why they came to save me. If that's the case, then it's worth considering. But it's better to go out than not. Rather than being trapped here, it's better to have a chance outside. In an instant, many thoughts arose in his mind. Fang Han thought of many things. At the same time, he kept weighing the pros and cons, imagining the various changes in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly said, "Your disciple is indeed Fang Han. Your disciple is still alive." Still alive. That's good. You don't have to worry. I didn't save you for the Acheron map. The Acheron map is your immortal fate. It belongs to you. Since you're a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate, the sect will protect you from harm. You have to protect your junior brothers and sisters like this in the future. This is the purpose of the Ascension Gate, a powerful immortal path sect. The Ascension Gate sect master's voice sounded, as if he knew Fang Han's worries. Thank you, sect master. As a disciple of the Ascension Gate, Fang Han naturally has to contribute to the Ascension Gate. After hearing this, Fang Han's last worry disappeared. He could feel in his mind that the Ascension Gate sect master's words were not false. Actually, with the sect master's status, there was no need to lie to him. Good. You've suddenly risen, and you have a great immortal fate. You didn't die in this Taiyuan immortal matter. I'd like to meet you. Alright, don't say anything now. Just wait and see. Later, I'll use my dermic powers to tear open a crack, and you'll have to crawl out. The crack would close in 1,000th of a second. If you don't grasp this opportunity, then you will never be able to come out. My divine ability is unable to enter the main hall of the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion, so I can only create this opportunity for you. The voice of the sect master of the Ascension Gate was clearly transmitted. The sect leader was actually able to tear apart the seal of the Taiyuan Immortal Matter. The Tao of Yin and Yang of the Void is invincible. Fang Han's heart tightened. His eyes focused as he stared at the chaotic chi flow outside the hall. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Once he missed this opportunity, he would be doomed eternally. The rumbling outside grew louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. Fang Han took advantage of this opportunity to secretly practice the Great Cleaving Technique. This was because he had sensed that when the sect leader attacked the immortal abode, extremely chaotic spatial energy had spread everywhere. The Great Cleaving Technique was one of the most powerful divine abilities of the demonic sect. It was also the most difficult to cultivate because it was difficult to absorb the power of space. Even an expert at the level of Jin Dan would have to painstakingly practice this divine ability for 1 or 260 years to cultivate. But now, an ancient giant like the sect leader of the Ascension Gate was forcefully attacking the Taiyuan immortal abode. Wherever he went, space would collapse. The power of space was extremely rich, and it was a great opportunity to absorb it for cultivation. Fang Han had not been able to cultivate the Great Cleaving Technique to the great mastery during his continuous cultivation, but he had achieved some minor success. As his fingers moved, black lines danced in the air, like a musical score, and played a symphony of death. This kind of power could not be compared to the Great Cleaving Technique simulated with the Wood Emperor's Gang Chi. This was the authentic Sky Demon divine ability, the power of space cutting. With one slash, it could kill gods and behead ghosts. It was unparalleled. In the sky of the outer realm, there were huge, desolate, and dead stars floating everywhere. But now, the dead silent star had become very lively. Countless heavenly demons were flying everywhere. Among them, there were also demon kings with powerful magic power. Their eyes were sharp, and their every move was filled with boundless majesty. In addition, some sky demon were flying in from the outer realm, and more of them were gathering. The outer realm was filled with Yin Qi, and demonic Qi filled the sky. It was as if this world had become a demonic realm. Rumble. At this moment, a force that could destroy heaven and earth was transmitted from the void. The void above one of the stars suddenly split open, as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing the sky apart, forming a door. Endless space storms shot out from the door. They were thousands of miles long, like a torrential river. On the spot, more than 100,000 sky demon were torn into the purest yuan qi by the space storms, and scattered everywhere. The rest of the sky demon were frightened out of their wits, and hurriedly flew away. The powerful demon kings lined up in a row, forming a guard of honor. Outside the door of the space storms, they were singing a demonic song loudly. Then, a tall demonic shadow walked out from the door of the space storms. The demonic shadow was about 33 feet tall, with a well-proportioned body and a handsome face. His hair was a fiery red color, and it fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a long robe made of flames, and an extremely pure yang qi was emitted from his body. "Greetings, demon god Jiao Yang," many demon kings said in unison, and suddenly knelt down in the air. The tall demonic shadow was actually a demon god. A supreme expert among the sky demon was equivalent to an expert of the immortal path in the immortal path. He could be called an ancient giant. Seven Leaf is dead? Killed in the blood and flesh quagmire? The blade of blood was also taken away? Demon god Jiao Yang asked about Seven Leaf as soon as he came out. Yes, demon god Jiao Yang. He was killed by a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, Fang Han. Now, Fang Han is trapped in the Taiyuan immortal abode, and the sect master of the Ascension Gate went to rescue him personally. A few powerful demon kings said in unison. I already know about this. Demon god Jiao Yang nodded. Fang Han killed my nephew, Seven Leaf, and destroyed the flesh swamp. Of course, I won't let him go. This time, I'll meet the sect master of the Ascension Gate and see if his Dao technique or my demonic technique is more powerful. Gather all the sky demon, and go through the returning void to the Xianxia Great World. When you get there, you'll meet the demon emperor of the Khanate demon sect, Xianxia. He'll arrange your whereabouts, hide you and provide vitality chi. 3 years later, during the immortal assembly of the 10 immortal path sects, I'll send a demonic decree. Just follow the decree. Yes, demon god. Lord demon god. The demon king said in unison. Demon god Jiao Yang nodded. He tore with his hands again, and another space gate was formed. Turbulent space storms were raging inside, but he stepped in without hesitation. Inside the Taiyuan immortal abode, Fang Han was paying close attention to the chaotic qi outside the immortal abode. Suddenly, the rumbling stopped, and an extremely tiny ray of light shot in from the chaotic qi. All right. Fang Han used all his might to activate the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron and shot it toward the ray of light. This ray of light was a small crack that the sect master of the Ascension Gate had created with the supreme dermic power of the yin-yang path of the vacuum. It gave the people inside the immortal abode a chance to escape from the silent hall. Only the sect master of the Ascension Gate had such a divine power. He was an immortal venerable of the 10 immortal path sects, an ancient giant. He could turn stone into gold, turn water into oil, and change matter. Only then could he tear apart the Taiyuan immortal abode's protective restriction. However, the sect master of the Ascension Gate could not enter the hall, so he could only create an opportunity for Fang Han. It was a pity that the mysterious person trapped in the Xianping Gate could not get out. In order to get the mysterious person out, the Immortal Path's number 1 gate, the ancient giants of the Tai Gate, had to come. They could only succeed if they used a supreme celestial weapon to break open the immortal abode. However, this might trigger a great war between the immortals and demons. Heaven and earth / void change. Fang Han seized the opportunity and flew out of the ray of light. As soon as he flew into the ray of light, he immediately felt the majestic space storms revolving around the royal cauldron. They wanted to hold the royal cauldron in place and then crush it. Although the 5 Hells royal cauldron was a peerless treasure, it was not a doctrine weapon. It did not have the Dharma. If it stayed in the space storms for too long, it would be damaged or even broken into pieces and turned into ashes. As for Fang Han and the Demoness, there was no need to mention them. However, Fang Han had comprehended the great cleaving art and cultivated it to lesser mastery. In the blink of an eye, he used it. Black lines revolved around the royal cauldron, absorbing the space storms. To cultivate the great cleaving art, one had to absorb the space storms. However, it was very dangerous to absorb them. If one was not careful, one's body would disintegrate and one would die. However, Fang Han had the world tree between his eyebrows to neutralize all kinds of harmful vital energy. Therefore, he had a layer of protection. Therefore, he could cultivate without fear. As he traveled, he absorbed many of the space storms and converted them into the great cleaving art. The great cleaving art was becoming more and more powerful. It even seemed to be forming a large formation. The mark of a great mastery of a divine ability was to form a large formation and circulate it continuously. Rumble, suddenly, the space storms became more and more violent. No one knew what was happening. Acheron map. At this critical juncture, Feng Han had an idea. He cooperated with Xianxia to activate the map of Underworld and wrap it around the 5 Hells King tripod. It immediately resisted the space storm and tried its best to escape. Feng Han did not know how much time had passed. It felt like years, but it also felt like an instant. Suddenly, Feng Han felt that there was a passage in front of him. He could vaguely see the outside of the passage. Even Feng Qingxue, Long Xian, Callan, and Feng Han could see it clearly. Feng Han is coming out? The sect leader's divine ability is indeed boundless. He can even save those trapped in the Taiyuan immortal matter. At this moment, Feng Qingxue, Callan, Long Xian, and a few other female true disciples were standing. They vaguely formed a formation, as if they were guarding against something. At the same time, they saw a vortex appear at the central gate of the Taiyuan immortal matter. In the vortex, a yellow cloud was rolling as if a trapped dragon was trying to break free. Knowing that Feng Han was using the Acheron map, they broke out in cold sweat for him. If Feng Han could not get out, he would be torn apart by the space storms. The Acheron map would be completely sealed in the Taiyuan immortal matter and would never see the light of day again. Good. He's about to get out. Callan saw the huge yellow cloud dragon and stuck her head out. She was very excited. Ever since she knew that Feng Han had the Acheron map, a Dao artifact, she knew that she had made the right bet. It turned out that she had formed a good relationship with Feng Han and would definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future. Although she had cultivated the Jin Dan of Taoism, she did not have a Dao artifact. The love for getting water in the Acheron map could help her get rid of the impurities in the Jin Dan and improve the quality and power of the Jin Dan. It would be easier for her to pass the trials of wind and fire in the future. The 7th divine ability was the Jin Dan seed. The 8th divine ability was the trials of wind and fire. It was because the power of the Jin Dan had caused a change in the vital qi of heaven and earth. The wind was the Samadhi divine wind, and the fire was the Samadhi divine fire. If one could not pass it, one's body would immediately turn into ashes and die. If one could pass it, one's lifespan would increase again. Just a little bit more and I can get out. World Tree. Immortal World Vital Qi. Replenish me. Feng Han knew that he was about to get out. However, there was a strong suction force in the Taiyuan immortal abode that wanted to suck him back. He had used up a lot of his dermic power to rush out. Although he had the dermic power of 500,000 galloping horses, it was still very small compared to the Taiyuan immortal abode. However, because the sect leader had torn a small hole in the ascension gate, the world tree between his eyebrows was completely connected to the outside world. A large amount of vital qi flowed down. With every breath he took, his dermic power recovered a little. If the vital qi of the immortal realm provided by the world tree in the Taiyuan immortal abode was pitifully little, then outside, it was like a waterfall rushing down. After refining the world tree, there were many benefits. The biggest benefit was that his dermic power would never be exhausted and he did not need to replenish it with dermic crystals or jade stones. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Just as Feng Han was about to break free, an invincible, vast, and indescribable force broke through the return to void portal with a bang. A claw as big as a mountain, covered in green scales, reached out from the return to void portal and grabbed at Feng Han, who had just popped his head out. Originally, when the sect leader of the Ascension Gate came in, he had sealed off the returning void portal and did not allow anyone to enter. However, this seal could only stop the experts of the superpower's secret land, but it could not stop the ancient giants of the longevity secret land. Feng Han was like a fish that had just come out of the water and was about to be caught by the devil's claw. Feng Han looked so small in front of the mountain-sized devil claw that was covered in green scales. In just one grab, he felt that the entire Acheron map did not listen to his command. It quickly left the whirlpool of the Taiyuan immortal abode and was about to fall into the devil's claw. Demon God Jiu Yang, how dare you snatch the disciple of the Ascension Gate in front of me? The sect master of the Ascension sect seemed to have anticipated the appearance of Demon God Jiu Yang. He sneered and did not stop. He beckoned the air and a big iron whip appeared in the air. It was ancient and desolate, and it was surrounded by an unparalleled demonic chi. With one strike, it hit the demonic claw that was covered with green scales. Bang, the devil's claw was smashed into pieces. Whip of the war deity. Feng Baiyu. You have such a weapon. Demon god Jiao Yang's angry roar came from the void. Apparently, he had been hit by the whip. Just as demon god Jiao Yang roared, Feng Han escaped. He jumped up and waved his hands. A black whirlwind and a ball of strong flame spun in the air and forced the devil chi of the devil's claw away. Then, they flew toward Feng Qingxue. Black Sun Hurricane and Great Sun Fire. These are two supreme divine senses of the Xianmen. Each divine sense requires hundreds of years of hard work. How did Feng Han master them? And they are so powerful. I don't think even the Jin Dan experts of the Tai Gate who have been given the surname are so powerful. Callan was shocked. Although the giant green claw transformed by demon god Jiao Yang was smashed by the war god whip, the remaining devil chi was still very powerful. Ordinary experts of the divine secret realm were no match for it and could not escape. However, Feng Han controlled a ball of black wind and sun fire and rushed out. His divine sense was powerful. Such power surprised Jiao Lan. She was experienced and knowledgeable, and naturally recognized the black wind. The flame was one of the 12 techniques of the Greater One Sect's 3 calamities and 9 disasters. It was a secret ability that was not divulged to outsiders. She really could not imagine how Feng Han could learn it, and even master it. What was more amazing was that when Feng Han waved his hands, black lines rippled in the devil chi and cut it into pieces. It was the sky demon's most powerful divine sense, the great cutting skill. Blood firmament. The green devil chi was still flying in the air and turning into devils to surround Feng Han. However, Feng Han let out a long roar and a blood lightsaber appeared. Crystal light flashed everywhere and the sky changed color. It looked like a blood-red crystal. Puff, puff. 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 The devil chi was cut open. Feng Han immediately opened a path and rushed over. Feng Han was now a level 5 divine sense, a celestial realm expert. He had comprehended the celestial realm and set up a formation. His dermic powers were also strong. After more than a decade in the immortal abode, he had refined the blade of blood to perfection. He could almost fully unleash its killing power. Now, this devil blade could kill gods and demons. Its power had multiplied. It was many times sharper than before. If Feng Han were to face the 6 perfected masters of the Tai Gate, he could probably kill them all in one move. Without wasting any energy. With Feng Han's dermic powers now, even if he were to face Jin Dan experts like Zhao Xuani and Song Wei, he could be on par. After all, Jin Dan had refined Fairy Huiyun's 1,000 years of cultivation. He had 28 Jin Dan divine sense. His dermic powers had skyrocketed. If he were to meet the demon marshal, he would be able to put up a fight. Good. I didn't expect you to be trapped in the Taiyuan immortal abode for 18 days. Your dermic powers have increased greatly. I didn't expect the Acheron map to be in your hands. You've also consumed the 9 orifices Jin Dan? No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. The 9 orifices Jin Dan is known as the sacred pill of the demonic Tao. It's even better than the Yin Yang longevity pill. If I were to consume it, I could increase my lifespan and cultivate the Jin Dan faster. When Feng Qingxue saw Feng Han land, she smiled faintly. It was unknown whether she was happy or angry. No one could tell what she was thinking. Many people thought that the Acheron map was in her hands. Not only had she been made a scapegoat for a long time, but she also hadn't received any benefits. When Feng Han saw Feng Qingxue's expression, he hurriedly smiled. Senior sister, your immortal fate is abundant. With the inextinguishable lightning talisman in your hands, you can control thunder and lightning. It's only a matter of time before you reach the immortal secret realm and enjoy immortality. After all, I'm also a member of the Feng family. I can support senior sister so that you won't be alone in the future. The reason why my dermic powers have increased greatly is because I obtained a Jin Dan left behind by Fairy Huiyun in the Taiyuan immortal abode. I used the Acheron map to break it down and cultivate 28 divine sense. It's just a coincidence. For example, the Black Sun Hurricane and Great Sun Fire are divine sense Jing Dan divine sense. In the future, I'll use this to challenge Hua Tiandu. This will prevent him from being the #1 direct disciple and changing the sect rules as he pleases. The Jing Dan cultivated by Fairy Huiyun. After Callan heard this, she was shocked again. She felt that she had used up all the shock she had accumulated in her life. Fairy Huiyun is one of the best in the divine secret realm. The Jing Dan contains 28 divine sense and is of high quality. She's one of the best in the immortal Tao. My Jing Dan only contains 15 divine sense and its power is far inferior to Fairy Huiyun's. I didn't expect Fang Han to reach the top in a single bound. Such a mortal fate is really hard to come by. Did you obtain Fairy Huiyun's Jing Dan? Fang Qingxue was also slightly stunned. She knew that Fang Han's words had shown her strength and that she wasn't so easily bullied. Moreover, Fang Han had also indicated that he would be on the same side as Fang Qingxue in the future. When will I test your divine sense? However, the arrival of demon god Jiu Yang today is no small matter. With your divine sense, you can be of help. Senior sister is experienced and knowledgeable. I'll naturally do whatever you instruct me to do. Also, I've obtained 28 divine sense and I naturally won't monopolize it. Senior sister has helped me a lot. Senior sister Callan has also helped me before. I'll study the secrets of these 28 divine sense with senior sister. Of course, I'll first offer these secrets to the sect leader. Fang Han nodded his head hurriedly. The Acheron map couldn't be offered to the Ascension Gate. However, the 28 divine sense and various divine sense techniques in Fairy Huiyun's Jing Dan could be offered to the sect. These items were also very precious. Every divine sense was the result of countless efforts of predecessors and experts. Oh? Study them together? Callan's eyes lit up. The 28 divine sense techniques were no small matter. Even if one knew the secret of each divine sense, it would still be very difficult to cultivate. It would often take a few 60 years or even 100 years. However, by referencing the divine sense techniques, one could comprehend many things. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Feng Baiyu. I didn't expect your disciple to have such an immortal fate. To be able to obtain the Acheron map and obtain the Jing Dan that others have painstakingly refined for 1,000 years. If this goes on, your Ascension Gate will obtain many more divine sense techniques. Your future prosperity will be just around the corner. Just as Fang Han, Callan, and Fang Qingxue were discussing, a burst of laughter interrupted them. A 36 feet tall man in fiery red appeared in front of the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. The headmaster of the Ascension sect also revealed his appearance. He was a young man dressed in white. His appearance was extremely young, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. He was cultured and refined, and he did not have the demeanor of an ancient giant or a headmaster of a generation. Instead, he looked more like a rich young master from the secular world. Ah! Is this the original form of our Ascension Gate sect leader? Callan, Fang Qingxue, and a few other female disciples were stunned. In the Ascension Gate, no one had seen the true face of the Ascension Gate sect leader, nor did they know his real name. He was actually Feng Baiyu. Nine Yang, are you here today to spar with me? We have fought many times 3,000 years ago. We know each other well. You don't seem to be my match. The Ascension Gate sect leader, Feng Baiyu, said softly. You have cultivated the yin-yang Tao of the void to the point of being able to transform at will. You are indeed powerful. However, I'm not the only one dealing with you today. Nine Yin, come out and greet the Ascension Gate sect leader. Feng Baiyu, I didn't expect you to look like this after 3,000 years. You look really handsome. At this moment, the void split open. A female demon god stepped on a spatial storm and appeared. Demon god Nine Yin. Weren't you suppressed by the demon god? Feng Baiyu was slightly taken aback. Ha 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 ha, Feng Baiyu, I'm just cultivating the same technique as demon god Nine Yin. Now, the technique is complete. The black-robed demon god sect leader walked out as well. Feng Baiyu, I wonder if the three of us can kill you today? Haha. You want to kill me? The Ascension Gate sect master, Feng Baiyu, chuckled. With the three of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Am I dead? Am I supposed to stand here and let you kill me? The three of you, 2 demon gods and a demon god, even if you team up, I'll have to give in. But if you want to kill me, that's wishful thinking. Feng Baiyu was fearless. With his cultivation, he was the leader of a sect, an ancient giant. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Haha, haha. Feng Baiyu, you're still the same after 3,000 years. Demon god Ninein smiled, but there was murderous intent in his eyes. Ninein, it's rumored that every 60 years, you'll change your gender. You'll be a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Then, you'll go to the mortal world to find the threads of 6 desires and cultivate your 7 emotions reversal technique. I wonder who you've found in these 60 years. Could it be a demon god? This old demon isn't suitable for you. He's already cultivated to the point where he has no emotions. The Ascension Gate sect master, Feng Baiyu, looked at demon god Ninein and said slowly. Of course not. If I want to find the threads of 6 desires, I'll naturally look for people in the mortal world. I won't look for cultivators. Demon god Ninein flicked his fingers. But your disciple killed the 7-leaf demon lord, who was born from my male body and a mortal woman 300 years ago. He was about to cultivate the Jin Dan and was one of the best in the Sky Demon clan. I can't bear such a loss. Naturally, I'll come to you for revenge. Killed your son? It's natural for you to come to the Ascension Gate for revenge. Feng Baiyu nodded and turned to the demon god. What about you? Xing Wuchen, old demon god? Why did you team up to kill me? Give me a reason. Don't talk nonsense like immortals and demons can't coexist. From what he said, the demon god's surname was Xing, and his name was Wuchen. Demon god Xing Wuchen, who wore a black robe and had long, violet-black hair, smiled and said, Do I need a reason? The Acheron map was the best reason. The Acheron sect was once the #1 demon sect. Ever since the death of the Emperor Huangquan, this huge demon sect had been torn apart. Many of the demon sect elders had internal strife and established their own sections. However, with the Acheron map, he could gather them one by one. Once again, they would form a huge organization that could fight against the Tai Gate. Is this level of temptation not enough for us to make a move? Unifying the Demon Gate requires strength. Don't tell me you think that just because you have the Acheron map, you can make those unruly Acheron's Gate elders listen to you? Feng Baiyu looked at the supernatural entity like an idiot. The demon god Xing Wuchen said coldly, Feng Baiyu, let's not beat around the bush. Many of the abilities of the Acheron's Gate require the #1 miraculous water in the world, the water of oblivion, to be perfected. Back then, the Emperor Huangquan collected all of the water of oblivion and refined it into the Acheron map. From then on, all the elders under him had to rely on him to obtain the water of oblivion. This is also the lifeline that controls the Acheron's Gate. If anyone obtains the Acheron map and this news spreads, wouldn't the elders and experts of the Acheron's Gate come to ask for it? As long as you use a little trick, they will have no choice but to obey. Even if they don't want to obey, they can use magic treasures to exchange for the water of oblivion. How much can they gain from that? That's right. The water of oblivion is the nemesis of the Sky Demon. If one touches this water, even the Demon King can't perform the Sky Demon disintegration technique. He can only be refined obediently. This thing can't fall into anyone's hands. Feng Baiyu, we don't want anything else. As long as you let your disciple, Feng Han, hand over the Acheron map, we'll write off the matter of killing the 7-leaf Demon King. Demon God Zhou Yang said, Today, the 3 of us will join forces. You can walk away, but can your subordinates do the same? Moreover, why did we choose to fight you in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion? We can't kill you, but we've already set up the 9 Heavens teleportation formation. We'll teleport you into the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. Let's see if you can come out. 9 Heavens teleportation formation. When Feng Baiyu heard this, his expression turned solemn. Then, he smiled coldly and said, Let's try it. Let's go. While he was speaking, this Ascension School's Supreme Master, an ancient giant, emitted a clear air with a whoosh. This clear air was divided into 3 parts, each of which was a deity. The first deity was a barbaric burly man. He held a huge stone axe in his hand. There were dragons and snakes coiling around the axe. There were also simple and unadorned patterns on the axe. When he moved it gently, there was a feeling of clear air rising and turbid air sinking. The second one was a woman. She held a 5-colored stone in her hand. She wore a robe that seemed to be made of starlight. The third one was a round black and white ball. It was round and had wings on both sides of the ball. It looked like an animal but not an animal. It looked like a deity but not a deity. No one knew what it was, but it also looked like an ancient divine beast. When these three things appeared, the void where the Taiyuan immortal mansion was located started to rumble. It was as if the void was about to collapse. There were spatial storms everywhere. The man with the stone axe roared and slashed at demon god Jiuyang. The woman with the 5-colored stone pounced at demon god Jiuyin. As for the round black and white ball, it was fat and round and had a pair of small wings. It hit demon god Xingwuchen. Among the three deities, the most powerful one was the man, followed by the woman. The round black and white ball was not scary at all. In fact, it looked funny. However, when the demon god saw it pouncing at him, his expression changed drastically. True void primordial spirit. Feng Baiyu. You are willing to use up 1,000 years of spiritual power. Show me your true void primordial spirit. Do you want to risk your life? Sky Monster's great handprint. Without even thinking about it, the Yao deity waved both its hands and streams of potent Yao energy flew out from its palms. In just a flash, it had unleashed 9,999 black palm silhouettes. The handprints carried a strong demonic wind and whistled sharply. In an instant, the heavens and earth were filled with cries and howls. Feng Han could feel that each handprint from demon god Xingwuchen had the power of 1,000,000 horses galloping. If he was hit by it, his body would be crushed and turned into ashes. He could not even take a single hit from Xingwuchen. However, Feng Han did not feel inferior at all. Xingwuchen was an ancient giant, the overlord of the longevity secret land. He was still very far away from that realm. Bang 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 bang, countless sky monsters' great handprints hit the black and white ball, creating earth-shattering explosions. However, they could not do anything to the black and white ball. As for demon god Jiuyin and demon god Jiuyang, their protective righteous chi dissipated. The man with the stone axe and the woman with the 5-colored stone rushed to them. They had no choice but to use their natal vitality to defend themselves. At this juncture, the sect master of the Ascension Gate, Feng Baiyu, lashed out with the War God Whip. Pa! A crack appeared in the void as the War God Whip lashed out. Do the three of you really think you can stop me? Qing Shui, Callan, protect Feng Han. Activate the formation you've set up and follow behind me. Let's go. Let's see who can stop us. As he spoke, the group of people from the Ascension Gate was about to leave through the passage created by the War God Whip. Is that so? Feng Baiyu. Do you really think the Acheron map is something you can take away so easily? At this moment, a soft voice of a girl appeared at the end of the void passage. With a wave of her hand, a dense net of silk appeared in front of them, completely blocking their path. Sitting in the middle of the silk net was a little girl with a red headband. She looked like a silkworm. She had a goat horn braid on her head. The little girl with the red headband waved her hand. Feng Han immediately felt a strong force breaking through the void, trying to take him away. Heavenly Silkworm Queen! Feng Baiyu shouted. It was another expert of the secret realm of immortality, the sect leader of the Heavenly Silkworm sect, Heavenly Silkworm Queen. Obviously, it was the little girl with the red headband who looked like a silkworm baby. A strong suction force came from the sky. Feng Han felt his body becoming restless and ready to break through the void. No matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress it. He seemed to have lost his weight and his strength seemed to have dissipated. He felt like he was at the mercy of others. Humph, Feng Han snorted. I, Feng Han, am a celestial realm expert now. My spiritual power is strong and I have 28 kinds of supernatural powers. I'm comparable to an expert of the Jing Dan realm. I'm not the little pawn who was at the mercy of others. Although you, Heavenly Silkworm Queen, are powerful, do you think it's that easy to make me lose my resistance with a wave of your hand? Do you think I got all these fortuitous encounters for nothing? Black Sun Disaster. Great Sun Fire. Chongqing Great Technique. Sky Lion Great Technique. Blessing Technique. Galaxy Great Technique. Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud Grand Magic. Great Marsh Sword Energy. Earth True Soul. Great Unity God Lightning Destruction. Crimson Blood Rush. Origin Spirit Energy Art. Ice and Snow World Limit. Vast Expanse Incantation. Tao of Destruction. Phoenix Dance. Vermilion Bird Cry. Seven Realms Fist Strike. Crystallized Lightning Spirit Claw. Heaven State Universal Origin Art. True Shaped Mirage Technique. Sea Glutton Energy Art. Vajra Metalbone Grand Palm. Heavenly Incense Spirit Bewildering Art. Nirvanic Dragon Form Wave. Snake Sparrow Roaming God Energy. Eight Extremities Nascent Divinity Tao. Dazzling Mahayana Heaven. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 28 spell formations appeared inside of Feng Han, causing the vital energy in the area to go wild. Wind, fire, lightning, ice, metal, wood, earth, water, dragons, tigers, phoenixes. All sorts of other true forms appeared. Boundless sword energy shot out, pushing back the power that was trying to grab him. There was a black tempest and a flame of radiance and light. They were the divine abilities of Black Sun Disaster and Great Sun Fire. And then there was a long silver river that swirled around him. It was the Silver River Grand Magic. Harvesting the energy of the heavenly stars to create a silver river that could be used to defend oneself against enemies. As for the rest, within the formation, lightning flashed and thunder exploded. Endless sounds of thunder resounded incessantly like cannons. Without a doubt, as long as this formation enveloped the enemy, no matter what kind of magic treasure the enemy had, they would immediately be shattered into pieces and their flesh and blood would be turned into mud. This was the Great Unity God Lightning Destruction. When cultivating it, one would use the Empyrean energy of the Taoist school to absorb the lightning, fire, and lightning balls in the sky. Then, one would add in magnetic vital energy to form balls of Great Unity God Lightning, which could be set up into a spell formation. It was a very powerful divine ability of the Taoist school, used to subdue demons and devils. It was one of the fiercest of all Taoist techniques. Generally speaking, experts in the Deva realm would work hard for a 60-year cycle to achieve some minor success. With a single palm strike, the enemy's flying sword would be destroyed, or melted into molten iron. Even the person would be crushed. An earthing yellow human head rolled back and forth. When it opened its mouth, it spat out 1,000 feet of yellow sand. It rolled and covered the area with the weight of a mountain. This was the Wu to True Soul. It was a soul formed by condensing the essence of the earth. It was a divine ability. These were the 28 divine abilities that Fairy Huiyun had painstakingly cultivated. They were all here. In order to resist Empress Heavenly Silkworm's capture, Feng Han naturally didn't hold back. He used all 28 divine abilities. Among the divine abilities he cultivated, these 28 were the most powerful. As for the Wood Sovereign Technique, Fire Sovereign Qi, and even the Great Cleaving Technique, he didn't use them to avoid wasting his energy. His cultivation level was ultimately shallow. Even after 18 years of arduous cultivation in the extreme Yuan immortal matter, reaching the Deva realm, his divine abilities were far from sufficient. He needed a long time to polish them and absorb Yuan Qi. His divine abilities were naturally far inferior to the divine abilities that Fairy Huiyun had cultivated for 1,000 years. When he used them, each of the 28 array formations had boundless power. Of course, the most powerful one wasn't the Great Sun Fire or Black Sun Fire, but a chessboard-like array. The chessboard-like array had lines that resembled a Go board. However, it had 99 lines, making it a lot bigger than a Go board. The gigantic chessboard was dotted with many black and white chess pieces. The array formation was intertwined with each other. Some of the chess pieces were fighting each other, while others were in formation. It was like an impregnable fortress as two armies faced each other. Some of the chess pieces were like dragons and snakes facing each other, concealing killing intent. On the gigantic chessboard, the chess pieces were complex. It was like a myriad of phenomena in the world, with all sorts of poses. A single glance at it could cause one's mind to be completely immersed in it. Empress Heavenly Silkworm's dermic powers were attracted by the many chess pieces on the gigantic chessboard that had 99 lines. They condensed into chess pieces that fought each other. After a series of battles, the killing intent was completely eliminated. It had been neutralized. Good. Dazzling heaven. A supreme divine ability created by a proud daughter of heaven, a peerless genius, the dazzling heaven. Rumor has it that it can neutralize all attacks and is eternally invincible. Excellent divine ability. Excellent divine ability. With a wave of Empress Heavenly Silkworm's hand, 28 divine abilities appeared on Feng Han's body and blocked her dermic powers. The last divine ability that appeared, the Dazzling Heaven, completely neutralized her dermic powers, which surprised her. The Dazzling Heaven was the true divine ability of Exquisite Paradise. The divine ability created by Exquisite 3,000 years ago was to completely suppress the Tai Gate. It could be seen from the word Dazzling Heaven. Dazzling Heaven meant that one was eternally free in all time and space. Dazzling Golden Immortals referred to immortals who were eternally free in all time and space. Empress Heavenly Silkworm. The Acheron map is in my hands, but I'm not a pushover. My Ascension Gate is not a pushover either. If you want the Acheron map, don't get a taste of it before you get it. I've already been recognized by the Acheron map as the successor of the Emperor Huangquan. In the future, I'll unify the Acheron demonic gate and return to the righteous path. Look at you, you're just like a silkworm baby. I can't bear to fight you, so let's make a deal. I'll give you the holy water of Acheron, and you give me some magical treasures. How about that? You can also use the holy water of Acheron to win over the demonic gate elders. Feng Han raised his voice as if he was negotiating. However, his dermic powers were connected to Jiao Lan, Long Xian, Feng Qingxue, and the other core disciples. Instantly, he felt a powerful thunderous energy surging into his body, as if it was trying to connect all of his abhijna into a talisman. His dermic powers surged again. This is the Transmutation Unity Chi formation. Our powers can be linked together to control Junior Sister's Tao treasure, the inextinguishable lightning talisman. With several of us as one, even an expert of the immortal secret realm can escape. Callan reacted in time. Heavenly Silkworm Empress did not answer Feng Han. Instead, her body moved, and the silk net behind her suddenly filled the space. At the same time, the demon god, 9 Yin, and 9 Yang had recovered and blocked Feng Baiyu's 3 true primordial spirits. Let's cast the 9 heavens shift formation together and move Feng Baiyu into the Tai Yuan immortal residence. Heavenly Silkworm Empress opened her mouth and spat again. Puff, countless white lights were spat out from the mouth of Heavenly Silkworm Empress. In an instant, the independent space of the Tai Yuan immortal residence was wrapped into a giant cocoon, like a 1,000-mile cocoon. No matter who it was, they were all wrapped up in this cocoon, and all space was sealed. Even though Feng Han, Feng Qingxue, Callan, Long Xian, and a few other female disciples activated the inextinguishable lightning talisman, and strong thunderbolts struck the walls of the cocoon, they could not break through and escape. Heavenly Silkworm Empress was a demon silkworm who had cultivated mystiques. After going through all kinds of hardships and various demonic tribulations, she finally cultivated to the immortal secret realm and became an ancient powerhouse. When she attacked, she spat out her own natal silkworm silk. After countless years, she had collected spiritual chi from heaven and earth and refined all kinds of essence from the immortal world. It was impervious to fire and water, and invulnerable to blades and swords. Each strand of silk was many times more powerful than the sky pheasant young rope. Although the inextinguishable lightning talisman and Acheron map were 2 Tao treasures that could cut through silk, their users' dermic powers were too weak. Whether it was Feng Han, Feng Qingxue, or Callan, their dermic powers were insufficient. If it was someone like Hua Tiandu, they would not be able to trap him. Crap. Feng Qingxue's expression shifted when they were sealed and unable to escape. She seemed to be thinking of a way to put her life on the line. However, Heavenly Silkworm Empress didn't attack them. After sealing them, she waved her hands and used the remaining silk to form powerful formations in the blink of an eye. Shift of the 9 heavens. Shift the mountains and fill the seas. Shift the stars. Past and future. The 3 powerhouses of 9 Yin, 9 Yang, and the monster god roared at the same time as Heavenly Silkworm Empress. Their mouths also spat out thousands of formation seeds and talisman seeds. Even the shadows of Jin Dan emerged, unleashing surging and destructive power. Bang! 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 Feng Baiyu's three true primordial spirits, the man with the axe, the woman with the five-color stone, and the black and white round, headless, and faceless spheres with wings. They were all forced back into his body. The four immortal secret realm experts working together were indeed powerful enough to put him at a disadvantage. You're courting death. Feng Baiyu's eyebrows and hair stood on end as his white robe spread open. However, the four powerhouses did not allow him to use his dermic powers again. The four of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. This was their life essence blood. Spitting out a mouthful of life essence blood had cost them at least 10 cycles of cultivation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon cried out. A ball of sticky snowy light wrapped around Feng Baiyu. With a slight spin, it entered the light of the Taiyuan immortal abode. At this moment, the sect leader of the Ascension Gate, the ancient powerhouse, Feng Baiyu, was successfully attacked by the four powerhouses. He was teleported into the Taiyuan immortal abode. He was also trapped. The sect leader is trapped just like that? Impossible. How is this possible? The four powerhouses worked together. It's possible that the sect leader was ambushed by them alone. We're finished now. Let's fight with all our might. What can we do? If we're facing one immortal secret realm expert, we might be able to escape. But facing four of them, even if we're 10 times stronger, we'll only end up dead. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Ascension Gate were all disheartened. Even someone as powerful as Fang Xianxia felt that the future was bleak and hopeless. Indeed, it was too difficult to deal with four immortal secret realm experts. There was no hope at all. Long live 10,000 years, long live 10,000 years, long live 10,000 years. Dermic powers traversed heaven and earth, operated the universe, comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the changes of the four seasons. They had many supernatural powers, and no one could shake them. These were the immortal secret realm experts. It was simply impossible to kill or seal an expert from the secret realm of longevity. Even if a few Dao artifacts worked together, they might not be able to completely trap them. Moreover, they were facing an expert like Feng Baiyu, the sect leader of the Ascension Gate. He was the leader of a sect, the leader of the 10 immortal Dao sects. He was an outstanding talent of the immortal Dao, a god's favored son, and imparted his skills to hundreds of thousands of disciples. How could such a person be easily harmed? Sneak attack. It could be said that even if Feng Baiyu were to fight Heavenly Silkworm Empress, Demon God Xing Wuchen, Demon God Jiuyin, and Demon God Jiu Yang alone, if he were to risk his life, at least 2 of the 4 experts would die, and the other 2 would be severely injured before they could kill or seal the sect leader. The price was too heavy. Unless it was a last resort, which a mortal secret realm expert would risk his life, but it was different now. This was the Taiyuan Immortal Matter, a supreme cave abode created by the ancient Taiyuan Celestial Lord. It was enough to seal an immortal secret realm expert inside. The 4 experts only needed to risk their lives and push Feng Baiyu into the Taiyuan Immortal Matter. Then, they could use the power of the Immortal Matter to trap Feng Baiyu. Then, they could easily capture Fang Han, Fang Qingxue, Callan, and the others. They could obtain 2 Dao artifacts. The bountiful harvest was no less than excavating an ancient cave abode. Heavenly Silkworm Empress, Demon God Jiuyin, and Demon God Jiu Yang are all giants. Which one of them isn't a sly old fox? Experts who have profound plans and comprehended the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Seizing the slightest opportunity, they immediately joined forces and attacked in full force. It was just right. If they tried to snatch the treasures at the Ascension Gate, they would be beaten to a pulp. The Ascension Heavenly Palace was equivalent to a Taiyuan Immortal Matter. The 4 of them would be suppressed in an instant. This was the geographical advantage. Fang Han, hand over the Acheron map. Not only will I spare your life, but I will also accept you as my disciple. I will help you condense the Taoist Jin Dan. How about it? After trapping Feng Baiyu, the sect master of the Ascension Gate, in the Taiyuan Immortal Matter, the 4 giants were instantly fearless. They looked at Fang Han as if he was an injured mouse. Indeed, Fang Han and the others had become mice, and the 4 giants were cats. No, they were tigers. The tigers looked at the mice, and of course, were not worried about any counterattack. Demon god Xing Wuchen waved his black robe and pointed at Feng Han. He didn't attack, but tempted him with benefits. These disciples of the Ascension Gate were all outstanding. If they could be accepted as disciples, it would be a great honor for the sect. Feng Han, I will accept you as my disciple. In the Heavenly Silkworm sect, there are many beautiful women. If you join my sect, I guarantee you will be gentle forever. Heavenly Silkworm Empress waved her hand and looked at Demon God Jiao Yin and Demon God Jiao Yang. Now that the sect master of the Ascension Gate had been sealed, the four giants wanted the Acheron map. Apparently, they had joined forces at the last minute. They weren't united, and each of them had their own interests. Oh? There are 4 of you here. Which one should I give the Acheron map to? When Feng Han saw the situation, he couldn't help but say, why don't the 4 of you compete with each other? Whoever has the strongest spiritual power, my senior sisters and I will pledge allegiance to him. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Demon god Jiao Yang suddenly laughed wildly and pointed at Feng Han. This little guy, how dare you bully us? Do you really think we are muddle-headed? Everyone, let's not be long-winded. Let's join forces and capture these people. We will distribute them when we get back. A long night may bring trouble. All right. Heavenly Silkworm Empress smiled. She was as sweet as a little girl who had received a lollipop. If she were in the secular world, no one would think that this little girl with a red headband and goat horn braids was an ancient giant, a demon master. Let's do it. The demon god shook his head. Feng Han, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you think you can provoke us to fight with your little tricks? You are a bit of an idiot. As he spoke, he opened his pitch-black hand and grabbed at it. His hand covered the sky and covered the earth. Kill. Feng Han was the first to attack. Fight to the death. He infused all his spiritual power into the blade of blood in his hand and slashed at the demon god's hand. The destructive crimson radiance made a wailing sound and displayed its surging destructive power. Child's play. I'll gladly accept this demonic saber. The demon god smiled faintly, and his hands changed continuously. Sometimes his 3 fingers were entwined, sometimes his thumb was raised, and sometimes his middle finger was raised. In an instant, thousands of hand seals had been formed. As the hand seals changed, streams of power disintegrated the sharp saber chi of the bloody firmament devil saber, and then captured it in his hand. A supreme grade treasured saber. Just like that, it was grabbed by the demon god. It is indeed a good saber. The demon god grabbed it and was about to use his spiritual power to refine Feng Han's soul imprint on it. Feng Han's Dharma treasure was refined using spiritual power. It was difficult for ordinary people to take it away. But against an expert like the demon god, it had no resistance at all. Humph. How dare you steal the Dharma treasure of a disciple of the Ascension Gate? You must be tired of living. The 4 of you are idiots. Do you really think you can seal me just because you moved a mirror image of me? If I am sealed by you like this, how can I be the sect master? How can I rule over the immortals? Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, a voice echoed. Endless sword rays penetrated from the outside and tore apart the cocoon that Empress Heavenly Silkworm had set up. A young man in white gradually appeared. He held a long sword in his hand and suddenly raised it up. The long sword instantly disappeared and appeared on the demon god's wrist in 1,000th of an instant. Slash, the demon god's wrist was chopped off. Instant death art. You. Feng Baiyu. Empress Heavenly Silkworm turned pale with fright. That was a mirror image that I created with the Emperor Realm. But it's no wonder you were fooled. No one knows that a treasure like the Emperor Mirror has fallen into my hands. Feng Baiyu waved his hand and a ball of mirror light rose slowly. It was a bronze mirror with a dragon and phoenix emblem engraved on it in ancient tadpole language. But it's meaningless to talk so much with you. You 4 great authorities, leave something behind before you leave. As he spoke, 4 sword lights teleported through the air and appeared above the 4 of them. The Ascension Gate's sect master's instant death art. End of chapter 74. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.